Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 107, The So-Called Short Parting Better Than New Marriage. Just what kind of power is this? Yoruichi Shihoin walked up to Soifon, curiously examining Ichigo Kurosaki's current form. It was quite miraculous. As long as he reconciled with the power inside his body, he could gain ridiculously strong power. This was Ichigo Kurosaki. That's how it is. Make sure to build a good relationship with the two guys inside you from now on. Seeing Ichigo in this form, Soifon nodded in satisfaction. Then, she slapped Yoruichi Shihoin's butt and turned around, walking toward the stairs leading out of the basement. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to being disciplined, but Yoruichi Shihoin actually read Soifon's intentions from that slap just now, following her out without a second thought. Sister Soifon. Ichigo Kurosaki deactivated his Shinigami form and pointed at the devastated basement. Can I call a few ambulances for them? No need, they won't die. Soifon waved her hand dismissively. You, on the other hand, better hurry home before Yuzu and Karen start worrying. Reminded by Soifon, Ichigo Kurosaki hastily took out his phone to check the time. Ah. Crap. It was already 8 o'clock. Dinner was completely over. As Soifon and Yoruichi walked up the stairs, Neliel and Harabel, who had been peeking from the top of the stairwell, hurriedly stood at attention on both sides, pretending to stand guard nearby. As her field of vision gradually widened, Yoruichi Shihoin first saw the familiar factory, and then smelled a peculiar fragrance wafting past her nose. Two tall beauties dressed in white uniforms stood on either side of the stairwell, looking respectful, as if welcoming someone's arrival. They're hiding their spiritual pressure. Are they Shinigami or Quincy's? What organization are they from? Yoruichi Shihoin didn't guess in the direction of Arancars, because she didn't see any characteristics of Minos Grande on them. Lady Soifon, the two chimed in unison. Just as Yoruichi Shihoin was guessing their identities, Neliel and Harabel spoke simultaneously, curiously examining the Yoruichi beside her. MHM. This is Yoruichi Shihoin, my lover. As she spoke, Soifon took Yoruichi's hand, raising it and waving it in front of the two. The moment her words fell, the air came to a subtle standstill. Lover. Neliel's voice was trembling as she spoke. Although Harabel didn't show much of a reaction, her blinking frequency was much higher than usual. And Yoruichi Shihoin, whose hand was being held by Soifon and who was still slightly dazed, felt a layer of heat quietly crawl up the base of her ears. Although she and Soifon had already done everything they should and shouldn't do, admitting their relationship in front of others seemed to be a first. Unwittingly, her heart felt as if it had been lightly scratched by a cat's paw, rippling with a tingling, fluttering itch. Let's go. Back to the Urahara shop first. Soifon didn't give them too much time to be shy or surprised. Holding Yoruichi's hand, she strode toward the outside of the factory. Harabel and Neliel immediately composed their expressions and silently followed, one on the left and one on the right, maintaining a perfectly appropriate escorting distance. When they returned to the inconspicuous little shop, only Tessai Takabashi was there. The two children had already gone to sleep. The tall former Grand Kido chief was behind the counter wiping tea sets. Seeing Soifon return with Yoruichi and two unfamiliar women, he froze slightly. Upon learning the news that Kisuke Urahara had collapsed heavily injured, he rushed out without looking back, heading straight for the visored space. At the same time, Kisuke Urahara had also decided not to return to the Urahara shop tonight, staying over at the visored side to avoid the heat. Now, only the four of them were left awake in the Urahara shop. Since there were no extra empty rooms in the Urahara shop, Soifon brought two futons into Yoruichi's room and laid them out for Neliel and Harabel. Lady Soifon, how could we? That's right, the two of us don't need to sleep. Ignoring their panicked hand-waving, Soifon laid out the futons, put her hands on her hips, leaned forward slightly, and put on a serious expression. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is an order. All right, understood. Upon hearing the word order, the two were no longer stubborn. They obediently sat on the tatami mats and nodded. In the dog-eat-dog Hueco Mundo, the weak obeying the orders of the strong was a universally accepted consensus, not to mention that they had quite a favorable impression of Soifon. Carrying bath supplies and a change of clothes to the room, Yoruichi Shihoin happened to overhear their conversation just now. An inexplicable surge of jealousy welled up from the bottom of her heart. Damn it, where did Soifon abduct two obedient and beautiful girls like this again? I'm going to take a shower. Yoruichi Shihoin pointed toward the bathroom with her eyes. Want to join me? She herself didn't know why she was inviting Soifon to bathe together. Ah. Soifon was taken aback for a moment, then let out a relieved smile. Sure, Lady Yoruichi. The two left the room carrying their bath supplies, leaving behind two stunned figures. Wait. Wait a minute. Neliel pinched Harabel's thigh, pointing in disbelief in the direction Soifon had just left. Did I hear that right, Harabel? Gulp. Harabel swallowed hard, answering with difficulty. I think, probably not. Their Lady Soifon had called that purple-haired woman Lady Yoruichi. Then, how should they address her? Why did it feel like their status had suddenly dropped by 2 whole tiers, damn it? The splashing sound of running water echoed in the spacious bathroom, soon masking the faint noises from outside. White steam began to permeate the air, gradually blurring both of their visions. It had long since stopped being the first time Soifon and Yoruichi Shihoin met in naked honesty, so there wasn't much shyness between them. Turning the showerhead's flow to the maximum, the warm pillar of water instantly cascaded down, splashing over the two of them like a miniature waterfall. Yoruichi Shihoin picked up the body wash, rubbed it into a lather in her palms, and began gliding her hands over Soifon's back. You're being very well behaved tonight. Her voice mixed with the sound of the running shower water. She moved to Soifon's front, raised her hand, and lightly dabbed some foam onto the tip of Soifon's nose with her fingertips. What do you mean? Soifon slightly tilted her head up, meeting Yoruichi's steam-blurred eyes. Tell me the truth. Yoruichi deflected the topic. What exactly is your relationship with those two? They are my subordinates in Hueco Mundo, as well as friends. Hueco Mundo. You mean they're Arancars? Heh. Yoruichi Shihoin sneered a few times. They have no hollow hole, no mask, and don't even have a hollow spiritual pressure or aura. Even if you're trying to brush me off, you shouldn't use an excuse like this. Yoruichi Shihoin's words spilled out overflowing with jealousy, as if the misty bathroom wasn't filled with water vapor, but rather steam boiled from vinegar. Is that so? So Lady Yoruichi is actually jealous. Soifon blinked and teased. Yoruichi Shihoin let out a soft snort from her nose. I bet you were just afraid of the two of them getting jealous if they heard something. Before she could finish, Soifon suddenly moved. She didn't retort, nor did she explain. Cupping Yoruichi Shihoin's steam-covered face with both hands, under the gaze of Yoruichi's abruptly widening eyes, she kissed her. Caught completely off guard, Yoruichi Shihoin's lips were thoroughly sealed shut, shoving all her unfinished words right back down. Clang. With a crisp ring, the showerhead held in Yoruichi Shihoin's hand accidentally slipped and hit the bathroom floor, jarringly sudden. Under the water pressure, the uncontrolled stream briefly and irregularly sprayed toward the ceiling for a second, forming a misty spray. Following that, it slumped limply back onto the ground, lying quietly on the bathroom floor. The warm water flooded the floor, washing over their closely pressed ankles and insteps, bringing a wave of comforting heat. Ending the kiss, Soifon released Yoruichi. Now, does Lady Yoruichi still think I'm afraid? Hearing the commotion from the bathroom, the two sitting properly in the room exchanged a glance, hesitating over whether they should take a peek. Neliel slightly turned her head, using her eyes to signal Harabel to go first, while she followed behind to provide cover. You're number 2, your rank is higher than mine, you go first. However, Harabel slowly shook her head, and then used her eyes to hint back at the other. You're number 3, your rank is lower than mine, you should obey my orders. I order you to go first. The two struggled internally in the room for a long time, but neither stood up to take the first step. Time slowly ticked by. About 10 minutes later, Soifon and Yoruichi Shihoin returned to the room, wiping the water droplets from their hair, their cheeks bearing the flush of a fresh bath. Aren't you two going to take a shower? Yoruichi looked at the two sitting rigidly in the room like sculptures. Up until now, Yoruichi still didn't believe they were Arancars. No, it's not necessary. Thank you for your concern. We can just use our spiritual pressure to wash our bodies. The two shook their heads in perfect sync, and Harabel even struggled for a moment over how best to address Yoruichi. I forgot to introduce myself. Yoruichi Shihoin smiled. I'm Yoruichi Shihoin, I used to be this girl's captain. Having said that, Yoruichi placed her hand on Soifon's head and rubbed it. After rolling her eyes ruthlessly, Soifon still decided to give her some face for now, and turn the tables to be the master tonight. Lady Soifon's captain. Then how should she be addressed? But you can just call me Yoruichi. Don't worry about what this Soifon girl calls me. Because Soifon gave her face, it went to Yoruichi Shihoin's head a little, as if she had reverted back to her days in the 2nd Division when she called the other little sister. Opposite them, Soifon wore a gentle smile, though in her mind she was already tallying up quite a few scores to settle with Yoruichi Shihoin. Okay. The two exchanged a glance and weakly nodded in agreement. They didn't know exactly what level this woman named Yoruichi was at, but since she was Lady Soifon's former boss, they still needed to respect her. After all, they seemed to have a pretty good relationship. Lady Yoruichi, let me dry your hair for you. Suddenly, a red fireball lit up in Soifon's hand. Shikao. Ah. Thanks. Yoruichi sat carelessly on the tatami, letting Soifon use a fireball imbued with terrifying spiritual pressure to dry her soaking wet long hair from behind. Gulp. Lady Soifon right now was so bizarre, so gentle, so terrifying. Late that night. Adhering to Lady Soifon's teaching of, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, Harabel and Neliel lay on their futons not far away, covered by blankets as they looked at the bright moon outside the window. With absolutely no desire to sleep. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sound of bedding shifting reached their ears. The two twitched their ears slightly to listen, discovering that it was coming from Lady Soifon and Miss Yoruichi's side. Feeling the warm touch and the familiar fragrance coming from beside her, Yoruichi Shihoin opened her eyes, only to be met with Soifon's smiling gaze. There are people right beside us, could you restrain yourself a bit? Yoruichi frantically hinted at Soifon with her eyes, feeling a bit happy yet somewhat embarrassed in her heart. Leaning over and pinning Yoruichi beneath her, Soifon's lazy voice faintly reached her ear. Lady Yoruichi, shouldn't you settle the bill for me using shikao to dry your hair? As she spoke, Soifon's hands were just as aggressive as her words. Yoruichi Shihoin gritted her teeth tightly, clamping down on Soifon's fingers and refusing to let them advance an inch. As everyone knew, Yoruichi Shihoin was a Shinigami with the title of Goddess of Flash, so her lower body strength was extremely well developed. However, no matter how strong she was, it was still only a strength within the boundaries of a Shinigami. Blood artery activated. The despicable and shameless Soifon actually used a Quincy's ability while doing this kind of thing. Just as Yoruichi Shihoin was about to open her mouth and furiously scold the other for her lack of martial ethics, her lips were once again physically blocked by Soifon. As the saying goes, when enemies cross paths on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Rain strikes the banana leaves as one idly listens to the showers. Saying there is sorrow, yet there is none. Given the strength of the four people in the room, these seemingly faint rustling noises were actually no different from talking loudly right next to their ears. It was just giving each other a thin veil of decency to protect their sense of shame. Listening to the abnormal noises reaching their ears, even Neliel and Harabel, two Arankars who were unversed in the ways of the world, roughly understood what Soifon and Yoruichi Shihoin were doing. Blushes gradually floated up to their cheeks. They turned their heads to exchange a glance in unspoken agreement, then pulled up their blankets to cover their heads in perfect sync. Even though this was completely useless for them. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 108, Soifon is about to turn to Espada, bonus chapter. The next morning. Ah, Lady Yoruichi, open your mouth. Carrying the prepared breakfast into the room, Soifon helped Yoruichi sit up from the bed and scooped up a spoonful of an eerily blue-tinted soup, offering it to the latter's lips. Wait. Yoruichi Shihoin turned her head away in disgust. What is that color? And that smell, it's disgusting. How did she not know that Soifon had a hidden talent for dark cuisine? This. Soifon blinked innocently and pulled the spoon back. This is a healing potion I had Mayuri Kuratsuchi concoct for me in the past. Even though the color is ugly and the taste is disgusting, it works very quickly. To make it easier for Lady Yoruichi to swallow, I even added a lot of honey. For a muscle strain on the level of last night's, just one sip and you'll definitely. Before she could finish her sentence, Yoruichi Shihoin abruptly laid back down on the bed. Shrinking into the absolute defense of her blankets, she said, flushed with anger and embarrassment, "Idiot Soifon. Who do you think is the reason I'm like this right now? Even if it's my fault, taking a 10,000 steps back." Holding the bowl of medicinal soup, Soifon smiled at the bundled-up blanket in front of her. "Isn't it because your constitution is too weak, Lady Yoruichi? If you could beat me, maybe I'd be the one lying here today." Afterward, she placed the medicine bowl on the low table nearby. After informing Yoruichi, she exited the room and stood completely still outside the door. As expected, a few seconds later, the sound of soup being swallowed and dry heaving came from inside the room, followed immediately by the sound of the room door being violently pushed open. "Congratulations on your recovery, Lady Yoruichi." Soifon stood at the doorway, smiling and nodding at Yoruichi, who appeared before her. Bang. "You're the last person I want congratulations from." Once again, the door was slammed shut by Yoruichi. Soifon walked into the living room, finding the two Arankars she had brought along watching TV with Yururu Tsumujiya, their expressions full of curiosity. "Lady Soifon," the two chimed in unison. Seeing Soifon come out, the two immediately thought of the noises they had heard last night. Their cheeks turned slightly red before they stood up in perfect unison. Good, very energetic. Soifon nodded in approval. Since Lady Yoruichi is feeling unwell today, our mission today is to scout the terrain. You two, come with me. As for why she was feeling unwell, better not ask. Amusement park, Ferris wheel. After taking them on a tour around Karakura town, Soifon chose the Ferris wheel as the final stop for today's date. Sitting opposite each other on the seats, as the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, the amusement park rides and crowds on the ground gradually grew smaller, until the bustling crowds looked like ants before their eyes. Why do the humans of the world of the living build such useless things? Opposite Soifon, Harabel looked at the gradually rising Ferris wheel, full of incomprehension. This fragile machine and its slow ascent speed were simply boring to tears in the eyes of an errand car. How can you say that, Harabel? Lady Soifon bringing us to ride this must have a deeper meaning. Neliel bumped the other's shoulder, dissatisfied as she refuted her statement. Yes, apologies, Lady Soifon. Knowing she had just contradicted Soifon's decision, Harabel immediately lowered her head. It's nothing. Soifon took out the takoyaki she had just bought, skewered too, and handed them over. Then, the two of them curiously picked up the skewers, placing the steaming takoyaki into their mouths to chew. In the eyes of someone without spiritual power, Soifon, who had switched to a human state, was currently talking to thin air, followed by two bamboo skewers with takoyaki floating up out of nowhere. Fortunately, they were on a Ferris wheel. The two of them sniffed the takoyaki lightly in front of their noses before taking a gentle bite. Delicious. Even though it has absolutely no spiritual power, it's surprisingly tasty. Soifon nodded in satisfaction and folded up the empty takoyaki carton. It seems that after your hollow holes were filled, you've started to become more like humans. Like humans. Harabel and Neliel both froze for a moment. Their chewing slowed by half a beat as they looked at Soifon somewhat blankly. This assessment was truly quite unexpected for them, they didn't even know how to react. Soifon, however, didn't offer any further explanation. Simply looking at the bit of sauce and crumbs stuck to the corners of their lips, she raised her hands quite naturally. First, she gently wiped the corner of Harabel's mouth with the pad of her thumb, and then used the side of her other index finger to wipe away a bit of grease from Neliel's lips, her movement smooth and natural. Then, before the two could even react and just as their cheeks began to heat up, Soifon casually brought her grease-stained fingers to her own lips. With a swift lick of her tongue, she swept away the traces. Lady Soifon. Harabel's breath seemed to hitch, the heat beginning to rise on her honey-colored skin. Isn't this too improper of us? Neliel also chimed in quietly, yes, how could we let you do that? Soifon tilted her head. No need to worry about such trivial things. The two were momentarily at a loss for words, only able to silently complain in their hearts, is this really a trivial thing we don't need to worry about? The Ferris wheel cabin continued its steady ascent. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly expansive, and the clamor of the ground gradually faded away. Just at the moment the cabin was about to reach its highest point, Soifon suddenly leaned forward slightly and said in a somewhat mysterious tone. By the way, I heard that when a Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, if you close your eyes and make a wish, the gods will hear it. Although, this rumor was still a bit too hellish for these two, whose race was hollow. After all, the god of this world, the Soul King, was the mortal enemy of hollow's gods. Almost subconsciously, in those few seconds when the Ferris wheel cabin perfectly hovered at its peak, the two closed their eyes in unison. I want to obtain the power to protect Lady Soifon and my companions. I want to live together with Lady Soifon and my friends. A few seconds later, they opened their eyes simultaneously. Greeting their sight were Soifon's eyes, which carried an obvious look of amusement. Oh. You really made a wish? Soifon asked with a smile. What did you wish for? Can you tell me? At this moment, the faint sound of a young couple's conversation drifted over from the next cabin. Wishes won't come true if you say them out loud. Idiot. Thus, the two said to Soifon almost in perfect unison, wishes won't come true if you say them out loud, Lady Soifon. Out of nowhere, the moment the Ferris wheel began its descent, Soifon said, it's a pity, though. In a few months, this place will be destroyed. Why? The two exclaimed together. Perhaps having tasted the beauty of the world of the living, the two asked in unison. It's nothing. Soifon smiled very reluctantly. You'll know when the time comes. It's a Las Noches operation. Neliel stood in front of her seat, gripping the railing with both hands as she gazed into the distance. Was this city, which carried the memories of her and Lady Soifon, about to be destroyed? Actually, even if Soifon hadn't told them the truth, Harabel had vague suspicions that it might be related to Aizen's plan. For the first time, they felt a slight dissatisfaction toward the plan established by Sosuke Aizen. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White heavy checkmark jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White heavy checkmark get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters, for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 109, Bankai, Ranjika Matsumoto's Resolve, 4.4K. Soul Society, Department of Research and Development. Cold white light illuminated Mayuri Kuratsuchi's laboratory, the air thick with the mixed scent of disinfectant and various chemical reagents. It's complete. I've done it. Ha ha ha. A nearly frantic exclamation shattered the silence of the laboratory. Mayuri Kuratsuchi's mouth split open to reveal a mouthful of golden teeth, the white haori on his back swaying wildly as his limbs danced about. Before him, in the empty space at the center of the laboratory, a giant golden baby slept peacefully in an area flooded with sleeping gas. It was none other than Mayuri Kuratsuchi's Zanpakuto, Ashisoji Jizo. The materialized Ashisoji Jizo had, once again, been successfully summoned by him. Tenshintai. Tenshintai. Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eyes flashed with excitement. I've finally managed to develop it. Back when he was still the vice president, he had heard that Kisuke Urahara, in order to learn Bankai, had independently developed a miraculous little device called the Tenshintai. By forcibly extracting the Zanpakuto's main body and materializing it, it compelled the sword spirit and the Shinigami to engage in the Bankai ritual, making it easier for the Shinigami to subjugate the spirit and master Bankai. He had to admit, it was an incredibly genius invention. It was the equivalent of playing a game and completely bypassing the prerequisites to directly unlock the hidden CG. If not for the Zanpakuto materialization incident, who knew how long it would have taken Mayuri Kuratsuchi to develop his own Tenshintai? I really must thank you, Koga Kachiki. To express my gratitude, I'll pick out a few high-quality Minos Grande for the next Kanso ritual. No need to thank me. He spun around abruptly, rushing to a messy workbench nearby, and snatched up a stack of report papers covered in blueprints and observation logs. Without a moment's hesitation, Mayuri Kuratsuchi clutched the reports tightly in one hand and cradled the precious prototype in the other, rushing out of his laboratory in a whirlwind and heading straight for the First Division office. Now I can ask the First Division for even more research funding. A short while later, Mayuri Kuratsuchi burst through the doors of the Captain Commander's office while holding the Tenshintai. Before he could even be seen, his voice rang out. Captain Commander, sir. Please, take a look. The Department of Research and Development's latest achievement, an epic-making combat power enhancement auxiliary device, the Tenshintai. Accompanying his exaggerated voice was a large humanoid apparatus, which Mayuri Kuratsuchi placed steadily in front of the office desk. The Tenshintai that Kisuke Urahara had once built. Hadn't this thing been ordered by Central 46 to be destroyed along with all its data? The Captain Commander naturally knew of this item, and was even very clear on who its original developer was. Back when Kisuke Urahara created it, the shock and controversy it brought were no small matter. Subconsciously, the first thought that welled up in the Captain Commander's mind was rejection. What seemed to be a shortcut to mastering Bankai was, in reality, a perilous trial that gambled with one's life. However, these were not peaceful times. Captain Commander Yamamoto studied the Tenshintai placed not far away for a while. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Approved. It is permitted for use. Issue a document informing all members ranked 3rd seat and above. Those who meet the application criteria will be allowed to use the Tenshintai. However, the use of the Tenshintai must be conducted under the supervision of at least 2 captains. The only thing the Captain Commander was thankful to Soifon and Aizen for was that they had wiped out Central 46 before leaving. Without those guys holding him back, he could finally operate with his hands untied. 2nd Division Training Ground. Ranjika Matsumoto's breathing was a bit unsteady. Standing opposite her, Rukia and Momo Hinamori looked thoroughly battered, their bodies drenched in sweat mixed with the dirt from the ground. The battle temporarily halted. Ranjika Matsumoto put away her Zanpakuto. Heiniko condensed back into the shape of a sword and returned to its sheath. She raised a hand to gather her somewhat disheveled long orange hair. Momo Hinamori lifted her head, looking at Ranjika Matsumoto with an envious gaze. Senior Ranjiku, your strength has grown again. Even together, Rukia and I can't do anything against you. Beside her, Rukia nodded in agreement. What are you talking about? Aren't you two improving rapidly as well? Your coordination is getting more and more seamless. That strike just now almost got me. Despite being praised for her strength, Ranjika Matsumoto's smile was somewhat forced. Have I grown stronger again? Yes, without a doubt. The sense of stagnation that had plagued her for decades was long gone. Her spiritual pressure was steadily increasing, and her control over her Zanpakuto was becoming more and more proficient. Just recently, she even felt as though she had broken the boundary between vice captain and captain. But the root of this growing strength. Ranjika Matsumoto gently pressed her fingertips against her chest, as if she could feel the newly repaired and completed soul through her shahakusho and skin. Asking herself honestly, had she trained to a level where she could fight Captain Soifon? The answer was no. Even a genius like her own captain wasn't a match for Captain Soifon in a single exchange, let alone her. However, I only have the power I do today because of Captain Soifon's help. Perhaps it was the Soul King who allowed us to meet, so that I could save Captain Soifon from falling into darkness. Thinking of this, Ranjika Matsumoto's gaze sharpened. She decided to seek out Captain Mayuri of the 12th Division and become the first test subject for the Tenshintai. Turning around, Ranjika Matsumoto carried her sword out of the training ground, heading back to the 10th Division to draft an application for the Tenshintai's use. Senior Ranjiku, the two girls called out in unison. Behind her, the two young girls cast worried glances. What is it? Ranjika Matsumoto smiled and looked back. Are you going to use the Tenshintai? Ranjika Matsumoto's eyes couldn't hide it from them. News of the Tenshintai had already spread among the high-ranking seated officers and vice-captains, so the two subconsciously guessed her thoughts. Department of Research and Development, underground testing grounds. The walls and floor were entirely forged from heavy seikiseki stone mixed with special metals. Choosing this location was precisely to prevent a materialized sword spirit from escaping due to losing control or going berserk, minimizing any potential destruction. As the first vice-captain officially approved to use the Tenshintai, the captains present to supervise included not only Mayuri Kuratsuchi, but also the captain commander and Uno Hanaretsu. After being informed once again of the potential dangers of using the Tenshintai, Ranjika Matsumoto nodded heavily without hesitation. I'm already prepared, Captain Mayuri. Excellent. Mayuri Kuratsuchi's mouth curled into a grin. Then, pierce the Tenshintai with your Zanpakuto, then inject your spiritual pressure to establish a connection with it. As his words fell, Ranjika Matsumoto's Heiniko pierced right through the exact center of the Tenshintai. Gradually, the glow of spiritual pressure grew increasingly radiant, slowly enveloping the entire Tenshintai. The Heiniko sword spirit, once again, appeared in Soul Society in a materialized form. Heiniko. Ranjika Matsumoto looked at the Zanpakuto that had appeared before her and took a deep breath. Yo, Ranjiku. Heiniko waved her hand, a flash of sharp killing intent crossing her eyes. You should know, right? This time won't be like the last. You don't need to tell me. I've been prepared for a long time. Ranjika Matsumoto gripped her sword with both hands. The surrounding Kido Corps members simultaneously formed hand seals, sealing Ranjika Matsumoto and Heiniko inside a space the size of a football field. Growl, Heiniko, both voices shouted in unison. At the same time, ash-like mist particles kicked up on both sides, reducing the visibility within the battlefield to an absolute minimum. Outside the arena. A solid third spiritual rank. Seeing the battle begin, the captain commander stroked his long beard, passing judgment on Ranjika Matsumoto's strength. The Bankai trial for every Zanpakuto was different. Unless one possessed such overwhelming strength that they could force the sword spirit to acknowledge them, they had to follow the trial rules set by the spirit, completing the trial to obtain the true name of their Bankai. Clearly, Ranjika Matsumoto's strength meant she could only rely on the latter method. Slowly, the battle dragged on for more than 2 days. Inside the barrier, grayish-white mist surged ceaselessly. Outside, the captain commander could only gauge the ferocity of the battle within through the fluctuations in spiritual pressure and the tremors at the edge of the mist. Ranjika Matsumoto's spiritual pressure was like a candle flickering in the wind. The 3 captains present furrowed their brows slightly, none of them optimistic that she could pass the trial. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the dense gray mist obscuring the entire battlefield suddenly, without warning, began to slowly dissipate. The scene at the center of the battlefield gradually became clear. Ranjika Matsumoto was kneeling on one knee, supporting her body with the Zanpakuto in her hand. Not far opposite her, the materialized figure of Heiniko had grown extremely faint, bordering on transparent. Heiniko looked down at her dissipating hands, then raised her eyes to look at her master opposite her, who, despite looking battered, possessed a resolute gaze. She revealed a helpless yet somewhat relieved smile. I really can't stand you, Ranjiku. Heiniko spread her hands. Going so far. Fine, I'll count this as your win. Her figure accelerated in its fading, her entire being gradually turning into flying ash that submerged into the Zanpakuto in Ranjika Matsumoto's hand. Make sure you remember this well. The true name of my Bankai is. In the split second before the figure vanished, Heiniko's voice distinctly branded itself deep within Ranjika Matsumoto's soul. The blade trembled slightly. A brand new and powerful force transmitted from the hilt to her entire body, washing over Ranjika Matsumoto's exhausted spirit body. Ranjika Matsumoto raised her Zanpakuto high. Using all the strength in her body, she shouted the true name that had finally been completely laid bare to her. Bankai. Kesha Heiniko. A grayish-white sandstorm, 10 times denser than before, erupted explosively with her at the center, instantly filling the entire barrier space. The barrier erected by the Keto core let out overwhelmed wails, surprisingly being gradually eroded and dissolved by the sand. In just a few seconds, the barrier that had firmly withstood 2 days of impacts was completely eroded away by Ranjika Matsumoto's Bankai. The sandstorm persisted for several seconds before slowly retracting under Ranjika Matsumoto's control, ultimately forming a hazy gray halo that lingered around her body and Zanpakuto. A domain-type Bankai. A glint of sharp light flashed across the highly experienced Captain Commander's eyes. In less than a moment, he had analyzed the ability of this Bankai. Its malleability is very high. Before long, she might be able to fill one of the captain vacancies. Unohana added. Turning to face the Captain Commander and Captain Unohana, Ranjika Matsumoto raised a hand, allowing the sand and gravel to gather in her palm, forming a massive sphere of sand. Yes, Kesha Heiniko's Bankai is a domain type. It can only attack enemies within 50 meters of me. This sand will erode the opponent's flesh and spirit particles. Sand that has absorbed spirit particles and flesh will become even more aggressive. However, Kesha Heiniko's spiritual pressure consumption is immense. With my current spiritual pressure, I can only maintain it for about 30 seconds. Ranjika Matsumoto's success left Momo Hinamori and Rukia itching to try as well. However, having barely reached the 4th spiritual rank, the two were still far from the 3rd spiritual rank. Halfway through their reports being submitted to the Department of Research and Development, they were intercepted by Byakuya Kachiki. Brother, why won't you let us use the Tenshintai? After returning to the Kachiki clan, it was the first time Rukia had ever spoken to Byakuya Kachiki in such a loud voice. Rukia. Hisana Kachiki shook her head at her sister. Mind your manners. Yet, Hisana Kachiki, whose words were usually highly effective, was unable to dissuade the currently hot-headed Rukia. She continued to glare stubbornly at Byakuya Kachiki. Looking at Rukia Kachiki's unyielding eyes, Byakuya Kachiki sighed and turned around to face her. I believe you've misunderstood something, Rukia. Vice Captain Matsumoto only learned Bankai through the Tenshintai because she was already at the foundation of the 3rd spiritual rank. It was not that she reached the 3rd spiritual rank after learning Bankai. Rukia, you and Momo Hinamori have mixed up the order. Right in front of his wife, Byakuya Kachiki dashed Rukia's thoughts of using the Tenshintai word by word. Her elder brother's words pierced into Rukia's heart like a sharp sword. She stumbled 2 steps back, losing her balance and slumping onto the floor. Rukia. Hisana Kachiki was just about to go support her sister, but her hand was gently taken by Byakuya Kachiki, and she was irresistibly led away toward the distant courtyard. No one can help her with this matter. Let her be alone to calm down, Hisana. The figures of the two gradually drifted further away. Even as the dead of night arrived, Rukia still sat numbly alone on the corridor where she had fallen, hugging her knees and ignoring everyone. The food box beside her had long gone cold, but the aroma of the Kachiki clan's exquisite meals still faintly wafted out from it. Step, step. The sound of footsteps gradually drew nearer, yet Rukia still showed no reaction. Idiot Rukia, I was out looking for you all day, only for Captain Kachiki to tell me you were here spacing out. Obviously, only a bad friend like Momo Hinamori would call her that. We got rejected. Since the arrival was Momo Hinamori, a ripple of emotion appeared in Rukia's eyes. She lifted her head and repeated the words her brother Byakuya had said, exactly as they were spoken. Standing in place, Momo Hinamori rested her hands on her hips, patiently listening until Rukia finished, her expression not changing much. Is that it? Captain Kachiki already told me that when I came in. Though she had been very disappointed in that fleeting moment, Momo Hinamori still managed to quickly cheer herself up. Compared to that, seeing Rukia looking so dejected right now made her much angrier. As my only recognized rival in love, are you planning to admit defeat now, Rukia? Fine, then just starve to death when the time comes. I'll learn Bankai, tie teacher Soifon up, and bring her back to keep all to myself. Momo Hinamori walked over to Rukia, picking up the food box and poking her friend's fleshy cheek. The enticing aroma of the food, combined with Momo Hinamori's deliberate goading, even though Rukia knew this kind of tactic was really low tier, she still took the bait. Clack. The lid of the food box dropped to the ground. Rukia's cheeks puffed out as she chewed like a cute hamster, glaring at Momo Hinamori while she ate. Damn it, there's no way I'm giving teacher Soifon up to you. On the other side, in the 4th division, a similar scene was playing out simultaneously. Captain Unohana, I would also like to apply to use the Tenshintai. Aizen Kotetsu trailed behind Unohana Retsu, her words almost begging. I've said this many times, Aizen. Unohana shook her head. Your spiritual pressure is too weak. You do not meet the conditions for Bankai. Then, is there any method to rapidly increase my spiritual pressure? Subconsciously, Aizen Kotetsu asked this nearly idiotic question. By the time she finished speaking, her voice was almost inaudible, seemingly aware of how foolish she sounded. If it were possible, I too would hope such a method existed. Unohana suppressed the emotions in her heart, casually looking up at the sky beyond the corridor. It was wishful thinking on my part. I'm sorry, Captain. Pursing her lips, Aizen Kotetsu bowed deeply to Unohana, but her forehead was caught by a pair of warm palms. It's nothing. Unohana gently consoled her. Honestly, even if you did learn Bankai, you still couldn't defeat Captain Soifon, so there's no need to be sad. Because the ending will not change because of you. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 110, Battle Preparations in Progress. The desert outside Las Noches shook violently. In midair, Soifon slowly retracted the right leg that had just kicked Sosuke Aizen flying, quietly looking at the white figure in the deep crater below. Sosuke Aizen stood up awkwardly from the sand pit. White grains of sand rolled off his hair and clothes, and the lapel of his chest had been torn open by the kick just now, exposing the Hogyoku embedded in the center of his chest. He raised his hand, still calmly brushing the dust off his sleeves and shoulders, and looked up to lock onto Soifon standing in the sky above him. Gradually flying high into the sky to level with Soifon, Sosuke Aizen touched the Hogyoku on his chest and sighed. If Captain Soifon had used the power of her Shirkai just now, I'm afraid even the Hogyoku wouldn't have had time to heal my injuries. Aizen, in his first stage of fusion with the Hogyoku, had seen a negligible increase in pure combat power and spiritual pressure, aside from some regenerative and adaptive abilities based on the Hogyoku's traits. It was far from enough to bridge the despair-inducing gap between him and Soifon. What are you thinking about? I won't kill you, Captain Aizen. Soifon tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the Hogyoku on Aizen's chest. Whether it is your courage to sit upon the throne in the sky, or your assistance in slaying Yoruichi, I have no reason to kill Captain Aizen. Soifon's words sounded tinged with a bit of playful mockery. Aizen asked, it seems Captain Soifon never believed I could sit in that position from the very beginning. Soifon didn't answer, but instead countered with a question. Since you plan to sacrifice Karakura Town to create the Oken, why did you just watch as the Gotei 13 and Kasukirahara set up the Tenkakeku? Using his spiritual pressure to fix his disheveled hair, Aizen explained. Whether Karakura Town is transferred or not does not affect the final outcome. If I win this war, it simply means spending a bit more effort to go to Soul Society and sacrifice Karakura Town there. Besides, an intact Yoruichi is always more valuable than a pile of ruins. For some reason, Sosuke Aizen's brimming self-confidence made Soifon a little annoyed. She really wanted to use Aizen's face to strike her fist. Captain Aizen seems very confident. Could it be? You've already foreseen a future where you victoriously ascend to the royal palace. Gradually, Soifon's tone turned sarcastic, and the two braids behind her began to sway dangerously. Isn't Captain Soifon one of the sources of my confidence? After all, in the future you just mapped out, I seem to be an important combat asset against Yoruichi. Even if he couldn't create the Oken, he could still retreat unscathed. He had plenty of time anyway, he had endured for hundreds of years. If not this time, then the next. Boom. Before Sosuke Aizen could finish his sentence, Soifon landed another fierce punch squarely on his left cheek at a speed he currently couldn't react to. The green spiritual pressure shield generated by the Hogyoku was like paper, it failed to block for even a split second before being shattered by Soifon's fist. Time seemed to slow down as a translucent, circular ring of air rippled outward from the point where Soifon's fist met Aizen's left cheek. Beneath where Sosuke Aizen had just been standing, the massive sand pit was smashed even deeper. Ignoring Aizen, who was regenerating his body and controlling the Hogyoku's evolution, Soifon returned alone to the gates of Las Noches. Sensing a familiar spiritual pressure around the corner not far away, Soifon quickened her pace. At the corner, Harabelle was hesitating over how to start a conversation after calling out to Soifon, but in the next moment, her hand was grabbed by Soifon, who pulled her along. Lady Soifon. What do you want to say? Being hesitant isn't like you. Soifon didn't even turn her head as she led Harabelle toward their sleeping quarters. Looking at their joined hands, Harabelle somehow felt a wellspring of inexplicable courage in her heart. Yes. She organized her words. Are we really going to fight in Karakura Town? Not long ago, Aizen had organized a meeting with the Espada, informing them of the time and details of the battle in Karakura Town. Even though they had long been prepared, the two of them, having recently enjoyed human life after such a long time, still couldn't bear to make a move. Unlike mindless lower-class hollows, the humans of Karakura Town, no matter how weak, possessed reason and morality. Having seen the beautiful side of the world, neither of them wanted to destroy it with their own hands. This was also why Harabelle and Neliel couldn't bear the thought of the sacrifice. So that's how it is. Soifon squeezed the pads of Harabelle's fingers, then caressed their delicate texture with her own. A tingling, numbing sensation transmitted from Harabelle's fingertips to her limbs. It was clearly just a simple friction between fingers, but it couldn't help making her think of that day. At the Urahara shop, in Yoruichi Shihoin's room, on that night with the dripping sound of water. Harabelle. Noticing that the other was spacing out, Soifon called out to her. Ah. Yes. Harabelle stood at attention, then violently shook her head, tossing the messy thoughts out of her mind. Where were we just now? We were talking about Lady Soifon and Miss Yoruichi under the covers. Before she could finish her sentence, Harabelle abruptly bit her tongue. Oh no, I accidentally said what I was thinking out loud. Unfortunately, words once spoken cannot be taken back. Soifon stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked up at Harabelle, who was quite a bit taller than her. So. Soifon began leisurely, her voice full of teasing. Harabelle has been thinking about these kinds of naughty things in her heart. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Harabelle hurriedly waved her hands, trying to explain. No. Lady Soifon. That's not what I meant. I understand. When I first saw that kind of manga in the world of the living, I had pretty much the same reaction. Soifon nodded with an I get it expression, reaching out to pat Harabelle's arm. No, you don't understand at all. Harabelle cried out in her heart. Lady Soifon. Harabelle couldn't help but interrupt her. Please stop talking about this. Seeing her like this, Soifon finally couldn't help but smile. Stepping on spirit particles, she floated up and poked the other's burning cheeks. All right, I'll stop teasing you. She turned around, took Harabelle's hand again, and continued walking toward the sleeping quarters. Don't worry, Karakura town won't be destroyed. Trust me. Soifon didn't finish her sentence. She turned her head slightly, sensing that Aizen had already crawled out of the crater. Harabelle froze for a moment. She looked at Soifon's back in front of her, then nodded. I have always believed in Lady Soifon. She responded softly, her fingers tightening slightly to squeeze Soifon's hand back. In the corridor, only the sound of their footsteps remained. As they neared the doors of their sleeping quarters, Soifon suddenly spoke up again. However, Harabelle. Yes. Soifon turned her head and winked at her. That night, the noises Lady Yoruichi and I made, did the two of you hear the entire process? Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White Heavy Checkmark jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White Heavy Checkmark get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters, for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 111, Trans-Realm Boundary Pillar Combat Deployment. Autumn was deepening. The 4 white tenkakeku crafted by Kisuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabashi now stood at the 4 corners of Karakura town, erected with the assistance of the Gotei 13 to encircle the city in a massive square. The television news was currently broadcasting a notice, due to citywide electrical anomalies, all work and school classes are suspended. Ichigo Kurosaki stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. His gaze swept over his mother, who was currently watering potted plants in the courtyard, before turning to Yuzu and Karen watching TV in the living room. Dad. Ichigo turned around. Take Mom, Yuzu, and Karen to the neighboring city for a trip over the next few days. Hearing this, Isshin Kurosaki set down the newspaper in his hands. He remained silent for a moment before nodding. 3 days later, the black family car was parked in front of the Kurosaki clinic. As the luggage was stuffed into the trunk, Isshin placed a hand on Ichigo's shoulder. Ichigo, although your strength is quite formidable now, don't go against Captain Soifon, understand? The rainy day, the Oswalin, the silver blood clot surgery. It was as if Soifon knew each of their fates in advance. Ichigo Kurosaki's power had been intentionally awakened by Soifon. Based on Isshin Kurosaki's understanding of Soifon's character, until she possessed absolute control over a situation, she would never personally create a power she couldn't handle. Ichigo was stunned. Why would he go against Sister Soifon? He had never even considered it. Watching the car drive around the street corner until its taillights completely disappeared at the end of his vision, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately turned and ran in another direction. The Ishida residence. It wasn't until Ichigo knocked for the 3rd time that the door opened a crack. Yuryu Ishida met Ichigo's gaze through the narrow gap. Karakura town might become very dangerous. You'd better take Uncle Ryukin and Aunt Kane. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't offer any explanations, merely notifying the other party at an extremely rapid pace. I know. Suppressing the urge to confide in him, Yuryu Ishida nodded. Thanks, but my family has some things going on recently. Ishida, what exactly have you been? The only answer Ichigo Kurosaki received was the sound of the door gently closing. Only after sensing Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual pressure gradually fading into the distance did Yuryu Ishida cast his gaze toward the shadows at the corner of the entryway. This person named Ichigo Kurosaki seems to have a good relationship with you. Yuryu Ishida. The Ishida residence in Karakura town had already become a stronghold for the Wandenrake stationed in the world of the living. As for Ryukin Ishida and Kane Katajiri, no one knew where they had hidden themselves. He is a Shinigami, and I am a Quincy. We are destined to be enemies, Yuryu Ishida retorted, his brows furrowed. Hashwalth stepped out of the shadows. No, he is both a Shinigami and a Quincy. It is His Majesty's decree. He hopes you can convince Ichigo Kurosaki to abandon the dark and turn to the light. Do your best, Yuryu Ishida. Do not disappoint His Majesty's expectations of you. You are, after all, His Majesty's designated successor. Immediately following, Leelbaro and Gerard, who also belonged to Yhwach's Schutzstaffel, stepped out of the shadows one after another. At the same time, a group of Quincies dressed in standardized white uniforms systematically passed through the Sun Gate, arriving at the Ishida residence. This was a prime opportunity to record the combat power of the Shinigami. Meanwhile, in front of the Senkamen of the various divisions in the Siriidii, seated officers ranked 5th seat and above systematically passed through the Senkamen to arrive in Karakura town. They stationed themselves in the area surrounding the 4 towering Tenkakeku. Strange. We've been stationed here for days now. Why hasn't Aizen sent Aaron cars in advance to launch a sneak attack and destroy them? Ranjiku Matsumoto looked at the 4 perfectly preserved Tenkakeku, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Hey, whose side are you on anyway? Toshiro was momentarily speechless. Speaking of which, if Aizen and the others never show up, are we supposed to just stay in the world of the living forever? Exactly. I wanted to go back and train, too. Also assigned to this 10th Division group were Rukia and Momo Hinamori. During their chat, they maintained a bizarre tacit understanding, keeping their mouths completely shut about a certain taboo name. At another Tenkakeku, Shuhei Hiseiji and Renji Abarai were assigned under Byakuya Kuchiki. After greeting Byakuya Kuchiki, the two of them found a nearby rock. They sat on it and tilted their heads to look at the sky, their eyes no longer holding the naive innocence of their graduation days. Shuhei Hiseiji gently stroked his scabbard. In just a year's time. Even teacher Soifon wouldn't have expected us to become this strong, right? She'll definitely be shocked. Over the past year, I've trained to a level where I can actually fight teacher Soifon. Renji Abarai clenched his fists tightly. This was merely the illusion of having just learned Bankai, but not yet having suffered a severe beating. At this point, the combat forces deployed by the Gotei 13 at each Tenkakeku had all fully stationed themselves. First Tenkakeku, Zaraki Kenpachi, Sajin Kamamura. Second Tenkakeku, Hitsugaya, Ranjiku Matsumoto, Momo Hinamori, Rukia. Third Tenkakeku, Byakuya Kuchiki, Renji Abarai, Shuhei Hiseiji, Izuru Kira. Fourth Tenkakeku, Jushiro Yukitake, Shunsui Kairaku. The rest of the seated officers would follow their respective captains into battle, adapting to the situation as needed. Finally, Chojiro Sasakai would guard the Siriidii. Captain Commander and Unohana Retsu would act as free agents to provide mobile support, while Mayuri Kuratsuchi would handle the logistics division to gather information. Leaning on his walking stick, Captain Commander Yamamoto walked alone to the exact center of the 4 Tenkakeku. The cane in his hand slowly peeled away like scraps of paper, revealing the Zanpakuto hidden within, Ryujin Jaka. Drawing the blade from its sheath, Captain Commander Yamamoto fiercely plunged Ryujin Jaka into the ground beneath him. Following that, fiery red flames continuously poured from the blade into the earth. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Karakura town, despite being in the autumn and winter seasons, surprisingly made the Gotei 13 stationed in the world of the living feel sweltering heat. Phew. Only when half of his spiritual pressure had been consumed did the Captain Commander pull Ryujin Jaka out from the ground. The strongest technique of Ryujin Jaka's Shirkai, Enetsu Jigaku, was now fully prepared. Las Noches, conference room. Around the long table, the peak forces of Las Noches known as the Espada, took their seats in order. Soifon leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, resting her eyes. Sosuke Aizen sat straight at the head of the table, with Jin Ikamaru and Kanaim Tozen standing behind him. The current Espada could hardly be called the Espada anymore, as the gap between the top 6 and the bottom 4 was as vast as the difference between Shirkai and Bankai. Even in terms of appearance, it was an overwhelming, dimensional gap. The collar of Sosuke Aizen's chest was slightly open. Purple, vein-like cracks could vaguely be seen spreading outward with the Hogyoku embedded in his chest as the center. His eyes had also been dyed with the purple glow of the Hogyoku. Over the course of this year, Sosuke Aizen had been beaten by Soifon to the point of evolving into the third form of his Hogyoku fusion. What kind of power is this? Just by sitting there resting his hand, Sosuke Aizen's very existence exerted immense pressure on the Espada, even for the top 6 who had received enhancements from the Hogyoku. Tomorrow, I will lead you all to Karakura town. Sweeping his gaze over the seated Espada, explicitly avoiding Soifon who was leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, Aizen finally spoke. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White Heavy Checkmark New releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White Heavy Checkmark help us unlock community rewards. Direct Hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Chapter 112, Confrontation, Outbreak of War. The following noon, the sun blazed at its peak. The sky above Karakura town stretched clear and cloudless, without so much as a wisp to mar it. Without any warning, the sky tore open. Jagged, pitch-black rifts split the air from nothing, and from their far side came a spiritual pressure so immense it was suffocating, an avalanche of power that crashed down and swallowed the entire city within the barrier in an instant. The Shinigami stationed at the 4 corners of the perimeter looked up almost simultaneously, their expressions draining of color. Then, one after another, silhouettes stepped through those grotesque gargantuars and came to hover in the sky above Karakura town. At the vanguard stood Soifon, Sosuke Aizen, Kaname Tozen, and Jin Ikamaru. Behind them, the Espada, led by Stark, Harabel, and Neliel, fanned out in formation alongside their fraction, each one radiating the ferocious aura unique to an Arrancar. Almost the instant they revealed themselves, the empty sky on the opposing side erupted with movement. The captains and vice-captains of the Gotei 13, clad in white captains Haori and black Shihakusho, appeared via Shuinpa in a line, facing the invaders across the vast divide. At the same moment, the Kido Corps members already in position on the ground below channeled their spiritual power simultaneously into the pre-designated nodes. The 4 Tenkakeku erupted with pillars of blinding light that pierced the heavens. Within the span of a single second, the transfer barrier, large enough to encompass all of Karakura town, completed its swap with the replica town held in Soul Society. The true battlefield had been relocated to the skies and ground above that duplicate world. At the edge of that battlefield, in the shadows of the Ishida villa, several figures clad in white uniforms quietly materialized from the darkness. A decoy switch. I didn't expect this, Hashwalth said with a note of exasperation, looking around at the now empty room. Every barrier they had prepared in advance had been rendered completely useless. There's no time to set up new ones now. Suppress your spiritual pressure, Yoruichi advised, pushing his glasses up. After all, their mission was not to participate in battle, but to observe and record. In the ranks of the Gotei 13, several gazes locked with fierce intensity onto the enemy's vanguard, onto that petite yet strikingly conspicuous figure at the very front. Momo Hinamori. Rukia. Ranjaku Matsumoto. Unohana Retsu. Aizen Kotetsu. The moment they saw Soifon standing calmly at Aizen's side, facing them across that vast, silent distance, it was as if an invisible hand had seized each of their hearts and squeezed. Nails dug into palms. The emotions swirling in their eyes defied any simple description. They all understood, this might be the last chance to bring Soifon back. And yet, Soifon deliberately avoided meeting their gazes, keeping her eyes fixed squarely on the captain commander. Am I imagining things? The way those female Shinigami over there are looking at Lady Soifon seems really off, Neliel murmured, leaning close to Harabel. You're not imagining it, Harabel said with a nod. I feel it too. The atmosphere grew heavy. Battle was a single breath away from igniting. The captain commander stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the assembled Gotei 13. He opened the eyes he had kept half-lidded, and killing intent bled into his gaze. Aizen. Soifon. His voice rang out like a thunderclap. Look at what you have created, what manner of abomination against all natural order. The captain commander's eyes swept over the Arrancars arrayed behind them, ultimately settling on the foremost 6, whose spiritual pressure was unmistakably hollow in nature, and yet bore not a single hollow trait on the outside. What is your purpose? As he spoke, his scorching spiritual pressure surged outward in all directions like a catastrophic tidal wave, bearing down on the forces from Hueco Mundo. At that moment, Sosuke Aizen slowly raised one hand. It was such a simple gesture, and yet his Ryatsu poured forth with it, colliding and grinding against the captain commander's pressure until the very air between them became transparent, warping and groaning under the strain. After a long moment, that first clash of wills between the two concluded. The captain commander's expression grew grave. Sosuke Aizen alone had already changed in ways he couldn't fully parse, to say nothing of Soifon, who had yet to make a single move at Aizen's side. Perhaps the sacrifices in this battle will far exceed what I had imagined. Attack. In an instant, Aizen swept his hand forward. The Espada and their fraction behind him flickered and vanished like fireworks detonating across the sky, each one streaking at blinding speed toward one of the 4 Tenkakeku. The battle erupted over the skies of the replica Karakura town with a thunderous roar. the moment the espada moved, the captain commander had already stepped forward. Ryujin Jaka cleared its sheath, and a single slash carved through the air. Jikaku Enjo. Without a single word of incantation, a wall of blazing fire materialized from nothing. In an instant, it constructed an enormous fortress of flame, a towering cubic cage that completely engulfed the four who had not yet moved, Sosuke Aizen, Soifon, Jin Ikamaru, and Kanaim Tosen. The inferno roared skyward, twisting the air and sealing off everything within from without. The temperature was enough to reduce an ordinary vice-captain-level Shinigami to ash in moments. Inside the flame cage, the heat was horrifying, so intense that even one's line of sight shimmered and warped in the heat waves. Sosuke Aizen stood with both hands tucked casually into the pockets of his white trousers. He had no intention whatsoever of breaking free. Instead, he decided to use every ounce of available stimulus to accelerate the Hogyoku's evolution within him. My. Jin Ikamaru wiped the sweat beading on his forehead with his sleeve. Now that is a terrifying temperature. And yet, one person did not wait. Soifon paid the surrounding heat, hot enough to melt iron, absolutely no mind. The moment the flame cage finished forming, she simply took a step forward. Cobalt blue spirit particle patterns bloomed instantly across her exposed neck and the skin of her arms, spreading outward in an intricate web as blood venae activated. With that barrier in place, Soifon regarded the wall of fire before her as though it simply didn't exist. The flames of Ryujin Jaka, capable of incinerating all things, met that layer of blood venae and reacted as if they had slammed into an absolute, immovable wall. The fire hissed and crackled with impotent fury against it, unable to penetrate even a fraction of an inch, unable even to slow her stride. And then, beneath the Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's abruptly contracting pupils, Soifon walked out of the crimson fortress of flame, one step at a time. The blaze sealed shut behind her, continuing to hold Aizen and the other two within, but that was no longer any concern of hers. Fireballs peeled spontaneously from the flame wall and roared after her with a scorching shriek, but Soifon swatted them out of existence with a casual backhand in the next second. The Captain Commander's brow furrowed deeply. He stared at her unblinkingly, the tendons on the back of the hand gripping Ryujin Jaka's hilt rising to the surface. It was a Shirkai technique, yes, but it was also one of his area control abilities used without any restraint. The Captain Commander had never once seen anyone break through it with such effortless ease. Worry not, Captain Commander. Soifon folded her arms across her chest, her gaze drifting calmly down toward the battlefield below. Though I am cooperating with Aizen, I am not his enforcer. Inside the Ishida villa. Clang. Hashwolf stared, transfixed, at the small figure walking out of the inferno in the sky above. 2nd Division. Captain. Soifon, defection. Shinigami. Blood. Venae. It came back to him. All of it came back. No wonder Hashwolf had always felt that Soifon looked vaguely familiar. It was her. The criminal who had raided the Wandenrake that year and abducted Meninas, it had been Soifon all along. Boom. I see now. Hashwolf put his fist through a table and slowly raised his head. If my guess is correct, Meninas is currently in Hueco Mundo. Small wonder, he supposed, that the Quincy's of the Wandenrake had spent so long isolated from the world, their imaginations had grown dangerously threadbare. So many of them, and not a single one had managed to connect the Soifon of today to the short woman from that incident all those years ago. Should we use this opportunity, while their combat strength is deployed in the world of the living, to launch an attack on Hueco Mundo? Lil Barrow polished the barrel of his sniper rifle. Oh. We're attacking Hueco Mundo. Gerard Valkyrie shot up from his chair and moved to Hashwolf's side, practically vibrating with eagerness. That is not a decision I can make, Lil Barrow. Gerard. Hashwolf opened his clenched fist, releasing the tension from his grip. Our immediate priority is to report the truth to His Majesty. Yuryu Ishida, leave this place to us. Return to the Empire and brief His Majesty on the situation. Hashwolf turned to Yuryu Ishida and delivered his order. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 113, Defeating the Strongest, bonus chapter. Blood. Though Soifon had drawn upon the power of Blood Venae countless times before, this was the first time she had used it so brazenly, without a shred of concealment. The Captain Commander had once fought the King of the Quincy 1,000 years ago. One look was all he needed to recognize the cobalt blue pattern spreading across Soifon's body. Blood Venae, you're a Quincy too. Unlike Unohana Retsu's cool composure, the Captain Commander's face was written over with pure shock. Scorching sparks burst intermittently from his body and rained down from the heights, the whole man like a volcano on the verge of eruption. I assumed the Captain Commander had already figured it out long ago, Soifon said. Have you forgotten? That day, the technique that blocked your Excellency / it was a Quincy arrow. She shrugged. There was a certain exhilarating satisfaction in having the pieces click into place, but the Captain Commander was anything but pleased. Fighting a Quincy of this caliber meant he had to end it quickly. The longer the battle dragged on, the more the tide would turn against the Shinigami. And it was abundantly clear, Soifon was not an opponent he could put down quickly. At least not while she remained in Shirkai. Just as the Captain Commander and Soifon held each other in the delicate standoff, and the spiritual pressures across the battlefield below clashed in violent collision. Ha ha ha. Soifon. Let's have a proper fight to the death. A roar wild beyond all measure came crashing in, dragging an enormous wave of spiritual pressure with it, slamming into the standoff between Soifon and the Captain Commander without a moment's warning. Zaraki. What do you think you're doing? Stand down. Captain Commander Yamamoto's expression shifted in an instant as he thundered the order, but it was already too late. Zaraki Kenpachi materialized between the Captain Commander and Soifon, a savage grin splitting his face from ear to ear, the tiny bells at the tips of his hair chiming with his every movement. He wasn't wearing those eye patches that suppressed his spiritual pressure. Every ounce of his battle hunger was locked squarely onto Soifon, who stood watching with her arms folded. It seemed that being knocked down by Soifon in that mocking, toying fashion on multiple prior occasions had left a mark on Zaraki Kenpachi that he simply couldn't let go. He raised his chipped and notched blade. Then, at terrifying speed, he hurled himself at Soifon wrapped in a torrent of spiritual pressure, and brought the sword crashing down at her head in one savage overhead cleave. Soifon did not draw her blade. She simply raised her right hand. A flash of cobalt blue blood venet blazed across her forearm. Clang. The shockwave rippled out. Zaraki Kenpachi's strike, delivered with every intention of splitting her in two, was stopped cold. Blocked by nothing more than a single arm wrapped in blood venet. Zaraki Kenpachi's pupils contracted slightly. The grin on his face only grew wilder. This tough. Now that's more like it. He let out a furious bellow. His wrist spun, and his Zanpakuto dissolved into a blur of steel, a relentless storm of slashes that ground forward at Soifon like a crushing millstone. Too slow, Zaraki Kenpachi. Even before the words had fully left her mouth, she curled the 5 fingers of her right hand and caught the blade of his next downswing in a precise, iron grip. What? Zaraki Kenpachi's right arm bulged, every muscle straining to its limit, but no matter how hard he pulled, he could not wrench the sword free from Soifon's hand. Did you really think, Soifon said, that just because you took off those eye patches, you'd be worthy of fighting me as you are right now? As she spoke, a spinning vortex of wind erupted from both her arms. She clenched her left fist, and at a speed Zaraki Kenpachi could not begin to comprehend, it slammed into his chest. Infinite Shunko. Boom. A sound of such deep, compressed impact detonated against Zaraki Kenpachi's body. The violent wind pressure blasted the flesh of his face in every direction. He was sent flying backward, faster than he had come, a streak of light that smashed violently into a cluster of buildings in the replica Karakura town far below. The Captain Commander watched Soifon without blinking. The force in that last punch had been controlled with exquisite precision, and it had clearly avoided any vital point on purpose. That was why he hadn't moved to act rashly. With respect, Captain Commander. Soifon shook out her left hand and turned to face him. You've been far too lenient with Zaraki Kenpachi. The Captain Commander had no answer for that. His strength should never have stayed at this level. She turned her gaze downward toward the billowing smoke below and shook her head with a helpless sigh. In the brief lull while Zaraki Kenpachi was sent flying and the dust had not yet settled, a voice rang out, gentle in tone, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of battle intent. If you would permit me, allow me to join Captain Zaraki in receiving your instruction, Captain Soifon. Without anyone noticing when, Unohana Retsu had flash-stepped to a position not far from Soifon's side. Her Zanpakuto was already drawn. Soifon glanced sideways at her, and showed no mercy with her words. Didn't Captain Unohana concede the last time we fought? Yes. Which is precisely why I said, I will receive your instruction together with Captain Zaraki. Unohana smiled quietly. The instant the words fell, her silhouette vanished. A heartbeat later, her blade edge appeared, silent and soundless, at the side of Soifon's neck. Ding! Suzumabachi's short blade intercepted Minazuki with precise perfection. For the first time on a true battlefield, the two Zanpakuto crossed blades. Unlike Zaraki Kenpachi's pure, savage power, Unohana Retsu's swordsmanship was refined and exact, yet held a degree of restraint at every critical moment. While the two were locked in combat, the rubble of a skyscraper far below exploded outward with a thunderous crash. Covered in dust and blood, Zaraki Kenpachi let out a howl and came charging back up into the sky. The wounds on his body were still seeping blood. But his spiritual pressure seemed even more violent than before, and the battle hunger burning in both his eyes looked ready to overflow. Hey! We're not done yet. Don't you dare leave me out of this. The strength Soifon had put on display had won Zaraki Kenpachi over completely. He didn't spare a single thought on whether a 2-on-1 was fair. If anything, the fact that it meant a more unrestricted, all-out battle only excited him further. In an instant, the three of them were a tangled storm of blades. The collision of spiritual pressures grew far more intense, and the flash of steel and shadows of the sword completely engulfed that stretch of sky. Soifon could feel it with clarity. Zaraki Kenpachi's strength and speed were rising as the battle wore on, slowly, but unmistakably, and continuously climbing. Yet the pace of that growth, scraped out on the razor's edge between life and death, was nowhere near enough to keep pace with the cumulative damage Soifon was dealing him. And throughout the fighting, Soifon had also been deliberately paying Zaraki Kenpachi a little extra attention. Gradually, Zaraki Kenpachi's movements began to slow. His breathing turned ragged and labored. The arcs of his blade gradually lost the precision and ferocity they had carried at the start. He took yet another of Soifon's side kicks square on the shoulder, staggering backward more than 10 meters before he could barely stabilize himself by driving his Zanpakuto deep into the spirit particle-formed ground beneath his feet. Blood dripped in a constant stream from his arm, his chest, his chin. The battle hunger in his eyes still burned as fiercely as ever. But his body was drawing close to its absolute limit, battered and broken. Captain Unohana, if you don't use your real power soon. Soifon's gaze shifted back to Unohana Retsu's face. He may actually die here. Unohana Retsu raised her eyes past Soifon to the captain commander, who had remained still on the sidelines. He gave the smallest nod. With that silent permission granted, Unohana Retsu brought her gaze back to Soifon. A thick, viscous spiritual pressure, laden with the smell of blood, seeped out from Unohana's body, like a crimson sea of gore roiling and churning at her side. She laid her Zanpakuto horizontal across her chest, and her left hand slowly passed over the cold, smooth length of the blade. In the next instant, her left hand's 5 fingers snapped shut, gripping the razor edge in a fierce, deliberate clench. Spurt. Blood welled up between her fingers, flowing down the length of the blade. But it did not drip and fall. As though possessed of a life of its own, it transformed in an instant into a thick, dense crimson mist. With Unohana Retsu at its center, it exploded outward in every direction with frenzied abandon. Bankai, Minazuki. In that single moment, the color of the sky changed. A blood mist born from an endless, boundless sea of gore rose and swirled, swallowing Soifon, Zaraki Kenpachi, and Unohana Retsu herself in its entirety. Within the crimson domain, the air grew thick and viscous, saturated with the heavy scent of iron rust and a strange, sweet iron reek. Unohana Retsu stood there like an Ashura risen from a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood, substantial killing intent coiled around her entire being. She did not immediately attack Soifon. Instead, her figure flickered, reappearing at Zaraki Kenpachi's side as he teetered on the verge of collapse. The blood-soaked edge of her blade passed lightly over his body. Ha! Zaraki Kenpachi drew in a sharp breath, and in an instant, his injuries vanished completely, fully restored. As you wished, Captain Soifon. The healing complete, Unohana raised her hand in a single stroke. Grotesque blade edges crystallized from blood came shrieking in at Soifon from all 8 directions at once, pouring down like a torrential downpour. Zaraki Kenpachi howled and charged at Soifon again, faster and harder than before. The longer Soifon remained within the domain of Minazuki, the more she felt her own blood beginning to stir and strain, eager and restless, as if being pulled by an unseen force. With no choice in the matter, she was forced to suppress the boiling of her blood with a constant expenditure of spiritual pressure. The blood blade surging toward her crashed against blood venae with a dense, rapid sound like rain hammering upon banana leaves, then shattered into droplets and fell back down into the sea of blood below. As time wore on, the battle between Soifon and the 2 Kenpachi began to take on a strange and uncanny quality. The fighting continued within the sea of blood. Zaraki Kenpachi was beaten back again and again, and again and again he charged back in, howling, driven by the healing of the blood flow and his own ever more savage battle hunger. The cycle repeated, over and over, and no one could say how long it had gone on. Each time he was dragged back from the brink of death, the spiritual pressure Zaraki Kenpachi unleashed was a fraction stronger than before, climbing, always climbing, toward the uttermost limit of his soul. Boom. This time, Zaraki Kenpachi did not simply charge headlong at Soifon again like a brute the moment he was healed. He stood perfectly still where he was. The spiritual pressure around his body began to climb at a speed that defied all reason. The true Zaraki Kenpachi was back. Without even thinking about it, her fingertips drifted up to touch the old scar on her chest. Unohana Retsu knew this man before her all too well. Golden spiritual pressure tore through the air like a gale, and with Zaraki Kenpachi at its center, it blasted the sea of Minazuki's blood apart with an earth-shaking roar. Little Ken. Somewhere below, Yachiru Kusajishi stood atop the ruins, her small face tilted upward. Inside the domain, as Minazuki was dispelled, Unohana Retsu let out a muffled grunt. The raging sea of blood around her receded like a tide, and her complexion turned faintly pale. The Zaraki Kenpachi who stood before them now was wreathed in a surging tide of golden spiritual pressure, and above his head, the ghostly outline of a ferocious skull loomed into shape. He gripped his notch-covered Zanpakuto in both hands and raised it high above his head. His gaze locked onto Soifon. "Come on then. You went through all that trouble, isn't this what you were waiting for?" Before his words had even finished, the spirit particle formed ground beneath his feet cracked and exploded. His entire body became a bolt of golden lightning. Two-handed grip, full force strike. Clang. A shockwave greater than anything from any of their previous exchanges erupted from the meeting of their blades, powerful enough to send the Captain Commander's flame barrier swaying and buckling. Every building within 100 meters of where they stood was leveled flat by the downward gale of Zaraki Kenpachi's slash. At the center of the storm, Soifon's small figure did not move a single inch. "Now that's more like it, Zaraki Kenpachi." Soifon shifted her weight subtly, and with one sharp push of Suzumabachi, she deflected Zaraki Kenpachi's blade aside. Spurt. From his right shoulder down to his left hip, a long crimson line tore open across Zaraki Kenpachi's body. "Damn it, just a mortal wound." Zaraki Kenpachi pressed a hand to the gash, deep enough to see bone, then his vision went black. His entire body toppled and fell toward the ground below. Even for Zaraki Kenpachi, after so many sit-ups between life and death, his body had finally reached its absolute limit. Ghost fire here, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, group chat of the dead. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 114, Bankai, Wind Death Strangling Rope. On the other side of the battlefield, Neliel and Harabel had chosen the second Tenkakeku as their arena. Neliel swept her long blade in a single stroke, deflecting the fireball Momo Hinamori had launched with Tobium. In the same fluid motion, she thrust the sword forward, and stopped it less than a centimeter from Hinamori's throat. The icy killing intent radiating from the tip snapped Hinamori out of the distraction Soifon's distant battle had caused. A full-body shiver ran through her, and cold sweat soaked through the back of her Shihakusho in an instant. Hinamori's eyes drifted slowly downward, fixing on the razor-sharp blade pressed almost against her windpipe. Her breathing stuttered to a halt. "You really shouldn't let your attention wander during a fight, Miss Shinigami." Neliel's voice was warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the cold, lethal blade in her hand. "You." Hinamori's lips moved. She wanted to ask why the woman had held back, but the words never made it out. "Hinamori." The furious shout detonated from the side. Toshiro had seen Neliel's blade tip pressed against Hinamori's vitals. Hyarinmaru erupted with a ferocious surge of frost energy, and he threw himself at Neliel without a second thought. But a brilliant amber Siro materialized out of nowhere, stretching across his charge like a wall of light, cutting off both his path and his sight line. "Your opponent is me." Harabel lowered her blade. "Don't worry about what's happening over there. Neliel won't go for the kill." After all, from the very beginning, both of them had agreed, they would not destroy the Tenkakeku. Not that, "won't go for the kill," was something Toshiro or anyone else was inclined to believe. "Get out of my way." Toshiro ground his teeth and swung his blade at Harabel. An ice dragon roared forward, frostwhite and furious, and was obliterated in the very next moment. First dance, White Moon. Rukia appeared silently beneath Harabel, and with the tip of her blade as the focal point, a ring of pure white ice pillars erupted upward in an instant, sealing Harabel within. At the same moment, Ranjika Matsumoto seized the opening in the chaos, slipping past Harabel's interference. She called Hey Nico forward and drove Neliel back from the position where the Arrancar's blade had been leveled at Hinamori's throat. Crack! Fracture lines split through the enormous, crystalline ice pillar from the inside out. Then came a sharp, clean explosion, and Harabel stepped free of the frozen prison without a single scratch. Another fierce exchange followed. By some mutual, unspoken agreement, both sides separated and fell back to a distance. In only a few dozen rounds of fighting, the four Shinigami had accumulated wounds of varying severity, and their breathing had grown noticeably ragged. Neliel and Harabel, by contrast, remained perfectly composed. Neither had come close to exerting their full strength. "Listen." Neliel spoke up, tilting her head slightly. "There's no need to be so tense. Why not relax a little?" Harabel gave a small nod. "The two of us have no intention of destroying this pillar." Elsewhere, Renji Aburai and Shuhei Hiseiji were having a considerably worse time of it. Byakuya Kuchiki had been tied up by a grotesque Arrancar who boasted the fastest sonido, which left the two of them with no choice but to hold the line alone against the slight, seemingly frail figure standing before them. Surrender. There is no point in resisting. Okuiora stood with both hands clasped behind his back. I will spare your lives. The answer he received was two flashes of steel, without a moment's hesitation. Roar, Zabumaru. Reap, Kazushini. The two came in from both flanks simultaneously. Kazushini's chain struck first, coiling around Okuiora's body in an instant, binding his upper torso in a vice grip as the curved scythe bit deep into his white uniform. At the same moment, Zabumaru's blade extended like a constricting python, winding around Okuiora as well. The massive segmented blade and the chain together swallowed his figure entirely. The sharp bone edges and curved blades ground against the steel-hard skin and fabric with a teeth-aching screech, as if everything caught between them would be shredded to pieces. But that gut-churning sound lasted only a single, fleeting instant. The next second, the color drained from Shuhei Isejai's face. He felt an unstoppable, overwhelming force surge through from the other end of the chain. At almost the same moment, every joint connecting Zabumaru's segments was forced apart simultaneously. The link snapped open one after another in a chain of sharp, rapid bursts, and the massive blade collapsed, section by section, uncontrolled, clattering to the ground. A single slash had been cut across the chest of Okuiora's white uniform, exposing the pale skin beneath, and on that skin, a number in dark green ink. 4, now do you understand, he said flatly. He had not drawn his blade. The gap that exists between us. Not yet. The scattered segments of Zabumaru that lay strewn across the ground seemed to answer some invisible call. All of them rose at once, transforming into dozens of streaks of crimson light that came blasting inward toward Okuiora at the center. Higazeko. A deep, dread-inducing resonance tore through the smoke alongside a flash of dark green light, hurtling toward the two of them at a speed that left no room to retreat, no room to advance. Danku. At the last possible moment, Byakuya Kachiki's silhouette appeared at their side. A transparent wall of spiritual pressure materialized and intercepted Okuiora's Siro. In the same motion, Byakuya seized both of them by the back of their collars and flash-stepped them away. Crack. The Danku barrier didn't hold long. The dark green Siro punched through it without slowing and finally dissipated somewhere in the boundless sky beyond. It seems you've already dealt with Zamari, Okuiora said, retracting his index finger as he regarded the newly arrived Byakuya Kachiki. So that one was called Zamari. Byakuya stepped forward, expression impassive as ever. I finished him too quickly to think to ask his name. Regardless, he was a member of the Espada. Okuiora activated Sonido, appearing behind Byakuya in an instant. His hand drove forward like a blade, and pierced straight through the white captain's Haori. Utsasimi. Like a Matryoshka doll reversed, Byakuya appeared behind Okuiora in the same breath, driving his blade through the Arrancar's steel skin in a single clean thrust, running him completely through. The blade drew back slowly. All three of them expected victory to be within reach, until they saw the wound in Okuiora's side, still seeping blood, begin to knit itself back together before their eyes. I see. A captain-level opponent. I cannot allow you to obstruct Lord Aizen's plans. Despair, Shinigami. Okuiora pressed a hand to the freshly healed puncture in his abdomen. His spiritual pressure began to surge violently. Above them, the sky split open with a downpour of black, ominous rain, a pressure so immense it was like the weight of an entire ocean pressing down from overhead. Dark green light consumed him entirely. After a moment, the radiance faded. The surging spiritual pressure began to stabilize, and the form that despair had taken stood revealed before them. As any rule of fiction would have it, whoever transforms first is always the one who ends up eating dirt. This is the new power Lord Aizen has bestowed upon me. Okuiora curled his right hand into a loose grip. A spear of pure lightning took shape in an instant. Feel despair. Byakuya's pupils contracted sharply. With no time to consider, he activated Shirkai without hesitation. A torrent of swirling pink blades converged in a single surging wave to meet the lightning spear head-on. The scattering cherry blossom petals dispersed helplessly. The green lance punched through Byakuya's Bankai without the slightest resistance, deflecting just enough at the last moment to drive the explosion away from the Tenkakeku. Within the flash of the blast, Byakuya was sent flying backward and crashed hard into the ground below. He did not rise again. Okuiora sonidoed to Byakuya's side. The tail wreathed in green flame coiled once around his neck, and then hoisted him into the air. Higazeko. A furious roar rang out. Renji Abarai had completed his Bankai at some point during the chaos. The serpent's head opened its massive jaws, and a blazing crimson cannon blast swallowed Okuiora whole. Meaningless. The red light faded. Okuiora stood with his left hand loosely raised, wisps of white smoke still curling from his palm. His body was completely unharmed. Then he lifted that hand, 5 fingers pressed together, and leveled it at Byakuya Kachiki's chest. From a distance, both Soifon and the captain commander had been watching this engagement unfold. Both of them now wore matching frowns, each privately weighing whether to intervene and pull Byakuya back from the brink. Soifon had just made to move, when she paused. One eyebrow arched upward. With genuine curiosity, she watched what happened next. A black sphere materialized in midair above the battlefield, seemingly conjured from nothing. From within it, countless pitch-black chains shot outward and coiled around Okuyora's body, binding him completely. Bankai. Kazushini Muso. Shuhei Hisagi hauled himself upright, breathing hard. Wrapped around his own body were the same Kazushini chains that now bound Okuyora. He looked up at the enormous sphere hanging above both of them, then turned his gaze to Okuyora. His voice carried a note of something close to reverence. What an extraordinary amount of spiritual pressure. So this is what we were fighting all along. Thud. Byakuya's body dropped back to the ground. Okuyora, for the first time, found himself facing something his knowledge and comprehension simply could not account for. His spiritual pressure was draining. Rapidly. What have you done? Before the words were even out, he flickered, appearing directly in front of Hisagi. His hand drove forward like a blade and punched clean through Hisagi's chest. He pulled his arm free. Blood poured freely from the wound. Hisagi looked down at the hole in his own chest and cracked a pained grin. That really hurts. For the first time, an expression that could genuinely be called surprise crossed Okuyora's otherwise blank face. Before his eyes, the massive, gaping wound through Hisagi's chest, one that should have been fatal, was visibly writhing, sealing itself shut at a rate too fast to be natural. And at the same time, Okuyora could feel it with terrible clarity. His own spiritual pressure was hemorrhaging from within him at a horrifying speed. Like a dam with its gates blown open. On reflex, Okuyora slashed the chains connecting them, but in the very next moment, they came coiling back, binding him again, indifferent to whatever distance his sonido carried him. What did you do? The cold composure had left his voice entirely. Hisagi straightened up. He brushed a hand lightly over the freshly healed wound on his chest and said nothing. Explaining your own ability in the middle of a fight was a bad habit. The next second, Okuyora's sonido fired. He appeared behind Hisagi in a heartbeat, his hand blade striking with the precision of the sharpest edge, severing Hisagi's cervical vertebrae with perfect accuracy. Fall. Heal. Rise again. This was an attrition war of the most grotesque kind. One side kept delivering wounds that should have been fatal. The other kept coming back to life, at the cost of both their spiritual pressures bleeding out in perfect synchrony, at terrifying speed. In the end, Okuyora could no longer even sustain the Hogyoku-empowered released state. He reverted to his base humanoid form. Hisagi, needless to say, had been on the receiving end of punishment the entire time. Both of their spiritual pressures had been ground down to their absolute floor, like a candle guttering in a gale, not enough left to maintain even the bare minimum of combat capability. You wanted to know what I did? Hisagi lay spread flat on the ground, face down like a carpet. With great effort, he lifted his head, resting his chin on the earth, and opened his eyes to look at Okuyora not far away. The ability of Kazushini Muso, it links our spiritual pressures together. No matter how grievous the wound either of us receives, it will be healed by our shared Ryatsu, until there's nothing left. From the moment those chains wrapped around you, our ending was already decided. As the words fell, the chain sphere floating in the sky seemed to sense that both of them had reached their limit. It came apart all at once with a quiet, final collapse. Move, Renji. Hisagi turned his gaze toward Renji, the only one of them who still had any fight left. We can't move anymore. Kill him. Ghost fire seek, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, group chat of the dead. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 115, Soifon is ruthlessly beating her teammates. Okuyora's death did not ripple out to affect the other battles being fought across the field. The fourth, he's dead. Neliel murmured it with a faint, quiet sadness. After all, he had been a colleague for several decades. It seems the Shinigami side isn't entirely useless after all. The one who killed the fourth looks like it was one of Lady Soifon's students. Harabelle deflected Hitsugaya's sneak attack with a casual flick of her arm, exchanging idle remarks with Neliel as she did. Hey, you two, Ranjika Matsumoto stepped forward, alert, after pulling back the restless Hitsugaya. Are you on good terms with Captain Soifon? And you are. Harabelle crossed her arms and tilted her chin upward slightly, looking Ranjiku over with unhurried appraisal. Ranjiku Matsumoto. Ranjiku kept her eyes fixed on the two of them. I don't know if Captain Soifon ever mentioned me, but she and I have been close friends for decades. Lady Soifon's close friend. Neliel and Harabel both startled at that, but they couldn't very well disbelieve it, because that name was one Soifon had genuinely introduced to them before. Which meant the others present must be Lady Soifon's students, then. The two of them let their gaze sweep across the assembled group, and, belatedly, they noticed that even the abilities of the Zanpakuto on display matched up perfectly with what they'd been told. This called for diplomacy, and fast. The two exchanged a glance with each other. Thank goodness we didn't go all out just now. Lady Soifon had said to look after her students, after all. Click. In the next instant, both of them sheathed their blades at the exact same moment. Since you are Lady Soifon's old friend, we have no reason to raise our hands against you. All it took was a brief round of introductions. The Shinigami and the Arrancar, who mere moments ago had been glaring at one another with blades half-drawn, abruptly became impossibly harmonious. Even Hitsugai's soaring ice dragon took on an air of social decorum. The clumsy ice dragon lumbered after Neliel, then was blasted to splinters by a fireball that Momo Hinamori had released, by accident, sending a shower of frost and ice crystals scattering in every direction. Is that right? So Teacher Soifon had such a hard time of it in Hueco Mundo. Rukia listened as the two of them recounted their time with Soifon, and let out a quiet sigh. The Shino Academy textbooks do say that Hueco Mundo is resource scarce, nothing there but sand. With Heiniko deployed above to block any line of sight from overhead, Ranjika Matsumoto didn't even bother pretending. She simply dropped down and sat cross-legged on the ground. You're not wrong. Harabel offered no argument. She simply nodded. I have a question. Momo Hinamori tilted her head back to look up at them. Was it Teacher Soifon who told you to hold back? It was Lady Soifon's wish. A distant boom rang out from the direction of one of the Tenkakeku as Harabel answered. Unlike the other two pillars, where number 2 and number 3 were content to slack off and coast, the remaining two pillars were in the thick of furious combat, the crash of clashing spiritual pressures and the ring of steel on steel forming a relentless cacophony. After Soifon had taken out 2 of the Espada, Luby had finally seized the opportunity to advance in rank, claiming the number 10 position. Now he and Yami, number 9, were pressing their assault on another one of the pillars together. Luby had driven the tentacles at his back straight through IBA's body, then casually flung him off and sent him crashing into the rubble of a collapsed high-rise below. IBA. Sajin Kamamura was fully occupied with blocking Yami's fists when he suddenly realized his subordinate's spiritual pressure was plummeting fast. Eyes on me. The words had barely fallen when Yami concentrated a deep crimson siro onto his fist and drove it into Kamamura, sending them both plowing down into the wreckage below. With that, every significant fighting force guarding the first pillar had been put on the ground. Which is exactly why, Soifon remarked calmly, coming to a stop at the captain commander's side, her black shihakusho making it almost impossible to tell whose side she was on. The captain commander has always been far too lenient with Zaraki Kenpachi. If Zaraki Kenpachi hadn't charged over here so recklessly to fight me on his own, those Espada would probably all be dead by now, cut down by him. The instant Soifon drew close, every muscle in the captain commander's body went taut. The hand wrapped around Ryujin Jaka coiled with readiness. It was uncannily reminiscent of how Soifon herself had reacted the moment Aizen had approached her during the captaincy examinations, all those years ago. What is your objective? The captain commander said, gradually releasing the tension in his body. Going to all that trouble to restore Zaraki Kenpachi's strength, what do you stand to gain from it? Soifon shrugged. It wasn't part of my plan. He simply stumbled into me on his own. To be honest, after observing the battle from the sky for so long, Soifon felt a genuine measure of satisfaction at the improvement in the Gotei 13's overall fighting strength, Shuhei Isagi in particular, who had somehow managed to achieve Bankai ahead of schedule. Ranjika Matsumoto and several of Soifon's other students had all seen notable rises in their spiritual rank, either already crossing into the 3rd spiritual rank or standing right on the threshold of it. It seemed that motivating people through hatred and grievance worked just as well in Soul Society as anywhere else. The ancients really did know what they were talking about. All in all, the performance of Soifon's defection had served its purpose. Now the question was how to rehabilitate her own image, and how to make amends to her students. Thinking about that, a faint, uneasy expression crept across Soifon's face. She'd probably be forgiven, right? Lost in thought, she noticed Luby preparing to collect a head with those revolting tentacles of his. Her hands curved into the shape of a drawn bow, and a massive spirit bow materialized in her grip without warning. The captain commander narrowed his eyes and watched from the side as he recognized that Soifon's target was not a Shinigami, but the disruptive, rampaging Arrancar. Thwip. The sound of air being torn apart cracked through the high sky, and then the piercing shriek of a projectile cutting clean through it, punching straight through Luby right in the middle of his arrogant, crowing laughter. Friendly fire. Divine retribution. Yami's fist froze in midair. The arrow had startled him so badly he jerked his head skyward, and in that moment of distraction, Sajin Kamamura, now fully recovered, brought his blade down and severed Yami's right arm. Sloppy fighting. Soifon raised her spirit bow and turned it toward Yami. And you as well, letting something this trivial break your concentration. Another Quincy arrow streaked across the sky without pause, interrupting Yami's furious attempt to power up into his transformed state, and erasing this hidden 0th ranked espada from existence entirely. The reason was simple: Yami's transformed state was genuinely grotesque, and Soifon had no desire to subject her eyes to it. Better to finish both of them off at once. On the other side of the field, number 7, Arinyero Araruri, had been sizing up a trio that had been reduced to a carpet, eyeing Byakuya Kuchiki and the others, looking to cash in on an easy kill and pad his own record. He, too, had his head collected by Soifon in passing. By this point, the majority of the espada who had taken the field that day had been killed at the hands of their own allies. Is this really all right? Jin Ikamaru looked toward Aizen with gleeful schadenfreude. At this rate, with Captain Soifon cutting them down like this, we'll have no advantages left. It doesn't matter. If Captain Soifon wants to kill them, let her. The radiance of the Hogyoku drifted through Aizen's eyes. He gave a small, untroubled smile at Jin Ikamaru's words and felt no anger whatsoever. For 2 reasons. First, there was no point in falling out with Soifon over a handful of espada. Second, Hogyoku Stage 3 Aizen genuinely couldn't beat her anyway. At this moment, apart from the battlefield where Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake were still locked in fierce combat, the other 3 fronts had either dissolved into everyone loafing around, or been swept clean entirely by the battle's biggest traitor. P.S. Things have been a bit hectic at work this week, so hitting a daily chapter has been a stretch. Today's Friday, so I'll write more once I'm home tonight. QAQ. Ghost Fire here, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White heavy checkmark. Enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 116, Exit. Rewind a few minutes. Hey, buddy. Can't we settle down a little? Like your neighbor over there, just coast through it and wait for the battle to end. Shunsui Kairaku nimbly weaved around Grimjow's raking claw strike, then countered with a backhanded slash that severed the incoming Siro clean in 2. Following Kairaku's line of sight, Grimjow looked over at the neighboring sector, where Jushiro Yukitake was openly and shamelessly slacking off with Stark. Every Siro traded between them was all thunder and no lightning, every single one bounced harmlessly away by Yukitake's Sojio no Kodawari. That bastard. Grimjow's teeth ground together with a grating creak. Siros at that level don't even count as playing house. Slash. In a single careless moment, the bamboo hat atop Shunsui Kairaku's head was split cleanly in 2 by a swipe of blue claws, sent spinning high into the air. Come to think of it. Retreating a few cautious steps, Kairaku traced the outline of Grimjow's body with his twin blades. A strange blue luminescence radiated from Grimjow's form, his hollow hole filled solid by a glowing blue jewel of light. Your resurrection seems a little different from the others, friend. Oh. Not bad, Shinigami, you've got a decent eye. Flattered, Grimjow actually paused his assault for once. This is. He had only gotten halfway through his explanation when Kairaku's figure launched high into the air, his twin blades coming down with absolutely zero sporting spirit. You know, the one whose shadow gets stepped on is destined to lose. An open, shameless sneak attack. That trick won't work on me. Grimjow raised both claws to block, but his expression changed in an instant. A chill crept up his spine, and pure instinct wrenched his body sideways. But he was half a beat too slow. Schlick. He looked down, eyes wide with disbelief, at the blood-soaked blade tip protruding from his own torso. When the hell did he get behind me? Just as Kairaku was about to follow through and sever Grimjow's right arm, Okuyura's death and Soifon's move to execute the next several espada created a single-second delay in his actions. Rip. Grimjow endured the searing pain and wrenched his body free of the long blade. Blue light swirled lazily around the wound, steadily knitting his injury back together. What a ridiculous ability. You're a grown man, and yet your Zanpakuto plays tricks like a kid's toy, aren't you embarrassed? Covering the sword gash on his shoulder, Grimjow scraped up a line of his own blood and licked it off his finger. The ferocity in his eyes deepened. Sorry about that, I suppose I've just always had a naturally playful soul. Kairaku spread open the hands that had been gripping his twin blades. Much like how your resurrection makes your temper as wild as a panther's, A moment later, Grimjow lowered his hand from his shoulder. The gash that had been pouring blood had already closed and scarred over. He rolled his shoulder and showed his teeth. Then you guessed right. My resurrection is Pantera. This really is bad news. The Hogyoku is such a cheat, since when can it regenerate injuries like that? Kayaraku instinctively reached up to press down his bamboo hat, only for his fingers to close on empty air. He could only scratch his head awkwardly in its absence. He's only number 5, and already his speed and regeneration are completely outrageous. Just what kind of monsters did Soifon and Aizen create? Does that mean the two of them each have the power to suppress these things? God help us. From a single glimpse, the full picture was clear. Kayaraku's mood had sunk to rock bottom. Even with number 4 taken out of the picture on the other side, it was hard to see any path to victory for the Shinigami in this war. Sharing the burden is better than suffering alone. Slashing out a spinning arc of blade wind to neutralize Grimmjow's incoming Zero, Kayaraku retreated and maneuvered Grimmjow directly into the path of Stark's own Zero fire. Gotei watched his old friend crash into the battlefield and gave a pained, wry smile. You're going to make both of them get serious now, Shunsui. Cough, cough. At this point, I suppose we have no choice but to sort it out ourselves. Gotei covered his mouth to cough twice, then raised his twin blades. The spiritual pressure inside him began to surge, but Kayaraku reached over and pressed a hand down firmly on his shoulder. Don't even think about it. I'd rather not get lectured by the old man Yamamoto afterward. Let me hold them off a little longer, then give Bankai a shot. Kayaraku gently shook his head and swept a glance across the battlefield, confirming that all of the Shinigami casualties on their side had already been carried away by the support units. He looked at the wounds on Grimmjow's body that had already closed, then looked at his own tattered coat. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes. I'm going in. Gotei. The words barely left his mouth before Kayaraku launched himself off the spirit particles beneath his feet and charged toward the two Arinkars. A straight-line charge. Grimmjow spread his right claw wide. A ball of spiritual pressure gathered between his fingers like a crackling bolt of lightning, condensing into form. Grand Ray Zero. If he took a blast like that head-on, would he have anything left to open Bankai with? Kayaraku didn't know. But he'd passed the point of no return, so he had to try anyway. Mr. Kayaraku. Watch out. In the instant before the Grand Ray Zero was about to slam into Kayaraku's chest, a dark figure, blue, white, and black, burst onto the scene with a frantic, furious shout, materializing directly in front of him in a heartbeat. The three-colored Shihakusho snapped and billowed from the sheer speed of the movement. Ichigo Kurosaki raised his right hand, that weapon that was half bow, half blade, and slashed forward, carving a crescent of black light through the air. The terrifying Grand Ray Zero was split cleanly in two. Both halves tore onward, undiminished, straight toward Grimmjow and Stark. Who the hell is this? Death was upon them in an instant. Stark, at long last, showed what it actually meant to be number 1. He activated his Hogyoku-enhanced Resurrection in a single flash. Infinite Grand Ray Zero barrage. Ichigo's dark crescent slashes and Stark's endless stream of azure Zeros locked against each other, grinding and devouring one another with savage fury. The shockwave of clashing spiritual pressures detonated outward in every direction. Stark had no idea how many times he pulled the trigger before he finally managed to blot out the casual crescent that orange-haired boy had tossed forward without a second thought. Ichigo. What are you doing here? Kayaraku's pupils contracted slightly. His right foot slammed down sideways to kill his momentum in an emergency stop. He had never expected this boy to appear here, at this moment, in this way. He'd been certain that Isshin Kurosaki had already taken his family to shelter in a neighboring city. It's a long story. I didn't know I'd end up getting transferred to Soul Society either. Probably a tale involving an accidental release of spiritual pressure, drawing the attention of Chojiro Sasakaibe, who then sent him back to the battlefield in the world of the living. Bottom line, Ichigo Kurosaki was a catastrophically uneven student. He had never been taught, and had never bothered to learn, minor skills like opening a Senkaman on his own. Ichigo Kurosaki arriving on the battlefield in his 3-in-1 Shirkai state made the captain commander's eyes light up in a flash of recognition. But first, Ichigo glanced over in Soifon's direction. After she gave him a single confirming nod, the next second, he flickered, and reappeared behind both Grimmjow and Stark. Sorry, you two, take a nap for a bit. 2 lines of crimson mist sprayed from their bodies, and both Arinkars crumpled from the sky and plummeted toward the ground below. You son of a. Grimmjow snarled through clenched teeth as darkness swallowed his vision, and he fell toward the streets far beneath. Finally clocking out, though it stings a little. A beat slower than Grimmjow, Stark followed suit, peacefully closing his eyes. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 117, Soifon is correcting Aizen's path of evolution. This doesn't look good. The scales of victory seem to be tipping toward the Gotei 13, Captain Aizen. Jin Ikamaru's eyes narrowed to their customary slits. He could feel it clearly. Ever since Ichigo Kurosaki had appeared on the battlefield, Sosuke Aizen's spiritual pressure had begun to stir with a restless, electric agitation. There's a possibility you've had one thing wrong from the start, Jin. Aizen tilted his head slightly, his gaze drifting past the chaos below. I don't believe I ever told you what kind of victory I was actually after. Whether the Gotei 13 or the Espada came out on top, did it matter? Not in the slightest. The appearance of Ichigo Kurosaki in his 3-in-1 Shirkai state had done something Aizen hadn't anticipated. It had set ripples moving across the still, undisturbed surface of his heart. Something had been stirred, a battle hunger he hadn't felt in a very long time. Not even Captain Commander Yamamoto had ever given him this feeling. It was as though he and Ichigo Kurosaki were fated to cross blades. The strange thought drifted up from somewhere deep in his chest, and Aizen found himself glancing up at the clear blue sky almost involuntarily. He had never believed in fate, so why had that inexplicable impression just surfaced in his mind? Tozen. He smiled, a quiet, unburdened smile, and took a single step forward. Before moving, he offered one last instruction to Kaname Tozen, who stood at his side. Adapt to whatever comes next. With that, the spiritual pressure coiled around his body surged outward. He was done playing along with Jin Ikamaru's theater. Something far more important needed to be confirmed, something that had taken root in his own heart. The flame cage of Ryujin Jaka that had sealed the three of them was extinguished in an instant, washed away by the flood of Aizen's erupting Ryatsu. So you're finally making your move, Aizen. Captain Commander Yamamoto's gaze blazed with intensity. He fixed his eyes on Aizen, who had just shattered the flames, and his thumb pressed lightly against the guard of Ryujin Jaka. The silver-white blade slid partially free of its sheath. My apologies, Captain Commander. But, you are not the one I intend to draw my blade against. Sosuke Aizen's gaze swept briefly over the Captain Commander and Soifon, then he shook his head. Humph. Arrogant fool. The Captain Commander let out a laugh that was equal parts fury and contempt. He was on the verge of clearing Ryujin Jaka from its sheath entirely, when Soifon's hand came down, steady and firm, on the pommel of his blade. The Captain Commander's draw just now had been genuine, not a feint. The force behind it was real. Not just anyone could push his sword back into its sheath with that kind of casual ease. Soifon tilted her head back slightly and held the Captain Commander's furious glare without flinching. If you and Captain Aizen unleash a full, unrestricted battle here, how many of the Gotei 13 members you brought to this place, and how many of these 4 pillars, do you think will come out of it intact? The Captain Commander's eyes narrowed. He was silent for a long moment, no one could tell what he was thinking, and then the killing intent bled slowly out of his posture, his body relaxing by degrees. It seems neither Soifon nor Aizen have noticed the Anetsu Jigaku I laid beneath the ground. Perhaps it could be held in reserve as a finishing move. And so, Ryujin Jaka's blade gave a faint, reluctant ring of protest, and slid back into its sheath. Aizen took in the entire exchange without a word, then turned his gaze back toward that orange-haired boy in the distance. He stepped forward. Invisible steps seemed to materialize beneath his feet, carrying him down through the air one stride at a time, until he came to a stop a short distance from Ichigo Kurosaki, facing him across the open sky. Ichigo Kurosaki. Sosuke Aizen drew Kyoka Suigetsu first. I'm certain you felt it too, that a battle between us was inevitable. What feeling? Ichigo stared back at him, bewildered. What are you even talking about? I have absolutely no desire to fight you. He flicked his eyes toward Soifon. Is this guy out of his mind? Soifon stood high in the air above, watching the scene below. The corner of her mouth curved upward, just slightly. Humor him, Ichigo. If you don't defeat Captain Aizen, this battle today won't end. And you don't want this to drag on any longer than it has to, do you? As her words settled, Sosuke Aizen, standing opposite Ichigo, gave a small, composed nod, as if lending his own endorsement to what Soifon had just said. That's right. Defeat me, and the battle ends. It's that simple, Ichigo Kurosaki. Is that how it is? Ichigo lowered his head, thinking for a moment, then drew a deep breath. Then I'm sorry about this. Mr. Aizen. Before the last syllable had left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot. Fast. Coming from the right. Aizen raised Kyoka Suigetsu and deflected toward the right, going off the afterimage he just barely managed to catch. The expected attack never came from the right. Instead, a bone-chilling cold rose up from both their left sides. Wait, he changed direction before even touching down. That wasn't Shuinpa. That was Feirenkyaku. In the split second available to him, a transparent Hogyoku defensive barrier materialized on his left side. But even the defensive barrier of his third stage Hogyoku fusion shattered like paper. A single touch from Zangetsu's blade punched straight through it. The massive edge of Zangetsu came down with crushing weight on Aizen's arm. A force beyond all comprehension drove him out of the sky and pile drove him into the ground below. The earth detonated on impact. An enormous crater yawned open, and a pillar of smoke and dust shot skyward. Aizen lay at the bottom of the pit. His right arm was bent at an unnatural angle. The white uniform across his chest had been torn open, exposing the faintly pulsing purple light of the Hogyoku embedded within, and the web of cracks spreading outward across his skin from it. This kind of power, as I thought. Purple light pulsed and flowed. Aizen's arm mended itself at a rate visible to the naked eye. Mr. Aizen, you're surprisingly durable, aren't you? Ichigo blinked, genuinely surprised. He'd expected that last strike to end the fight outright. He had, after all, calibrated his output carefully against the opponent's spiritual pressure. By any reasonable logic, Aizen should not have been capable of getting back up. Are you pitying me, Ichigo Kurosaki? Aizen climbed out of the crater, tilting his head up to look at the boy above him. A mere mortal wound is not sufficient to put me down. In that case, Ichigo Kurosaki had just found himself a very, very durable punching bag. Getsuga. A dark crescent of blue-black flame latched onto Ichigo's half-blade, half-bow weapon, coiling along its edge with hungry energy. Oh. A Getsuga Tensho. But at this distance, there's no way he can land a direct hit on me. Aizen raised his blade again. He felt a faint pity at the sight of Ichigo winding up for a finisher from so far away. Still too green. Tensho. At a speed Sosuke Aizen's reactions could not follow, Ichigo Kurosaki had crossed the entire distance between them in the blink of an eye. He was right in front of Aizen's face. Aizen had the strange sensation that time itself had slowed. Every single spirit particle of blue-black energy scattered in the air around them was individually, perfectly distinct. He stored the Getsuga Tensho's energy, then shurikened it into point-blank range and detonated it in his face. Truly impeccable execution. Faced with an attack southwest sudden and so close, Sosuke Aizen did something that left every single witness stunned. In the same instant that the Getsuga Tensho engulfed him, Sosuke Aizen completely reversed his back to face it head-on. Suicide. A moment later, the captain commander shook his head in silent refusal of his own thought. Aizen was not the kind of man whose will would break so easily. There, nestled in the blind spot at the base of Aizen's neck, the million shield activated with a snap as the Getsuga Tensho crashed over it. The pale green luminescent barrier was like a tiny boat in the midst of a tsunami against the tide of blue-black brilliance, clinging on for its life. Fortunately, the radiance of the crescent gradually dimmed. The million shield, though barely holding together at the end, had endured every last bit of it, despite the deeply undignified posture required to make it work. An incomprehensible amount of power. Aizen pressed a hand to the back of his neck, shaken in a way he very rarely was, and turned back to look at Ichigo Kurosaki. Even after breaking through to a level like this, the 1,000,000 layers of Hogyoku shielding I had positioned at the back of my neck were completely destroyed by that single slash. However, thanks to the life-or-death crisis just now, I've also achieved yet another breakthrough. Thank you, Ichigo Kurosaki. As he spoke, he raised a hand to his forehead, and from the center of his brow, a crack split open, radiating a faint violet light, as if something was on the verge of tearing through from within. You're welcome, Mr. Aizen. Ichigo blinked. This was a first, an opponent who ate one of his moves and then thanked him for it while still alive. A genuinely rare specimen. High above, the captain commander's brow furrowed deeply. He could feel it, Aizen's spiritual pressure had climbed again, right on the heels of taking Ichigo Kurosaki's slash. At this point, Sosuke Aizen's Ryatsu had already surpassed the captain commander himself, the man acknowledged as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. The gap was still perceptible, but the direction it was heading was unmistakable. If I use Enetsu Jigaku, even this much of a difference won't matter. But Ichigo Kurosaki's killing intent is too thin. If Aizen is allowed to keep growing without limit, this will spiral out of control. The captain commander's eyes sharpened. He looked down, and realized that the spot where Aizen and Ichigo were fighting was positioned directly at the center of where he had laid the Enetsu Jigaku. In a flash of lightning-quick decision, he moved. In a single instant, he drew every ounce of spiritual pressure in his body to the surface. 3 layers of Bakudo snapped into place around Soifon at his side, and then, without looking back, he hurled himself downward on Shuinpa, closing the distance to Sosuke Aizen's back in a heartbeat. He drove his fist forward with everything he had. Sakatsu. The crack of shattering bone, followed by the dull, heavy impact of flesh struck to its very limit, and Aizen's body launched from the sky like a cannonball and smashed into the ground below. Without pause, the blade of Ryujin Jaka drove straight down after him, piercing cleanly through Aizen's chest. The eruption of Ryatsu and flame that followed pinned him to the earth like a nail through wood, forcing down every attempt to rise. As expected of you, Captain Commander. Seizing the opening in the very instant before I had time to grow accustomed to my new power. As he spoke, his bloodied hand reached for the blade that had pierced his chest. His fingertips barely grazed the hilt, and were instantly seared, wisps of black smoke curling from the burnt skin. Anetsu Jigaku. The captain commander offered no response. He simply reached down through the earth, and ignited the inferno he had buried there. Decades of accumulated flame erupted through the ground in dozens of pillars, each one wider than 10 meters across, blasting skyward in a ring. Then, at a visible, inexorable speed, they began to contract inward, with Aizen at the center. Boom. 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 Before all the pillars converged to a single point, the captain commander stepped back and abandoned Ryujin Jaka where it stood, flash stepping up to hover in the sky. It was only then that he noticed, with a start, that Soifon had already broken free of the 3 bakudo he had placed on her. In mere seconds. The next moment, all the pillars completed their convergence. It was as though a miniature sun had been born and detonated at the bottom of the crater. First, a ring of pure white light burst outward from the inferno's core, so intense it vaporized spirit particles themselves as it passed. Then the flames, compressed to their absolute limit, released entirely, and a howling firestorm swept across the entire battlefield. You really do go overboard, Captain Commander. Soifon raised one hand. For barriers of Danku, each one as wide and thick as a city wall, materialized instantly in front of each of the 4 Tenkakeku, sealing off the force of the Anetsu Jigaku's eruption. The effect was to protect the pillars, and, incidentally, to concentrate the explosion's destructive power even further inward. You're welcome, Aizen. Before Soifon could exchange so much as another word with him, the shockwaves of the Anetsu Jigaku faded, and the captain commander found himself staring at a butterfly-shaped silhouette standing amid the ruins. He stared for a long moment. A third eye had opened on Sosuke Aizen's brow. 3 pairs of enormous butterfly wings had grown from his back. At the center of his chest was a hollow aperture, the Hogyoku mounted within it like a jewel set in a socket. The cracks radiating outward from that eye on his face were growing more pronounced by the second, threatening to split his skin entirely. Fusion. Third stage of fusion. The outer shell covering his head crumbles away. Aizen's face is revealed once more, but now, his irises and whites are inverted, granting him eyes of singular, aberrant sight. Having sensed his arrival at a new pinnacle, he advances toward the outermost edge of reason. The Hogyoku, now embedded in his pierced chest, drives his body ever further into evolution. Aizen demonstrates that the power of his own will surpasses all logic, and in doing so, tears apart both time and space. Governs, Kotatsu. 4th stage of fusion. Even after the Hogyoku is extracted, Aizen continues to change. From the hollow in his chest, a cross-shaped pillar, its purpose to seat the Hogyoku, manifests with terrible solemnity. The Hogyoku in Aizen's hand is drawn in, and settles at the center of the cross upon his chest, as though this is exactly where it was always meant to be. His spiritual pressure has grown beyond all capacity to comprehend. What lies ahead, only Aizen can perceive it. My gratitude, Captain Commander. Your gift has been most generous. I feel that I have evolved into an entirely higher dimension. The next step. Sosuke Aizen crossed space itself and appeared before Soifon and the Captain Commander in an instant. Your evolution has gone in the wrong direction, Aizen. Soifon cut off his victory speech without ceremony. If you keep evolving into an increasingly hideous monstrosity, I'm going to have to consider ending you right here. It had to be admitted, up until this point, Aizen's evolution had been, on the whole, reasonably impressive. That was, of course, setting aside the catastrophic wrong turn of Stage 5. Evolution, incorrect. I wonder, might Captain Soifon allow me to witness what correct evolution looks like? Aizen looked down at his own hands. He had never felt such a torrent of power surging through him. He raised his eyes to Soifon, and the burning heat of battle will flickered in his gaze. Now, finally, he could wipe away his humiliation, couldn't he? So it comes down to a fight after all. Soifon looked Aizen up and down, and felt a familiar itch in her own fists. A durable punching bag. Those didn't come along very often. Hey. Ichigo. She raised her voice toward the bewildered Ichigo Kurosaki in the distance. Tag out. I'm taking over from here. All right. Ichigo Kurosaki nodded, looking just slightly disappointed. Boom. Soifon wrapped both her arms in infinite shunko, shifted into blood artery, and launched herself forward. Aizen barely managed to catch a single afterimage streaking past his face, and then Soifon's small hand had already seized his entire head, the blade winds of shunko slashing at him ceaselessly from every angle. With her hand clamped around Aizen's skull, Soifon drove him through building after building, skyscraper after skyscraper, carving a trail more than 10 kilometers long through the streets of the replica Karakura town. How is this possible? Sosuke Aizen shook his rattling, spinning head and pushed himself upright from the rubble at his back, climbing out of the pile of concrete. The cracks spreading across his face were beginning to peel away, revealing something dark and absolute underneath. That's exactly what I've been saying, the direction you're heading in is wrong. Waiting for him as he rose was Soifon's right hook. Stop right there. Whatever you do, do not turn into an abomination. Bluff. Another mouthful of old blood. Spat out courtesy of Aizen. An abomination. Aizen genuinely could not parse what Soifon meant. Thud. After completing an unassisted freefall through the open air, Aizen crash-landed on the edge of a park fountain. He dragged himself upright once more and looked down, catching his own reflection in the pool's surface. This is... What an utterly wretched appearance. Nearly half the skin on his face had peeled away. Beneath it was something dark and ominous. The butterfly wings on his back had begun to warp and distort, like an animal mutated by radiation poisoning. Soifon dropped down beside him. The two of them looked at his reflection in the water together. Have you finally calmed down? My apologies. Aizen touched the cracking lines on his face. The surge of power caused me to lose my composure somewhat, Captain Soifon. Soifon folded her arms and regarded him with a look of dry amusement. It's not too late to have regrets. At this point, the power of your hollow side has taken over dominance of your form. That is what's wrong. If I weren't able to keep you in check, you would have genuinely turned into a freak, Aizen. The words sank in. Aizen stared blankly at his own reflection for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted, as if a piece had finally clicked into place. He steeled himself, reached into the hollow aperture in his chest, and hooked into the Hogyoku. Slowly, deliberately, he began drawing out the excess hollow power, coaxing it free from his body strand by strand. Gradually, his current form began to recede. The terrifying spiritual pressure that had enveloped him shrank back in kind, retreating, contracting, until it settled back to the baseline of his fourth stage Hogyoku fusion. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 118, Kiss in the Sand. High above the battlefield, the Captain Commander was still recovering his spiritual pressure. His gaze bore down, unblinking, on the sight below. Sosuke Aizen, willingly drawing his own power back from the edge, guided every step of the way by Soifon at his side. An enemy that even Inetsu Jigaku couldn't kill. His mightiest technique in Shirkai, the killing strike he had held nothing back from, and still it had not been enough to erase the monster that was Sosuke Aizen. It was clear, Bankai could no longer be avoided. As for Soifon, from beginning to end, the Captain Commander had never managed to read her true purpose. But watching her protect the Tenkakeku just now, and the deliberate mercy she had shown in not killing Zaraki Kenpachi, she was, at the very least, less of a threat than Aizen. Hugh. A long, slow breath escaped from the old man's lips. He began drawing the spiritual pressure within him upward, coaxing it toward its absolute peak. Scorching Ryatsu surged and spiked without restraint, like a second sun hanging in the sky, raw and blazing, dragging every set of eyes on the battlefield to a single point. That's bad, the Captain Commander is. Ranjika Matsumoto looked up at the elder figure wreathed in that inferno of spiritual pressure. Her expression fell. She turned toward Neliel and Harabel and said quickly, "You two, get out of here. The Captain Commander looks like he's about to use his Bankai." Yeah, we're running, stay and die, got it." Momo Hinamori and Rukia nodded in agreement. Nobody quite knew what they'd been chatting about this entire time, but they'd clearly grown remarkably close in the span of a single battle. The two exchanged a glance, and then, still worried for Soifon's safety, they both quietly decided to stay. Bankai. Soifon raised an eyebrow. So the Captain Commander is willing to tear apart the world of the living itself to kill you, Captain Aizen. Why do you say you? Aizen asked. Shouldn't it be you too? Well. Soifon pointed at Aizen, then turned the finger back on herself. I'm better looking. In the middle of that breezy exchange, the Captain Commander's Shihakusho had begun to curl and char at the edges from the sheer heat radiating off him. And then, for the first time in centuries, those words no one had heard him speak, rose slowly to his lips. Bankai. It was not that the word had caught in his throat. It was that the name of his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, had been erased. No one could speak it. An invisible hand had closed around every throat on the battlefield at once. The Captain Commander could feel it with terrible clarity. Something was violently interfering with the bond between himself and his Zanpakuto. It was as though someone had taken a brush dipped in jet black ink and painted over specific words on a page. The 4 characters that made up Zanka no Tachi were being forcibly scoured from his consciousness. Only one being in all of existence held this kind of power. Slowly, the Captain Commander raised his head, as if his gaze could pass through the clouds themselves and reach up to the royal palace, and he locked eyes with the Chibe Hyasub. Soifon is not an enemy. A line of jet black text materialized along the blade of Ryujin Jaka. And with it, the name of his Bankai became clear in his mind once more. Not an enemy. Then what of Aizen? Does this mean the Zero Division has already taken note of this battlefield, and is preparing to take over? The Captain Commander fixed Soifon with a long, meaningful look, then quietly sheathed his blade. No one knew why the Captain Commander had stayed his hand. But Aizen simply remained where he was, standing at the edge of the fountain, staring into the water in silent contemplation of his path of evolution, with no apparent intention of resuming the fight either. A strange, suspended atmosphere had settled over the battlefield. Aizen gazed into the water and pondered the meaning of existence. The Captain Commander's killing intent had flared to life and simply faded away, unresolved. And Ichigo Kurosaki stood with his blade half-drawn, sword at the ready, blinking around at absolutely nothing. After a few moments, Aizen's contemplation reached its conclusion. He surveyed the battlefield, the Espada, now barely 1 in 10 remaining. Jin Ikamaru and Kanaim Tozen, still floating in the air above. This war. His voice rang out across the center of the battlefield. Is my defeat. Ichigo Kurosaki. Captain Commander. It was a concession of defeat. And yet, somehow, everyone who heard it could pick out the faint note of genuine satisfaction buried in his tone. The war ended, on Aizen's verbal surrender, with all the fanfare of a damp squib. The Captain Commander and Aizen remained where they stood, maintaining their strange, unresolved standoff. Soifon, for her part, was still technically a wanted criminal, which made seeking out her students right now feel inappropriate. She settled for heading toward Neliel and the others instead. She had barely made it halfway when a cluster of familiar silhouettes stepped into her path. Captain Soifon. Teacher Soifon. Led by Ranjika Matsumoto, the group, Aizen Kotetsu, Rukia, and Momo Hinamori, had planted themselves squarely in her way. What do you want? Soifon's expression turned odd. Given the collective combat strength of the people now blocking her path, the whole situation felt rather abstract. Ranjika settled into a fighting stance. Come back to Siriiti with us. Soifon shook her head. If Teacher Soifon won't agree, then don't blame us for getting rough. The refusal hadn't even left Soifon's mouth before Momo Hinamori's tobium had already launched a fireball, and it landed squarely against Soifon's cheek. Hey, I hadn't even said I was refusing yet. Bang. The smoke cleared. Soifon's cheek was completely unharmed. So you want a spanking, do you? She raised a hand and brushed her face. Momo. The instant Soifon's gaze landed on her, Momo felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, and in the very next moment, she found herself swept off her feet and folded into a warm, achingly familiar embrace. This scent. This is Teacher Soifon's scent. On pure instinct, she pressed her nose in and inhaled in blissful contentment. Smack. Launching tobium at someone's face, were we? Soifon plucked Momo out of the crowd, hoisted her up in full view of everyone, and proceeded to deliver a firm, rhythmic series of smacks to her student's backside as punishment. Wait, Teacher Soifon. Momo clapped both hands over her mouth, barely strangling down the instinctive yelp that tried to escape. The crisp, ringing sound of palm meeting target rang out without pause. None of you are needed here. Go sit down. Having thoroughly indulged herself, Soifon wrapped Momo in a bakudo binding, then sent her downward with the bakudo hanging star, depositing her neatly onto the ground below. The same treatment followed in short order, and a few minutes later, Rukia and Aizen Kotetsu were both clutching their own stinging backsides, lying down alongside Momo for company. As Soifon's gaze swept past her, Ranjika Matsumoto instinctively pressed her thighs together. I'm nothing like them, Captain Soifon. She steeled herself. Because Ranjika drew her blade with a flash of resolve. I've achieved Bankai. Ranjika's Bankai. Soifon tilted her head in genuine surprise, looking her up and down. Yes. And if it weren't for you, Captain Soifon, I probably never would have learned it. Not in my whole life. Ranjika drew a deep breath and began walking slowly towards Soifon, who still hovered in the air above. This has nothing to do with me. Soifon's denial had barely left her lips before Ranjika cut it off, roughly, and without apology. It has everything to do with you. My Bankai, it exists because I wanted to bring you home, Captain Soifon. Even knowing I can't win, please, Captain Soifon. See it clearly. My Bankai, raging ash sand, hey Nico. Ranjiku's footsteps stilled. She brought hey Nico level across her body, and a genuine third spiritual rank of Ryatsu erupted outward from within her. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No blinding flash of light. With Ranjika Matsumoto at its center, a pale, hazy cloud of gray ash spread outward in perfect silence, swallowing both Ranjiku and Soifon within its quiet, drifting veil. So this is your Bankai. Soifon raised one hand. A few grains of the near-invisible gray ash drifted down and settled on her fingertips. The blood venae on her skin activated at once. Ranjiku pressed her lips together. She watched the ash grains fail to harm Soifon, and the worry in her eyes eased by a fraction, even as a quiet, restless frustration quietly rose in its place. She lifted her hand and drove more of the grey ash spiraling towards Soifon in a slow, churning wave. Right now, she was torn. Terrified of hurting her. Furious at her own helplessness. But Soifon's gaze had already passed through the grey ash storm swirling all around them, and come to rest on Ranjika's face, where a thin sheen of sweat had already broken across her brow. A troublesome ability. This time, it was Soifon who stepped toward Ranjiku. With both of them moving in the same direction at once, it didn't take long at all before Soifon was standing directly in front of her. The hand Ranjiku had wrapped around her zanpakuto was trembling, just slightly. Her spiritual pressure fluctuated and surged with the heavy drain of her bankai, and the fine strands of hair around her forehead had been dampened by sweat, sticking against her skin. I lost. Ranjiku's voice came out with a faint tremor. Even after learning bankai, I still couldn't. The words never finished. Because Soifon had reached out, and cupped Ranjiku's face in both hands, using the gentle pads of her thumbs to wipe the beads of sweat from her cheeks. You didn't lose, Soifon said. Ranjiku lifted her eyes already filmed with the barest shimmer of moisture. I felt it, Ranjiku. Your feelings, all of them. The moment the words fell, Soifon leaned forward, just slightly. In the next instant, Ranjiku's breath stopped entirely. She watched Soifon's face grow larger in her vision, and found that she had no desire whatsoever to pull away. She opened her eyes wide. So this is what a kiss feels like. The grey ash on either side of them went perfectly still. Every grain hung suspended in the air, motionless, as if time itself had paused to bear witness. They were impossibly close, close enough that their lashes brushed together with the faintest, feather-light tickle, close enough to hear the quiet rhythm of each other's heartbeat through their chests. Ranjiku's eyes shifted, and met Soifon's gaze, there at point-blank distance. Then, slowly, Ranjiku Matsumoto closed her eyes, and let herself follow where Soifon led. Brief, and yet somehow it felt like a very long time. When Soifon's lips finally drew away, Ranjiku still had her eyes closed. Her long lashes trembled with a faint, delicate quiver. Her cheeks had gone a deep, warm shade of crimson. Her breath came in soft, unsteady waves. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 119, It's not too late to confess now. The moment the grey ash fully dispersed, the last wisps of smoke were carried away by the lingering winds across the battlefield. The first thing that entered anyone's field of vision was the graceful line of Ranjiku Matsumoto's neck, tilted ever so slightly back, and Soifon's fingers, still resting against the curve of her cheek. Though a few inches of distance had now opened between them, Soifon's arm was still looped around Ranjiku's waist, holding her in what could only be described as an embrace. Momo Hinamori's voice exploded from below, saturated with pure disbelief. Teacher Soifon. You and Vice Captain Ranjiku just. Rukia was squirming on the bakudo net like a caterpillar in frantic distress, struggling desperately to get back on her feet and failing completely. Wait, did Captain Soifon and Ranjiku just? Aizen Kotetsu's words came out in halting, stumbling fragments, the flush on her face visible from a considerable distance. She instinctively looked away, then couldn't stop herself from sneaking glances back up at the two figures in the sky. They kissed. They absolutely kissed, didn't they? Momo Hinamori's voice shot up an octave. Momo. Keep it down. Aizen tried to shush her, but the tips of her own ears had already gone fully scarlet. With Ranjiku Matsumoto still cradled in her arms, Soifon descended slowly from the sky and landed on the surface of the bakudo hanging star net. Ranjiku was being uncharacteristically shy, tucking herself against Soifon's shoulder and refusing to face any of the others. Done making a scene. Soifon looked down at Momo Hinamori and Rukia rolling around on the net below. This does not count as making a scene. Momo pushed herself upright, cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Teacher Soifon is playing favorites. I'm your actual student, you know. Soifon didn't respond. She simply raised one hand, and the bakudo restraints on the group dissolved in an instant. And then, a warm pressure appeared against her back without warning. A pair of gently trembling arms slipped around her from behind, clasping together tightly at her front. Aizen Kotetsu pressed her forehead down toward Soifon's head and murmured. I'm sorry, Captain Soifon. I know this is terribly rude, but this time. I absolutely refuse to let go. Please come home with us. Aizen's scent was vaguely similar to Captain Unohana's, both carried the clean, green fragrance of medicinal herbs. But where Unohana's had a faint, elusive sweetness woven through it, Aizen's was crisper and fresher, carrying a certain youthful rawness. Exactly. Teacher Soifon, don't leave, I'll personally petition the Captain Commander to reserve you a luxury private room in the Maggot's Nest. Taking full advantage of still being on the ground, Momo seized the geographic high ground and immediately wrapped both arms around Soifon's right leg. Hey, Momo, that's completely underhanded. Rukia grabbed her friend around the waist and tried to drag her away. You can't monopolize teacher Soifon's leg all by yourself, you greedy. Is now really the time for this? If the timing weren't so thoroughly wrong, Soifon actually wouldn't have minded accepting her two students' confessions. Buzz buzz. All at once, the Kakaigai she was carrying against her chest began to vibrate. It had almost certainly triggered some specific new task. Aizen, could you do me a favor and retrieve something from inside my collar? Soifon tilted her head to the side, resting it against a certain soft spot, and looked back at Aizen Kotetsu, whose arms were still locked around her from behind. Aizen blinked. Then, using the advantage of her height, she peered toward the mysterious region of Soifon's collar. Captain Soifon's collar. She had, in fairness, definitely felt something vibrating against Soifon's chest just moments ago, so she didn't doubt for a second that Soifon was telling the truth. If Captain Soifon actually wanted to break free, she wouldn't need to go to any of this trouble. Gulp. Aizen's trembling hand slowly, carefully began to part the collar of Soifon's shihakusho. Wait, Teacher Soifon. Wouldn't it be better if I handled that instead? Vice Captain Aizen, please keep a firm hold of Captain Soifon, I'll do the reaching in. I mean, the retrieving. Rukia wiped both hands on her own shihakusho, then stretched them toward Soifon with barely suppressed excitement. Soifon gave her a deadpan look. You're not fooling anyone. I just don't want to say it out loud. While Rukia was still agonizing over the optimal angle of approach, Ranjika Matsumoto, who had been quietly hanging back this entire time, had already moved in under cover of the chaos and begun fishing around. Scratch, scratch, scratch. A strange, ticklish sensation radiated from Soifon's chest, Ranjika's cool fingers rummaging around with zero regard for personal boundaries. Oh my. Ranjika let out a theatrical little cry, her restless hand rooting around inside Soifon's collar until she finally located the faintly vibrating Kakaigai. The motion had tugged Soifon's collar somewhat open, exposing a small patch of skin below her collarbone. The fabric of her shihakusho was pulled into slight disarray, its edges creased from the scuffle of moments ago. Time seemed to freeze for 2 full seconds. Giku, senpai. You put your hand in there on Teacher Soifon. That is absolutely, completely, utterly enviable. Momo Hinamori shot to her feet in an instant and wedged herself between Soifon and Ranjika Matsumoto. Exactly, I got here first, you know. Rukia squeezed in beside Momo, refusing to concede. Aizen's reaction was the most visceral of all, the arms locked around Soifon's waist clenched hard in a single reflexive squeeze, then immediately released as though she touched something scalding, and she took several shuffling steps backward, still holding Soifon. Then she placed the Kakaigai, retrieved from Ranjika Matsumoto's hand, into Soifon's palm. Thank you, Aizen. Soifon gave the back of her hand a light pat. But. Could you set me down? Aizen's tall frame gave a small shiver, and the arms wrapped around Soifon tightened considerably rather than loosening. Captain Soifon, I know my own limits. If you truly wanted to leave, I probably wouldn't even be able to react in time. But the fact that you're letting me hold you right now, doesn't that mean you want to return to Siriidi too? If that's the case, then I am the captain. At the end of the day, Aizen Kotetsu had only one wish, she wanted Soifon to come back with them to Siriidi. Hearing Aizen's nearly pleading honesty, everyone turned their gaze to Soifon, hope written openly in their eyes. Because it was, after all, exactly what was in each of their own hearts too. Silence stretched for a long moment. Then Soifon peeled Aizen's hands away, finger by finger, and gently slipped free of her arms. I will come back, everyone. Soifon pressed her lower lip lightly between her teeth. But there's still one last thing I have to do first. She gripped the Kakaigai in her hand. She could feel it, its desperate pull, practically begging her to pour her spiritual pressure into it. But. Ranjika Matsumoto moved to speak, to say something to make her stay, but Soifon reached out and tapped her lightly on the forehead. This is the real, genuine, absolute last time. Oh, and please, would you look after Neliel and Harabel for me? Tell them to head back to Las Noches and wait for me there. Momo and Rukia pressed in alongside the others, and received a noticeably different reception than Ranjika had. Thunk. Thunk. Ow. That hurts, Teacher Soifon. One flick to each forehead, delivered with perfect precision. As the two of them clutched their heads and demanded to know why, Soifon rolled her eyes with barely concealed exasperation. So you do remember that I'm your teacher? Then tell me, was any of what you were just trying to do to me appropriate behavior for a student toward her teacher? Well. Soifon rose into the air on a cushion of spirit particles, hands on her hips, looking down at her two students with all the hauteur in the world. Rukia tilted her head back stubbornly. But Teacher Soifon made a promise. Back at Senzaku, you said. If we didn't hate you by the time it was over, you would accept our confessions. Only the gusting wind remained in the air between them, and the rapid, unsteady beating of a young girl's heart. Momo Hinamori stepped forward and took Soifon's hand in both of hers, adding quietly, we can tell you right now, Teacher Soifon. We don't hate you. For the first time, faced with the gazes of her two students, Soifon felt, remarkably, inexplicably, a trace of something close to guilt. Once I've finished this last thing and come back, I'll give you both my answer then. After a brief silence, Soifon lifted her hand, for the first time in what felt like a very long time, and rested it gently on top of her two students' heads. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan in P4 more, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 120, Stepping onto the Passage to the Royal Palace. The Kakaigai thrumming eagerly in her hand, Soifon rose slowly into the air until she was hovering at the same height as the Captain Commander. The Captain Commander opened his eyes wide and studied the mysterious crystal in Soifon's grip. He could sense a spatial force emanating from it, similar in nature to a garganta, yet wholly unlike the power of a hollow. I don't know either, Soifon said with a shrug, and slowly began pouring her Ryatsu into the Kakaigai. Bzzzt. The Kakaigai shuddered violently. The blue crystal, flooded with Soifon's Ryatsu, erupted in a blinding golden radiance, then condensed into a solid pillar of light that tore itself free of her grip with a sharp whoosh and rocketed straight into the sky. Wherever the beam passed, the heavens were ripped apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fissure spread at a furious pace, spanning the entire sky above the replica Karakura town in an instant. Then, fragments peeled away, and a sky utterly unlike the world of the living revealed itself through the crack. Even from a distance, one could clearly make out the iconic architecture of Siriiti, and the commanding silhouette of the 1st Division barracks standing tall. Soul Society. The Captain Commander immediately recognized the rich, familiar scent of spirit particles. The sky of Soul Society, up there. Uno Hana Retsu, who had been tending to the wounded, raised her head and murmured in disbelief. The pillar of light did not stop after piercing the barrier between the world of the living and Soul Society. It pressed on without pause, shooting still higher into Soul Society's sky. A sudden sense of dread gripped the Captain Commander. Don't tell me that thing is headed for the Royal Palace. He cast a meaningful glance toward Soifon, not far away. The pieces clicked together in his mind, Ichibe Hyasub's intervention, the hint pointing toward a method to ascend to the Royal Palace, assembling into a possibility he could no longer ignore. Could it be that Soifon is the next recruit for the 0 Division? No. The Captain Commander immediately struck that thought from his mind. Meanwhile, down below, Aizen raised his head. High above in the skies of Soul Society, he could feel it, a towering, sublime presence hanging far up above. Aizen. Soifon's voice rang down from high in the sky. Didn't you want to reach the Royal Palace? Keep up. Before the last word had finished falling, Soifon flickered, and beneath her feet, spiraling disc-shaped formations of spirit particles materialized. Riding them like a skateboard, she shot toward the rift torn across the sky, intending to pass directly through the fissure, return to Soul Society, and ascend to the Royal Palace itself. Aizen's figure vanished from where he stood in the same instant, following after Soifon's dark silhouette. Hold it. The Captain Commander's furious shout cracked through the air. Soifon. Do you truly intend to bring Sosuke Aizen to the Royal Palace? He had no particular objection to Soifon going up, after all, the person above had already given him advance notice. But Aizen. Inside the passage, Soifon's figure paused, just slightly. She turned her face to the side and glanced back at the Captain Commander below, who was seething with fury. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of her mouth. That's right, Captain Commander. This too, is that person's order. With that, Soifon did not look back again. She plunged upward toward the skies of Soul Society, leaving the Captain Commander standing alone below, left to unravel the riddle by himself. That person, who? Ichibe Hyasub. That didn't quite fit. Given Soifon's general attitude, her opinion of Ichibe Hyasub probably wasn't much better. Which left only one answer. HSS. The Captain Commander drew a sharp breath of cold air. Well, in that case, it was no longer strange at all. He stopped agonizing over Sosuke Aizen following in Soifon's wake. With a wave of his hand, he turned to the Gotei 13 members assembled below and called out, "Return to Soul Society." Almost simultaneously, several figures launched themselves from the ground. Every Shinigami still capable of movement gathered the wounded beside them and rushed toward the rift in the sky leading back to Soul Society. Some time passed. The golden light faded entirely, and the rift in the sky sealed over like a receding tide. The world of the living sky returned to its original deep blue, as though the miraculous passage connecting both worlds had never existed at all. Inside Soul Society, the channel bored upward by the Gotei had already taken shape, yet it bore no resemblance to a conventional, straight road. Above Siriitii, a perfectly vertical golden tube rose into the heavens, its end invisible no matter how far one strained to look. To think that Captain Soifon possesses a direct route to the royal palace, this is truly astonishing. Aizen followed close behind Soifon, tilting his head back to gaze up at the passage that seemed to have no end. Even with his fourth-stage Hogyoku fusion form, Aizen could not see its terminus. What hope would an ordinary captain-level Shinigami have? Even if the path to the royal palace were opened, Aizen suspected that very few Shinigami would be capable of climbing it on their own power alone. Hasn't Captain Aizen always had such confidence in me? So why the surprise over something so trivial? Soifon bent her knees slightly, then shot upward at high speed, entering the golden passage. Aizen blinked, momentarily taken aback. Something trivial. He had gone to extraordinary lengths, planned the sacrifice of Karakura town, worked to forge the oaken, all to ascend to the royal palace. And for Soifon, that was apparently a trivial matter. But then, he thought of that 16-year-old, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had already been able to overwhelm him with ease, and Sosuke Aizen quietly let it go. If he possessed talent that surpassed the vast majority of Shinigami, why should he deny that others might possess talent that surpassed even him? With that thought settled, he too began moving at high speed through spatial displacement, following after Soifon in the direction of the royal palace. The two of them moved at extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through Soul Society's cloud layer and were closing in on the royal palace, wrapped in layer upon layer of seals and barriers. A faint golden halo radiated from Soifon's body. Her flight speed had grown impossible to track with the naked eye, the waves of air she cut through threw up ring after ring of white halos in her wake. With each increase in altitude, the oppressive weight bearing down from the royal palace grew heavier, and the Ryoku consumed by high-speed movement grew ever greater. Sosuke Aizen even began resorting to the butterfly wings on his back, flapping them in earnest. He was beginning to revise his earlier assessment. Reaching the royal palace was absolutely not as simple as he had imagined, or rather. This surely could not be the only way to ascend to the royal palace. Right, the Shiba family cannon. Sosuke Aizen understood at last. He had the uncomfortable feeling that he had walked right into one of Soifon's little traps, but he couldn't bring himself to say so out loud, since the two of them had already been flying for quite some time. After a long while, Soifon glanced down as she flew, and took in Aizen's face, already beaded with sweat on his forehead. In a tone of barely concealed schadenfreude, she said, "Captain Aizen, would you like some help?" "That won't be necessary." Aizen's wings flapped with somewhat greater vigor. "This too, is a necessary part of evolution." Down on the ground. The Captain Commander leaned on Ryujin Jaka and gazed up at the long-vanished trail in the sky above. Why not just use the Shiba family cannon, insisting on making things needlessly hard for themselves? Of course, the Captain Commander had absolutely no intention of pointing that out. If only he could watch Soifon and the rest of them come tumbling back down from above, that would have been most satisfying. The royal palace main approach. Soifon emerged from the golden passage with the butterfly-winged Aizen trailing behind her, and the two of them touched down on a fan-shaped island floating suspended in the sky. This is the royal. The instant Sosuke Aizen's feet touched ground, he swept his gaze immediately across the surroundings. The first thing to meet his eyes was the great hall of the royal palace, suspended high overhead like a towering pillar. Encircling it on all sides were the 4 separate palace islands belonging to the members of the Zero Division. Then, in a flash, 5 figures descended from above the two of them. "It's been a while, Soifon." The bald monk at their head, Ichibe Hyasub, stepped forward, flicked a brief glance at Aizen, then fixed his gaze squarely on Soifon. "P.S. Woke up with a cold yesterday, head was spinning, could only manage 2 chapters before taking medicine and going to sleep. Woke up today feeling much better, tomorrow's update should be back to 6,000 characters, no problem. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 121, Monk, you don't have the qualifications." With a single beckoning gesture, Soifon recalled the Gotei, the instrument that had torn open the passage to the royal palace, back into her palm. The humming crystal gradually stilled against her skin. The golden luminescence flowing across its surface seeped slowly into her hand, merging seamlessly with her spirit body. Task triggered, ascend to the royal palace. Task complete. Reward obtained, large Soul King fragment, Soul King power of extraordinary purity. The system panel, absent for so long she had almost forgotten what it looked like, materialized before her eyes once more. This was the first time Soifon had ever completed a task guided entirely by an item rather than her own initiative. From this moment onward, it felt as though time itself had pressed pause across the entire world. She could feel it with crystalline clarity, her spirit body was being reinforced by the invisible fragment of the Soul King's power. The meridians that composed her spirit body were strengthened once more. The spirit particles coursing through her ran faster than before, and a golden power settled into slumber somewhere deep within her, waiting, patient, for her to draw it out. The entire process lasted only an instant. By the time Soifon's awareness returned to the present, neither the 5-0 division members standing before her nor Sosuke Aizen had noticed anything amiss. Tucking his hands into his sleeves, Ichibe Hyasub, the monk, strolled forward to stand before Soifon and Aizen. A warm and easy smile spread across his broad face, as though greeting an old friend after a long separation. Behind him, the other 4 members of the 0 division lingered at a respectful distance, watching Soifon and Sosuke Aizen with open, unabashed curiosity. Senjimaro Shadera, Tenjiro Karinji, Kiryo Hikifyun, Otsu Nimea. Soifon let out a long breath and looked up at the monk. I didn't expect we'd be meeting again this soon. Compared to Soifon's easy composure, Sosuke Aizen had an entirely different experience the moment the monk drew near. The sixth sense rooted in pure bodily instinct flared into frantic alarm, screaming at him to put as much distance as possible between himself and this man. So this is what it feels like, the power of the one they call the true name monk, the one who gives names to all things in soul society. It was precisely because Aizen had stumbled upon knowledge of this man's existence that he had so deliberately avoided relying too heavily on his Zanpakuto-S abilities during his Hogyoku evolution. There's no need to be tense. The monk waved one massive hand in a placating gesture. If Soifon has brought you this far, we won't be doing anything to you. Sosuke Aizen. He turned and began to lead both Soifon and Aizen toward the other palace islands for a look around. Your tone suggests you have me completely figured out. Aizen did not follow. He remained where he stood, Kyoka Suigetsu gripped in his hand, expression blank as he watched the monk pause and turn back to face him. After all, Aizen had broken through the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow at extraordinary cost, only to spend the entire war on the receiving end of beatings. Even with his composure, even with all his practiced patience, facing this kind of open, brazen condescension had stirred something uncomfortably close to genuine anger. Since he had come all this way, he was going to have at least one fight with the legendary 0 division. At this moment, a surging tide of battle will burned openly in Sosuke Aizen's eyes. Ha! You've come all this way, and you're certain you want to do this? After holding Aizen's gaze for a few seconds, Ichibe Hyasub let out a sigh and reached back to unsling the enormous brush from behind him. A flicker of eagerness passed through the eyes of the 4-0 division members standing behind him, each of them clearly itching to step forward and have a go at Aizen themselves, but the monk held them back with a single gesture. Once Soifon and the other 4 had withdrawn to a safe distance, Aizen moved. Precisely because I've come all this way. A trail of crystalline afterlight was all he left behind as Sosuke Aizen flickered to point-blank range before the monk, his blade sweeping down in a single clean slash. Is exactly why I have to fight. Clang. The enormous brush caught the slash with perfect steadiness. Ichibe broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. So that's why you avoided relying too heavily on your Zanpakuto-S power from the very beginning. You had already accounted for this possibility, hadn't you? With that, he gave a single casual push with one hand, and sent Kyoka Suigetsu off to the side as easily as brushing away a fly. From the very beginning. The words landed. Aizen leaped backward, clearing the monk's counter with a sideways vault, and felt a chill race up his spine. About 100 years ago or so, I suppose. The monk kept his smile in place. I had actually thought you might be a candidate to succeed the next captain commander. I never imagined your ambitions ran so much further than that. Within the monk's words, Aizen heard something he had not expected, a note, faint but unmistakable, of genuine recognition. And underneath it, something that felt almost like sorrow. Like pity. What a waste, Sosuke Aizen. The smile slowly faded from the monk's face. You simply don't have what it takes, I'm afraid. Turn black. Ikemonji. Gradually, the battle drew toward its conclusion. The pristine white wings that Sosuke Aizen had grown were, one by one, inevitably stained by the ink of Ikemonji. My power is diminishing. After putting distance between them once more, Aizen stared at the ink blotches of varying sizes spreading across his body, his jaw clenched tight with undisguised frustration. He had evolved to this level, and yet, inexplicably, a massive portion of his strength had simply bled away. It was barely distinguishable from his second-stage power now. Have you worked it out yet? The monk settled the brush across his shoulder. Once my Ikemonji's ink has dyed something black, whether it's a Zanpakuto or a spirit body, the power bound to that name disappears along with the name itself. The name disappears too. Sosuke Aizen raised his right hand. The blade of his Zanpakuto had been covered entirely in jet black ink, its silver-white surface completely obscured. I see. That's why I couldn't use it just now. My power, what is it, exactly? He was about to continue speaking, and then realized that he could no longer recall his Zanpakuto-S name. The monk tilted his great bald head to one side in an exaggerated listening pose. Couldn't use what? Can't remember it anymore. I've lost. Sosuke Aizen lowered his blade and attempted to scrape the ink from its surface. It was completely useless. He had no choice but to admit it. He had lost. He raised his eyes, reluctant, unwilling, and fixed his gaze on the inner sanctum of the royal palace, hanging in the distance far above. Then he turned and began walking back the way he had come, Zanpakuto blackened and hanging at his side, making his way to the edge of the floating island with every intention of descending on his own. Are you certain you don't want me to lift Ikemonji's effect for you? The monk released Ikemonji from its Shirkai state, but the ink coating Aizen's blade did not fade. That won't be necessary. If I can't find a way to break this ability on my own, coming back any number of times will change nothing. With those words, Aizen gripped his blade and leaped downward into the open air below. The monk shook his head, a look of genuine regret on his face, and turned his attention toward Soifon, who had apparently become the center of a very lively gathering with the rest of the Zero Division. So you used to serve under that girl Yoruichi, is that right? Come over to my place in a bit, I'll weave you something far better to wear. Senjimaro Shudera hooked a finger under the deeply wrinkled fabric of Soifon's shihakusho and gave it a critical look. I think dinner at my place comes first. Kiryu Hikifune circled around Soifon, her hands wandering freely over the younger woman's frame. Oh my, she's quite solidly built for her size. Let Big Sis take a proper look at you. Truly impressive for someone so young. Tanjiro Kirinji laced his hands behind his head with a lazy grin. So what exactly did you invent that made the monk pick you, anyway? Whatever else one might say, little Soifon's fusion with her Zanpakuto is absolutely perfect. Otsunomea rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue in appreciation as he looked Soifon and Suzumabachi up and down with unrestrained admiration. Ahem. The monk strode over and cleared his throat pointedly, bringing the cluster of chaos to a halt and drawing every pair of eyes back to himself. Soifon is not a member of the Zero Division. Don't go celebrating too early, any of you. Ghost Fire He. Walnut-chan for more chapters, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 Universal Bonus Chapter. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 122, Soul King wants to get off work. Soul Society. Siriiti. The Captain Commander had been standing with his head tilted back for quite some time, watching the golden passage fade slowly from the sky above. The white shockwave Soifon had punched through on her way up still lingered high in the air, stubbornly refusing to dissipate. He had just been about to turn and leave when something caught his eye, a tiny black speck, barely visible against the heavens, growing rapidly larger with every passing second. Oh. So someone really did fall back down after failing to make it to the top. Hands clasped behind his back, the Captain Commander watched the speck with the serene, unruffled patience of a man who had been waiting for exactly this outcome, and with more than a little schadenfreude. Then the figure came close enough to make out clearly, and he saw that the one plummeting from the royal palace was not Soifon at all. It was Sosuke Aizen. Boom. Even with his butterfly wings deployed behind him to cushion the landing, Aizen's impact with the ground still produced a tremendous crash, reducing the stone-paved road that had only just been painstakingly repaired after the Zanpakuto rebellion incident back into rubble. Aizen. The Captain Commander swept the dust aside with a pulse of his Ryatsu, and the sight that greeted him gave him a genuine start. Aizen's Zanpakuto and one entire side of his body had been painted jet black. His spiritual pressure had collapsed to a fraction of what it once was. Had Ichibe Hyasub actually thrown him out? Captain Soifon will likely be some time yet before she returns. Farewell, Captain Commander. With those parting words, Sosuke Aizen opened a garganta, and vanished into it without a backward glance. That decisive. The Captain Commander stood in silence for a moment, turning Aizen's words over in his mind. Then, quietly, he recalled Ryujin Jaka. Have Soifon's wanted order revoked? He spoke to Sasakaibe, who had hurried over to his side. If all of this had been arranged by that person, then everything made sense. The royal palace. Ha. Tanjiro Kirinji gaped, jaw-dropping. If she's not a member of the Zero Division, then why did you call her up here in the first place? Oh, wait, he caught himself. It had actually been Soifon who broke through the seals and came up on her own. It was only the monk's deliberately ambiguous attitude that had given the rest of them the wrong idea. Well, that's a relief. To be perfectly honest, if you told me I had to join the Zero Division, I would have had quite the headache. Soifon pressed a hand to her chest with a small, exhaled breath of relief. You little. Senjimaro Shudera flicked Soifon on the forehead with one of her mechanical arms. Do you have any idea what an honor it is to be invited into the Zero Division? Out of consideration for the fact that Senjimaro seemed to be an old acquaintance of Yoruichi's, Soifon accepted the forehead flick without arguing back. All right, the rest of you head back to your palace islands. I need a word with Soifon. The monk's easy, genial smile cut through the chatter, and the 4-0 division members dispersed without another word, each making their way back toward their own island without the slightest fuss. Since we're here, let's speak plainly. The monk grinned at Soifon and simply sat down on the spot. As it happens, I have something I'd like to ask of you as well. Soifon watched the 0 division members' retreating figures, a glint passing through her eyes. She'd come all this way, it would be a crying shame to leave without squeezing something out of it. Fine. Though personally, I'd say only Tenjiro Kirinji and Senjumaru Shutera would be of any real use to me. The monk slapped his knee, he'd caught on immediately, and agreed without hesitation. True enough, but... A cunning smile curled at the corner of Soifon's mouth. Even if they're no use to me, they'd surely be of some use to my students and friends, wouldn't they? The monk rubbed his smooth scalp, then put on an elaborate performance of pained reluctance, teeth bared, long-suffering sighs, the whole theatrical production. Too difficult, you say? Then how about I? Soifon let out a cold snort, and made a show of lifting her foot, clearly about to follow Aizen's example and step right off the edge of the floating island. Wait. The monk folded his arms, deliberated for a moment, and then reluctantly relented. Fine. This old man will grant your request. Soifon stopped in her tracks and turned back, smiling at the monk. Both of them were equally convinced they'd just gotten the better of the other. Soifon had won. The monk had won. So who, exactly, had lost? At that same moment, back on their respective palace islands, both Tenjiro Kirinji and Senjumaru Shutera sneezed simultaneously. The monk drew out Ikemanji and swept it once across the ground in front of him, clearing away the dust that the earlier battle had kicked up. Then he made a gesture that said please, sit. Once Soifon had settled across from him, the monk spoke. I know what you've been working toward all these years. But the time to kill Yoruichi has not yet come. Now, if that Aizen you brought up here had been qualified, whether Yoruichi lives or dies right now would hardly matter. But that Ichigo Kurosaki, on the other hand. Soifon raised an eyebrow. It seemed the monk hadn't yet grasped her true objective, he seemed to think she had simply glimpsed the truth that Yoruichi hadn't died, and was trying to eliminate him before he could become a threat. When the monk mentioned Ichigo, Soifon cut him off. Ichigo is off the table. Let's talk about Yoruichi instead. Her reaction was exactly what he'd expected. The monk took it in stride. Perhaps you also received guidance from His Majesty the Soul King at some point, discovered that Yoruichi poses a true threat to this world, and that is why you've been pushing yourself so desperately hard to grow stronger. Even so, I imagine you also now know that His Majesty the Soul King willingly allowed himself to be made into what he is, all to maintain the balance of the three worlds. And now, a method to free His Majesty and allow him to be reincarnated lies right before us. As the Soul King's attendant and oldest friend, the monk had no desire to watch him remain imprisoned in that cage forever. And frankly, he had never had any patience for that brat Yoruichi either. I have no objection to that, Soifon said. But if Yoruichi simply takes the Soul King's place as the one holding everything together, doesn't that mean the three worlds' fundamental problem still goes unsolved? The mightiest souls, those with overwhelming spiritual pressure, they eventually die, and because their spirit bodies are too powerful to disperse naturally, they fall into hell. Soifon nodded in agreement, and then raised a question that had the monk scratching his head as well. No, it was a question that had even the Soul King himself scratching his head. The flame nears extinction, yet no king appears to take the throne. Even if His Majesty the Soul King succeeded in going through reincarnation as he wished, the problem of hell would remain unsolved. In any case, let's free His Majesty the Soul King first, deal with that rebellious child Yoruichi, and then worry about hell afterward. The monk lowered his hand and let out a quiet sigh. In the end, he couldn't give Soifon an answer to her question. The three worlds, the world of the living, Waco Mundo, and Soul Society, held together under the Soul King's stewardship were like a mountain of legacy code barely kept running with patch after patch. All the monk could do was keep slapping on more fixes. A complete rebuild was simply not an option. And there was one more thing the monk had not told Soifon. The Soul King had long since seen the future. As for what Soifon called hell, even His Majesty the Soul King's prophecy spoke of it only in vague, uncertain terms. With no answer to give, the monk rose to his feet, stepped around Soifon, and turned his back to her. Well, all of that is business for 2 years from now, in any case. For the moment, let me take you over to Senjumaru Shutera and get you properly outfitted. I've also already had a word with Tenjiro Kirinji, she should be in Gotei right now, preparing a meal. I rather think her cooking will do something for your strength as well. Clothes handcrafted by the Grand Weave Guard, and a meal from the Grain King. Soifon stood and smoothed out the hem of her shihakusho. I'm looking forward to it. Ghost Fire here, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 123, Great Weaver Guardian, and Valley King. Above the royal palace. The monk led Soifon towards Senjumaru Shitara's palace island, but before they landed, he suddenly veered off mid-air and came to a halt, declining to set foot on the island below. Soifon, I'll leave you here. Just call for me when you're done with the fitting. He gave her a casual wave, and his figure vanished into the sky above the royal palace. Clank, clank. The sound of mechanical movement rose to Soifon's ears. Senjumaru Shitara glided forward, upper body perfectly steady, moving like a ghost, the lower half of her frame carried along by the silent workings of her mechanical arms. Welcome to my palace, Captain Soifon. Senjumaru looked Soifon over with shameless, appraising eyes. I must say, you surprise me. Flying through the skies of the royal palace like that. Aside from her own leader, Ichibe Hyasub, Senjumaru genuinely couldn't think of anyone else who could ride spirit particles to levitate within the royal palace. For an ordinary vice-captain, simply managing to stand upright up here was considered remarkable. Soifon followed her inside. A deep, rolling thrum reverberated through the air, and behind them, the great heavy doors sealed shut. Colorful strips of fabric hung from the ceiling of the palace hall. Needles, thread, and looms were scattered throughout, each operating with quiet, methodical industry. The lavish hall was empty of people. Senjumaru Shitara's palace echoed continuously with the mechanical churn of gearwork looms, lit by a dim, slightly amber glow. Snap. Senjumaru's metal arms clicked their fingers, and from every side of the hall, wide strips of fabric in varying colors descended all at once, wrapping around both their figures layer by layer, until they were enclosed in a small, sealed room with no gaps. With their powerful spirit bodies, both Soifon and Senjumaru could see perfectly in the dark. The absence of a light source was no obstacle for either of them. They stood close together. A faint, distinct fragrance drifted from each of them into the other's senses. Senjumaru circled Soifon once, drifting like a ghost, then propped her chin on one of her metal arms behind her back and let out a series of admiring clicks. No wonder she was trained by that Yoruichi. The cut of it is practically identical to the Shihoin clan's style. As she spoke, several of the mechanical arms at her back produced a measuring tape from somewhere. Let me state this up front, before I can sew your shihakusho, I'll need to take Captain Soifon's measurements first. Only now did Soifon remember exactly what kind of price one paid before commissioning work from the Grand Weave Guard. Soifon took a step back. Is there really no room for negotiation? None whatsoever. Senjumaru said, tape measure in hand, her tone as matter-of-fact as if she were discussing the weather. Not a single piece. Everything comes off. A sigh. Accompanied by Soifon's exhale and the soft rustle of fabric, her halter-neck backless shihakusho slid down and pooled in a black circle at her feet. Good. I like cooperative subjects. This might be a little. Senjumaru cast a satisfied eye over Soifon's trim figure, not a gram of excess anywhere, and began moving the tape measure across her with practiced efficiency. Wait, even there. Are you questioning my professional expertise as the Grand Weave Guard, Soifon? That's not it, just, hold on a moment, HSS. Soifon drew a sharp breath. That one just now was definitely payback. High above, outside the palace island. The newly finished shihakusho fit perfectly against her skin, and because it had been crafted using the oaken as part of the material, its defensive power surpassed anything she'd worn before. Soifon gave her head a quick shake, clearing away the mental image of Senjumaru's hands being rather too thorough during the fitting process. The moment she touched down at Gotei, the complex, layered scent of food hit her, a fragrance so rich it stirred something primal in her spirit body. Almost without thinking, she pressed a hand to her flat stomach, as though some deep hunger had just been summoned awake. She swallowed once, and walked toward the palace doors. Creak. The doors of Gotei swung open, and the aroma of food rolled over her in a wave, so potent that even someone at Soifon's level was struck by a momentary lapse of composure. She had nearly, lost the battle with the urge to simply bolt toward the table. At that moment, Kiryu Hikifune, who was in the process of setting the last dish on the table, caught sight of Soifon and smiled, beckoning her over with a wave. The Kiryu Hikifune now standing before Soifon seemed like an entirely different person from the full-figured woman she had met moments ago. So this is your true form after all, Miss Hikifune. Soifon walked over, took a seat at her side, and studied Hikifune's beautiful face with unabashed admiration. Doesn't it surprise you, Captain Soifon? Hikifune leaned her face close, the soft white of her décolletage trembling faintly with the motion. I thought it would give you quite a shock. As she spoke, she speared a slice of grilled meat glistening with juices and held it out to Soifon's lips. Please, eat. Captain Soifon, I've been preparing this meal just for you since the moment you arrived. Only when that piece of meat was held before her mouth did Soifon finally understand where this terrible, gnawing hunger had been coming from. It was a craving rooted in the instinct of her spirit body itself. Thank you, Miss Hikifune. Soifon murmured her thanks and opened her mouth, biting down. The perfectly seared meat, crisp on the outside, tender within, burst with a flood of flavor the moment her teeth met it. The extraordinary texture, the soul-stealing taste, and the steady, comfortable rise of spiritual pressure building from within, it was a sensation unlike anything Soifon had ever experienced. She took the knife and fork from Hikifyun's hands. And then, all grace entirely forgotten, Soifon simply ate, her spirit body drinking it in like a bone-dry sponge finally given water, desperate and insatiable. Slow down, don't choke. Kiryu Hikifyun patted her gently on the back. Soifon let out a series of vague, inarticulate sounds in lieu of a response. She had no time to offer thanks, having already transformed into a merciless eating machine. Hikifyun propped her chin on her hand and watched Soifon eat with a fond smile, quietly wondering to herself just how many dishes this woman was going to put away. Gradually, the smile faded. After clearing an entire table's worth of food, the hunger in Soifon's spirit body had subsided somewhat. She was now able to maintain basic noble dining etiquette, eating elegantly and swiftly, working her way through what remained on the table. 3 hours later. She was, after all, a warrior who had broken through the boundaries of the soul, and on top of that, the system had just granted her a massive Soul King fragment. Soifon's spirit body was brimming with boundless potential, a vessel that was hungry to be filled to its absolute limit. Unlike the Sclaverai, which simply restored spiritual pressure, Kiryu Hikifyun's cooking could strengthen a person's spirit body across every dimension. The effect had its limits, of course, it varied depending on the individual. Soifon swallowed the final piece, rubbed her flat stomach, reached for a napkin and dabbed her mouth, then rinsed with a cup of water. By conservative estimate, the spiritual pressure within her had grown by 30% over her previous baseline. I'm full. Thank you for the meal. Soifon pressed her palms together and bowed her head with genuine reverence toward the towering mountain of empty plates and bowls before her. Don't mention it. From behind that mountain of dishes, a voice, drained to its last thread of strength, answered her. Kiryu Hikifyun emerged from the kitchen, gaunt almost beyond recognition, staggering out one tottering step at a time. Even if you weren't quite full yet, there isn't a single dish I could produce today. Captain Soifon. The reserves of fatty spiritual pressure that Kiryu Hikifyun stored in her body, every last drop, had been consumed completely by Soifon in a single sitting. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 124, The Correct Way to Whitewash. Fed, watered, and loaded down with gifts, Soifon stood at the edge of the Royal Palace's main approach and gave a casual wave to the 5-0 division members at her back. Here, little Soifon. Take this with you. Just as Soifon was about to take the leap of faith off the edge, Tenjiro Kirinji tossed a rolled scroll her way. Deflecting Soifon's curious gaze, Kirinji flicked the hair from his forehead and turned slightly to the side. I can't believe the Gotei 13 has fallen this far. Take these down with you and hand them over to that woman Retsu, it's the method for producing those 2 hot springs. I won't guarantee she can replicate them at her spiritual pressure level, but restoring at least some of the therapeutic effect shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if little Soifon herself is willing to assist in the process, that's a different matter entirely. With that, he slung his blade, shaped like a boat oar, over his shoulder and headed back to his own palace island ahead of her. Soifon confirmed that the remaining 0 division members had nothing further to say to her, gave a single nod, and then leaned forward and dropped off the edge, plunging down into the cloud layer below. The instant she was in freefall, she let a faint golden Ryatsu bloom around her body like armor, and then she became a streak of gold, hurtling straight down towards Siriidii far below. A chain of sonic booms detonated above the cloud sea in rapid succession. The white clouds were torn apart by sheer violence, leaving a vacuum corridor more than 100 meters in diameter in her wake. It was impossible to miss. Inside Siriidii, the captain commander's brush paused mid-stroke. He had been working through a stack of divisional administrative papers. His head snapped up, gaze piercing straight through the ceiling and into the sky, and then with a soft clatter, the brush fell from his fingers onto the desk, and the figure that had been seated in the chair was already gone. Across Siriidii, captains who had been handling administrative duties or overseeing their squad's training drills all stopped simultaneously, heads tilting upward to face the sky without a word spoken between them. A massive spiritual pressure, familiar, yet carrying an edge of something wholly unfamiliar, was diving downward at a breathtaking speed, its trajectory aimed directly at the outskirts near Siriidii. Silhouette after silhouette streaked toward the projected landing point. The white cloud layer was punched clean through. In Soifon's eyes, the outline of Siriidii expanded at a dizzying rate, from a vague dark smear to crisp, defined architecture. She adjusted her posture. The golden Ryatsu wrapped around her pulled inward slightly, and then she slammed into an open lot on the outskirts like a falling meteor. Boom. The ground shuddered. Dust and smoke billowed outward in every direction. When the dust settled, Soifon's slender, upright figure slowly straightened. Surrounding her landing point, several captains had already assembled, forming a loose ring around her. "You're back, Soifon." The captain commander was the first to speak, both hands resting on Ryujin Jaka. "Did Ichibe Hyasub have anything to pass along?" Soifon shook her head, her answer to his question, then raised the scroll in her hand, her gaze shifting toward Unohana Retsu. "Captain Unohana. This is from Tenjiro Korinji, he asked me to pass it on to you." The scroll traced an arc through the air and landed cleanly in Unohana Retsu's waiting hand. The moment her fingertips made contact with its surface, her eyes opened just slightly wider. "This is..." she murmured quietly, not unrolling it immediately, simply looking up towards Soifon. "The method for making those hot springs, most likely." Soifon shrugged. "If Captain Unohana needs help with the process, I'm available to come assist." After all, the hot springs of the royal palace had been reforged after Korinji's body was enhanced by the Oken. His spiritual pressure was simply not in the same league as an ordinary Shinigami's anymore. The moment Soifon produced that scroll from Korinji, the last shadow over her name evaporated entirely. Returning from the royal palace completely unharmed, and bringing back gifts from Zero Division members in the process, could someone like that possibly be a traitor? If protecting the court were a measure of purity, Soifon's record was frankly cleaner than most of the people standing around her. Even Sajin Kamamura, who had harbored no small amount of resentment over Soifon's apparent betrayal, lowered his head at that moment without fanfare, silently acknowledging that she'd had her reasons. At last, the captain commander's gaze swept slowly across the assembled captains. The invisible weight of his presence dropped over the area like a stone, and the low murmuring that had lingered in the air went instantly silent. Everyone. Regarding Captain Soifon's prior departure from the Gotei 13. She was operating under a classified Zero Division directive, executing a special mission by infiltrating the ranks of Sosuke Aizen to ascertain the truth. The mission has now been completed. Captain Soifon is hereby officially reinstated. Her position as captain of the 2nd Division is restored, effective immediately. His gaze settled on Soifon last. She inclined her head in a brief, respectful bow. When she straightened, Soifon asked, "By the way, does anyone know where Aizen ended up? He hasn't been arrested by the captain commander, has he?" At that, the captain commander stroked his long beard, looking thoroughly unconcerned about Aizen's disappearance. "He ran. 2 days ago, Sosuke Aizen fell from the royal palace back into Siriidii, opened a garganta right in front of me, and left." In any case, judging from the spiritual pressure Soifon had just released on the way down, her power had already surpassed his by a comfortable margin. It was only in this moment that the captain commander truly understood why so many of his captains had taken to slacking off so freely. Having someone immensely powerful to fall back on. What an extraordinarily comfortable feeling. Is that so? Aizen ran back to Hueco Mundo. Soifon sounded faintly disappointed. She had half expected the men to suffer some kind of spiritual awakening and wander off into quiet, brooding seclusion. Since Aizen is someone that Captain Soifon brought back, his situation is yours to follow up on. I imagine that for a Captain Soifon who has just descended from the royal palace, dealing with one failed would-be usurper shouldn't pose any problem. With his instructions delivered, the captain commander said nothing further. He turned and departed in a flash of Shuinpa. The other captains, reading the room, scattered in his wake, leaving behind only the captains of the 4th, 6th, and 10th divisions. Standing where she was, Soifon caught the veiled sarcasm laced through the captain commander's parting words, and could only blink innocently and accept the assignment. After a brief silence, Byakuya Kuchiki stepped forward, brow furrowed, carrying the air of someone who had come to demand answers. "Soifon, you. Do you have any idea how much Rukia grieved over you during all of this? If I hadn't been watching her, she would have gone to the 12th Division to apply for use of the Tenshintai to train her Bankai. I trust you understand what that means." Perhaps it was because of his younger sister, but in this rare moment, Byakuya Kuchiki had found a firmness with Soifon he rarely displayed. The Tenshintai. Ah, yes. That was perhaps how Ranjika Matsumoto had also managed to achieve the Bankai that appeared nowhere in Soifon's memory. She must have used that device. Soifon held Byakuya's gaze for a few steady seconds, then slowly nodded. "I understand. I'm sorry." Byakuya blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't expected Soifon to bow her head and apologize so readily. He pressed his lips together, the edge leaving his posture, and with a sweep of his sleeve he was gone in a flash of Shuinpa. "Teacher Soifon," Toshiro stepped forward to stand before her. "Momo too." Soifon gazed at Toshiro, who seemed to have grown just a little taller, and felt a wave of something distant wash over her. On instinct, she almost reached up to ruffle his hair. She stopped herself. "Fine. Since Captain Commander Yamamoto says it was a Zero Division mission, I'll take it at face value." The sheer cheek in Toshiro's words made Soifon's arm, which she had just lowered, rise again. Smack. Before he even finished speaking, Soifon snapped her finger and sent a sharp, invisible pulse of compressed air straight at him, bowling him over onto the ground. Take it at face value. Toshiro. You have the nerve to be passive-aggressive toward me, your teacher, and toward Captain Commander Yamamoto, your master. It seems I'll need to have a little word with the Captain Commander about you. Soifon blew on her finger and smirked down at the white-haired little menace sitting on the ground, clutching his forehead. Wait, allow me to explain myself. Toshiro scrambled up from the ground, hand outstretched in frantic protest, but Soifon had already turned and was walking away down the road alongside Unohana Retsu, the two of them vanishing around the corner without a backward glance. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Group Chat of the Dead. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 125, Time to Repay the Debt, Teacher Soifon, Bonus Chapter. Whoosh. Soifon stood at the edge of the eaves. The wind swept across the hem of her shihakusho. Unohana Retsu stood half a step to her side, and the breeze carried the faint scent of medicinal herbs from Unohana's clothing to Soifon's nose. I'm sorry for making Captain Soifon wait, that was terribly rude of me. Unohana had pushed herself to keep pace with Soifon's movements, but she had very nearly lost her even so. Soifon shook her head. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke, quietly, as though the words were carried to Unohana's ears on nothing more than the faintest tremor of air. I'm the one who should be apologizing, Captain Unohana. Unohana tilted her head to one side without speaking, her smile saying simply, I'm listening. For everything that happened. And for striking you as hard as I did. I'm sorry. If there's anything you'd like me to do to make it right, please, don't hesitate. Soifon's eyes were filled with remorse, unable to meet Unohana's gaze directly. Anything at all. Unohana drew closer, a dangerous little smile curving her lips, a mischievous glimmer dancing in her eyes. Soifon leaned back slightly. Yes, as long as it's something I'm capable of. The words were already out. There was no taking them back now. Unohana placed both hands on Soifon's shoulders and leaned in close beside her cheek, her voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. Then. Gulp. Soifon swallowed involuntarily. The warm breath Unohana Retsu exhaled stirred the loose strands of hair at Soifon's ear, carrying with it that distinctive herbal fragrance of hers. It grazed Soifon's cheek and raised a soft, tingling sensation across her skin. Captain Soifon, could you stab me? Unohana Retsu parted her lips, and what emerged from them was a sentence that obliterated the romantic atmosphere entirely. Soifon froze. Her eyes blinked slowly, blankly. Stab me. Yes, that was a sentence that could only have come from Unohana Retsu. Taking in Soifon's rare, stupefied expression, Unohana covered her mouth and let out a quiet laugh. So you see, Captain Soifon, it really is better not to make such sweeping promises so easily. Saying you can do anything is just handing someone the perfect opening to catch you off guard, you know. In the end, that boomerang had come flying right back around to hit Soifon squarely in the face. Unohana Retsu shook her head, straightened up again, and gathered Soifon into her arms, pulling her into a warm, unhurried embrace. Captain Soifon had her reasons for doing what she did, didn't she? Her voice was gentle. One hand moved in slow, soothing strokes across the back of Soifon's head. Buried in that soft, enveloping warmth, Soifon instinctively nuzzled in slightly, and then drew a long, deep breath. After a moment, the two parted, and a brief silence fell between them once more. Unohana reached out and gently pinched a single slender black strand of hair from Soifon's cheek. I'm sorry, it seems my hair brushed across Captain Soifon's face. A slightly stronger gust of wind passed between them, sweeping up a withered, yellowed leaf. The leaf tumbled through the air several times, its path drifting by chance toward Soifon. She raised her hand and caught it in her palm. Soifon studied the leaf for 2 quiet seconds. Then she turned and held it out toward Unohana Retsu. Unohana blinked in mild surprise, and then the corner of her lips curved upward. She reached out and took the leaf, her fingertips brushing Soifon's palm for just an instant before parting. This is. Unohana Retsu turned the leaf over in her palm, her smile deepening. Captain Soifon, don't tell me you're offering this fallen leaf as an apology for deceiving everyone and leaving without a word. She looked up, Soifon's reflection caught in her eyes. That's a little, too much of a cheat, isn't it? Soifon brushed back the stray wisps of hair the wind had blown loose around her ear, her gaze returning to the leaf in Unohana's hand. Of course not, Captain Unohana. I just haven't seen fallen leaves in a long time. I suppose it made me a little nostalgic. The smile on Unohana's face gradually softened into something more subdued. Hueco Mundo isn't a very pleasant place to be, is it? Soifon gave a small nod, then clapped her hands together lightly. Right, Captain Unohana, I'll come with you to look over the hot spring blueprints that Senior Kirinji passed along. However, Unohana did not agree immediately. She tucked the fallen leaf carefully into her sleeve, then raised her eyes, and fixed Soifon with a look of warm, teasing amusement. "Before we worry about building Kirinji's hot springs," she said, smiling, "Captain Soifon, shouldn't the more pressing matter right now be reporting back to the 2nd Division barracks?" Soifon's expression visibly stiffened. Watching every flicker of her reaction, Unohana's smile grew a fraction deeper. Could it be that Captain Soifon is avoiding Rukia and Momo Hinamori before the gates of the 2nd Division barracks? No matter how formidable her strength had become, she still couldn't hide what was in her heart from Unohana. In the end, Soifon's intention to make a quiet escape was exposed by Unohana Retsu without a shred of mercy. A few squad members who happened to be walking out of the barracks caught sight of the figure at the gate. They stopped dead, and then, a heartbeat later, snapped into deep 90-degree bows in Soifon's direction. "Captain Soifon. Welcome back, Captain." It seemed the Captain Commander had reinstated her rank with remarkable speed, which was why there was no awkward confusion to navigate. Once the salutes were done, the squad members shuffled hastily past Soifon, clustering together, their voices dropping to urgent, excited whispers. "Did you hear? The news that came down from above. No wonder. I always said there was no way Captain Soifon would betray us. Shoo. Keep it down." The commotion at the gate quickly drew attention from inside. Heavy, impatient footsteps thundered down the corridor, accompanied by a sharp, irritable bark. "Stop whispering in the hallway and get back to work. The 2nd Division doesn't carry deadweight. Have your mission reports been filed? Have your patrol routes all been checked?" Marekio Omida's towering silhouette filled the doorway. One hand on his hip, the other clutching a half-eaten snack, he surveyed his territory like a lion making his rounds. Then his gaze dropped to the bottom of the entrance steps, and his expression froze solid. The stern authority drained from Omida's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pupils contracted sharply. His mouth fell open on its own. The snack bag slipped from his fingers and hit the ground unnoticed. His enormous frame swayed, and his knees buckled. "Captain Soifon. When did you get back? Why didn't you tell me so I could come meet you? I heard you went undercover alongside that terrifying Sosuke Aizen, but of course. Only someone as brilliant and perceptive as Captain Soifon could possibly." Finally, Soifon looked at him in silence for 2 beats, then pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. "Omida. There's really no need for all that. You've worked hard while I was away." With that, Soifon stepped past Omida's broad frame, giving his shoulder a single pat as she went, and walked through the gates of the 2nd Division. She had no choice. With Omida bellowing at the top of his lungs out front like that, Momo and Rukia had absolutely heard the news that she was back. Inside the 2nd Division captain's office, Momo Hinamori and Rukia were bent over a mountain of paperwork, heads bowed. Both of them stopped writing at the exact same moment. They lifted their heads and looked at each other. "Is that Teacher Soifon?" Momo's voice carried the faintest tremor. "She really came back?" Rukia's eyes widened slightly. But in the next instant, both of them pressed a hand to their chest, as though trying to hold down a heart that had suddenly lurched into a gallop. Was Teacher Soifon coming back now, to answer them? The thought had barely surfaced before a far more turbulent anxiety came crashing down to smother it. Would Teacher Soifon really accept them? Momo drew a sharp breath, and then slammed both palms flat on the desk with a resounding smack. "Why are we the ones being nervous?" Momo grabbed Rukia's arm. "Teacher Soifon is the one who should be nervous." Rukia blinked, momentarily startled by her friend's sudden surge of spirit. "She just went off on her mission without saying a single word, and left us here worrying ourselves half to death the entire time. And another thing. After Senior Ranjaku and Teacher Soifon released their Bankai that day, they were both being super weird about something, weren't they? Rukia, you noticed too, right? Had they? Really?" Rukia was a little overwhelmed by the rapid-fire barrage, but she found herself nodding almost on reflex. "I mean, a little." With that nod secured, Momo grabbed Rukia's hand and pulled her toward the door. "You see. We're already so far behind. If we don't work up the nerve to charge in right now, who knows how many more people will fall behind." Rukia was yanked half a stumbling step forward, and the hesitation that had been written across her face began, slowly, to be replaced by a resolution that matched Momo's exactly. "Hearing you say that, Momo, it's like the clouds have parted. Momo. Let's go." She grabbed Momo's hand in return. The two of them locked eyes, and nodded at precisely the same moment. The next instant, the office door was wrenched open. At the far end of the corridor, a small but straight black figure had just stepped into the captain's courtyard. 2 silhouettes came racing around the corner of the corridor. Their footsteps ground to a halt simultaneously. 6 eyes met. The tearful accusations, the sobbing, the desperate embraces they had each imagined, none of it happened. The air seemed to freeze solid in that single moment. Momo was still holding Rukia's wrist in both hands, her chest rising and falling slightly from the sprint. Both of them opened their mouths, and the courage they had just worked so hard to summon, now that it was faced with the real Soifon, deflated all at once, like a balloon that had been pricked by a pin. 1,000 things to say, all of them jammed at the back of their throats, and not a single word would come out. After a moment, the bamboo pipe in the corner of the courtyard filled with water and tipped, striking the stone beneath it with a clean, crisp knock, and the world seemed to press play again. I'm home. Soifon stepped forward into the space between them and spoke. A stinging, bittersweet ache rose to the tips of their noses. In the same instant, Rukia and Momo lurched forward, and buried themselves in Soifon's arms, holding on tight. Soifon said nothing. She simply stood there, still and steady, and let the two girls press their faces into her shoulder and her chest. Very soon, through the fabric of her shahakusho, she felt the warm spread of wet heat. No wailing. No heaving sobs. Only the quiet, broken sound of tears being held back, suppressed, stuttering, and the burning warmth of them soaking slowly through the shahakusho that Senjimura Shutera had made specially for her. Soifon was silent for a moment. Then she lifted both hands and let them settle, gently, one on the back of each girl's head, and one on each of their backs, stroking slowly, again and again, with quiet tenderness. I'm sorry. Soifon said, more softly than was her habit. I'm sorry. She could feel it, both of them shaking their heads against her shoulder with force, their hair brushing back and forth against the side of her neck. The sunlight from beyond the corridor stretched their three shadows long across the ground, weaving them together. How much time passed, neither could say, but eventually, the sound of voices and footsteps drifted down from the far end of the corridor, a patrol team making their rounds. The two in her arms gave a sudden start. In the same breath, they pulled quickly away from Soifon, scrubbing at their faces with the backs of their hands, eyes red, noses pink, eyelashes still trembling with fine, clinging drops. Soifon settled an arm around each of their shoulders and led them easily down the corridor, familiar as breathing, until she stood before the door of her own quarters and pushed it open. The room was spotless. Everything in its place, arranged just so, the kind of order that spoke of someone tending it with care, regularly, over a long time. We always knew Teacher Soifon would come back someday. Rukia tugged at Soifon's sleeve. So, every day, we took turns coming to clean. Soifon stepped inside and settled onto the edge of the bed. Then she patted the space on either side of her. Momo and Rukia exchanged a glance, and sat down, one on each side, close enough that their knees nearly touched Soifon's legs. Soifon raised her hands and rested them, palms down, gently on each of their knees. You've both worked hard while I was away, too. Before she could finish, her lips were stopped by two fingers, still faintly salt-damp with tears. Don't say sorry. What we want to hear isn't an apology, Teacher Soifon. When those words were spoken, Rukia drew a slow, steadying breath, and laid her hand gently over the back of Soifon's. She pressed down, holding Soifon's hand in place. Now, surely Teacher Soifon can give us an answer, can't she? Rukia paused, exchanged a glance with Momo, and the two of them spoke at the same time. Will you accept our feelings for you? Both of us. Soifon's gaze moved slowly from one face to the other. Her fingertips curled, just slightly, against the centers of their palms. Are you both truly certain? That what you feel for me is love? The moment the words left her lips, two distinct, warm fragrances closed in from either side, and in the same instant, a soft, gentle warmth pressed against both her cheeks. Not a fleeting brush. A long, lingering impression, held against Soifon's skin, breath washing over her in a warm, gentle tide. And yet the tender moment did not last long. With a boldness that was perfectly synchronized, two pairs of hands began sliding quietly along the front of Soifon's shahakusho, only to collide with each other just before they reached somewhere they shouldn't, and recoil as though they'd touched a live wire. They shot glares at each other across Soifon's face. A few more seconds passed, and finally, both of them broke the kiss. Soifon held still, feeling the warmth that lingered on her cheeks, and the brief, flustered contact at her chest. Because she felt she owed Rukia and Momo a debt, she had not moved to stop their small, reckless impulses just now. She let herself fall backward, sinking into the soft give of the bed. She stared up at the familiar ceiling. Then she looked at the two still perched on the edge of the bed beside her, and all at once something in her chest let go, and she smiled. Soifon raised her right hand and rested the back of it against her forehead, as though musing aloud, or perhaps, finally, giving them the answer they had been waiting for. At this point, if I kept pretending I didn't understand, I'd be the unreasonable one. I accept your confessions. Starting today, we're together. Ghost Fire here, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire new history, group chat of the dead. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 126, Ryatsu no longer on the same dimensional level. First Division, the Captain Commander's office. Knock. Knock. Come in. A faint mist rose from the kettle, veiling the Captain Commander's features. His authoritative voice resonated through the room, and then the door swung open with a low, drawn-out creak. Soifon stepped inside, dressed once more in her captain's haori. Without ceremony, she crossed the room and sat herself down in the chair directly across from him. The Captain Commander's hand paused mid-pour. His teacup hung suspended in the air. He had been fully prepared to deliver a suitably stern reprimand for such blatant impudence. When, in the very next instant, the teacup was smoothly plucked from his fingers. Soifon brought it to her lips without so much as a by your leave, took a small sip of the hot, fragrant tea, and exhaled a long, satisfied breath of white mist. Ha! She cradled the cup in both hands and leaned back against the chair, eyes half-lidded. Delicious, it seems your tea brewing skills have improved, Captain Commander. If I recall correctly, Captain Soifon has not had the opportunity to drink my tea on more than a handful of occasions. The Captain Commander swallowed the urge to shout and instead delivered the words with a pointed, faintly caustic edge. That's true, Soifon admitted, blowing lightly on the steaming surface of the tea. But it was simply a pleasantry. There's no need to take it so literally. A vein throbbed visibly on the Captain Commander's smooth forehead. The scorching Ryatsu radiating from his body caused the kettle in his grip to glow red-hot, the water inside roiling into a furious boil. Now that she's stopped hiding who she really is, she doesn't even bother putting on a polite face anymore. Soifon, you. Don't be angry, Captain Commander. Soifon set the teacup down. You summoned me here personally. What did you wish to discuss? Setting aside the rare moment of levity, the Captain Commander lifted his eyes to the woman seated across from him, his expression hardening. Ichibe Hyasub could not possibly have said nothing to you. The other day, I failed to consider the circumstances fully, but right now, there are only the two of us in this room. You can speak plainly now, Captain Soifon. What exactly are you planning? And that Quincy power you carry, what is the story behind it? The questions delivered, the Captain Commander fixed her with an unblinking, hawk-like stare. Even if the Zero Division and the Gotei 13 were aligned on the broadest possible level, he could not afford to assume that his subordinates would not become pawns to be sacrificed when the plan was finally set in motion. Soifon exhaled softly and raised a hand to pinch the bridge of her nose, a look of genuine difficulty crossing her face. Ichibe Hyasub did reveal certain things to me. He said that in the future, the position of the Soul King will undergo a change. Crack. The armrests of the Captain Commander's chair began to fracture. A moment later, a pressure heavy as a mountain range surged out of him without restraint, and the temperature inside the office spiked violently. Knock knock knock. Almost immediately, frantic knocking erupted from outside the door, accompanied by Sasakaibe Chojiro's urgent, anxious voice, Captain Commander. Are you all right? Everything is fine. Captain Soifon and I were simply exchanging a few blows just now, there is no cause for alarm. The Captain Commander drew a long, deliberate breath, forcing his surging Ryatsu back under control. His voice settled back into its usual, measured calm. The sound of uncertain footsteps outside gradually receded. His expression went completely cold. Then, who is the candidate to become the next Soul King? An old acquaintance of yours, Captain Commander. I wonder if you still remember the leader of the Quincy, the one you struck down with your own hands 1,000 years ago. His name was Yoruichi. With those words spoken, Soifon shifted her gaze past the Captain Commander, looking toward the shadow pooled beneath his chair. The darkness rippled. A subtle distortion in spirit particle density spread outward like the invisible currents of water stirring beneath a river's surface. From the moment she had first stepped into this office, the Quincy power within her had been quietly sending her a warning, something with a faint Ryatsu signature was hiding in the shadows of the room. The concealed Ryatsu lurking in those shadows had not gone unnoticed by Soifon alone, the Captain Commander seated across from her had also detected the anomaly. It seemed whoever was hidden in that shadow was either far too impatient, or far too confident in themselves, bold enough to eavesdrop on a private meeting between her and the Captain Commander of the Gotei 13. Yoruichi. The Captain Commander's pupils contracted sharply. The shock was real, but even as it hit him, his sharp gaze caught something else. When Soifon had spoken, her eyes had not been fixed entirely on him. And behind him, a bizarre fluctuation in Ryatsu. He did not move from his seat. He did not shift a single muscle. And yet, in the very next instant, Ryujin Jaka reverted to its blade in his grip, and without a word of warning, he swept it behind him in a single blazing arc of fire. Boom. Everything the slash passed through, the wooden flooring, the tatami mats, and even the thick stone wall beyond, was split violently in two. A scorching shockwave hurled shattered debris outward through the opening, exposing the wide sky and streets of Siriidii beyond the ruined wall. The Captain Commander's white Haori whipped and billowed in the searing heat. The tremendous impact brought every Shinigami below to a standstill. They craned their necks upward in stunned disbelief, staring at the massive gap scorched into the building, and at the Captain Commander standing tall with blade in hand amid the flames. And before him, a white figure was slowly rising from the darkness below, Quilge. He glanced down at the sniper rifle in his hands. The barrel bore a clean, precise cut straight through it, the severed face faintly dark red from the heat that had melted it. As expected of the Captain Commander of the Gotei 13. To have detected me while I was concealed within the shadows, and moreover, to have forced me to open my left eye even once. He spoke with a flat, unhurried appreciation. He raised one hand, ran his fingers across the sheared break in the rifle barrel, and the severed portion simply grew back, the weapon restored as though it had never been damaged. Soifon observed the newly revealed Sternritter with undisguised interest. Quilge actually reacted in time to that slash, and managed to open his left eye successfully. At this point in the timeline, Quilge should not have been anywhere near this powerful. Could it be that Yoruichi had already redistributed his power allocations? Was it those words I just said, had they drawn Yoruichi's direct attention? She hadn't expected that throwing out a vague statement of truth would set Yoruichi himself into motion. He really did jump at the slightest provocation. Wait, Yoruichi doesn't actually believe the monk intends to make him the Soul King, does he? Or perhaps the two of them have a different understanding of what Soul King even means. Meanwhile, the Captain Commander had already stepped forward, blade leveled, and fixed Quilge with a hard stare. Who are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating Siri? That last slash had given him a deeply unsettling feeling. Ryujin Jaka's strike had landed, he was certain of it, and yet this man had evaded the blow by some method he had never seen before. Quilge did not answer immediately. He reached up and adjusted the pure white hooded cloak he wore, its hem embroidered with the refined crest of the Sternritter. Does it not look familiar to you? Aged Captain Commander. He reached up and pulled back the hood, his question carrying a faint edge of mockery. The Captain Commander's pupils snapped shut. 1,000-year-old tide of broken memories crashed over him. Countless Quincy. White military uniforms. And standing atop a mountain of corpses, the king of the Quincy, whom he had personally killed. Yoruichi. Quincy. The Captain Commander enunciated the word one syllable at a time. Correct. I am Quilge, member of the Sternritter, and captain of His Majesty's personal guard. Quilge gave a single measured nod, looking thoroughly satisfied by the reaction he had provoked. He raised his chin with an air of cool arrogance and introduced himself. Then, his face turned toward Soifon, who had remained seated in her chair throughout all of this, and he extended one hand in an unmistakable gesture of invitation. Powerful Quincy, adrift from your people, return now to His Majesty's embrace. 2 years from now, His Majesty will reign over the 3 worlds. His Majesty dispatched me, his own guard captain, to extend this invitation in person. This is the measure of His Majesty's sincerity. Quilge's hand hung suspended in midair. In the very next instant, a crimson blade swept through the air and sliced cleanly toward his wrist. But the blade missed again. Or, to be more precise, it passed through Quilge's body entirely, leaving nothing behind but a shimmering twist of heat haze in its wake. I see. When his left eye is open, his body becomes intangible to all attacks. In that case, how do you intend to handle a relentless, unbroken chain of slashes? The Captain Commander drew Ryujin Jaka back into its sheath. His right foot stepped forward. His knees dipped slightly. His right hand settled over the hilt, his left hovered at the scabbard. He settled into the opening stance of Iaido. Shying. For a full second, a continuous curtain of crimson blade light filled the air. And yet, Quilge's left eye stayed open. Impossibly, it held. Every single one of the Captain Commander's slashes missed. In a place the Captain Commander could not see, a cold sweat had broken out across Quilge's back. That was dangerously close. Another half-second and he'd have lost control of it entirely. Once the reality of what had nearly happened sank in, Quilge's embarrassment curdled into fury. He abandoned any pretense of formal address. It's useless, Yamamoto. The words died in his mouth. Soifon, who had been sitting calmly to the side this entire time, erupted. A torrent of golden ryatsu crashed down over Quilge like a collapsing sky, shattering straight through the roof of the 1st Division barracks and driving him flat against the ground with a weight that bent the air. It could not harm him. But it could humiliate him, and it did so thoroughly. She's pinning me, someone enhanced directly by His Majesty, with pure ryatsu alone. No. That can't be right. She has ryatsu this immense. Pressed into the floor, Quilge stared up with eyes that had gone wide with disbelief and something very close to fear. Soifon raised one hand. A bolt of white lightning ignited at her fingertip and drove straight through Quilge's body, passing clean through without leaving a single mark. I see. While his left eye is open, his body phases through all physical attacks, but it cannot phase through Ryatsu. That brings me to a question, Captain of the Personal Guard. She propped her chin on her hand and began her performance of analytical deliberation with a perfectly measured air of detached curiosity. What is your question? Pinned beneath Soifon's Ryatsu, Quilge's face was a mask of humiliated fury, but with the knowledge that she was the Quincy His Majesty had expressly come to invite, he forced himself to swallow it. If you keep holding your eye open like that, doesn't it dry out? Soifon asked, with the slyness of someone who had already worked out the answer. I can keep this Ryatsu pressure on you indefinitely. The moment you blink, I'll execute you on the spot. The instant the words landed, Quilge's silhouette was swallowed by dense, impenetrable shadow. Without giving Soifon so much as an opening to follow up, he dove face first into the darkness below and vanished. As ignominious an exit as it was, Quilge's sixth sense had delivered its verdict with absolute clarity. If he stayed, he would die. You'll come back to our side eventually, Soifon. Because you are a Quincy. We will wait for you. Return to His Majesty's embrace. His voice echoed around the ruined room, and then his presence dissolved completely into the shadow below, as though he had never existed at all. What remained was nothing but rubble, broken walls, and an office that reeked of scorched wood, the only proof that he had ever been there. Silence fell over the office. Then, a moment later, the sound of urgent, rushing footsteps thundered from outside the door. Who's there? Protect the Captain Commander. Sasakaibe Chojiro burst into the devastated office with several seated officers behind him, every Shinigami in the group with their Zanpakuto drawn, every face taut with alarm. Someone attacked Captain Soifon. No, the direction of the slash was behind the desk. And Captain Soifon is still seated calmly in her chair. The baffling scene left Sasakaibe Chojiro momentarily at a complete loss. The Captain Commander slid Ryujin Jaka, half-drawn, back into its sheath, rose from his seat, and addressed Sasakaibe directly, alert every member of the Gotei 13 to exercise vigilance around shadows. Report any irregularities immediately. He paid no further mind to the bewildered expression on his lieutenant's face, a single measured glance was sufficient. Sasakaibe came to attention, rendered a precise salute, and departed to carry out the order. The Captain Commander pulled up a chair and settled himself directly in front of Soifon. His eyes swept over her with the methodical intensity of a scanner. Do you have anything you'd like to explain? Why did a Quincy just emerge from the shadows of my office? Throughout everything, Soifon had been entirely too composed, she hadn't once moved to explain herself or distance herself from what had happened. No explanation needed. I did awaken Quincy ability several decades ago, Captain Commander. That much is true. Soifon raised her hand. Between her fingers, a massive Heilig file materialized, she held it flat across the space between them. As for the shadows. She crushed the Heilig file in her grip. A very long time ago, Yoruichi concealed the Quincy's headquarters, the Wandenrake, inside the shadow of Siriidii itself. Hidden in the shadow of Siriidii itself. That meant Siriidii had been living under the Wandenrake's surveillance for all these years without ever knowing it. It was as though Soifon had read his mind. She shook her head, preempting his conclusion. Surveillance too overt would have been detected by any captain-level Ryatsu sensor. So for the most part, they could only observe from a distance. Much of the core intelligence they simply could not reach. But even so. Even so, they will have gathered more than enough intelligence already. The Captain Commander brought his staff down with a heavy crack, his brow furrowing deeply. His immense Ryatsu fanned outward in every direction, sweeping across every shadow in the vicinity, and found nothing. Not the faintest trace of an anomaly. Nothing. Only the wind rolling through the ruined office, carrying with it the smell of ash and scorched wood. These secrets. Ichibe Hyasub told all of this to you. After a long pause, the Captain Commander spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate. Soifon gave a small nod, and then shook her head. In truth, the monk had told her none of this directly. Some of it, yes. The rest. I learned through the Quincy family I was involved with in the world of the living. Captain Commander, you are no doubt aware that while Yoruichi is the progenitor of all Quincy, that does not mean every Quincy is content to accept his rule, his power to grant life and to take it away. Taking advantage of the moment, Soifon proceeded to walk the Captain Commander through the structure of Yoruichi's power system, so that when the day came and he found himself face to face with that bearded man, he would not be caught entirely off guard. Oswalin. Altar of Usurpation. Skrift. Kaiser Gesang. The Soul King's left hand. So the opponent he had fought before was only a half-finished version of Yoruichi. The thought that the ancient enemy he had gone to war with 1,000 years ago had been fighting him with his powers sealed away by the monk, that his greatest rival had never even been operating at full capacity, sat poorly in his chest. Even so, 1,000 years had not left him standing still. A mere Yoruichi posed him less pressure than the woman seated in front of him right now. One thought of the Ryatsu she had unleashed just moments ago was enough to send a chill down the Captain Commander's spine. He, the strongest Shinigami of the past millennium, it seemed he and this woman were no longer operating in the same dimension. Given that the blood of every Quincy ultimately flows from Yoruichi. Then. Captain Soifon, whose side are you truly on? He steered the conversation back to her. I stand on the side of my own blood, naturally, Captain Commander. The Captain Commander's spine went cold in an instant. He was already reaching for his blade, already shifting into a fighting stance, when Soifon's next words followed immediately. But my blood does not come from Yoruichi. It comes from the system. Captain Soifon, you know, in all my years, the one thing I have never been able to tolerate is a person who speaks only in half-truths. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan in P4 more, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Re-0, Wrath Route Yandere Emilia watches the projection. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 127, The Empire's Dread. Wandenrake. The Gate of the Sun. The shadows writhed. Quilge's silhouette crawled upward out of the darkness, hauling itself into the light. He snapped to his feet with practiced speed, but not fast enough. The humiliating spectacle of him slithering out of the shadows face first had already been witnessed by the several Sternritter members waiting there for a debriefing. The Gate of the Sun was quiet. Gone were the ordinary Wandenrake soldiers who usually patrolled its halls, only the occasional holy soldier in crisp white military dress passed through. Most of the common Quincy had already had their power reclaimed by the newly awakened Yoruichi and redistributed among the Sternritter. Well, if it isn't our beloved captain of the Imperial Guard, Basby drawled from where he was leaning against the wall, his tone thick with mockery. What happened to you? Did the Shinigami knock you flat on your face? Beside him, Giselle tossed her long green hair and chimed in with equal disdain. Weren't you always bragging about how capable you are? And you came crawling back looking like that just from trying to recruit a single captain from the Siri. Click. Expression stone cold, Quilge raised his sniper rifle and leveled it at the two of them without a word, his finger already resting on the trigger. Enough. Hashwalt waited until both of them had finished their jeering before he stepped forward at an unhurried pace, placed a hand on the barrel of Quilge's rifle, and pushed it gently downward. His Majesty granted us our power. Not so we could fight amongst ourselves. Quilge held Basby and Giselle in a long, cold stare, then turned and followed Hashwalt through the gates of the Empire, toward Yoruichi's private chambers. At that same moment, inside those chambers, Yoruichi was leaning back against his chair, gaze drifting up toward the ceiling, addressing the young man kneeling before him. Quilge has failed. Yoruichi, one knee on the floor, looked up briefly at Yoruichi, then lowered his head again without reply. After a brief silence, Yoruichi dropped his gaze to the young man below. Yoruichi. Yes, Your Majesty. If I were to send you to extend an invitation to Soifon, could you succeed where Quilge failed? As he posed the question, Yoruichi had already turned his incomplete almighty upon Soifon's future, and what he glimpsed was Yoruichi standing together with the Soifon dressed in a captain's haori. But in the very next moment, the image was swallowed by a veil of shimmering golden dust. Is that Yoruichi's script interfering with my sight? Yoruichi pushed the thought aside without much deliberation and attributed the obstruction to the young man kneeling before him. Although the Almighty could perceive the futures of those bearing the antithesis, the singular nature of that script meant Yoruichi could never be fully certain whether what he saw was the true future, or a future already inverted by Yoruichi's power. Was it the genuine future? Or the future as it would exist after Yoruichi had reversed it? Your Majesty, regarding Soifon, this subordinate would like to. Yoruichi had just begun to frame a refusal when a knock sounded at the door. Yoruichi gave permission, and Hashwalt entered with Quilge in tow. Both men dropped to one knee beside Yoruichi and delivered their mission report to Yoruichi with precise, deferential formality. When Quilge described how Soifon had pinned him to the ground with nothing but her Ryatsu, Yoruichi's expression shifted, and he quickly bowed his head to conceal the flash of satisfaction in his eyes. Is that so? Even after exposing herself as a Quincy, she still refuses to return to the Empire. Yoruichi rested his chin in his hand and asked the question with perfect equanimity, neither sorrow nor pleasure in his voice. This subordinate believes that perhaps, because she was standing before Genryusai Yamamoto, Soifon had reason to hold back. Quilge raised his head and offered his analysis. Yoruichi considered that for a moment, then gave a slow nod. That is not an unreasonable conclusion. At that, the ever-calculating Hashwalt tilted his head slightly toward Yoruichi at his side. Your Majesty, why not allow Yoruichi to make the attempt? As Your Majesty's personally designated heir, he has yet to demonstrate any meaningful contribution. That may make it difficult for others to accept his position. Furthermore, Meninus is still being held prisoner by Soifon in Hueco Mundo. Perhaps this occasion could serve as an opportunity to address that matter as well. Hashwolf lowered his head. Almost instantly, Yoruichi agreed. Granted. Watching the three of them take their leave, Yoruichi pressed a hand over his crimson eyes, those twin pupils of red. Soifon. Which branch of Quincy blood ran through her veins? How could a half-blood, half-Shinigami, half-Quincy, stand immune to his Oswalin? Unfortunately, the Almighty could only look forward. It could not trace the history of another's past. Another anomaly, like Yoruichi. No matter. So long as he could get her to drink the blood of the progenitor, his blood, everything would fall into place in the end. Having been unceremoniously expelled from the 1st Division building by the Captain Commander, Soifon blinked her innocent eyes and made a deliberate point of not looking back at the office that Ryujin Jaka had thoroughly destroyed. Honestly, the Captain Commander really is getting old. Not a shred of a sense of humor left in him. She shook her head, made sure to say it at exactly the volume needed for the Captain Commander upstairs to hear her clearly, and then moved off in the direction of the 4th Division. From behind her, several heavy reverberations shook the 1st Division barracks. When Soifon stepped into the 4th Division compound, Aizen Kotetsu was just rounding the corner of the corridor with a stack of medical charts tucked in her arms. The moment she caught sight of that familiar silhouette, her eyes lit up. Captain Soifon. She hurried forward and circled around Soifon twice, looking her over from every angle. This is it, this is the Captain Soifon I know best. Aizen came to a stop and said it with complete sincerity. Soifon raised an eyebrow. Oh. Are you implying I didn't look good before? What? No, that's not what I meant at all. Aizen immediately waved her hands in a flurry of denial. You always look good, but you look especially good in the Captain's Hayori. Soifon watched the flustered display, and a quiet laugh escaped her before she could stop it. She rose onto her toes and gave Aizen a light pat on the shoulder. I was teasing you, Aizen. You're still so easy to rattle. Aizen let out a breath of relief and laughed a little sheepishly. The two of them walked side by side deeper into the compound. Without quite realizing it, Aizen's pace began to slow. The truth is, as long as Captain Soifon is wearing the Captain's Hayori, I feel at ease. When Captain Soifon suddenly disappeared back then, I kept feeling like something was missing. Like losing your closest friend. There was this hollow space in my chest, and it just hurt. Only the sound of their two sets of footsteps filled the corridor. Soifon was quiet for a moment. I'm sorry. Aizen shook her head quickly. You don't need to apologize. Captain Soifon coming back, that's what matters more than anything. By the time those words were spoken, they had arrived outside a wide ward. Unohana Retsu was inside, tending to the injured members of her division. When she saw the two of them appear, she smiled warmly. Perfect timing, I'm a little short-handed. Unohana beckoned towards Soifon with a wave. Would Captain Soifon like to lend a hand? Aizen hadn't even had time to open her mouth before Soifon nodded and stepped forward. Captain. Are you in your right mind? Captain Soifon is from the 2nd Division, she kills people, she doesn't heal them. Just as Aizen was gearing up to intervene and put a stop to this thoroughly misguided idea, an exceptionally pure and steady Kaido lit up in Soifon's hands, and the injuries on the patient in the nearest bed began closing at a visible rate before her eyes. Captain Soifon, you actually know Kaido? Aizen stared, wide-eyed. She had never once seen Soifon use a healing technique. Unohana continued her own work without missing a beat, and addressed her vice-captain with a quietly amused tone. Captain Soifon actually learned it by observing you, Aizen. From me. Aizen's bewilderment deepened. Because you used it so often in front of her, she watched closely enough times that it eventually came naturally. That's what Captain Soifon told me. Unohana smiled, the smile of someone quietly enjoying herself at another person's expense. Aizen blinked. She looked at Soifon, then looked at her own captain, and then slowly, helplessly, her face fell into an expression of profound dejection. The gap between people really is just too vast. A thoroughly deflated Aizen drifted away. Don't expect me to go cheer her up. Captain Unohana. Soifon sighed and moved on to the next bed. It's fine. Aizen isn't the kind of person who stays down for long. Unohana drifted over to the bedside nearest Soifon, watching her Kaido technique with attentive, evaluating eyes, offering a small, approving nod from time to time. With the two of them working together, the pace was far faster than one alone. Before long, the backlog of wounded soldiers laid out across the 4th Division's ward had been seen to, healed in large part by Soifon's Kaido. By the way, Captain Soifon came here today to help me build the hot spring, didn't you? More or less. With Soifon's confirmation given, Unohana Retsu turned and led her deeper into the 4th Division compound. The bamboo groves on either side grew steadily thicker, their dense clusters forming natural walls that screened out the surrounding world. Along the way, Soifon even caught a glimpse of the mysterious little black room where she and Unohana had first sparred. Before long, the two of them came to a stop at the familiar site of the medicinal hot spring. It brings back memories, doesn't it, Captain Soifon? This is where Captain Soifon and I soaked in the hot spring together for the very first time. Ghost Fire P. Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Re, 0, Wrath Route Yandere Emilia watches the projection. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 128, Erasing the Knife Scar in Her Heart. 4th Division. The Medicinal Hot Spring. The familiar scent of medicinal herbs curled through the air and settled at the tip of Soifon's nose. Her gaze seemed to pass straight through the bamboo grove surrounding the hot spring, coming to rest on the sealed chamber of Seiki stone that had sat untouched for so long. Soifon gave a small nod. Of course I remember. Captain Unohana gave me quite the lesson back then. If her strength had been even slightly lower at the time, there was a real chance Unohana Retsu, in the full grip of her sword lust, might have beaten her into complete helplessness. Standing to the side and listening, Unohana looked out over the hot spring. A faint wistfulness drifted across her face. If I had the choice, I'd truly rather not tear this spring down. Unohana Retsu unrolled the blueprint scroll that Tanjiro Kirinji had gifted her. The aged paper was covered in an intricate diagram of ritual formation structures, accompanied by dense, meticulous annotations in the margins. When she noticed Soifon leaning in for a closer look, Unohana Retsu pointed to the notes on the blueprint and explained, with a touch of helplessness, exactly why she had needed Soifon to come and assist. The bone hell and the blood hell. She murmured. That is where the true difficulty lies. The builder must channel their Ryatsu into the base of the pool, carving the formation arrays that sustain the medicinal properties, and then anchor and activate those formations using the sheer force of their own immense spiritual pressure. The annotations on the blueprint were perfectly clear. At Unohana Retsu's current level of spiritual pressure, faithfully replicating Kirinji's results would be no easy task. Soifon understood at once. She accepted the scroll, her gaze sweeping quickly over the complex formations and notations. A moment later, she handed the scroll back to Unohana Retsu and gave her own chest a confident pat. Captain Unohana, there's nothing to worry about. Soifon turned to face the open ground beside the hot spring. This spring isn't going anywhere. She raised her right hand, fingers spread wide. The bamboo grove surrounding the medicinal hot spring was torn from the earth by an invisible force, roots and all, clearing a broad, open space. Then, lines of condensed Ryatsu began to trace themselves through the air, following the paths laid out in the blueprint with absolute precision, assembling the full formation arrays of the bone hell and the blood hell. She flipped her wrist. The two golden formation arrays hovering in the air plunged downward and sank into the earth with a resonant impact. A blinding torrent of golden Ryatsu erupted from Soifon's body. Vast quantities of spiritual pressure poured like a tide, endlessly, into both formations. The ground shuddered and sank, reshaping itself automatically into two neat, smooth-walled pool basins. As the Ryatsu continued to flow, warm water began to well up from within the empty formations, slowly filling each pool to the brim. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. When Soifon lowered her hand, two completed hot spring pools lay quietly at the edge of the bamboo grove, arranged in a triangle with Unohana Retsu's original medicinal hot spring. All that remained was to replant the uprooted bamboo between each pool as dividers. With that final step done, the work was complete. Done. It's done. Unohana Retsu jogged over to the blood hell pool, crouched at its edge, and cupped a handful of the crimson water, bringing it up before her eyes. Before long, a searing, corroding pain spread across her palm. Unohana tipped the blood hell water back into the pool and used Kaido to heal the damage the water had done to her hand. Genuine. Completely, undeniably genuine. This was the real blood hell. Having confirmed the product, the flash of excitement in Unohana Retsu's eyes came and went. She thought to herself, if something like this had existed back then, back when Soifon had not yet fully grown into her strength, perhaps we could have fought to our heart's content. Perhaps it was the corroding flesh and the bite of pain that summoned the most primal desire slumbering at the bottom of Unohana Retsu's soul. Her mind filled entirely with thoughts of battle. The flush on Captain Unohana's cheeks deepened, spreading further with each heartbeat. Even the breath she exhaled had taken on a scorching white mist. Why, she had already been defeated by Soifon, so why did she still want to fight her so badly? And in truth, the words Unohana had leaned over to murmur to Soifon that day had not been false. She genuinely, truly, wanted Soifon to run her through. She pressed down on the trembling of her body and attempted to let her frame grow calm, but the shaking in her voice would not stop. Unohana Retsu rose from the edge of the blood hell pool. The flush across her cheeks was vivid and unnatural. Her breathing had grown unsteady. Even the hand gripping her zanpakuto had begun to tremble. Soifon. Her sword lust had taken hold, and she had even forgotten to say, Captain. Soifon tilted her head. Her gaze lingered on Unohana Retsu's face for 2 seconds. She knew the state, knew it all too well. But why? Soifon was fairly certain she hadn't done anything to provoke the other woman's fighting instinct. She let out a quiet inner sigh, and the casual expression on her face slowly settled into something more composed. Unohana Retsu reached up and unbound the braid at her chest. Black hair spilled down on either side of her, and then her trembling hand moved to the hilt at her waist. I heard Captain Soifon say once that a swordsman of true skill can read another's heart through the crossing of their blades. Unohana Retsu spoke, her voice steadier now than a moment ago, though a suppressed, breathless tremor still ran beneath every word. She lifted her eyes and looked directly at Soifon. I have a selfish request. I hope that Captain Soifon won't defeat me too quickly. Let me enjoy the fight a little longer. Soifon was silent for a few seconds. Then she gave a solemn nod. Almost in the same instant that Soifon nodded, a blade of light flashed, a fierce horizontal slash tearing through the air, aimed straight for the side of Soifon's neck. Clang. Suzumabachi's slender blade caught the blow precisely, stopping that tremendous, driving strike cold. Sparks scattered, and in the same moment, Soifon caught the glint of cold steel from Unohana Retsu's left sleeve. A short blade drove out without warning, thrusting for Soifon's flank, forming a perfect pincer with the long sword in her right hand. Using blunt vene would have been sufficient defense, but this was a kendo match, and naturally she wouldn't call on anything beyond kendo. Her body vaulted upward from where she stood, and the short blade's tip scraped past the hem of her captain's haori as she cleared it. Watching Soifon not only catch the slash but evade the ambush with such fluid elegance, Unohana Retsu's eyes burned with a mingling of gratitude and excitement. Soifon, you don't think this of me is cheap, do you? Unohana silently drew the short blade back into her sleeve. Soifon landed steadily and shook her head. Thank you for always indulging my willfulness, Soifon. A smile of absolute, undisguised joy broke across Unohana Retsu's lips, and she surged forward again. This time, Unohana had decided to bring every ounce of kendo she had ever learned to bear. She would draw a final line beneath everything that had ever passed between her and Soifon. Let me see clearly. What kind of feeling do I hold for you? And you, what do you feel for me? The sword doesn't lie, Soifon. This time, she held nothing back. The long and short blades in her hands became a storm, an absolute tempest that swallowed Soifon completely. Unohana Retsu attacked faster and faster. The ringing of steel on steel became a ceaseless, overlapping cascade of sound. Her breathing grew more and more ragged. The flush had spread from her cheeks to her throat. Sweat soaked the black hair at her brow. In her eyes, the flames of pure, ecstatic joy burned without restraint. Forgive me, Soifon. She brought a blade sweeping down, Soifon twisted aside, and the edge buried itself deep in the ground. This is the real me. Her voice cracked open on the wind. This pitiful, ugly thing I am. She wrenched the blade free. Her body spun into a sweeping cut, the short blade thrusting simultaneously toward Soifon from the side. Only thinking of my own pleasure. The words shattered in the wind, wrapped in the screech of bamboo leaves and the shriek of steel through air, and met Suzumabachi's edge head-on. Clang. Another clean, sharp ring of contact. Soifon and Unohana pressed their blades against each other, neither giving ground, staring directly into the other's eyes. Soifon's breath was close, warm air washing over Unohana's cheek. The vibration of locked steel traveled up the blade and into the palm. Someone like this. Unohana said, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you hate me for it? Her answer came in the form of Soifon breaking the deadlock and bringing a clean vertical strike down. Unohana Retsu raised her blade to parry. The force of it sent a numbing shock up both arms. She staggered, sliding back several steps before she caught herself. She looked down at her faintly trembling hand, then at the zanpakuto humming in her grip. For an instant her face flashed with something like bewilderment, and then, slowly, a smile of quiet relief took its place. I see. So that is what Captain Soifon's heart says. Whether it is the Unohana who wears a mask, or the Unohana who wants nothing but to fight, Soifon would accept her either way. With that thought settling inside her, Unohana raised her blade once more. Her toes touched the ground, and she launched forward like an arrow, her momentum more ferocious than ever before. Unohana's edge came sweeping in. Soifon swung Suzumabachi to meet it naturally. But in the very instant before the two blades collided, Unohana Retsu abandoned her attack entirely. She opened her arms wide, and in what was almost an embrace, she stepped into the path of Soifon's swing. Soifon's pupils contracted sharply. Even as she pulled back her force in that fraction of a second, she could not stop herself from connecting. Rip. The blade's edge tore through the fabric of Unohana's captain's haori, leaving behind a line of crimson. Blood bloomed instantly, dyeing the white cloth scarlet. Captain Unohana. Soifon's figure appeared in an instant at the spot where Unohana Retsu was falling, catching her in her arms before she could hit the ground. Unohana Retsu leaned against Soifon's shoulder. A thin trickle of red escaped the corner of her lips. She looked up at Soifon's face, so close now, and the eyes that were always warm and gently smiling had gone somewhere distant and unfocused. I understand now, she murmured. Captain Soifon's heart. To die beneath Captain Soifon's blade. I could die without regret. Unohana coughed up a scatter of red drops. The arms holding Unohana Retsu tightened slightly. A quiet anger stirred in Soifon's chest. She replied in a cold, flat voice, and denied every word Unohana had said. Wrong. If you truly read my heart from my blade, then you would understand that strike just now, I had no intention of killing you. What you just interpreted. Soifon fixed her with a steady stare. Is nothing but your own wishful thinking. A Kenpachi who misread the blade's intent and died for it. You would be the first, Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu's lashes trembled. Her eyes opened wide, suddenly and completely alert, filled with panic. At the very threshold of death, Unohana Retsu had been denied, by the person she admired most, in the art of the sword that she was most proud of. Had she been wrong? Was I wrong? Soifon. Heedless of the searing pain in her body, Unohana Retsu lifted her hand, blood-soaked fingers clutching at the lapel of Soifon's captain's Haori, desperate for an answer. Soifon did not answer. She rose to her feet, gathered Unohana Retsu up into her arms, and turned toward the hot spring pool wreathed in its pale white mist. Soifon's powerful spirit body could withstand the bone hell's side effects. She stepped into the pool with Unohana in her arms. The blood-soaked robes trailed into the water, gradually staining the bone hell spring with a faint, spreading blush of red. She descended slowly until the shoulders of both of them were submerged in the milky white liquid, then settled back against the smooth wall of the pool. One arm around Unohana's waist, she pressed her other hand against the savage wound, and a soft green glow of Kaido lit from her palm, merging with the bone hell spring's own healing properties, slowly, steadily knitting the sword wound closed. The water was warm. Unohana Retsu rested against Soifon's shoulder, and gradually, her consciousness grew clear. Her long black hair drifted on the surface of the water, veiling her soaked figure beneath the gentle current. Drip. Unohana's hand closed around the arm Soifon was using to tend to her wound, and then, fingers wrapped around Soifon's hand, guided it beneath the water. Soifon. Kaido class should have taught you that when treating a patient's wound, you're supposed to remove the clothing first, to prevent contamination. She turned her head. Their cheeks pressed together, warm skin against warm skin. Soifon let Unohana guide her hand through the warm current, past the captain's Haori, coming to rest against the shredded remains of Unohana's Shihakusho at the site of the wound. Captain Unohana, I never took Kaido class. You must be losing too much blood, you're getting confused. The words notwithstanding, Soifon's hands did not stop moving. With careful, painstaking gentleness she began to peel away the fragments of Shihakusho that had adhered to the wound. Even submerged in the hot spring, the blood still served as an adhesive, binding torn flesh and fabric tightly together. Each careful pull brought another fraction of pain with it. Feeling the trembling of the person in her arms, Soifon's hands paused, suddenly uncertain. Unohana Retsu said softly, continue, Soifon. When the last blood-soaked fragment of cloth was finally and gently lifted away, the savage wound was fully exposed to the warm water at last. Fresh blood, freed of obstruction, unfurled in delicate ribbons of red through the white spring. A pleasurable ache drew a soft, breathless sigh from Unohana Retsu's throat. She turned her body suddenly, sending ripples spreading outward through the water, and shifted to face Soifon directly. Unohana Retsu reached up and gently took hold of Soifon's fingers. She drew that hand slowly upward, guiding Soifon's fingertips to the old, jagged scar below her own collarbone. It was a mark from many years ago, slightly deeper in color than the surrounding skin, with a faint, perceptible ridge that could be felt beneath the fingertips. Looking at the wound Soifon had just carved into her, Unohana said. My body is already full of your kendo. Perhaps. I no longer need to keep this one, Soifon. Before the words had fully left her lips, she seized Soifon's hand and pressed hard, driving the fingertip deep into the border of the old scar. The sound of tearing flesh was faint. Blood welled up at once, mingling with what still seeped from the wound at her chest. Soifon had not even drawn breath to speak before Unohana Retsu's face was already there, warm lips carrying the faint taste of iron closing over her own unspoken words, swallowing them whole. Unohana Retsu's arms wrapped around Soifon and pulled her close, held tight, chest pressed to chest, blood-warm fabric bleeding scarlet into the pale water surrounding them. Between them, the beat of two powerful hearts, close enough to feel. After a long, long moment, they parted. Soifon's breath came just slightly unsteady. Her gaze dropped to Unohana Retsu's collarbone. The savage old scar that had been there was gone. In its place, smooth, pale skin, flushed with a soft luminance from the spring water washing over it. And Unohana Retsu was watching her. The hunger for blood that had burned so fiercely in those eyes had faded, and what remained was the gentle, quiet warmth she always wore. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Re-0, Wrath Route Yandere Emilia watches the projection. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 129, Upper Nobles. The pool shimmered. Soifon and Unohana Retsu rose from the bone hell one after the other, stepping out through the surface of the water. Unohana's long black hair clung wetly to her shoulders. The captain's Haori on both women had taken on a faint, telltale blush of crimson. They walked out together from the bamboo-screened hot spring, one behind the other. At the same time, Aizen Kotetsu felt the tremors from the direction of the spring finally fade. Curious, she made her way over, and rounded the next corner directly into the two of them. Captain. Captain Soifon. What happened to your hair, Anne, is that blood? Aizen's words died mid-sentence. Her eyes went wide, her gaze sweeping back and forth with bewildered suspicion between Unohana Retsu's loose, unbound hair and the visibly blood-stained Haori draped over both their shoulders. How does building a hot spring leave you both covered in blood? Unohana Retsu's gaze settled with quiet warmth on Soifon at her side, clearly content to let the other woman do the explaining. Soifon gave a small, deliberate cough. The hot spring is finished. Channeling that much spiritual pressure into the formation arrays was apparently rather draining for Captain Unohana, so she let her hair down to relax a little. As for the blood, that's just the water from the blood hell pool. Having said her piece, Soifon made a point of not looking at Aizen's expression. She grabbed Unohana Retsu by the arm and made a swift, undignified retreat, and even she knew perfectly well how unconvincing that explanation had been. Is that so? Aizen finally murmured those 3 words in a very small voice, and did not press further. Just what are you two hiding from me? She watched their retreating backs, pulling at her own sleeve, muttering quietly to herself. Seeing how close her own captain was with Captain Soifon, Aizen felt a small, helpless pang of envy. She wasn't entirely sure who she was envying, only that she wanted, somehow, to be part of that. At that same moment. 1st Division. The captain commander had summoned Shunsui Kairaku, Toshiro, and Yukitake. The 4 of them sat in the wrecked office, gazing out over the Siriitii spread below, as the captain commander relayed the full account of what had just transpired. Quincy, they certainly sound like a troublesome lot. Kairaku rubbed his chin, looking faintly pained. Master, are you worried about Captain Soifon? Yukitake spoke up quietly from where he stood. The captain commander shook his head. Soifon is someone the 0 Division has acknowledged. There will be no problems with her. Beside him, all 3 students exchanged a sideways glance. Then what exactly are you worried about? What concerns me is not Soifon herself. The captain commander rubbed his smooth, bald head. What I'm wrestling with is this: Soifon has only just completed a mission for the 0 Division. It simply wouldn't do for the Gotei 13 to say nothing in return. But that girl, she doesn't seem to lack for anything. After all, Soifon was already a captain, there was nowhere higher to promote her. The position of captain commander plainly held no appeal for her, and as for finances, the Omida clan served perfectly well as her personal treasury. Old man. Kairaku lifted a hand and straightened his kasa. You're thinking yourself into a dead end. The captain commander turned his head, a question in his eyes, and for once, he did not bother to remind them to use proper titles during work hours. Kairaku stepped forward 2 paces. Perhaps Captain Soifon herself wants for nothing. But what about the B clan? What if we elevated the B clan from minor nobility to upper nobility? The proposal made the captain commander pause and give it genuine consideration. He found, after a moment's thought, that he rather liked it. It would serve as formal recognition of Soifon's extraordinary service, years spent buried undercover, while at the same time deepening her sense of belonging to the Siriitii. Noble standing carried with it far more than prestige. It brought responsibility, and bonds, ties that would anchor her to them far more meaningfully than any material reward ever could. As for the Quincy matter you're worried about, old man. Kairaku said, and for once his tone was entirely serious. Captain Soifon is one of ours. I trust her. Jushiro Yukitake picked up where his friend had left off. If Captain Soifon were truly standing against us, the Gotei 13 would have been annihilated at Karakura town. Even had I released Shinkua, the best I could have done was buy a little time. Having listened to his 2 students' analysis, the captain commander finally made his decision. At the next captain's council, the B clan would be elevated to upper nobility. Under ordinary circumstances, a matter of this nature would have required deliberation and formal approval from Central 46. However, under the captain commander's considerable authority, Central 46 had yet to be fully reconstituted. It was currently being managed on an interim basis by 3 individuals, Sojin Kachiki, Yashiro Shihoin, and Kaien Shiba. Several days later. The Captain's Council. Unohana and Soifon entered the meeting hall side by side. Unohana, now wearing her hair straight and loose, a striking change from her usual long braid, became the immediate focal point of the room. The assembled captains, including the Captain Commander himself, stole several involuntary glances at her new style, then flicked their eyes to Soifon at her side. A few of the longer-tenured captains present felt a brief, quiet flicker of surprise. The sword scar on Unohana's chest was something they had all long since tacitly acknowledged, not something beyond healing, but something she had deliberately chosen to keep. Because of Captain Soifon. The curious glances faded. The captains returned to their places. Soifon, for the first time in a long while, rejoined her proper position in the formation. Then the Captain Commander's staff touched the floor. The meeting will begin. Several days ago, a battle took place at the 1st Division barracks. I trust that those assembled are already aware. The words had barely landed when nearly every captain's gaze shifted, with varying degrees of subtlety, toward Soifon. The Captain Commander cleared his throat and drew the room's attention back. That incident was not an attack. What transpired was this: while Captain Soifon was delivering her report to me on the execution of the 0 Division's confidential orders, an infiltrator was discovered. The infiltrator was neither a hollow nor a Shinigami. Their place of concealment was something found everywhere throughout the Siriidii. The shadows. At those words, every captain present save Soifon betrayed a flash of involuntary surprise, and then, almost as one, they looked down at the shadows pooling beneath their own feet. And then at Shunsui Kairaku. Hold on, my, Kajiokuri, does involve concealment within shadows, yes, but the old man just said it wasn't a Shinigami. Kairaku waved a hand helplessly, moving swiftly to distance himself from suspicion. The infiltrator was a Quincy, a member of an organization called the Wandenrake, who has been concealed within the shadows of our Siriidii for several hundred years. The Captain Commander continued without acknowledging his student's interjection. Quincy, hiding in our shadows. Mayuri Kuratsuchi rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. The reaction among the other captains was rather more one of suppressed, sharp intakes of breath. The news was staggering. It meant that every move they had made over the past several centuries might have been laid completely bare to enemy eyes. The Captain Commander was thoroughly satisfied by their stunned expressions. It was precisely how he himself had felt when he first heard the news from Soifon. I got caught in the rain. Naturally, that entitles me to toss everyone else's umbrella away too. Having frightened them sufficiently, the Captain Commander cleared his throat and drew them back to attention. That said, none of you need be overly alarmed. Captain Soifon and I have already confirmed that close-range surveillance cannot escape the spiritual sense of any captain-level combatant, so these rats in the gutter are limited to watching us from a considerable distance. From this day forward, all divisions are to heighten their vigilance. Pay particular attention to shadows. Any abnormal fluctuation in spiritual pressure is to be reported immediately to the Department of Research and Development. With the grave matters addressed, the Captain Commander's gaze turned toward Soifon, and following his lead, the other captains focused on her as well. Why is everyone suddenly looking at me? It felt uncannily like being back in a classroom, when the teacher vaguely gestures toward the back row, and every student begins turning around in a slow wave. Except Soifon was sitting in the very last seat, and had nowhere left to look. So she looked up at the ceiling. Seeing her discomfort, the Captain Commander stroked his long beard. Captain Soifon. Previously, acting under the 0 Division's confidential orders, you embedded yourself alongside Sosuke Aizen. Your accomplishments were outstanding. The Gotei 13 has always been strict in its rewards and punishments. For merit of this magnitude, it would be improper to let it pass without recognition. It is my proposal that the B clan be elevated from minor nobility to upper nobility. The announcement made Soifon pause for a moment. It was genuinely unexpected. The B clan. A minor noble house in name only, and barely that. Soifon hadn't returned to the B clan manor in a very long time. She wasn't even certain whether any of her clanspeople were still alive. Agreed. Kairaku was the first to raise his hand, followed immediately by Jushiro Yukitake, Toshiro, and Unohana Retsu. Then Byakuya Kachiki stepped forward out of the formation. The Kachiki clan also agrees. However, the formal ratification process for a noble elevation still requires Central 46 to issue its final ruling. Please allow me to confer with the Shihoin and Shiba families after this meeting concludes. The Captain Commander gave a slight nod. Granted. His gaze then turned toward the meeting hall's main doors. Since the matter has already been raised, let Vice Captain Shiba, who has been waiting outside, come in and hear this as well. The doors swung open. Kaien Shiba's figure appeared in the doorway. He had evidently been standing outside for some time, and there was a trace of confusion on his face as he strode quickly to stand beside Jushiro Yukatake. Yukatake leaned over and in a quick, low voice filled him in on everything that had just been discussed. Kai and Shiba listened, then turned and gave Soifon a friendly nod before raising his hand as well. Captain Commander. Captains. On behalf of the Shiba clan, I approve this proposal. With 2 of the 3 families having now explicitly voiced their support, the outcome was settled. The Captain Commander surveyed the room and found no further objections. He brought the matter to a close immediately. Then it is decided, the elevation of the B clan to upper nobility is hereby confirmed. What a hassle. As upper nobility, would I actually be allowed to openly marry a woman? Soifon scratched the back of her head. Under the Captain Commander's watchful gaze, she stepped forward out of the formation and bowed, just slightly. Soifon, on behalf of the B clan, offers her thanks to the Captain Commander, and to the assembled captains. Ghost Fire read more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Re-0, Wrath Route Yandere Emilia watches the projection. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 130, Joining the Wandenrake. The Captain's Council had barely just adjourned. Soifon had only just stepped out through the first division gates when news of the B clan's elevation to upper nobility had already spread with a life of its own. By now, Omida had probably already set out a full banquet at the second division. She rubbed her cheeks, stiff from too much forced smiling, walked to a deserted corner, and let her whole face sag back to its natural state. She reverted to her blank, power-saving expression. Then, without warning, the shadows rippled in the alleyway ahead of her. Her expression turned peculiar. She actually felt something like genuine respect for the Quincy who was about to emerge. Oh. Not only did they not flee, they're actually showing themselves before me of their own accord. Soifon let the killing intent settle. She was curious to see just who this newcomer was. Slowly, Yoruichi's figure materialized from the shadows. He locked eyes with Soifon for half a second, and then gave a violent, full-body shudder. Cold. Is Soul Society always this cold? He had no idea he had just taken a leisurely stroll straight past the gates of death. Just as well that Soifon had held back, she reflected. If she'd made a move, Ryukin Ishida would have spent the rest of his days plotting his revenge against her. I know that spending every day around a bunch of lunatics makes it hard not to pick up their habits, Soifon said flatly, but Yuryu, could you show just a little restraint? She had swept the surrounding area with her spiritual sense first, confirming they were alone, before delivering that exasperated remark. Huh? What do you mean? Yuryu looked himself up and down, thoroughly baffled. The way you made your entrance reminded me of that Quilge guy, Soifon said, leaning against the wall with her arms folded. Cut it out. If you need to meet someone, just walk up and do it, don't stand half-buried in a shadow for ages before showing yourself. Oh. Is that what this was about? Yuryu was momentarily speechless. He had only done it because he'd seen other Wandenrake members enter that way, and had copied the habit without thinking. Speaking of which, you just strolled right over here out in the open. Aren't you worried about Yawatch seeing? While Yuryu was still fumbling for a response, Soifon decided to verify his script. Relax, big sis Soifon. My script is, A, antithesis. Ever since I came through the gate of the sun, I've been keeping the ability active, randomly reversing the future of the conversation we're currently having. In short, Yawatch could peer into countless possible futures, but this particular one was completely hidden from his sight. As he said this, a rare flicker of quiet confidence showed on Yuryu Ishida's face. After Yuryu had relayed the mission he had been given, Soifon agreed to join the Stern Ritter, though she said she would need to discuss it with the Captain Commander first, and would give him a proper answer after that. Could someone please explain to Yuryu Ishida how joining the Stern Ritter and talking it over with the Captain Commander could possibly belong in the same sentence? Yuryu figured it was probably that Soifon couldn't bear to have him punished by Yawatch on her account, so she'd had no choice but to resort to this approach. With that thought, he found that abandoning everything to come spy in the Wandenrake, living side by side with these superhuman Quincy, wasn't quite as thankless as it had felt. I'm moved to tears. I'm not alone on this path after all. Yuryu took off his glasses and dabbed at the corner of his eye. Actually, big sis Soifon, you don't have to join if you don't want to. Yawatch won't do anything to me. HM. When did I ever say I wasn't joining? Soifon scratched her head. Hadn't she said she would join after reporting to the Captain Commander? Had Yuryu Ishida somehow been infected by Ichigo Kurosaki's script D? So Soifon had to clarify, once more, I said, I will join. But I need to report to the Captain Commander first. What? In the midst of Yuryu's startled yelp, Soifon deployed, rope bind, and secured him on the spot. She then layered a portable, kyako, over him, took hold of the rope's end, and led Yuryu Ishida out of the alleyway in the direction of the First Division. The situation is what it is, I don't really have a way to fully explain it right now. Just come with me and meet the Captain Commander. Don't worry. I'm just bringing you along so everyone gets your face memorized, so nobody accidentally cuts down a friendly when the fighting starts. I swept the nearby area with my spiritual sense. There's no one from the Wandenrake watching. The Kyako, maintained through Soifon's immense spiritual pressure, was robust enough that even walking Yuryu directly past a captain-level combatant would make it difficult to detect him. As for the Wandenrake's Quincy, whose fundamentals were frankly abysmal, they would never notice a thing. When the captains who had just dispersed from the meeting spotted Soifon walking back toward the first division, they greeted her in passing one after another. Not a single one noticed that there was a bound Yoruichi being led along beside her on an invisible leash. The only exception was Unohana Retsu, who knew Soifon better than most. She narrowed her eyes at Soifon's hand, which seemed to be gripping something that wasn't there, and quietly drew closer. Soifon, you. As she stepped up beside her, the words died on her lips. She had detected the abnormal spatial distortion surrounding Soifon. She tensed for a fraction of a second, then relaxed. After all, with Soifon's current combat power, there was nothing here worth worrying about. It's exactly what you're thinking, Retsu. Soifon gave her a small wink of her right eye. I need to go have a little talk with the Captain Commander. As it turned out, a certain shared experience was the fastest way to forge a bond. Soifon and Unohana Retsu no longer used captain with each other anymore. Though naturally, in certain settings, they might still reach for those titles on occasion, just to add a touch of atmosphere. Then, before the gates of the first division, with Unohana and the assembled captains looking on, Soifon extended her hand and swept it in the direction of the invisible Yuryu beside her. Two Bakudo dissolved in an instant. Yuryu Ishida made his grand entrance in full Stern Ritter uniform. Shying. The sound of blades clearing their scabbards rang out in a chorus. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Yuryu's temple. He could feel at least 5 or 6 captain-level spiritual pressures lock onto him simultaneously, every single one saturated with undisguised killing intent. Easy, everyone. Soifon raised a hand and pressed it gently downward. This is a spy I placed within the Wandenrake. I brought him here today mainly so all of you can get his face memorized, so nobody accidentally kills a friendly when the fighting starts. When the words landed, the hostility and wariness on several captains' faces hadn't fully faded, but the killing tension in the air had noticeably eased. The second division is really something else under your command, Captain Soifon. I give it a little while before the Shino Academy adds a spy training curriculum. Byakuya Kachiki looked Yuryu up and down for a moment, then turned and walked away. His words drew rueful, helpless expressions from several of the other captains. One by one, they got Yuryu Ishida's face memorized, and departed the first division. Soifon turned on her heel and walked toward the first division gates, gesturing for Yuryu to follow. Inside the Captain Commander's office. The hole in the wall had been temporarily sealed with a barrier, but the black scorch marks were still clearly visible. The Captain Commander stood with his back to the door, facing the window. At the sound of it opening, he turned slowly. His gaze fell first on Soifon's face, then shifted to Yuryu Ishida standing behind her. In that instant, the old man's pupils contracted slightly. A flash of razor-edged killing intent crossed his eyes, and vanished. He made no overt move. But the temperature of the entire room rose by at least 5 degrees. The Captain Commander fixed his gaze on Yuryu for 2 full seconds, then walked back to his desk, settled into his chair, and leaned back. He slowly closed his eyes and raised a hand to rub the bridge of his brow. What sort of surprise have you brought me this time, Captain Soifon? Soifon pulled out a chair and sat down without ceremony, crossing her legs. Captain Commander, she began. This is Yuryu Ishida. The spy I placed within the Wandenrake. The Captain Commander opened his eyes. His gaze rested on Yuryu Ishida's face for a moment, and sure enough, he found faint traces there of the Soken Ishida he remembered. The Soul King's seat is about to go to Yoruichi. At this point, does it even matter whether we have a spy or not? The Captain Commander followed up with a sardonic remark, and no one could quite tell whether it was aimed at Soifon or at Ichibe Hayasub. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? Soifon blinked, then grasped his concern. She smiled and waved a hand. There are no Quincy eavesdroppers here, I've confirmed it. The Captain Commander received this with barely a flicker of surprise. He only let out a long, deep sigh. His fingers drummed quietly on the armrest. To speak honestly, I am still not at peace with this. Letting Yoruichi replace the Soul King as the new linchpin of the 3 worlds means letting him ascend to the royal palace and absorb the Soul King's power. What meaning does the Gotei 13 even have, then? He raised his eyes and looked at Soifon, wanting the answer from her lips. Soifon met the Captain Commander's gaze. Our meaning is this. If it weren't for us letting him up there, Yoruichi could never reach the royal palace on his own. Not in 1,000 lifetimes. The reason Ichibe Hyasub is doing this is because he refuses to let Yoruichi come crawling back out to cause trouble again in another few centuries. That kind of instability is simply unacceptable. Better to let him have his dream, once, and for good. The captain commander was silent for a moment, and then let it go. That line had already given the Gotei 13 more credit than it perhaps deserved. At this point, Soifon alone probably had more combat power than every member of the Gotei 13 combined. Thinking of it that way, Yoruichi's fate had seemingly been arranged by Soifon and Ichibe Hyasub from the very beginning. Almost pitiable, really. So your visit today? The captain commander's tone had eased considerably. Isn't only to introduce this spy, I take it. Soifon spread her hands. Yoruichi had Yoruichi invite me to join the Sternritter. He may have set his sights on the Quincy bloodline within me. The captain commander raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. She paused, and then, at an unhurried pace, delivered the next line. I intend to accept. After all, to forge the linchpin, the materials must first be moved into position. By now, the captain commander had reached the point where not even Soifon openly defecting to the enemy produced a single flicker of emotional response in him. Let her stir it, let her stir it. The water is already murky. It was the same as sending Soifon to the Wandenrake to rack up spy achievement points. The captain commander stared at her for a long moment, leaned back once more, closed his eyes, and waved a hand. Do as you please. The Siriiti will coordinate with your movements. No objection. No challenge. Not even a request for further details. Exactly as smooth as expected. Soifon rose from her chair, gave the captain commander a small bow, then turned and walked out of the room with Yoruichi in tow. Click. The very moment she pushed the door open, the captain commander's voice caught her mid-step. When this is all over, would you be interested in succeeding me as captain commander? Soifon. Whether or not it was intentional, Chojiro Sasakaibe, standing nearby, along with the passing seated officers and division soldiers in the hall, all heard every word the captain commander had just spoken. Let's talk about that when it's over, Captain Commander. Soifon gave a slow nod, then eased the door shut behind her. The Wandenrake. The Gate of the Sun. Following Yoruichi through the portal, the moment Soifon's form became fully visible on the other side, several gazes snapped onto her. Hashwolf stood at the front, pure white imperial uniform without a single crease, his right hand resting loosely on the hilt of his knight's sword. His gaze passed over Yoruichi entirely and landed directly on Soifon. At his side were three female Sternritter members, Candace, Bambietta, and Liltato. Apparently, given that Soifon was a female Quincy, they had specifically assembled an all-female welcoming party. One had to admit, it was a thoughtful little touch. Miss Soifon. Hashwolf spoke first. Welcome to the Wandenrake. He stepped forward, a scrutinizing gaze fixed on Soifon. I do have some questions, however. The last time Quilge extended His Majesty's invitation on his behalf, you refused. Why, this time, have you changed your mind? Soifon folded her arms across her chest, posture relaxed. She met Hashwolf's probing gaze without flinching. Because I paid a visit to the royal palace. The people up there told me Yoruichi will be the next Soul King. Why would I want to be on bad terms with the future Soul King? Join early, invest early, secure a decent future for myself, is that reason enough? After saying that, she turned to glance at Yuri beside her. As for the refusal last time, that was truly not my fault. Oh. Hashwolf's grip on his sword hilt tightened. Then it was Quilge's fault. Soifon nodded, a mocking curl at the corner of her lips. Naturally, Quilge's face simply did not meet my aesthetic standards, and his attitude was appalling to boot. Yuri here, by comparison, is significantly more tolerable to look at. Hashwolf's gaze swept over to Yuri, who could only shrug helplessly. He had, after all, come within a hair's breadth of dying on the edge of Soifon's blade. So if they'd just sent Yuri from the start, none of this would have happened. A few seconds later, the gentle smile returned to Hashwolf's face. He extended his hand toward Soifon. A very pragmatic reason. Well then, welcome to the Wandenrake, Miss Soifon. Soifon looked down at the offered hand, then back up at Hashwolf's face. She wrinkled her brow and took a distinct half-step backward, not bothering to hide her disdain. No handshakes. Her voice carried unmistakable contempt. I only shake hands with women. She added, a beat later, attractive ones, at that. Hashwolf's outstretched hand froze midair. The gentle smile on his face stiffened for just a fraction of a second, before he withdrew his hand with polished, awkward grace. Very well, then. I will report your joining to His Majesty. In the meantime, Candace, Bambietta, Liltato, please show Miss Soifon around and help her get acquainted with the place. I hope you find what you're looking for here, Miss Soifon. The last words drifted back as Hashwolf had already turned and walked away. Ghost fire went more, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, 0, Wrath Route Yandere Emilia watches the projection. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 131, Am I also Script A? The figures of Yoruichi and Hashwolf disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Giselle and Liltato exchanged a glance, neither of them was quite sure what kind of temperament this newly arrived Soifon actually had. Though anyone who can talk to Hashwolf like that is definitely no pushover. Giselle. Don't forget, she still hasn't received His Majesty's blood or obtained a script yet. Liltato. Just as the two were debating how to strike up a conversation with Soifon, Bambietta came strutting over with an arrogant swagger and planted herself directly in front of Soifon. Hey, newbie. I'm Bambietta Basterbine, captain of the Female Knight Corps. From now on, I'll be the one looking out for you. But first, you need to acknowledge me as your captain, got it? From now on, you'll do exactly as I say. Bambietta drew out that last syllable, extending a finger to press it against the tip of Soifon's nose. Not far away, Liltato and Giselle both widened their eyes simultaneously. The lollipop in Liltato's mouth shattered with a sharp crunch. Giselle merely shrugged, wearing an expression of undisguised schadenfreude. Two people who both looked like serious trouble, what kind of sparks would fly when they collided? Soifon lowered her gaze to look at the hand Bambietta had extended in front of her face. All that followed was a sharp snap. Soifon slapped Bambietta's hand aside and stepped past her shoulder, continuing forward. I'm not interested in playing house with you. Don't bother me. In an instant, the smile on Bambietta's exquisite face only grew more radiant, yet in stark contrast to that gorgeous smile, her wide-open eyes burned with a murderous intent that sent chills down the spine. You, what did you just say? That sickly sweet voice rang out at Soifon's back. From further away, the spectating Liltato pulled Giselle back along with her. Oh no, that expression on Bambi's face. She's definitely about to blow. She went and started trouble with the new girl herself. Serves her right. Soifon had already taken 2 steps forward, paying the question no heed whatsoever, not even bothering to turn around. The next second, a grating hum of spirit particles detonated through the air. Bambietta's right palm condensed a fist-sized orb of blue light, which she hurled with full force into the floor 3 steps ahead of Soifon. Boom. The blast shook the entire hall. The pale floor was blasted into a scorched black crater 2 meters across, thick smoke laced with superheated pressure swept outward in every direction, and the stone shards launched by the explosion embedded themselves deep into the surrounding walls, their force nothing to take lightly. Bambietta blew on her smoking palm, the corners of her lips curling into a smile that was almost cruel. You should be grateful. She fixed her gaze on Soifon's silhouette, still wreathed in dispersing smoke. That you're someone His Majesty personally requested. Otherwise, what just got blown apart wouldn't have been the floor, it would have been your skull, newbie. The surrounding shadows began to stir. Several Sternritter figures converged before the sun gate, watching the spectacle with amused interest. The smoke gradually cleared. Soifon was standing exactly where she had been. Within half a meter of her feet, the floor was completely undamaged, forming a stark, jarring contrast with the ruined and shattered ground all around her. That's external blood vein. Of all those present, only Leelbaro and Hashwolf had clearly seen how Soifon had defended against the explosion. External blood vein, an advanced application of blood vein, a technique that not a single member of the Sternritter had ever managed to execute. Has she grown even stronger in just these past 10-odd years? Even as he marveled at Soifon's formidable power, Hashwolf suddenly registered something and bellowed, "Stand down." The next instant, Soifon's figure vanished from where she stood. Thud. A fist wreathed in pale golden spiritual pressure had already punched clean through Bambietta's abdomen, leaving behind a horrifying, gaping hole. Blood gushed out like a burst dam. Bambietta's eyes went perfectly round. A wet, gurgling cough tore from her throat as torrents of blood erupted from her mouth, her body going limp and pitching forward. You should be grateful, Soifon said, looking down at Bambi writhing in agony on the ground, that I came here to join you. Otherwise, what just got punched through wouldn't be your stomach, it would have been your skull, Bambietta. With that, she raised her head. Her gaze swept over the Sternritter members who had emerged from the shadows, and wherever her eyes fell, several of them instinctively retreated half a step. Soifon's gaze finally came to rest on a specific shadow. Gigi. She called out a name. Come out and patch her up. Stepping forward with clear reluctance, Gigi let out a long sigh. He casually seized a nearby holy soldier standing on standby, and before the unfortunate men could even process what was happening, his arm had already been torn clean off. Honestly, little Bambi just can't stop causing trouble, can she? Gripping the severed arm, Gigi used his swift ability to layer the flesh and muscle over the gaping wound in Bambietta's abdomen, gradually sealing her injuries shut. Soifon continued forward a few more steps, then stopped. She had suddenly realized she didn't actually know her way around the Wandenrake. She turned slowly around. Her gaze drifted over Giselle and Liltado, who were still rooted to the spot in shock. That gaze was perfectly calm, yet both women simultaneously felt a chill shoot straight up their spines, cold sweat instantly soaking through the lining of their uniforms. Soifon looked at them. You two. Weren't you going to show me around? Why aren't you moving? Thump. Thump. Thud. Liltado and Giselle's faces fell. Now even they, the bystander spectators, had gotten swept up in this. Coming. Here, consider it a welcome gift. Leading Giselle up to Soifon, Liltado dug through her pocket and produced a lollipop, holding it out to Soifon. It was plain to see just how much psychological damage Soifon's single punch had inflicted on these two girls, centuries old though they were. Even the notoriously possessive Liltado had suddenly become willing to share. Thank you. Soifon regarded her for a few seconds, then reached out and took the lollipop, tucking it into her pocket. Though I don't particularly like sweets. Those words immediately filled Liltado with regret, but she didn't have the nerve to ask Soifon if she could have it back. The architecture of the Wandenrake was plain and utilitarian to the point of tedium. Giselle walked alongside Soifon, introducing a streetscape that was almost entirely uniform. The only way to tell one street from another was by the names and numbers carved into the buildings themselves. Giselle was pointing toward a square hall in the distance that looked no different from the rest of the structures, introducing it as the Sternritter shared training ground. Liltado, for her part, was idly licking her lollipop, chiming in occasionally with a word or two. It was at that moment that Hashwaltha's figure appeared soundlessly before the three of them. Miss Soifon. He gave a slight nod of his head. His Majesty has issued an order, summoning all Sternritter members to assemble in the main hall. Additionally, His Majesty wishes to formally receive Miss Soifon. Hashwalth made a gesture of please toward Soifon, then turned to lead the way. The Wandenrake, the main hall. A palace of overwhelming, breathtaking grandeur unfolded before them. Along both walls, pale blue spirit particle flames burned and flickered, casting the entire space in a cold, ethereal light. At the base of the throne, flanked on both sides, the Sternritter members had already taken their positions in formation. When Soifon's figure appeared at the entrance to the palace, every Sternritter turned their gaze toward her. Giselle and Liltado had already swiftly returned to their respective places in line. Hashwalth escorted Soifon forward, one step at a time, toward that colossal throne. Each footfall echoed through the vast, empty hall with peculiar clarity. When they were still 10 paces from the throne, Hashwalth stopped. He dropped to his right knee, placed his left hand over his chest, and bowed his head. Your Majesty, Soifon has been brought. The throne was built atop a raised dais of steps, carved entirely from some pale white stone. Pale blue spirit particle flames blazed on either side, enveloping the seated figure in shifting, dancing light and shadow. Yawach rested his chin on one hand, the other draped casually over the armrest. His red eyes slowly opened within the shadows, his gaze descending the steps to fall upon the approaching Soifon. Soifon did not kneel. She simply raised her head, calm and composed, to meet the gaze from atop the throne. That near-defiant posture enraged most of the Sternritter present. Hashwalth tilted his head with a note of displeasure. Miss Soifon, when appearing before His Majesty, you are expected to kneel. Soifon appeared not to hear him, her gaze remaining locked with the figure on the throne. On the throne, Yawach slowly straightened himself. The hand resting on his chin lowered, his red eyes widened slightly, and for the first time, a discernible flicker of emotion stirred within them. He raised one hand and pressed it gently downward. That won't be necessary. A few seconds later, he gestured to one side. An attendant carrying a pure silver chalice stepped forward. Yawach extended his right index finger, drew a shallow cut across it, and let a few drops of crimson blood fall into the cup. Drink the blood in this chalice, and the Quincy power hidden within your body will awaken. The attendant presented the chalice to Soifon. Soifon received it. She gazed down at those few drops of red blood, her brow furrowing slightly. She was about to refuse. Task triggered, script. Task incomplete, you must drink the blood of the progenitor. Purgeable blood detected. Purify and convert. Yes/no. Purifying Yawach's blood, huh? Interesting, you might as well just say it plainly. Soifon didn't hesitate. She selected, yes. A dim flash of light flickered through the cup. The blood vanished for a split second, then welled up anew from the bottom of the chalice, now carrying a faint, exotic fragrance. No one but Soifon noticed the change in the chalice's contents. Without a moment's hesitation, she tilted her head back and drained it in one long swallow. The instant the liquid slid down her throat, it was like swallowing a living flame, a sensation of being ignited from the very deepest core of her spirit body. An invisible wave of energy rippled outward with Soifon at its center. Task completed. Reward obtained, Script A, Assassin. Inside the palace, every Sternritter member raised their head at once. This was the omen of a Skrift awakening, and the intensity of it was terrifyingly high. On the throne, Yoruichi slowly sat upright. The hand beneath his chin lowered. His red eyes widened slightly, and within them, for the very first time, a clear, unmistakable emotional stir appeared. Another Skrift A. Ghost fire went more, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, reborn as Naoya. I really am here for revenge. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 132, Aizen, I can also love the three worlds. From Soifon, a strange connection surged up in Yoruichi's heart, a faint resonance, almost like a bond of shared blood. Yoruichi was briefly taken aback, then settled back into calm. Of course. She had drunk his blood, awakened the Skrift power he had granted her. It was only natural that such a close bond had formed. If anything, it gave him an even stronger sense that Soifon was now one of his own. With this connection established, it didn't matter how powerful Soifon grew, there was nothing to fear. As long as the prophesied hour of the Kaiser Gesang arrived. He made no move to ask what specific power Soifon's Skrift A had awakened. He had already begun to anticipate just how formidable a force she would harvest once her holy selection was complete. Seizing the moment while all Sternritter members were present, Yoruichi's resonant voice rang out again with a command. Soifon. Now that your Skrift has awakened, I have a task to entrust to you. Within Hueco Mundo, a Sternritter, Menenius McAlon, has long been held captive by the traitor Sosuke Aizen. I command you to lead a team into Hueco Mundo and bring her back to the Empire safely. As his words fell, the pale blue flames surged suddenly, swallowing the throne whole. When the flames extinguished, the throne sat empty. Soifon turned around. Her gaze drifted slowly over the assembled crowd, until at last it came to rest on three particular figures. Bambietta. The girl whose name was called went deathly pale in an instant. Her body gave a visible shudder, and she instinctively pressed her hands to her stomach and shrank backward. Liltato. Liltato's lollipop-licking motion froze. She blinked her large eyes, mildly surprised, but not particularly resistant. Candace. A flash of blue electricity flickered between the green-haired girl's brows. She gave Soifon a thumbs up. She had long since grown fed up with sitting around in the suffocating atmosphere of the Wandenrake. Soifon looked at the three of them. Just you three, follow me. With that, she turned and walked out of the palace, not giving the three of them even a chance to refuse or ask questions. Bambietta's face went whiter and whiter. She stared at Soifon's retreating silhouette until it disappeared into the shadows beyond the palace doors, then finally turned to her companions, trembling, and squeezed out, "Do I have to go?" Liltato pulled the candy stick from her mouth and licked the corner of her lips. "What do you think, little Bambi?" Candace let out a sigh and patted Bambietta on the shoulder. Everything that needed to be said had been said without words. The three of them shuffled along reluctantly, passing through the pale corridors, heading in the direction of the Gate of the Sun. On the way there, the mood was heavy. Liltato ate her candy in self-absorbed silence. Bambietta kept her head down and said not a word. Candace quickened her pace until she was walking beside Soifon and asked out of curiosity. "Your Skrift A, what exactly is your ability?" The last person with Skrift A was Yoruichi, who was chosen by His Majesty as his successor. Soifon didn't break her stride. She glanced sideways at Candace for a moment, then turned her gaze forward and kept walking. "Just an ordinary Skrift," Soifon said offhandedly, naming some ability on the spot. "Roughly, it lets me attack enemies from behind. Something like this." She snapped her fingers at the air. The walking Bambietta suddenly lurched violently forward, nearly face-planting. She clutched the back of her head and straightened up, furious, but far too afraid to say a single word. Skrift A, Assassin. When Soifon activates this ability, she can force anything to manifest at the rear of any target, including attacks. Hueco Mundo. Soifon led the three of them through the portal and stepped onto soft, yielding sand. This is Hueco Mundo. What a desolate place. Candace wrinkled her brow, kicking idly at the sand with her foot. The spirit particles in the air, they're unpleasant. Liltato licked her lollipop, small face scrunching with distaste. Hollow spiritual pressure was, after all, a potent toxin to a Quincy. Bambietta stuck close to the rear, head bowed, completely unlike her usual brazen and domineering self. Soifon paid their grumbling no mind. She got her bearings, then set off in the direction of Las Noches. The vast, pale silhouette of Las Noches soon appeared on the horizon. When the four of them reached those enormous palace gates, the two Arrancar standing guard clearly stiffened for just a moment, then immediately suppressed all hostility, bowed respectfully, and stepped aside to clear the path. "Lady Soifon, welcome back." The sight left all three Quincy trailing behind Soifon visibly startled. "Do they still take you as their boss?" Candace muttered quietly beside Soifon. Be honest. So, you want to pick a fight with a bunch of Arrancar right now? Soifon stopped walking and turned back to look at the three Quincy with a cold, unsettling gaze. Just so we're clear, I won't be stepping in to help you. Candace made a zipping motion across her lips and indicated she would say no more. They passed through the grand yet somewhat cavernous corridors of the palace. Every Arrancar they encountered along the way bowed respectfully to Soifon, while their gazes toward the three Quincy at her back were heavy with undisguised hostility and wariness. The strange atmosphere made the three Quincy increasingly tense. Without realizing it, they drew closer together, practically pressing up against Soifon's back. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of Las Noches. Inside, several powerful spiritual pressures had already gathered to wait. At the forefront stood Sosuke Aizen. His appearance was utterly unlike what Soifon remembered from Soul Society. The unsettling hollow-like features and butterfly-like wings had vanished entirely. He had reverted to the appearance of the Hogyoku fusion's first stage, and the areas that Ichibe Hyasub's Ikemanji had dyed black had long since faded back to normal. Behind him stood Kaname Tozen and Jin Ikamaru, along with the surviving Espada, Stark, Neliel, Harabel, Grimjow, and Sailaporo. Captain Soifon, welcome back to Las Noches. Aizen wore his habitual smile, offering Soifon a warm greeting. Lady Soifon. Both Neliel and Harabel showed genuine smiles upon seeing Soifon. Neliel even gave her a cheerful wave. Soifon gave them a small nod, the corner of her lips curving slightly. Then her gaze fell on the transparent stasis pod standing beside Aizen. Inside, a pink-haired female Quincy lay quietly, Meninis McAlon. It seems you already know my purpose, Captain Aizen, Soifon said. Aizen stepped to one side and made a welcoming gesture. Since it is Captain Soifon's request, it was only natural to prepare in advance. Aizen's tone carried its characteristic air of mystery. However, before the sentence was finished, Soifon suddenly felt a subtle disturbance in the air. The spiritual pressure of Kyoka Suigetsu, releasing. Soifon's gaze snapped to Aizen's waist, only to find that his Zanpakuto had not been drawn. At that same moment, everyone around her came to a simultaneous halt. Bambietta, Liltato, and Candace behind her. The Espada behind Aizen. All of them frozen at once. As expected, still ineffective against Captain Soifon. Aizen had been watching Soifon's expression closely. Seeing that she remained entirely unaffected, he let out a helpless laugh. It seems Captain Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu has grown somewhat stronger, Soifon remarked, tilting her head to study him. Don't be surprised, Captain Soifon. I've merely used Kyoka Suigetsu to subtly warp their perception of time. Right now, a single second stretches out to feel endless to them, they won't perceive our conversation at all. Even after I release the ability, they won't notice this gap in time. Aizen's voice reached Soifon's ears with perfect clarity. I see, so this is what his solitary epiphany has wrought, even from merely confining himself here in Hueco Mundo. By the way, Captain Soifon has defected to the Quincy this time. Aizen stepped forward, observing the Quincy standing behind her. That's right. The royal palace has already decided, the next Soul King will be Yoruichi. I'm just a cog in the machine too, in the end, Captain Aizen. Soifon relayed everything from her conversation with the Ichibe Hyasub in full, wanting to see what reaction the news would draw from him. For a brief, flickering instant, a flash of unwilling rage crossed Aizen's eyes, then he laughed lightly and shook his head. His words carried a contemptuous sort of pity. The great king of the Quincy, Yoruichi, sovereign of the Wandenrake for 1,000 years. And in the end, even ascending to the throne of the Soul King depends on the charity of the royal palace. How utterly pathetic. Aizen and Soifon held each other's gaze for several seconds. Then, without warning, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Captain Soifon, what if I told you I have a method? One that requires no such elaborate machinations, no need to rely on zero divisions arrangements, a way to deal with the problem of Yoruichi entirely. Soifon raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Replacing the Soul King's seat is not something only Yoruichi can accomplish, Captain Soifon. I too can sustain the three worlds. I too can become the Soul King. As the words fell, Sosuke Aizen spread his arms wide, as though embracing all of Hueco Mundo, all three worlds at once. Soifon stared at him for a long moment, genuinely wondering whether Ichibe Hyasub's Ikemanji had actually painted this man's brain black. Didn't the monk already make it clear, you don't have the qualifications? But then, Aizen was not a man who spoke empty words. If he had said this, it at the very least meant he had already formed some kind of concrete plan for how to become the Soul King. Soifon kept her eyes fixed on him for a long while. Are you serious? Aizen lowered his arms. I have never been more serious, Captain Soifon. After witnessing power on a higher plane, and cross-referencing it against the Soul King's resonance he had sensed from within the inner sanctum of the royal palace, the Hogyoku in Aizen's chest had once again evolved in response to his will, even gradually breaking free of the Ikemanji suppression. However, relying solely on Meninus's blood, Aizen was still unable to perfectly replicate the power of a Quincy. And so, he had turned his gaze toward Yoruichi, the progenitor of the Quincy. If he could observe Yoruichi's power at close range, extract his flesh and spiritual pressure for research and experimentation. No, more precisely, extract Yoruichi's power in its entirety, and absorb it directly into the Hogyoku within his chest. That way, would he not have unified the powers of Quincy, Hollow, Shinigami, and Soul King into a single vessel? It was quite obvious where Sosuke Aizen had drawn his inspiration, from Ichigo Kurosaki, the three worlds' greatest half-blood. Ghost Fire went more, Walnut-chan fired Ghost. Fire new history, reborn as Naoya. I really am here for revenge. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 133, Prematurely Breaking the Seal. The spiritual pressure of Kyoka Suigetsu dissipated without a sound, and the warped perception of time snapped back to normal. Candace blinked, shaking her head in mild confusion. She had the distinct, nagging feeling that she had just spaced out for a moment. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Aizen gave a small nod to his side. An Arrancar stepped forward, pushing the transparent stasis pod ahead of him. The indicator lights along the pod's rim shifted from red to green, and with a soft hiss of escaping pressure, the lid slid smoothly open. Inside the pod, Meninus's eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes opened. At first her gaze drifted, unfocused, up to the ceiling above her. Then it slowly swept across the unfamiliar surroundings, passing briefly over the faces of her fellow female Sternritter, before finally coming to rest, and locking onto Soifon's face. An instant later, some memory buried deep within her ignited all at once. Her body sprang from the pod like a coiled spring, right fist balled tight, driving in a perfectly straight line directly at Soifon's face. Invaders of the Empire. Eat my fist. The attack came from absolutely nowhere. All three Quincy standing nearby felt their hearts lurch simultaneously. But Soifon simply raised her hand, and caught Meninus's fist without budging an inch. The shockwave ruffled Soifon's hair, but her body didn't sway in the slightest. Meninus tried to wrench her hand free, but that grip was like an iron vice, utterly immovable. She gritted her teeth and swung her left fist again. Her fist stopped dead in midair. Thud. The muffled boom of Sonido burst through the air. Neliel and Harabel materialized on either side of Meninus simultaneously, cold steel pressed against her throat from both sides. How dare you show such disrespect to Lady Soifon? Do you want to die? The brilliant blue of blood venae lit up across Meninus's body, yet it was fear that spread across her face. Hollow power. Wait. Candace's voice cut through the tension as she stepped forward to defuse the standoff. Meninus, calm down. Soifon is one of us now. She's already joined the Sternritter. Candace spoke fast, terrified that if she were even half a beat slower, her friend would be cut down by the Arrancar. The toxicity of hollow poison to a Quincy was no laughing matter. One of us. Joined, the Sternritter. Meninus turned her head toward Candace, bewilderment written plainly across her eyes. What happened back then was a misunderstanding, Candace pressed on. And look, you're not injured, are you? So, can we just let it go? Back then. Meninus's frown deepened. What back then? As far as I'm concerned, I just woke up from a nap. A nap that lasted over 10 years. Han, Lilt Otto sauntered over at her own leisurely pace, digging a fresh lollipop from her pocket and tearing open the wrapper. You really missed quite the show, Meninus. Lilt Otto gave the candy a slow lick, then added. By the way, Miss Soifon here is our new comrade. And furthermore. She paused, tilting her head in Soifon's direction. She's Scrift A. She had deliberately stressed the word Scrift A, and her gaze drifted with pointed intent toward Bambietta standing nearby, who had gone chalk-white and instinctively pressed both hands to her stomach. Meninus's pupils contracted sharply. She stared at Soifon for a long, unblinking moment, and the rigid tension in her body gradually began to ease. Her expression still carried a trace of awkwardness, but her tone had softened considerably. If she's a comrade, then I won't hit you. But, I still haven't entirely forgiven you for knocking me out back then. At Soifon's silent cue, Neliel and Harabel lowered the blades from Meninus's throat, gave her a warning grunt in unison, and stepped back a short distance to watch from there. Meninus rejoined her companions, falling into place behind Soifon. It seems the misunderstanding has been cleared up. In that case, the delivery is complete. Captain Soifon, please do as you wish. Las Noches welcomes you all to visit again anytime. Aizen brought his hands together in a single, light clap, a polite but unmistakable send-off. Not far away, Neliel looked distinctly unhappy. Wait, Lady Soifon just got here and she's already leaving. Neliel, don't make things difficult for Lady Soifon. Harabel reached over and caught her friend by the wrist. Don't be so willful. At those words, Neliel pressed her lower lip between her teeth, holding Harabel's gaze with reluctant, unconvinced eyes, then cast a lingering, unwilling look back toward Soifon. Sending Harabel a grateful glance, Soifon turned to them both with a genuinely apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I had been thinking that after the Battle of Karakura Town, I'd take you both on a trip to the world of the living. I'd also thought about taking you to Soul Society, but it doesn't seem like the right time for that. The apology was almost sincere, and even if Soifon was still, as ever, making promises she might never keep, Neliel and Harabel ate every word of it, eyes shimmering with a crystalline brightness. Lady Soifon. With reluctance written plainly across their faces, they watched as Soifon turned and walked out through the hall's great doors. Candace and Liltato quickly moved to flank Meninas, still slightly unsteady on her feet, supporting her on either side. Bambietta followed carefully behind. Shadows writhed and churned underfoot, like a living black mire. Candace and Liltato, with Meninas supported between them, stepped into the darkness first. Bambietta followed close after. Soifon stood at the edge of the shadows, just about to step through herself, when some instinct made her glance back over her shoulder. Sosuke Aizen stood 3 steps behind her. His white robe swayed lightly in Hueco Mundo's faint wind, and not one of the Quincy had noticed his presence at all. And so, the return journey gained one very special passenger. The Wandenrake. Captain Aizen, showing up uninvited like this. Soifon spoke in her usual measured tone, making no effort whatsoever to conceal his presence. Surely you're not actually planning to settle things with Yawatch right here and now. Aizen smiled faintly, falling into step beside Soifon without making a sound. That depends on just how much the legendary king of the Quincy is actually worth. Then again, perhaps I'm simply walking into a trap of my own making. Soifon shot him a sideways glance, then gave an uncommitted shrug. She genuinely doubted that Aizen, in his current state, had what it took to cut Yawatch down in the heart of the Wandenrake, even with his recent breakthrough epiphany factored in. Though, it seems Captain Soifon was careless just now. Aizen wore a look of undisguised amusement. You should have pretended not to notice me at all. The future of this little conversation between us, Yawatch must have already seen it, no? Ha. Soifon laughed softly. Captain Aizen, if Yawatch were able to see it, I wouldn't be standing here chatting with you like this. From the very beginning, Soifon had already placed the grain of time representing this conversation between herself and Aizen behind Yawatch's, the Almighty, into the one blind spot, the one future his omniscience could not reach. Turning her words over in his mind, Aizen let a beat pass, and then he too began to laugh alongside her. Yawatch, what a pitiable creature. Deceived by both Achaib Hyasub and Soifon, and now, on top of that, he himself had waltzed freely into the Wandenrake. The group walked on along the pale corridors. At a certain corner, Aizen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. It seems this place is more interesting than I imagined. He murmured to himself, a look of genuine intrigue spreading across his face. He turned toward Soifon, waving a casual hand in farewell. Captain Soifon, let us part ways here. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked off in the direction from which that peculiar spiritual pressure emanated, unhurried, unrushed, his figure swiftly swallowed by the shadows between the pale columns. Soifon followed the direction of his departure with her gaze. There was indeed a very familiar spiritual pressure there. The Soul King's left hand, Pernita Parnkia's. As her footsteps stalled, Candace glanced back. Soifon. Why'd you stop? Soifon withdrew her gaze and shook her head. Nothing. I just sensed a strange spiritual pressure over there, probably one of the Sternritter. Liltato tilted her head in that direction. Oh, that'd be Pernita. Weird guy. Pernita is His Majesty's personal guard, but he can't even speak, Meninas added, her strength largely recovered. But he's terrifying, a whole bunch of soldiers who got too close ended up twisted into meatballs. Candace chimed in, her voice carrying a distinctly unsettling lilt. It was an exceptionally vast hall, and yet utterly, almost wrongfully, empty. A slight, cloaked figure floated suspended in the air. Scattered across the floor around it lay several shapeless masses of flesh, their surfaces still ridged with the lumps of bone that had burst through the skin, blood slowly seeping from the gaps between them. Sensing an unfamiliar presence approaching, the hooded figure spun around in an instant. Beneath the shadowed cowl, no face was visible, only 2 points of crimson light that blazed suddenly into existence. Ding! The air directly in front of Aizen, perfectly still a moment before, was seized by an invisible, colossal force and wrung without mercy, that power attempting to twist Aizen's limbs, his torso, even his skull, each in a different direction simultaneously. Crack, crack. The nauseating grind of bone against bone rang out from within Aizen's body. Just from bearing that invisible spiritual pressure, his spirit body, reinforced many times over by the Hogyoku, began to let out groans under the unbearable strain. I see. So this is the Soul King's power. The exact opposite of the power hidden within Gotei. He took another step forward. Beneath the hood, those 2 points of light blazed ever brighter. Pernita, utterly infuriated by this intruder's brazen audacity, unleashed an even more savage torrent of force. Aizen's figure left an afterimage where he had stood, his true body had already reappeared several meters away. But the arm that had been just half a beat too slow to escape his original position was clipped by a twisting field of distortion. Squelch. That arm was instantly wrung into a coil by the invisible force, and then, with an eruption of bloody mist, compressed still further into a fist-sized lump of flesh. Within a single breath, Sosuke Aizen's arm had fully regenerated. Having mapped out the rough parameters of Pernita's ability, Aizen activated the power of Kyokusuigetsu, plunging the opponent's vision and spiritual senses alike into total hypnotic fabrication. Aizen's true form materialized without a whisper of sound directly behind Pernita. He raised his freshly regenerated right hand, fingers spread wide, aimed squarely at the center of Pernita's back. Furetsua. A dark violet orb of light coalesced in Aizen's palm, and hollow power that dwarfed Gran Rey Zero by countless magnitudes swallowed Pernita's figure whole, without reservation. Deep within the palace, Yawacha's eyes snapped open. The three crimson pupils flashed for a fleeting instant. That spiritual pressure, Sosuke Aizen, and Pernita. Owing to Pernita's peculiar nature, even Yawacha's, the Almighty, was unable to observe his future. The seal Ichibe Hyasub placed upon me is dissolving. Ghost Fire He. Walnut-chan for more chapters, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 Universal Bonus Chapter. Chapter 134, He levels up, he also levels up. The Royal Palace. Ichibe Hyasub sat cross-legged on the Omotesando, eyes snapping open with sudden alertness. His stern face broke into a broad, easy grin as he bowed his head and gazed down through the thick blanket of clouds far below. As expected, my seal has been broken ahead of schedule. The instant Pernita Parnkias was devoured by Sosuke Aizen, Ichibe had felt the connection between himself and the seal severed by brute force. The power that should have been capable of binding Yawach for a full 1,000 years, gone without a trace. Who could it have been? Even if this outcome didn't surprise him, Ichibe Hyasub had never thought to ask the Soul King for more details back then. After all, when you've lived for over 1,000,000 years, knowing every answer in advance would make existence far too dull. Soifon. No, that didn't fit. She wasn't the impulsive type. And if Soifon wanted to kill Yawach, there was no reason to go through the trouble of breaking the seal. She'd simply act. Pernita Parnkias, the Soul King's left hand. Her very existence carried a portion of the Soul King's essence, corresponding to the power of advancement. 1,000 years ago, Ichibe Hyasub had exploited the unique nature of the Soul King's severed limb to slip past Yawach's, the Almighty, sealing his power at the negotiating table, and costing the Quincy the war. That seal, sustained through Pernita, should have gradually loosened and failed on its own over time, as Yawach slowly reclaimed the scattered fragments of his power. Yet no one had foreseen this, that it would be ripped away so violently, in a manner like this. Perhaps even Ichibe himself couldn't have guessed that the Soul King's left arm would be defeated by a hollow power of such overwhelming magnitude. After all, the last hollow of that caliber had long since been sealed away by his own hands. Yawach could feel it clearly, power flooding back into his body. It had not yet reached the peak of his complete form, but it was no longer so depleted that a single use of the Almighty would leave him dangerously spent. By the time the stern Ritter arrived at the scene, everything was already over. The room was empty. No sign of Pernita. No trace of Aizen. The walls, the floor, even the ceiling, all of it was crawling with dark red, vein-like patterns, cracked and crumbling like wood rotted for 1,000 years. The air reeked heavily of iron and something else, a faint, indescribable stench of decay. A few scraps of blood-soaked white cloth lay scattered across the ground, clearly identifiable as the tattered remnants of a Quincy uniform. This is Pernita's ability. Meninis pressed a hand over her mouth. Not just Pernita's. Hashwolf lifted one of the cloth scraps with the tip of his knight's sword. There are other spiritual pressures mixed into this, something that smells like hollow. A hollow infiltrated the Empire. Lijibaro raised his sniper rifle and swept it in a slow arc around the room. Impossible. A moment later, the jet-black muzzle hovered in front of Soifon for exactly 0.01 seconds, then, as the memory of being pinned face down against the floor by her Ryatsu resurfaced, bringing a fresh wave of dread and humiliation, Lijibaro swung the barrel away, toward Liltato, Meninis, and the others. When you brought Meninis back, did you let an Arrancar slip through? Start talking, and think carefully. Faced with Lijibaro's accusation, Meninis actually did begin racking her memory in earnest, then shook her head. I even glanced back when we went through the Senkamen. It was just the few of us. She tapped her chin, turned it over for a moment, and delivered her answer. TCH. Gerard Valkyrie, who had been standing off to the side with his arms folded, curled his lip in contempt. Using his towering frame to its full advantage, he looked down at Soifon and her group, quite literally through his nostrils. I don't buy it. Sounds like dereliction of duty to me. Or maybe you're just so pathetically weak that an Arrancar tailed you all the way into the Empire and you didn't even notice. Face it, you're useless. Script A. Not even close to the great miracle, Lord Gerard. Gerard's mockery drew visible irritation across the faces of the female Sternritter. Infuriating. If this man weren't one of His Majesty Yoruichi's personally appointed royal guard, the lot of them would have jumped him without a second thought, honor among peers be damned. In the heavy silence, Soifon's gaze slowly drifted upward, until it settled on Gerard and his nose in the air posturing. The terrifying spiritual pressure that had given Lijibaro something resembling PTSD erupted once more from Soifon's slight frame, and she made no effort whatsoever to refine or restrain it, letting it, accidentally, crash down on the Sternritter members watching from the sidelines. The arrogance on Gerard's face twisted in an instant. His knees buckled. That massive body crashed to the ground as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer. The impact rang out with a dull, heavy thud. Spiderweb cracks radiated outward from where his knees met the floor. He tried to push himself up with both arms, but all he could manage was to hold that humiliating kneeling posture, straining to lift his head and look up at Soifon standing before him. Around him, the Sternritter members were all breaking into cold sweats, fighting desperately against the pressure bearing down on them. Soifon tilted her head slightly downward, looking down at Gerard kneeling at her feet. So this is the great miracle. A miracle on its knees. Gerard could see his own reflection in Soifon's eyes, staring back at him from within her cold, indifferent gaze. You. The unbearable combination of humiliation and rage shattered what remained of Gerard's reason in an instant. He, the living embodiment of the miracle, when had he ever been subjected to such degradation? A blinding column of crimson light erupted from him as its epicenter, and a pair of enormous crimson wings, formed entirely of pure spirit particles, burst open behind his back. Vollständig, activate. The surrounding Sternritter members all stumbled back half a step in unison. Not out of fear, their bodies were simply instinctively recoiling from the resonance of another's Vollständig. Everyone knew, activating Vollständig inside the Empire without His Majesty's permission was a punishable offense. Gerard. Stand down. Hashwaltha's voice cracked like a whip. Private combat is strictly forbidden within the Empire. Do you intend to defy His Majesty's laws? But Gerard was far past listening. The power of his Vollständig had barely allowed him to wrench himself free from the crushing weight of Soifon's spiritual pressure, shifting from a full kneel to a half crouch. With a furious roar, he ripped the long sword from his hip and drove it straight at Soifon's heart. Then, the blade stopped cold, pinched between two of Soifon's fingers. The next second. Shunk. No one saw how Soifon moved. No one even caught a glimpse of her drawing her blade. From both front and back simultaneously, scalding blood erupted from Gerard's towering body like twin geysers, drenching him head to toe in red. Releasing the blade, Soifon glanced at Hashwaltha's deeply displeased expression and said simply, he struck first. Somewhere in a secluded corner of the Wandenrake, Sosuke Aizen had wandered into an unoccupied side chamber, chosen at random. The spiritual pressure of Kyoka Suigetsu blanketed the entire space. To any passing soldier or Sternritter who might sense it, this room was nothing more than an ordinary wall, or an unremarkable storage closet. Sosuke Aizen stood before a full-length mirror in the room and tore open the front of his robes, studying the violet Hogyoku embedded in his chest. Worthy of the name, Soul King's left hand, compatibility aside, it has driven my Hogyoku one step further along its evolution. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the area around the Hogyoku embedded in Aizen's chest was slowly giving birth to a transparent void, similar in appearance to a hollow hole. Unlike a hollow hole, however, this void was not an empty black. It was like a night sky dense with stars, flecked with points of violet light. Power was undergoing a metamorphosis. Aizen could feel it clearly, an unprecedented rule, unlike anything before it, flowing out of the Hogyoku and into his spirit body. The Soul King's left hand. The corner of Aizen's mouth curved upward. So this is how the concept of advancement takes physical form. My gratitude for the gift, Yoruichi. The Hogyoku, now imbued with the power of advancement, was elevating Sosuke Aizen's spiritual pressure at a terrifying rate. At the same time, deep within the Empire, upon his throne, Yoruichi slowly raised his arm, fingers drifting lightly across his own eye socket. The chains of restraint had snapped. The sealed eye opened completely. 3 crimson pupils materialized within his eye sockets. Yoruichi could feel it, the almighty, long sealed away, restoring itself at a breathtaking pace. The corners of his mouth curved slowly upward. Sosuke. Aizen. To think you'd infiltrate the Empire deliberately, and break this final shackle for me ahead of schedule, how interesting. He murmured the name aloud, his voice echoing through the vast emptiness of the throne room, carrying not a trace of anger over Pernita's death. A gesture of goodwill. Seeking a partnership. Yawatch settled back against the throne, his three pupils turning toward the direction of the palace entrance. Because Aizen had absorbed Pernita's power, and with Kyoka Suigetsu interfering on top of that, pinpointing Aizen's precise location at this moment was beyond him, but that was of no consequence. No matter how far Aizen evolved, before, the Almighty, he was nothing more than an ant to be kneaded and crushed at will, and it was worth remembering that even Yawatch himself was not yet at his peak. He swept his ability across the assembled Sternritter members, and his gaze lingered on Soifon for exactly 1 second. Yawatch felt confident once more. So many reserve energy sources, come the time of Oswallen, it would be another abundant harvest. Sosuke Aizen, what could you possibly pit against me? With that thought, Yawatch slowly closed his eyes again, and waited in silence for Sosuke Aizen to reveal himself. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 135, Qualifications to become the Soul King. Taking advantage of the moment when the vast majority of the Wandenreika's members lay deep in slumber, Aizen cloaked his body in the spiritual pressure of Kyoka Suigetsu and brazenly slipped past the elaborate spirit particle early warning network that Hashwolf had so carefully laid, stepping through the heavy doors at the very top of the palace. The thick doors swung open with a creak. Sosuke Aizen made no attempt to muffle his footsteps. He walked across the polished floor without a hint of concealment, coming to a stop at the base of the towering throne. Upon the throne, Yawatch opened his eyes. The crimson triple iris glow flickered through Yawatch's eyes for just an instant, then subsided, returning to the calm of a single pupil. His gaze swept across the vast empty hall and locked instantly onto the figure below, the one emanating a faint violet radiance. At the center of Sosuke Aizen's chest, within the translucent star field where the Hogyoku floated, 3 new crystals had formed. They orbited the Hogyoku in a slow, steady rotation, radiating the intertwined powers of Hollow, Shinigami, and Soul King Fragment, stable, harmonious, complete. So this is the form you have evolved into after devouring the Soul King's left arm. Sosuke Aizen. Yawatch's voice descended from the heights above, carrying not a trace of surprise at Aizen's transformation. Aizen was equally unsurprised. From the moment he had parted ways with Soifon, he had never intended to hide from Yawatch's, the Almighty. As expected of Yawatch, who possesses the eyes of, the Almighty, Aizen said. It seems nothing escapes your sight. The words dripped with sarcasm, not even thinly veiled. Yawatch's brow furrowed with distinct displeasure. He was not a man who enjoyed this brand of implied provocation, nor was he some magnanimous, benevolent sovereign, even if Aizen was the very benefactor who had freed him from his seal. Do not think that merely devouring the Soul King's left arm, stealing a sliver of the power of progression, makes the Almighty, ineffective against you, Sosuke Aizen. At this moment, you have already reached the absolute peak of your own evolution. My power, on the other hand, has only just begun to return. This is merely the beginning. He leaned slightly forward, his eyes shifting in an instant to the triple iris as they looked down upon Aizen below, his gaze carrying the condescending magnanimity of a man granting alms. I thank you for going to such lengths to break my seal ahead of schedule. Once I ascend to the throne of the Soul King, name your reward. Ask for whatever you wish. With that, Yawatch returned to a single pupil and lifted his chin slightly, his bearing imperious and lofty. I have always been most generous to those who serve beneath me. The remark was his counterstrike against Aizen's earlier sarcasm, and a show of contempt in equal measure. As the words settled, the smile on Aizen's face slowly faded. He shook his head with a faint, almost weary air. It seems you've misunderstood something, Yawatch. I did not break the seal in order to help you. I came here, and I stand before you now, for one reason alone. To observe and analyze, at closer range, the truth of this world, and one of the most fundamental specimens that compose that truth. With that, Aizen raised his gaze, eyes boring into Yawatch with an undisguised, burning hunger for knowledge, the look of a researcher studying a specimen arranged in his laboratory. That gaze filled Yawatch with a wave of intense displeasure. It appears, Yawatch's voice cooled, that devouring the Soul King's left arm has given you a distorted understanding of your own power, Sosuke Aizen. Yawatch turned his right palm upward. A cluster of ghostly blue spirit particle flame kindled in his hand, then he clenched his fist violently, snuffing it out. Very well. In consideration of your genuine contributions to the Empire, I shall extend my patience and forbearance to you one final time. Put away that insolent gaze and those impertinent words. Kneel. Pledge your loyalty. This is your last chance. The instant the words fell, everything changed. Schlick. Without any warning whatsoever, a blood-slicked blade tip punched through the front of Yawatch's chest. The blood dripping from its point scattered across the pale floor of the throne room, blooming into a vivid red flower. Yawatch looked down at the blade tip protruding from his chest. Then he slowly turned his head, toward the figure standing behind the throne. I see. Kyoka Suigetsu, is it? He extended his right hand and gripped the blood-wet blade tip that jutted from his own chest. Then his 5 fingers snapped shut with brutal force. Crack. A crisp, clean snap, and the blade tip was broken off barehanded. In the same motion, Yawacha's left arm lashed backward in a blur, the terrifying force of the strike shattering the solid throne behind him into rubble. Amid the spray of shattered stone, his left hand shot out like an iron vice and seized, in an instant, the wrist of Aizen, who had appeared behind him at some unknown moment and was now attempting to pull back and retreat. Sosuke Aizen. The first clear note of fury entered Yawacha's voice. I have already been more than lenient with you. The hand gripping Aizen's wrist, innumerable ghostly blue vein-like patterns erupted across its skin, spreading upward along Aizen's arm like creeping roots. Since you refuse to submit. Yawach activated his power to steal the abilities of others. Then offer up your power to me. The erosion began. But at the very instant the ghostly blue patterns were about to reach Aizen's shoulder, another force, long dormant within Aizen's body, stirred awake and rose to resist the encroaching erosion. Pale violet vein patterns and Yawacha's erosion patterns clashed head-on, using Sosuke Aizen's right arm as their battlefield, intertwining and warring against one another. TSSS, TSSS. The two forces repelled each other like opposite poles of a magnet, two irreconcilable absolutes. The advance of the blue patterns was halted dead, and was even pushed back several degrees by the violet patterns pressing against it. After several seconds of deadlock, the two men separated by unspoken mutual agreement. Yawach examined his own palm, the hand that had just seized Aizen's right arm, where traces of violet ryatsu still clung like a bone-burrowing parasite. I see, so the power of progression can now be wielded to its full extent. In the next instant, the blood venae in his palm flared to life, utterly purging the residual violet ryatsu. In stark contrast, Sosuke Aizen's face had broken into an expression of near euphoric excitement. In the clash just now, he had experienced the pure essence of Quincy power at close range, and had even managed to siphon away a measure of Yawacha's ryatsu. Given just a little more opportunity, he would be able to fully master the Quincy power that resided in Yawacha's body. And when that moment came, Sosuke Aizen would ascend to the vacant throne of heaven, empty for 1,000,000 years. Remarkable. Truly worthy of the one designated, the next Soul King, and progenitor of the Quincy, by the royal palace. Suppressing the excitement on his face, Sosuke Aizen continued his needling, trying to goad Yawach into drawing close again. Silver tongue. Yawach stood where he was and did not move. I already know the limits of your power. You are nothing more than this. With that, he instinctively glanced toward the palace entrance. The commotion of battle had already rung out, yet still no one had detected the anomaly here. Waiting for your stern rider to ride to your rescue, my lord next Soul King. I'm afraid that won't be possible. My Kyoka Suigetsu has already encircled your entire palace. In Sosuke Aizen's hand, the Kyoka Suigetsu that Yawach had snapped apart was whole once more. Is that so? Yawach's voice dropped low and flat. Then, this palace no longer needs to exist. Kirchenlied, sank Zwinger. In an instant, several colossal blue star-crossed pillars of light erupted from the air around Yawach's body, sealing Sosuke Aizen entirely outside their boundary. The magnificent palace, caught within the towering blue star-crossed pillars blazing up around Yawach, crumbled apart like a sandcastle, fragile, absolute, total. Members of the stern ritter and the remaining soldiers of the Empire flickered into view through the smoke and surging spirit particle turbulence, converging on the ruins of the palace at maximum speed. In the midst of the chaos, explosion and billowing dust, a white figure came hurtling through the air, dozens of vivid red blossoms of blood erupting across his body. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground not far from where Soifon had just arrived. Candace, Liltato, Bambietta, and Meninis came rushing up close behind Soifon. At the sight of the blood-soaked figure on the ground, white robes in tatters, all 4 pairs of eyes went wide at the same time. Wasn't that Aizen, king of Hueco Mundo? Soifon looked down at Aizen lying at her feet, his aura slightly disrupted, but apparently in no danger of dying, and delivered a perfectly deadpan remark. Captain Aizen, you've become a doormat too. Though he wasn't entirely sure what doormat meant in precise terms, Aizen clearly understood the jab buried in Soifon's words. He let out a low, short laugh, wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and pushed himself up off the ground. Heh, as expected of Yawach. The words had barely left his mouth when several razor-sharp killing intents locked onto him simultaneously. Hashwaltha's eyes blazed with fury. He drew his blade and leveled it at Aizen, the one who invaded the Empire and killed Pernita. It was you, Sosuke Aizen. Holding his knight's sword, Hashwalth formed a triangle with Leal Barrow, who had just arrived, rifle already raised and aimed, and Gerard, who was covered in wounds yet still radiating fury, surrounding Aizen at the center. At that very moment, the all-powerful Kyoka Suigetsu activated once more. Every Quincy in the vicinity seemed to hit an invisible pause button, leaving only Aizen and Soifon with clear, unaffected minds. Truly worthy of the progenitor of the Quincy, Yoruichi. Aizen murmured. Even now, having evolved this far, I still cannot cut him down. The Hogyoku at Aizen's chest flickered faintly, the wounds across his body sealing shut at a visible pace. Soifon raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Giving up. Aizen turned his gaze to her. No. Captain Soifon, quite the opposite. I have simply placed my hope for killing Yoruichi in your hands, Captain Soifon. From you, I sense a threat I never clearly perceived from Yoruichi himself. Soifon's eyes narrowed slightly. She shook her head and shifted her gaze toward the direction of the Kirchenlied, Sankswinger. Yoruichi is the next Soul King. I won't kill him now. Unless, Captain Aizen, you can prove that you too have what it takes to become the Soul King. As her words faded, Aizen raised his right hand. In his open palm, a holy arrow, a heilig file of pure and absolute light blue spiritual energy, slowly coalesced, forming like a sacred flame. Captain Soifon, take a look. After fusing with the Soul King's left hand, I have already begun to decode the fundamental nature of Quincy power. My Hogyoku is in the process of evolving to manifest Quincy power. He displayed the miniature heilig file to Soifon, deftly spinning it between his fingertips. If Captain Soifon would deliver Yoruichi's body to me, I can take his place, ascend to the throne of heaven, and become the linchpin that maintains the balance of the three worlds. Sosuke Aizen's words carried an almost pleading quality. Soifon did not answer immediately. She stilled her thoughts and began to genuinely consider the possibility. The heilig file in Aizen's hand was unquestionably the real thing, genuine Quincy power, and combined with his absorption of Pranita and his existing Hollow and Shinigami power. It didn't seem entirely impossible. At that thought, she turned her head. Her gaze pierced through the thinning smoke and dust, toward the Kirchenlied, Sankswinger's pillars of light, where Yoruichi's silhouette was slowly stepping out from within. She looked back at Aizen, her expression calm but carrying a quiet edge of killing intent, searching his eyes for any crack or falsehood. But Aizen only returned her gaze with perfect composure, not a flicker of retreat or hesitation in his eyes. At last, Soifon exhaled softly. She had no desire to endure 2 more years of Yoruichi either. Captain Aizen. Trade places. You handle the Sternritter. I'll go kill Yoruichi. She spoke quietly, then broke into a stride, walking straight past Aizen, passing his shoulder, heading directly toward Yoruichi as he emerged from the ruins. In that moment, the battlefield was divided. Behind Soifon, pillars of Volstandig light in every color blazed up simultaneously. The Sternritter had already locked into battle with Sosuke Aizen. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Chapter 136, Yoruichi's Death. The Bankai that shakes the 3 worlds. Soifon came to a stop 10 paces from Yoruichi. Between them lay the rubble of a collapsed palace, broken walls, twisted metal, and the last wisps of spirit particle smoke still drifting through the air. I thought you were a smart woman, Soifon. Yoruichi's voice carried a note of genuine regret. It seems, in the end, you made the wrong choice. Even as he spoke, a massive heilig file materialized without warning directly above Soifon's head and came screaming down. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion swallowed the entire area where Soifon stood. The savage shockwave hurled the surrounding debris skyward all over again, birthing a small mushroom cloud. Then an invisible force cleaved through the smoke from within. Soifon's silhouette walked calmly out of the dissipating haze, not so much as a single hair out of place. She had not chanted a single release phrase. She simply raised her right hand in silence, and Suzumabachi, without any incantation, transformed into that familiar golden finger guard. An instant later, she vanished from where she stood, and reappeared behind Yoruichi. 2 hornets' crests bloomed simultaneously across Yoruichi's back. The lethal venom poured into the wounds in a torrent. Yoruichi's body began to corrode and crumble at a rate visible to the naked eye. Death in 2 steps, the name is well earned, Yoruichi said mildly. But it won't work on me. In the next instant, the disintegrating wounds reversed completely, restored to nothing. He leapt backward, putting distance between himself and Soifon, and regarded her from across the ruins. Is that so? It won't work. Then why, Soifon said, still exactly where she'd been standing, a mocking smile on her lips, did you instinctively put distance between us just now? Yoruichi. Humph. Nothing but empty words. Yoruichi's composure cracked into anger. He raised his right hand, aimed it at Soifon's position, and slowly closed his 5 fingers. Kirchenlied, Sankswinger. Heilig file ripped through the air, sweeping up massive boulders, shattered metal, and whole fragments of the palace, drawing them all towards Soifon at terrifying speed. In an eye blink, a spherical cage more than 10 meters across had formed, crushing her inside. The very next moment, a blinding golden Ryatsu erupted from its core, and Soifon's figure burst free from the rubble, rising high into the air to look down at Yoruichi below. If this is the extent of your power, then we're done here. Soifon raised her right arm, the one wearing Suzumabachi, and delivered 4 lightning-fast strikes into the empty air before her. Script A, Assassin, activate. Behind Yoruichi, in what had been perfectly empty space, 4 faint threads of golden light appeared from nowhere. TZZT, 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 TZZT. An even more savage dose of venom flooded into him in an instant. Terrifying hornet's crest spread across almost the entirety of his back. This time the corrosion and disintegration moved far faster than before, more than half of Yoruichi's body turned jet black and desiccated within a single breath. This is bad. In the space of a thunderclap, Yoruichi's eyes became 3-pupiled. He immediately activated his script, the Almighty, and rewrote the future in which Soifon killed him. The next moment, the rapidly melting, rotting body wavered like a soap bubble illusion, and Yoruichi's figure reappeared 10 meters away, completely unharmed. His crimson triple pupils locked onto Soifon in silence. Your Suzumabachi cannot kill me, Soifon. Don't forget whose power it was that granted you your script. So be it. Since my seal has been broken ahead of schedule, let both you and Sosuke Aizen drink deeply of the despair that awaits you. Yoruichi's left hand rose slowly, palm facing upward. Countless points of dim blue light flooded in from every direction, compressing and condensing in his palm until they formed a single sphere, a deep, blue-black orb that spun ceaselessly and radiated an ominous pulse. He turned his gaze back to Soifon. I am the progenitor of the Quincy. The very essence of my power is sharing and granting. Did you think the Stern Ritter were so mighty because of their own innate talent? Everything was because of my granting. From the moment you drank my blood and awakened Script A, your power was never truly yours, Soifon. Rise, Silburn. What I lift on high is your heart. With the final words of the Oswalin incantation, the blue-black orb in Yoruichi's palm detonated into a brilliant, all-consuming blue radiance that expanded outward, unfurling into an enormous ring of spirit particles that enveloped the entire Wandenrake. Then, from within that ring, countless pillars of cold blue light descended like divine judgment, striking every single Quincy within the Wandenrake with pinpoint precision. Boom. 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 Gerard, in the form of his titanic being of light, was struck by the Oswalin's pillars. The spirit particles comprising his body crumbled and scattered as though turned to ash. Quilge, who had taken on the aspect of a divine apostle, fared no differently. Is it time, your majesty? Hashwolf sank to one knee, supporting himself with his sword. His power had not been granted entirely by Yoruichi, and so he survived the immediate death sentence. Thud. 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 The Sternritter who had been locked in furious combat moments ago dropped to the ground one after another, like marionettes whose strings had been cut, soundless, motionless. Their power, their lives, all of it converted into the purest nourishment, flowing back along those blue pillars connecting heaven and earth, surging in reverse toward the single source from which it had all originated, Yoruichi. A short distance from the main battlefield, Candace, Liltato, and Menenius were likewise struck by Oswalin's pillars. They collapsed to the ground, gasping, hovering at the edge of death. Liltato used the very last of her strength to wrench her head upward. She screamed, and in her scream was the anguish and outrage of every surviving Quincy. What are we to you, your majesty? Yoruichi absorbed the torrent of power flooding into him. The aura around him climbed at a terrifying rate. His crimson triple pupils turned calmly toward Liltato, and his voice was utterly without sorrow or joy. Why, comrades, of course. Yet amid that all-encompassing Oswalin blue light, 2 anomalies stood out as jarringly conspicuous. Soifon and Yoruichi, both immune to his Oswalin. A flicker of unease crossed Yoruichi's heart, and was immediately swept away by the intoxicating surge of power flooding his body. No matter. If he couldn't harvest their power through Oswalin, then he would simply use the Almighty and take it by force. At the same moment, Aizen had also noticed the anomaly with Yoruichi. A faint arc of interest touched the corner of his mouth as his gaze drifted over the young Quincy. Just then, Soifon, her back still turned to Aizen, spoke without glancing around, her voice carrying clearly across the space between them. Captain Aizen. Take Yoryu, and the rest of the survivors, and get them away from here. The fight coming up. I can't guarantee I won't accidentally catch them in the crossfire. By them, Soifon naturally included the female Sternritter and Hashwolf. The moment those words left her lips, Candace and the others, who had been sinking into despair over the loss of their power, turned their eyes toward Soifon's small figure in utter disbelief. A wave of complex emotion crashed over them, instantly breaking through the wall of ice that betrayal had built around their hearts. Betrayal had come from Yoruichi, the emperor they had sworn their lives to and worshipped as a god. Salvation had come from Soifon, who not long ago had been nothing but a Shinigami to them. Aizen raised one hand. Several Bakudo threads shot from his palm, binding the survivors Soifon had named together in a bundle. He leapt into the air and carried them to the edge of the Wandenrake, depositing them near the Garganta Gate. After layering several thick, wall-like Danku barriers around them, Aizen turned back and drifted high into the sky, watching the two figures facing each other across the ruins below. Now, at the center of these ruins reeking of death and betrayal, only Soifon and Yoruichi remained. Having absorbed the power of nearly every Quincy in the Wandenrake, the Ryatsu rolling off Yoruichi was already so horrifying that the space around him visibly warped. Behold my divine might. Kirchen lied, sank Zwinger. 5 fingers on Yoruichi's right hand blazed with vivid blue flame and fired through the air, weaving together in midair to form a pentagram that snapped shut around Soifon's figure. Zing. The pentagram blazed bright, but Soifon had already appeared behind it, as though what had been caught was nothing but her afterimage. Worthy of Script A, a genuinely troublesome ability. Yoruichi's 3 pupils rotated. He drew his blade and spun, slashing at the figure that had appeared at his back, forcing Soifon to retreat. My power has returned to me in full. You hid the future behind my, almighty, did you truly think I wouldn't see it? The next instant, the crisp, wet sound of something piercing flesh. Soifon withdrew Suzumabachi from Yoruichi's body. Hornets' crests bloomed across his back again as she spoke. Then, did you see this future? The words had barely left her mouth when a long, deep gash, bone deep, split open across Soifon's shoulder without warning. The blade had struck them simultaneously, a ripple disturbed the air nearby, and Yoruichi's figure appeared there, unscathed by the venom. He held a spirit particle longsword, a blade forged entirely from densely compressed rasure, and casually flicked the blood from it. I had intended to bisect you with that strike from the future, I didn't expect your spirit body to be tougher than that, Soifon. Authors aside, TLDR, mutual backstabs, Matryoshka style. Soifon let out a low grunt, pressing her left hand over the wound. With her now free right hand, she spread her 5 fingers, and the dense rasure saturating the air seemed to answer an invisible summons, flooding wildly toward the gash. Within 2 or 3 breaths, aside from the torn fabric and blood not yet dried, her shoulder was as though it had never been touched. Soifon. Don't forget what you are, you're a Shinigami. Using Quincy power to heal yourself, have you no shame? Does Captain Commander Yamamoto know about this? Seeing Soifon use Quincy abilities to close her wounds, Yoruichi's composure visibly cracked. He could tell that this game of mutual counters might be settling into a drawn-out war of attrition. Not only does the Captain Commander know, he intends to pass the title of the next Captain Commander to me. Yoruichi, would you like to consider handing over the throne of the King of the Quincy as well? If you do, I might consider letting you live. Even as she spoke, the Ryatsu around Soifon flared sharply, deflecting a slashing strike that had arrived from the future. Yoruichi lunged in with his longsword, and the two clashed in close quarters, insolent wretch. The duel between the 2 Script A bearers erupted once again. From his vantage point in the distance, Sosuke Aizen watched the battle unfold, and found it increasingly bizarre, almost farcical. He could not see the futures Yoruichi was surveilling, nor could he see the preemptive dodges Soifon was executing. All he could observe was Yoruichi occasionally swinging his sword at empty air, or firing off Heilig File and sank Zwinger at nothing, while Soifon, as though gifted with supernatural foresight, consistently completed some apparently pointless repositioning, or tapped off in some seemingly safe direction, at precisely the moment before each attack would have landed. The battle between the 2 of them had become something like 2 completely misaligned, independently running performances. He gave a faint shake of his head. Even with all his pride, he could not deny the reality in front of him. Even after absorbing the Soul King's left hand, the gap between us is still painfully obvious, Captain Soifon. Below, within the zone protected by layer upon layer of Danku barriers. Candace struggled to prop herself against a broken wall and craned her head upward. Hey, King of Hueco Mundo up there, who's actually winning between Soifon and His Majesty right now? Aizen lowered his gaze, glanced at them, then turned back to the battlefield, based on the current rate of exchange and the pattern of engagement, roughly a draw. A draw. Menenisa's involuntary cry rang out. Even the gravely injured Hashwolf jerked his head up, his eyes full of something he could barely process. Soifon was holding Yoruichi to a draw. Yoruichi, who had absorbed the power of nearly the entire Wandenrake and wielded the Almighty. Let me go in. Yoruichi surged a step forward and slammed his fist against the Danku wall. I'll go reinforce her. His words were immediately dismissed by Aizen. You can't even break through my Danku seal. What makes you think you have any business interfering in that fight? Correct, Yoruichi. Hashwolf forced himself upright, casting a withering look at Yuryu. Did you think His Majesty and I hadn't noticed? Your motives for joining the Empire were never pure from the start. Your one point of distinction is your Script A. Beyond that, your power is not worth mentioning, as far as I'm concerned. Basby had died in his battle with Aizen. Hashwolf, who had survived the Oswallen, had simply lost all will to carry on, and so he lay back and let his tongue run free. At the center of the battlefield, Soifon and Yawatch separated once again, facing each other across a gap of dozens of meters. It seems that the longer this drags on, the less either of us can do to the other. Soifon raised her right arm. The golden Ryatsu on the Suzumabachi finger guard flickered. Yawatch's 3 pupils shifted slightly. Oh. Have you finally grasped the size of the gap between us, and decided to surrender, Soifon? Surrender? The corner of Soifon's mouth curved. Don't tell me you're, almighty, didn't see this future. The instant the words left her lips, Soifon stopped holding anything back. HHHMMMM. An immense Ryatsu, so crushing that space itself groaned under its weight, detonated outward with Soifon's small body at the epicenter. A golden column of spirit energy shot into the sky. The already ruined ground beneath her sank further. Broken walls and debris at greater distances crumbled instantly to powder under the pressure of pure, undiluted Ryatsu. Yawatch, caught in the leading edge of the shockwave, raised his arm to shield his face and staggered back dozens of steps. The light of Suzumabachi in Soifon's hand blazed and surged. Its form began to shift violently, gradually forging itself into a golden spear blade she gripped in her hand. Bankai. Jishaku Reikaben. The moment her Bankai unleashed, all 3 worlds trembled. Soul Society. The Siriitii. This is Captain Soifon's Ryatsu. Legend has it, when a member of the Zero Division releases their Bankai, the 3 worlds shake. I suppose now we know that's true. But Captain Soifon isn't a Zero Division member yet, is she? Every captain, vice captain, seated officer, even the ordinary rank and file, all looked up simultaneously toward a sky that held nothing to see. Beneath their feet, the earth pulsed with unmistakable tremors. Buildings swayed. The surface of ponds rippled. Even the fabric of space itself was shuddering. Hueco Mundo. Las Noches. Harabel stood in the vast throne hall, and she and Neliel raised their heads at the same instant. This Ryatsu. Harabel murmured. It's Lady Soifon. Neliel confirmed it at once, a flicker of worry passing through her eyes. Even Stark's habitual air of indolence contracted a little. He let out a yawn. Now that's quite a commotion. The world of the living. Karakura town. The Urahara shop, the Kurosaki household, the Vizards, every single one of them set down whatever they were doing at the same moment. Yoruichi looked skyward, astonishment plain on her face. Who in the world could push Soifon this far? The calm sea churned without wind. Waves roared. The cloud layer above was thrust aside by an invisible force. Ding! A warping Ryatsu pulse radiated from the blade of Jishaku Reikaben, ringing out a clear, bright clash of gold on steel. What? Yawatch's composure shattered into a startled cry. He had clearly broken Jishaku Reikaben's blade in the future, so why was this happening? Damn it. If only he had managed to destroy her Bankai back then, Soifon would have had no power left capable of killing him, damn it all. It seems my luck holds. You were trying to break my blade in the future, just now, weren't you, Yawatch? Are you frightened? Soifon leveled the spear blade at Yawatch and pulled the trigger, again and again, without warning. Front and back, coming from trajectories utterly impossible to predict, golden Ryatsu bullets punched clean holes through Yawatch from every angle in an instant. Boom. A thunderous, catastrophic explosion. A mushroom cloud boiled up from the ground. A pressure wave carrying debris, metal shards, and the pulped remnants of flesh and bone rolled outward in every direction. On the Danku barrier, spiderweb cracks, translucent as glass, appeared across the surface. Crack. One layer of Danku held for a few seconds before shattering entirely. Aizen immediately reinforced it with several more layers. As the smoke cleared, Yawatch's figure reappeared intact once more, though he was breathing somewhat harder now. It seemed that using the Almighty to resurrect himself did, in fact, have limits. At least it had limits before he could absorb the Soul King's remains, though no one had ever lived long enough to see it. You know, Yawatch. After releasing Bankai, a Shinigami's combat power increases 5 to 10-fold. Can your Almighty keep up with my speed? After triggering another Bankai power detonation, Soifon looked at the newly resurrected Yawatch and said this. Gradually, the battle began to tip decisively in one direction. The scales of victory tilted towards Soifon. Every time Yawatch resurrected, he was met immediately by Jishaku Reikaben's bullets coming from every direction. Even standing at the vantage point of omniscient foresight, he could not find a single future where he avoided being hit. All he could do was use his power to rewrite fate, and resurrect himself, again and again and again. Meanwhile, Soifon, drawing on Sclaverai, had effectively unlimited Ryatsu and unlimited firepower. Emptying Jishaku Reikaben like a minigun was no problem whatsoever. This cannot go on. Only by absorbing the Soul King's power can I defeat Soifon. Yawatch's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Even if each resurrection refilled his Ryatsu to full, the accumulated pain of being killed over and over, and the erosion of his mental fortitude, could not recover instantaneously. And facing a battle where victory was nowhere in sight, Yawachi's mood grew fouler with every passing second. Resurrect. Die. Resurrect. Die. Resurrect. Die. Times. Because Yawach kept doing his merry little sit-ups from the grave, no one actually managed to reach the moment of his permanent death. In fact, for one brief instant, Yawach found himself entertaining the thought of simply giving up, whatever, just let it all burn. Just let himself die temporarily, let Soifon and the others celebrate their hollow little victory. After all, death for him was just reverting to an infant state, he could always stage his comeback eventually. But the moment that thought took root, it refused to leave. It bred a sourceless, simmering rage in the back of his mind. The moment he imagined returning to that helpless infant state, blind, deaf, unable so much as to move, an inexplicable dread welled up in Yawach from nowhere. He, the supreme emperor of the Wandenrake, son of the Soul King, driven to this point by a single Shinigami. What a disgraceful wretch I've become. While lost in his thoughts, he was killed by Soifon several more times before he even noticed, and on one occasion he forgot to activate his power to resurrect himself altogether. Yawach's distraction nearly cost him everything. Damn it all, does this woman's Ryatsu and stamina seriously have no bottom? At last, Yawach understood exactly how his past enemies had felt when they faced him. What in the absolute hell kind of monster was he up against? Boom. In his desperation, one explosion's shockwave sent Yawach tumbling directly towards Sosuke Aizen's position. Right, there was still a backup power source over here. Sosuke Aizen, who had absorbed the Soul King's left hand. Yawach's three pupils fixed on Aizen. He raised his right hand, activated the Almighty, and fired Sank's Winger directly at Sosuke Aizen. Oh. You want my power that badly? I've already seen your future with my recovered vision, Sosuke Aizen. Since he couldn't take Soifon's power, he would simply take Sosuke Aizen's power from within the future. Go, Sank's Winger. I've staked every future on this one move. The burning pentagram was a fraction of an instant from enveloping Sosuke Aizen, and vanished mid-flight. A golden bullet fired, and sank into Yawach's heart. Don't you dare try to absorb anyone else's power, Yawach. A brilliant flash of gold. Soifon raised her spear blade and, with effortless precision, severed his head from his shoulders. Thud. The severed head fell from the sky, rolled across the ground, bounced off a chunk of rubble, and was still. Soifon and Aizen waited in place for a long time. Neither of them witnessed the scene they had been bracing for, Yawach's remains dissolving into a phantom and reconstituting itself back in place. A full day passed. The two of them stood vigil over Yawach's corpse. He's actually dead. Sosuke Aizen picked up Yawach's headless remains and the severed head. A strange, dreamlike feeling began to spread through him. That last Sank's Winger had genuinely made him feel the nearness of death. Thank God Captain Soifon had saved his life. The relief of a survivor far outweighed any excitement over Yawach's corpse. Most likely, perhaps when he used Sank's Winger on Captain Aizen, he didn't have time to resurrect himself. Soifon also found it somewhat strange, but Yawach's Ryatsu had definitively vanished. That was a fact. It's also possible that, the Almighty's resurrection power has an upper limit. And Captain Soifon's repeated kills had already pushed him to that limit. Aizen raised Yawach's head to eye level, studied it for a moment, and offered this analysis. Step. Step. Soifon walked over the rubble toward the Garganta gate. Bambietta went chalk-white at the sight of her and immediately began scrabbling backward on the ground, hands and feet working frantically. Candace, Meninas, and Liltato, while on reasonably decent terms with Soifon, still didn't dare address her casually. The emperor who had ruled the empire, beheaded by Soifon, before their very eyes, by such brutal means. The impact of that image was still too raw. Picking up the fallen head, Sosuke Aizen carried Yawach's remains to the Garganta gate. He ignored the complex looks on the surviving Quincy's faces and the awe in their eyes as they stared at Soifon, and opened the black cavity. Let's go, Captain Soifon. We'll get them settled in Las Noches first. And I can finally focus on analyzing and consuming the power remaining in Yawach's remains. Based on what the Hogyoku has conveyed to me, I estimate it will take approximately 2 years. The moment Sosuke Aizen spoke the words 2 years, Soifon's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, and an instant later, returned to normal. Almost exactly the same time frame Ichibe Hayasub had told her. Was that a coincidence? Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 137, Is it really over? You crafty little devil, you knew you couldn't beat Soifon in a straight fight, so you pulled a trick like this. It seems you truly did want to become the Soul King, Yawach. Sosuke Aizen completed the final piece of your puzzle, didn't he? Oh. You'd like me to pass that along to the girl Soifon. Understood, Your Majesty, the Soul King. Ichibe Hyasub stood in the inner sanctum of the royal palace, gazing down at the 4 satellite palaces below. His hands were tucked into his sleeves. He bowed respectfully toward the Soul King's crystal, then leapt down and landed on the main approach road. Dusting off his hands, Ichibe Hyasub flew off and turned toward the 3 satellite palaces, all except the Kirin Palace, and paid each of them a visit in advance, letting them know to prepare a proper welcome for Soifon's ascent to the royal realm. The apology would need to look sincere. After all, as the saying goes, you don't hit someone who comes with a smile. Hueco Mundo. Using spirit particles to stitch Yawachi's corpse back together, Sosuke Aizen carried the body up to the topmost hall of Las Noches and announced that he would not set foot outside the palace for the next 2 years. The Arrancar and Shinigami could do as they pleased. As the great door sealed shut, 4 layers of heavy danku locked into place from all 4 directions, above, below, left, and right, sealing the hall airtight. No one but Soifon could break through this Bakudo barrier laid by Aizen himself. What is he playing at, Sosuke Aizen? Asashiro Soya stood alongside Jin Ikamaru and Kanaim Tozen, his expression a mask of barely suppressed resentment and frustration. He hadn't even had time to expand Las Noches, to round up every hollow in Hueco Mundo and make them his livestock. And now the man who had been dangling that dream in front of him turned around and announced he had grander ambitions, becoming the Soul King, and wouldn't be playing house with him anymore. Can't be helped. Captain Aizen's ambition has always been to claim the throne of heaven. As for Hueco Mundo, it was never anything more than one stop along Captain Aizen's journey. You were one such stop. So were we. Jin Ikamaru stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling his usual smile as he watched Asashiro Soya's face sour. He did love seeing that look. Humph. Just because he becomes the Soul King, does that mean he can sweep away every last hollow? I don't think so. Asashiro Soya flicked his sleeve and stormed off, his figure gradually swallowed by the corridor's shadows. Fine. If Sosuke Aizen won't manage Hueco Mundo, then I will. Don't come crying to me later, Sosuke Aizen. And you too, Soifon. In a room on the other side of the palace, all of the Quincy, except for Yoruichi, had yet to fully recover from the aftereffects of the Oswalin. Even the pace at which they were absorbing spirit particles to restore their bodies had slowed considerably. Seriously, what is happening? How did we end up in Hueco Mundo of all places? Bambietta sat huddled in a corner, arms wrapped around her knees, trembling. Outside the door, 2 twin-tailed maidservant Arrancar stood guard. Their mere presence was enough to fill the Quincy with dread. Hollows were poison to them. Pure, lethal poison. Who knows, but from the look of things, I'd say Soifon saved us. Either way, she clearly doesn't want to kill us. Otherwise there'd be no point going to all this trouble to bring us back here. As the saying goes, it's hard to speak ill of someone who feeds you. Lilt Otto munched on the snacks Soifon had left behind before departing, and put in a few good words on her behalf. But what could her motive be? Candace leaned against the wall, her voice faint and weak. She's not going to use us as test subjects, is she? Probably not. Though, maybe she'll just stick us in stasis pods like she did to me last time and have us sleep for a few decades, or even a century. Could happen, said Meninas, the most experienced among them when it came to being taken prisoner. Late that night. The room next door, Hashwaltha's. Creak. Soifon pushed the door open and flicked on the light, flooding the pitch-black room with brightness. It's the middle of the night, Hashwalth. Open your eyes. Soifon stood with her arms crossed, watching him like a hawk. Heh. Hashwalth opened his eyes. His gaze was plain and unremarkable as it met hers. My script has already been reclaimed by His Majesty. Even if he hasn't truly died, I can no longer fight as his other half. Soifon studied the single, ordinary pupil in each of Hashwaltha's eyes, and the suspicion coiled in her chest loosened, just slightly. By rights, as Yawacha's other half, Hashwalth should have gained the power to foresee the future after Yawach fell into his sleep, and his pupils should have become Yawacha's characteristic triple irises. Could it be that Yawach was truly and thoroughly dead? Reading the doubt on Soifon's face, Hashwalth let out a quiet laugh. I genuinely cannot feel any connection to His Majesty anymore. If I hold no further value to you, please do what you must. Quickly. With that, Hashwalth tilted his head back, baring his neck, the posture of a man ready to be cut down. Thud. In an instant, 6 golden bands of light shot out and bound Hashwalth in place. Soifon let out a quiet sigh, then turned, closed the door behind her, and walked away. Meanwhile, things were going considerably more pleasantly for Yoruichi. On the long conference table inside Las Noches' meeting room, steaming cups of black tea had been laid out, alongside a spread of fine pastries and sweets sourced from the world of the living. Mr. Ishida, are you well acquainted with Lady Soifon? Sitting across from him, Harabel and Neliel watched Yoruichi with curious eyes. Beside them, Sailaporo sat watching him too, though with a rather more predatory gaze. I suppose you could say that. Yoruichi took a sip of tea to cover his awkwardness. When I was small, Soifon probably held me in her arms, probably. What does Lady Soifon like to eat? Does she have any special hobbies? Neliel leaned forward over the table eagerly, pressing him with follow-up questions. That. I'm not really sure. Yoruichi thought hard, then shook his head. At the exact moment their expressions fell with disappointment, Soifon had followed the trail of their spiritual pressure to the meeting room. She stepped inside, and froze at the sight of Yoruichi sitting there eating and drinking in perfect comfort. Didn't I tell you to send him back to the world of the living? Soifon turned her head toward Neliel and the others. I felt that Mr. Ishida had just come through a battle and might need to replenish his strength, so I took it upon myself to. Harabel quietly tugged her collar up to hide the flush spreading across her face. It was absolutely not because they wanted to keep Yoruichi here and pry Soifon's personal interests out of him. Absolutely not. That's actually quite thoughtful, I didn't think of that. Soifon understood at once, walked over to Yoruichi, and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Have you eaten your fill? I'll take you back to Karakura town. The moment she sliced open the garganta, Neliel and Harabel both shot to their feet simultaneously. Lady Soifon. Surely this time you'll take us with you. Back in Karakura town. That's how it happened. After recounting everything, Soifon returned, still silver, to Ryukin Ishida. Ryukin turned the arrowhead over in his fingers, considered it for a moment, then handed it back to Soifon. The victory had come so suddenly that neither the Kaiser Gesang nor the, still silver, had ever been needed. A king that proud, how could he possibly fail to follow the ritual laid out by the very Kaiser Gesang he himself had written? I'm still not at ease, Captain Soifon. Ryukin Ishida's expression was grave. Please hold on to this arrowhead. In case Yaoichi returns. Very well. Soifon tucked the silver arrowhead inside her clothes, gave a nod to Ryukin and Yoruichi, and turned to leave. They stepped out of the Ishida residence together. Their next destination, the Urahara shop. Why is it that Lady Soifon clearly won the war and protected the world, and yet she still doesn't seem happy? Walking a step behind, Harabel asked the question that had been quietly puzzling her. Neliel, too, turned a curious gaze toward Soifon's back. I don't know if we've actually won. Even now, I have no sense that victory is real. Soifon watched the Urahara shop gradually come into view ahead of her, her expression heavy. When in doubt, it never hurt to ask Kasuke Urahara's opinion. She pushed open the door to the Urahara shop. Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi had already prepared tea and were waiting for Soifon. The moment the three of them appeared, Yoruichi circled around Soifon and began running her hands over her from head to toe. Soifon, you're all right. After all, the entire three worlds had felt Soifon's spiritual pressure during that battle. Anyone who claimed it hadn't been dangerous would have been lying. Soifon spread her arms and let Yoruichi finish her inspection, then let out a helpless sigh. I'm fine, Miss Yoruichi. PFF. And then came a warm embrace. Yoruichi pulled Soifon tight against her, murmuring words like idiot and reckless, which made the two women standing behind Soifon absolutely green with envy. I want to hold Lady Soifon like that too, times. Ahem. Captain Soifon, could you tell us in detail exactly what happened? Kasuke Urahara coughed once, carefully interrupting the tender reunion. After Soifon relayed the events of the battle word for word, the expression on Kasuke Urahara's face grew steadily more serious, just like Soifon, not a trace of joy at victory was to be found on it. So then, Yaoichi was full of fight and spirit right up until the moment Captain Soifon cut him down. And in his final moments, he was still reaching out to seize Sosuke Aizen's power. Is that right? Kasuke Urahara looked at Soifon and asked. She gave him a firm nod in confirmation. He pulled off his bucket hat and scratched his head. Troublesome. Truly troublesome. After all, I don't know the limits of the Almighty. But I do have a theory. Perhaps, Yaoichi is indeed dead right now. But, he will return in the future. The moment Kasuke Urahara delivered his conclusion, it was as though a light had switched on in Soifon's mind. Suddenly, everything clicked into place and connected. Because Yaoichi knew, without absorbing the Soul King's power, he would always be at a disadvantage against Soifon in a direct fight. And running away was even further out of the question. So Yaoichi had chosen to die at Soifon's hand as a means of escape, anchoring his resurrection to some fixed point in the future, buying himself time to breathe. Truly vile, Yaoichi. Soifon pressed a hand to her chest, where the silver arrowhead made from, still silver, now rested. Thank goodness she had never let that remarkable little tool enter Yaoichi's awareness before the moment it mattered. Watching the receding figures of Soifon and Yoruichi as they left, Kasuke Urahara fanned himself slowly, and a peculiar smile crept across his face. Sosuke Aizen, who would have thought it would come to this for you? You, who assembled 4 distinct powers together through such an extraordinary chain of fate, you are quite literally the heaven-chosen one to shatter the Soul King's defenses. Perhaps, it was precisely because Yoruichi saw the potential in you that he made the choices he did. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 138, Shattering Kotatsu, The Truth on the Royal Palace. Inside the Dangai. By the way, you two Arankar are following Soifon into Soul Society, aren't you worried the Shinigami of the Gotei 13 will cut you down on sight? The 3 of them were walking behind Soifon. Yoruichi Shihoin cast a slightly prickly glance at the 2 tall Arankar women on Soifon's right. We'll be fine, Senior Yoruichi. Neliel smiled gently. As long as we don't release our spiritual pressure, we'll just read as ordinary spirit bodies, we won't cause Lady Soifon any trouble. Harabel nodded in agreement. Neliel is quite right. Fine, suit yourselves. Besides, when I return this time I'll be reclaiming my position as head of the Shihoin clan, covering for 2 Vasto lords is hardly beyond me. She wanted to look magnanimous in front of Soifon, so Yoruichi swallowed any further objections and tacitly allowed them to tag along. Not that anyone could really blame Yoruichi for overthinking it. After all, when she and Soifon had been doing that, these 2 had been right there in the next bed, listening to the whole thing. There was no guarantee they hadn't already been drawn in and corrupted by Soifon's particular influence. That was also why Yoruichi had decided to follow Soifon back to Soul Society this time. A mounting sense of urgency had made it clear she couldn't afford to idle her days away in the world of the living any longer. Just then, a thunderous rumbling shook the stillness of the Dangai. It rolled through the passage like a landslide, accompanied by the dull, heavy crash of tumbling rock and sand. Did you even bother to check the Department of Research and Development's spacetime fluctuation forecast before you opened the Senkamen? Yoruichi suddenly stopped dead and grabbed Soifon by the collar, shaking her. Soifon blinked, looking mildly bewildered from being yanked around. What forecast? The Kotatsu appearance schedule, obviously. Yoruichi's composure cracked. Her eyes went wide. Don't tell me you just opened a Senkamen without even glancing at it. This is the Dangai, if we get hit by the Kotatsu. The words died in her throat. Yoruichi looked past Soifon's shoulder, and froze. An enormous shadow loomed behind them. A colossal boulder, radiating an ominous black light from every surface, was hurtling toward the 4 of them at a speed that defied all reason. The Kotatsu was here. Move, run. Yoruichi's reflexes were razor-sharp. She seized Soifon's wrist with both hands and hauled with everything she had, trying to drag her back the way they'd come, toward the Senkamen. Soifon didn't budge. She stood rooted to the spot. Yoruichi, having thrown her full strength into the pull, was caught by the recoil. She stumbled forward, nearly pitching face-first onto the ground, and scrambled to right herself. The Kotatsu, huh? Soifon murmured. Now that you mention it, I remember being chased all over this passage by that thing back in the day. Quite the undignified scramble. She turned around slowly to face the massive shadow now almost upon them. A flash of golden spiritual pressure blazed before her eyes. The charging Kotatsu lurched to a halt in midair, and then, in an instant, a web of dense fracture lines spread across its entire surface. Crack, crack. It crumbled apart. Shorn of all its terrible force, it became nothing more than ordinary stone, clattering down in a cascading heap, nothing but an unremarkable pile of rubble littering the floor of the Dangai. That terrifying Kotatsu. Lady Soifon just destroyed it. Harabel crouched down and picked up a chunk of stone, turning it over in her hand, marveling at Soifon's power. You can't be serious, Soifon. Yoruichi stared at the now clear path ahead, dumbfounded. Heh. Soifon looked at Yoruichi's dazed expression. She lifted her chin ever so slightly, a small, satisfied smirk tugging at her lips. Aren't I impressive, Lady Yoruichi? She never got to finish the sentence. Yoruichi's forehead knocked against hers. Their foreheads pressed together, close enough to feel each other's breath. Even if you really are that powerful now, you can't just take risks like that. You know what happens to someone swallowed by the Kotatsu, don't you, Soifon? Before the last word had left Yoruichi's lips, Soifon leaned in, just slightly, and pressed her own lips, softly, against Yoruichi's. Yoruichi's eyes flew wide open. Every remaining word was sealed away. Soifon held the contact for a breath, then spoke against Yoruichi's lips. I know, Lady Yoruichi. Thank you, for worrying. A feather-light kiss, no more than a dragonfly touching water, and then she was already pulling back. Soifon stepped away and looked at Yoruichi. A visible flush bloomed across Yoruichi's face. She wrenched her gaze away, flustered. I wasn't worrying about you, you idiot. Don't flatter yourself. She grabbed Neliel and Harabel, who had been happily watching the whole scene unfold, and bolted forward. Come on, let's go. Stop dawdling. Back in the Siriidii. After changing back into her captain's Haori, Soifon walked openly through the streets of the Siriidii, brazen as you please, with the long-since expired fugitive Yoruichi Shihoin, and two vasto lords who bore no visible Arinkar traits whatsoever. So this is where the Shinigami live. No wonder Lady Soifon doesn't like Hueco Mundo. Soul Society's environment is in a completely different league. Neliel was looking left and right with undisguised curiosity, not the slightest trace of fear on her face. This is nothing special, Yoruichi said, puffing out her chest with pride. When Soifon was little, I even took her to the hot springs. Harabelle flipped through the dictionary in her hand and helpfully explained to her companion, hot springs, that means bathing together. What? Stare. A burning gaze, as though it could scorch a hole right through Soifon's captain's Haori. Lady Soifon, we want to go to the hot springs too. Neliel tugged at the hem of Soifon's Haori, pouting. Actually, after my resurrection I can generate hot water myself. Harabelle didn't get to finish before Neliel clapped a hand over her mouth. Some teammates simply had no sense of romance. Truly impossible. Soifon left Yoruichi to settle the two of them in the second division and went on alone to the first division, pushing open the captain commander's office door. That concludes my report. Reporting complete, Soifon moved with practiced ease. She reached over and plucked the captain commander's teapot right from his hands, poured herself a cup of hot tea, and then, as an afterthought, poured one for him as well. Making yourself right at home, aren't you? At this rate, you might as well just take the captain commander's seat. So what you're telling me is that the threat of the Wandenrake no longer exists. Is that correct? The captain commander scratched his bald head. He felt a curious mix of elation and melancholy. The elation, a bomb that had been ticking away in secret for 1,000 years, had been quietly dismantled by Soifon. The melancholy, he had only just taken advantage of Soifon's absence to mobilize every member of the Gotei 13 into intensified training, and he'd even approved a substantial budget for Mayuri Kuratsuchi to research the shadows. The Wandenrake's threat is indeed gone. However, Yawatch may not be dead. I suspect he could resurrect at some point in the future. I would like to formally request, Captain Commander, permission to use the Flower Crane Cannon to travel to the Royal Palace and question Achaib Hayasub directly. Soifon raised her eyes to meet the Captain Commander's gaze, her expression grave. After holding her stare in silence for several seconds, long enough to confirm she wasn't joking, the Captain Commander slowly nodded. Granted. And will you be bringing your students along this time? With the power Soifon now commanded, she could break through any restriction by sheer physical force alone. The Shiba clan's assistance was completely unnecessary. And frankly, the Captain Commander had no great fondness for that Achaib Hayasub. As far as shamelessly squeezing resources out of the Royal Palace went, the Captain Commander's attitude was, go right ahead, and bring back as many future captains for the Gotei 13 as you can carry. You've seen right through me, Captain Commander. Then I'll take my leave. Soifon took the written authorization, tucked it carefully into her pocket, and rose to go. Soifon. The Captain Commander called out, stopping her. That proposal I made before, have you given it any more thought? The title of the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, it's time for that seat to change hands. Soifon paused at the office doorway and turned back slowly. Captain Commander, you are the strongest Shinigami. The second division. By the time Soifon returned to the division barracks, her two students and Yoruichi's group had already gotten into a very literal brawl. Your backhand has no power, your forehand is sloppy, your footwork is a mess, and your reaction time is abysmal. There isn't a single clean technique among the lot of you. And you call yourselves fit to fight alongside Lady Soifon on a battlefield. Out in the courtyard, Harabelle, bored with nothing to do, had taken it upon herself to run Momo Hinamori and Rukia through military drills on Soifon's behalf. Both girls were gasping for breath. Their Zanpakuto were already in Shirkai, and still they couldn't touch Harabelle in her base form. They couldn't even break her Hiero. Creak. Soifon pushed the gate open and stepped inside. Harabelle immediately stood down and bowed. Everyone paused for a moment. Momo, Rukia, come here. Soifon beckoned to her two students. The two of them wiped the sweat from their necks and faces and trotted over eagerly. Do you want to get stronger? Looking at the stubborn, determined expressions on their faces, Soifon reached out and brushed the beads of sweat sliding down their foreheads. Of course we do, Teacher Soifon. Times. Momo and Rukia answered in perfect unison. Good, that's the spirit. Soifon patted them both on the shoulder. Go clean up, then wait for me at the south gate. We're heading to Rukongai. Next, Soifon made her way to the 4th division. I won't be going, Captain Soifon. Aizen Kotetsu smiled gently and declined Soifon's offer. Seeing Soifon's puzzled look, Aizen continued with a warm smile. I know I have no talent for combat. No matter how much my spiritual pressure grows, it won't change anything that matters. Rather than going up there and wasting the Zero Division's resources, I'd rather stay and devote myself to Kaido under Captain Unohana's guidance. I'm sorry, Captain Soifon. Soifon studied Aizen carefully, and once she was certain this was a genuine refusal from the heart, she let it go without pressing. It's all right, I should have thought to ask what you actually wanted. When I get back, let's all go out for grilled meat together, Aizen. Authorization in hand, Soifon arrived at the rendezvous point she'd arranged with her students. This is the authorization, Miss Kakaku. After Soifon handed over the Captain Commander's written approval, Kakakashiba, that bold, high-spirited mistress of fireworks, gave Soifon a hearty slap on the shoulder and let out a booming laugh. If it's Captain Soifon asking, the Shiba clan would never say no. Leave it all to me. Scene transition. Inside the narrow but sturdily built heavenly pillar palanquin, Soifon stood at the center with Rukia and Momo pressed close on either side, both peering around at the sealed compartment with equal parts fascination and barely suppressed nerves. Teacher Soifon, Rukia couldn't hold back any longer. Where exactly are we going? Soifon kept it brief. The Royal Palace. Oh, the Royal Palace. Rukia echoed the words on reflex and gave a nod. Momo let out a small of acknowledgement. One beat later. What? The Royal Palace. We're small fry who haven't even achieved Bankai yet, they'll actually let us go up there. Both their voices rang out in disbelief. Boom. Outside the palanquin, Kakakashiba ignited the launch mechanism. Aha. We're going to die. Rukia and Momo's shrieks were instantly swallowed by the crushing acceleration and the deafening roar. Like leaves caught in a typhoon, their bodies completely out of their control, both of them instinctively latched onto the only stable anchor in the small compartment, Soifon. Soifon let the two of them cling to her like a pair of koalas and quietly released a thin veil of spiritual pressure to wrap around all three of them, blunting the worst of the savage impact. After what felt like an eternity, the entire cabin jolted with a violent shudder, and every vibration, every tremor, ceased at once. They had arrived. A soft click sounded as the internal lock disengaged, and the hatch slid smoothly to one side. Remember to reinforce your bodies with spiritual pressure, Soifon said, just before stepping out. Otherwise the Royal Palace's Ryatsu will flatten you on the spot, and don't say I didn't warn you. With that, she stepped out first, setting foot with ease onto the approach path of the Royal Palace. Behind her, Rukia and Momo exchanged a look, and saw in each other's eyes both apprehension and barely contained excitement. The moment both students had exited the palanquin, Soifon released the spiritual pressure barrier she'd been maintaining around all three of them. It was like plunging into the deep ocean, but made of spirit particles. Rukia and Momo felt their legs give out at once, their knees buckled without permission, and they crashed down together, barely catching themselves on their hands. Do your best. Once you can stand and walk freely, I'll come back for you and your real training can begin. If you can't even resist pressure at this level, then this is simply your ceiling. Hiding the ache in her eyes, Soifon turned away without looking back and walked toward Ichibe Hyasub, who had been waiting ahead. Staring at Teacher Soifon's retreating figure, Rukia and Momo clenched their teeth, stubborn defiance blazing in their eyes. Oh ho, Soifon, you made it. I've already had Kirinji and the others make arrangements, I guarantee your two students will undergo a fundamental transformation in strength. Ichibe Hyasub grinned as Soifon walked toward him. Soifon approached him with a peculiar expression. Did you think acting helpful would save you from a beating? Come on, you've already dealt with that little troublemaker Yawatch, spare me, please. Though if you really need to vent, killing me once is fine too. Ichibe Hyasub kept his hands tucked in his pockets and his grin firmly in place. Seeing that Soifon was just frowning without actually moving to strike him, Ichibe swept the dust off the ground with his calligraphy brush and settled himself cross-legged. First things first, the information I gave you that day was accurate. 2 years from now, Yawatch will become the Soul King. Second, as you should know, breaking through His Majesty the Soul King's defenses requires the power of a hollow. So then, Yawatch is a Quincy without any hollow power. How exactly is he supposed to break through His Majesty's seal and absorb His Majesty's power? Soifon sat down across from him and gave a thoughtful nod, gesturing for the monk to continue. The power of Hollow, Quincy, Shinigami, and the Soul King have already achieved perfect fusion within the body of Sosuke Aizen. Having absorbed the left arm of the Soul King, with the power of a Quincy now born within him, Sosuke Aizen is the linchpin of Yawatch's resurrection. The strike with which Yawatch seized the altar was aimed at its true target, Sosuke Aizen, who would ascend to the royal palace 2 years hence. He cannot avoid resurrection, he has merely postponed it by 2 years. However, using his half-baked the Almighty to attempt a body snatching against Aizen 2 years in the future carries enormous cost, which is precisely why he could be cut down by you immediately afterward. When Ichibe finished speaking, he fell quiet and watched Soifon, waiting for her to absorb what he'd said. As it turned out, Soifon showed not the slightest flicker of agitation after hearing all of this. She simply gave a mild nod. I see. So we just kill him again when the time comes, is that about right? Ichibe feigned astonishment. Oh. I half expected you to pass this information along to Aizen so he could take precautions. Soifon shook her head. Captain Aizen and I have never been the type to warn each other about danger. If Captain Aizen falls at that hurdle, it would only prove that becoming Soul King was never his destiny. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 139, 3 Travelers, There Must Be My Teacher Therein. The main approach road. Momo, Hinamori and Rukia were slowly acclimatizing to the crushing pressure of the royal palace. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, traced the lines of their chins, and fell to the ground, blooming into small dark stains on the stone below. Bracing themselves on their sword sheaths, the two of them forced their bodies upright and took their first labored steps through the royal palace, making their way toward where Soifon and Ichibe Hyasub sat waiting on the ground. Let's race, dummy Rukia. Banking on her naturally stronger spirit body, and the higher HP that came with it, Hinamori pulled ahead of Rukia by half a step. Dummy Momo, what scheme are you cooking up now? Rukia hadn't agreed to any race, but her feet were already speeding up all the same, gradually drawing level with Hinamori. Whoever reaches teacher Soifon first gets to kiss her on the cheek. What do you say? Even as she spoke, Hinamori raised her hand against the crushing weight of the pressure and quietly fired a bakudo, sighed Rukia beside her. At the exact same moment, Rukia lifted her own hand with matching reflexes, releasing a spiritual pressure wave at the same frequency to cancel out the bakudo her friend had launched. Mutual annihilation. Naturally evil Rukia, you had a counter ready the whole time. You were clearly planning to use Kido for underhanded purposes all along. Her first strike having failed, Hinamori bit back immediately. Hehe, sneaky Momo, did you really think I hadn't noticed your little trick? While Hinamori was still processing that, Rukia jabbed her in the foot with her sword sheath, then continued her painfully slow advance. Ow. Taking a hit right on the toe, Hinamori somehow overrode the crushing pressure bearing down on her entire body and leapt several meters into the air on one foot. With every step they took forward, the spirit particles saturating the royal palace tempered their spirit bodies, refining them in increments too small for the naked eye to detect, but steadily, surely making them stronger. Victory was right in front of them. Meanwhile, Ichibe Hyasub, in the middle of his conversation with Soifon, tilted his round head sideways and peered over her shoulder at Rukia and Hinamori, who were inching their way toward them. Oh my, looks like your two students have managed to get themselves moving. Not even 100 years old, yet already sitting at the 4th spiritual rank edging toward the 3rd, that's not bad at all. One meal at Kirinji's place should be enough to push them through to the 3rd spiritual rank. Their strength was nowhere near enough to impress him, of course, but these two were Soifon's students, so a few words of encouragement couldn't hurt. Soifon turned to look as well. Sure enough, her two students were shuffling toward them with unsteady feet, though with every step, their stride grew a little more certain. I should bring them over to Hikifyun's place soon. There's still a lot left unfinished down below, and once they've learned their Shirkai, it'll be about time to head back. Soifon stood, and together with Ichibe Hyasub waited where they were for the two students making their way over. Ha ha ha, why not just stay, Soifon? The moment those words left Ichibe Hyasub's mouth, he felt a killing intent flash off her like a cold blade, and immediately realized he'd put his foot in it. No, you've misread me entirely, what I meant was. How about joining the Zero Division? With your strength, I could build your very own satellite palace. He waved his hands quickly, trying to clarify the unfortunate ambiguity of what he'd said. Could you please stop saying things that invite that kind of misreading, monk? Soifon rolled her eyes and waved off the offer. I'm not joining the Zero Division. Spending my days cooped up in a place this dull would be worse than dying. What a shame, back in the day, Kiganjo Kenpachi turned me down with the exact same reason. Ichibe Hyasub sighed. As I understand it, when you invited Kiganjo Kenpachi, you only wanted him to come guard the gate of the royal palace. You didn't even offer him a satellite palace. No wonder he said no. Soifon ignored Ichibe Hyasub's embarrassed expression and stepped forward to meet Rukia and Hinamori, who had finally made it close enough. Having made himself look foolish, Ichibe Hyasub quietly faded from the spot and vanished. Looking at her two students who had finally, painstakingly shuffled to stand before her, Soifon noticed that the hair at their temples was plastered to their flushed skin, soaked through with sweat. Soifon reached out and gently wiped the droplets sliding down their foreheads and cheeks. Still holding up? Soifon asked, her voice a touch softer than usual. Rukia and Hinamori exchanged a look and nodded firmly. Good. Soifon gave a small, satisfied nod. The next second, without any warning, she extended both arms and hooked them around the waists of her two students, one on each side. Then, lightly touching the tip of her foot to the smooth stone of the main approach road. Eek! Teacher Soifon. Rukia and Hinamori felt the ground drop away beneath them, and then they were airborne, sweeping along the main approach road toward the distant, sleeping pig palace. This is bad, Teacher Soifon. Hinamori flailed her dangling legs in a panic. We're both covered in sweat, we'll get your captain's Haori dirty. Rukia chimed in, which was rare for her. She's right, and we were lying on the ground earlier, so we're. Rather than letting go, Soifon gave the two of them a playful little bounce in her arms mid-flight, sending them into another round of shrieking panic. What are you on about? Soifon's voice rang out with particular clarity through the rushing wind. Do I really strike you as the kind of person who'd turn her nose up at her girlfriend just because she worked up a sweat? Girlfriend. The word, coming from Soifon's own mouth, detonated simultaneously inside both Rukia's and Hinamori's heads. Their faces, already flushed from exertion, turned so red they looked ready to steam. Their brains felt like they were overheating and about to short-circuit. Muffled, flustered sounds escaped from within Soifon's arms. Wait. Teacher Soifon just casually said, girlfriend, like that. We haven't even had time to fully adjust to this relationship yet. Soifon glanced down at the two flustered little bundles nestled in her arms and said, with deliberate mischief, weren't you the ones who confessed first? I'm just fulfilling my duties as a girlfriend. Rukia and Hinamori were completely routed. They buried their scorching faces deep into Soifon's shoulder and chest respectively. After that, Soifon stopped teasing them and flew on at a steady, unhurried pace. Before long, the three of them descended gently before the distinctive entrance of the sleeping pig palace. Rukia and Hinamori, who had seemed limp with exhaustion and shyness just a moment ago, felt their eyes light up the instant a rich, enticing aroma reached them. They swallowed involuntarily, and found themselves standing a little straighter. At that moment, Tenjiro Karinji leaned out from inside, her face warm with welcome. Captain Soifon, and two guests, please, come right in. Once inside, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tenjiro Karinji learned that Soifon had not come as a diner this time. The visible relief on her face caused even the soft, chubby cheeks on either side to tremble slightly. It seems my hard-won fat reserves are safe for today, Captain Soifon. Soifon cleared her throat with a mildly guilty cough. Last time, the circumstances were unusual. I apologize for the trouble I caused you, Miss Karinji. After Tenjiro Karinji explained the properties of the food, Rukia and Hinamori took seats on either side of the long table and began eating, one careful bite at a time. At first, both of them kept their table manners firmly in mind, small bites, thorough chewing, doing their best to maintain a composed and elegant appearance. But then the first mouthful went down. It dissolved into a wave of warmth that spread through their spirit bodies, and the crushing pressure of the royal palace seemed to genuinely ease, just a fraction. Their bodies felt lighter, brimming with energy. That tangible, immediate sense of growing stronger, combined with the utterly irresistible taste of the food itself, swiftly demolished every last shred of their restraint. Their pace grew faster and faster. In the end they gave up entirely on that scrap of dignity they'd been clinging to and began eating with unrestrained, unladylike enthusiasm. Tenjiro Karinji watched from the side with a cheerful smile, her plump fingers tapping idly on the table. Captain Soifon's two students, both appetite and potential, are quite respectable. Although by the look of things, I probably won't need to pull an all-nighter restocking supplies today. A beautifully high EQ observation. When the last morsel had been vanquished, Rukia and Hinamori practically simultaneously leaned back in their chairs and slumped there, both patting their round, stuffed bellies in unison. 2 days later. Siriiti. After both of them had learned the true names of their Zanpakuto from Otsunomiya's Phoenix Palace, and descended from the royal palace with Soifon, it was well past dinner time. A golden meteor streaked across the night sky of the Siriiti and plunged straight down into the captain's courtyard of the 2nd Division. You two go freshen up. The moment they touched down, Soifon pinched her nose and released Rukia and Hinamori. During their time in the royal palace, Hinamori and Rukia had barely had a moment's rest, nothing but eating and training, and they had spent a full day and night training in the dusty underground chamber of the Phoenix Palace. Soifon pulled off her captain's Haori and tossed it at the two of them, then headed toward the captain's private hot spring bath, clad in her backless halter neck shihakusho. In the time Soifon had been away from the 2nd Division, however, that hot spring had already become a place Rukia and Hinamori frequented regularly. Clutching the Haori in their arms, Hinamori and Rukia exchanged a glance. They waited until Soifon's figure had completely disappeared through the hot spring's door before they began whispering conspiracies. Hinamori pressed the captain's Haori to her face and inhaled deeply. Teacher Soifon, we've learned Bankai now, and you're still sending us off to do laundry. Hey, Momo, how's your stamina holding up right now? Rukia also took a deep sniff of the Haori, which had been replenished with Soifon's energy, then gave her friend a meaningful, significant look. Their soaring power, the bankai of their Zanpakuto, all of it had given the two of them a confidence that, strictly speaking, they had no business possessing. A feeling that they could actually beat Teacher Soifon. It's time Teacher Soifon learned just what we're made of, Rukia. Who's on top and who's on the bottom, let's settle that tonight. The two shared a look and cackled their scheming cackles, KK, then turned and headed for the shower stalls behind them to rinse off the dust first. As everyone knows, wherever two people plot in secret, there is always someone eavesdropping. Inside the hot spring, Soifon's supernaturally keen ears twitched almost imperceptibly, catching every word of their scheme with perfect clarity. Oh dear. Soifon leaned back against the stone, draping a towel over her eyes. You're going to regret this, Rukia, Momo. Meanwhile, rinsed clean of dust and sweat, Hinamori and Rukia each wrapped themselves in a large white bath towel. Suppressing their spiritual pressure as completely as they could, they crept stealthily toward the entrance of the captain's private hot spring. Misty vapor seeped through the gap in the door. The two of them pressed themselves against the wall beside the doorway, carefully peeking their heads halfway around to peer inside. Inside the spring pool, Soifon had her back to them, lounging lazily against the smooth stone wall of the pool with her eyes closed, her damp black hair clinging to her pale shoulders and the clean lines of her back. Hinamori and Rukia exchanged one look, now's their chance. In perfect, wordless sync, both of them gave a single nod, drew a deep breath at the same time, and then yanked off the towels obstructing them. From two different angles, left and right, they launched themselves simultaneously at the seemingly unguarded figure in the pool. Splash. Water flew everywhere. The next instant, the world flipped upside down. Yua. Splash splash splash. A massive wave of warm water was knocked outward by the impact, soaking the stone slabs around the pool's edge. Hinamori and Rukia felt their vision blur, and when the dizziness cleared, they found themselves pressed firmly against the stone wall of the pool, one on the left, one on the right. At the same moment, a semicircular transparent golden barrier blazed to life with the hot spring at its center, sealing the entire bath area off from the outside world. Soifon leaned close to their ears. Her voice came out low and quietly menacing. Well, aren't you too bold? I brought you all the way to the royal palace. I put in all that effort to make you stronger, to get you to Bankai. Was it all just so the two of you could sneak in and ambush your teacher tonight? A pale, holy light dissolved into mist, veiling the three bodies within. Soifon pressed down on the shoulders of her two students, as if mocking them for their overconfidence. But in the next instant, Hinamori and Rukia moved in almost perfect unison, a move that even caught Soifon off guard. Both of them leaned forward at the same time, rising ever so slightly onto their tiptoes. Soft, warm lips, carrying the sweet, fresh fragrance unique to Shinigami girls who had lived a century, pressed themselves against the left and right corners of Soifon's mouth simultaneously. Splash. Defeated by her two students' perfectly coordinated double kiss technique, the invincible Soifon toppled backward into the hot spring water below. In the next instant, the roles of attacker and defender reversed entirely. Rukia and Hinamori suddenly changed expression. Their eyes fell to Soifon's neatly manicured fingernails. Their mouths fell open of their own accord. White bubbles rose from their lips and floated up to the surface. Fortunately, ordinary spring water is not enough to drown a Shinigami. Seconds ticked by, one after another. Rukia and Hinamori, their eyes glazed and distant, floated up from the bottom of the pool to the surface, cheeks aglow. Soifon rinsed her left and right hands in the hot spring water, then stepped out of the pool and slipped on her bathrobe. Who's on top and who's on the bottom? Soifon turned to look at her two students floating there like dead fish. With the level you two are at right now, you'll need another 20,000 years before you can even think about getting the better of me. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 140, A Girl's Secret Thoughts. Paying no mind to the two limp, boneless students behind her, Soifon stepped out of the hot spring and pulled on her bathrobe. She raised both hands to her nose and sniffed carefully, no strange smell whatsoever. Satisfied, she made her way out of the bathhouse. Don't soak too long, or you'll catch a cold. She left that parting word of concern hanging in the air, and then, thud, the door swung shut. Out in the courtyard, Neliel had just returned from the Shihoin estate and happened to spot Soifon fresh from her bath. She came bounding over with eager energy. Lady Soifon. She skidded to a halt in front of her like a fawn that had run full tilt into a wall. Nell. Soifon instinctively glanced at the empty space beside her. Where's Harabel? Aren't you two joined at the hip? She'd gotten so used to it, saying Neliel's name without tacking on Harabel's felt like something was missing. Harabel, you see. Senior Yoruichi said Harabel looks really scary, so she left her behind to help out. Soifon understood immediately. Yoruichi had returned to the Shihoin estate, and while Yashiro Shihoin was perfectly happy to see his sister reclaim her authority over the clan, there were bound to be some crusty old geezers with objections, so Yoruichi had left Harabel there as her muscle. Anyway, I don't really understand what kind of help is needed. Soul Society's Shinigami politics are so tangled, nothing like back in Hueco Mundo. At that, Neliel's eyes lit up with barely concealed delight. But the words had barely left her mouth before Soifon's hand shot out and covered it. Sho! Didn't I warn you already? Don't go mentioning Hueco Mundo around here. You'll end up getting grabbed by a Shinigami and sliced up for research. Neliel, however, barely registered the second half of the warning. The moment Soifon's hand pressed over her mouth, her attention had been completely hijacked by something else entirely. Soifon had moved so fast, her palm, carrying the fresh, clean scent of the bath and the faint warmth of her skin, had settled right against her lips. That closeness sent Neliel's thoughts drifting somewhere entirely inappropriate. Ah, what arrived before the hand, was Lady Soifon's post-bath fragrance. On pure reflex, she drew in a long, deep breath, a full, lung-filling inhale, as if trying to etch that scent permanently into her body. Then Soifon suddenly felt something warm, soft, and faintly wet brush against her palm. She yanked her hand back as if she'd touched a live wire. Nell. You. But faced with Soifon's glare, Neliel simply blinked those wide, innocent, crystal-clear eyes of hers and smiled her usual gentle, guileless smile. Isn't that what Shinigami do to show they like someone? Neliel tilted her chin with an air of studied innocence. I saw it in a book at Senior Yoruichi's place, so I thought I'd try it. Stop reading the books at Lady Yoruichi's. They'll corrupt you all. Choosing to trust in Neliel's fundamental wholesomeness, Soifon decided not to make a big deal of it, and headed back to her captain's quarters. Once the door had closed behind Soifon, Neliel let the smile spread fully across her face. Then she crept, tiptoe by tiptoe, toward the bathhouse. Just now. Miss Rukia and Miss Momo deliberately suppressed their spiritual pressure to slip past my senses and sneak a peek at Lady Soifon in the bath. I heard sounds of a fight. It sounded like Lady Soifon was disciplining her students. But the sounds Miss Rukia and Miss Momo were making were a little strange. Kind of like the sounds Senior Yoruichi made that one night. Neliel pressed her hand against her chest without thinking. Even through the enormous wicked aura lurking within her, she could feel her heart going thump thump thump. Could that kind of thing really be done in a hot spring? Creak. Neliel eased the bathhouse door open quietly. Her long emerald green hair hung loose at her sides as she tilted her head and peeked through the gap, scanning the interior, and sure enough, there were Rukia and Momo, sitting and soaking in the spring. Sitting. That must be sitting. Probably. The scene she found, a limp, drained Momo and Rukia, both wearing utterly blank expressions, pillowed against the stones behind them, gazing up at the night sky. Hey. Rukia, Momo let out a sigh that could have belonged to a middle-aged man. What do you think is the meaning of life? I don't know, Momo. Rukia scooped up a palmful of spring water. Right now, all I want is to get stronger. Shame is the beginning of courage. After getting thoroughly lectured in Soifon's private pocket dimension, Rukia and Momo had both entered philosopher mode and were now contemplating the deeper questions of existence. Ahem. Neliel cleared her throat deliberately, making enough noise to draw their attention before she appeared, sparing them the shock of a sudden entrance. Both girls jolted at once, spinning their heads around. When they saw it was Neliel, the tension visibly drained from their shoulders. Oh, it's Miss Neliel, Rukia said first, trying not to sound as rattled as she felt. Good evening. Momo hastily chimed in with stiff pleasantries, would you like to join us? Any normal Shinigami would have returned the courtesy, read the awkward atmosphere, and politely declined. Neliel, however, was not a normal Shinigami. She was an Arinkar. Neliel's eyes lit up. Really? I've always been curious about hot springs. She was already turning toward the changing room as she spoke, entirely naturally, and a moment later came the rustle of clothes being removed. Before long she stepped back out, dressed in a bathrobe. Following Rukia and Momo's example, she untied the sash, and slowly lowered herself into the warm water, settling a short distance from the two of them. The warmth of the spring enveloped her, and Neliel let out a quiet, contented sigh, a blissful expression spreading across her face. But almost immediately, she seemed to remember something important. She turned her head and looked at the two girls beside her. By the way, were you two just sparring with Lady Soifon? It sounded quite intense. Neliel blinked, her expression perfectly innocent. Puffed. Times. Rukia and Momo both choked on their own spit at exactly the same moment, dissolving into fits of coughing. Yes, it was sparring. Rukia averted her eyes, guilt written all over her face. Teacher Soifon is just too strong, even teaming up, we couldn't beat her, so now we're a bit drained. Momo added in a muffled voice. Having said that, Both of them simultaneously sank their faces a little deeper into the water, leaving only their faintly flushed foreheads and stray strands of floating hair above the surface. Neliel tilted her head. Ah, I see. Lady Soifon really is extraordinarily powerful, isn't she? Her tone was so sincere, she seemed to have genuinely not understood what kind of sparring they'd meant, and that made Momo and Rukia feel quite a bit better. You know, it's been a while since I sparred with Lady Soifon myself. Next time, I want to try sparring with Lady Soifon in the hot spring too. The next words out of Neliel's mouth made both their faces go pale. The competition had just gained another rival. Meanwhile, at the same moment, somewhere else, Aizen had the window open and was leaning on the sill with both hands cupped under her chin, watching the golden line that split the horizon in two, her eyes clouded with quiet longing. Sis, dinner's ready. What are you staring at so intently? Kion carried the food and miso soup to the table, and when she spotted her sister daydreaming at the window over the shooting star, a knowing smile spread across her face. Coming now, sorry. Aizen blinked out of her daze, smoothed away the awkward expression, and gave her little sister a gentle smile. She was just pushing herself up from the chair when Kion, after setting down the dishes, came to the window and pressed down on Aizen's shoulders, making her sink back into the seat. Kion followed her sister's line of sight and looked up. The faint golden shooting star was gradually dimming, fading away into the night sky above the Siriidii. Kion leaned down with an impish grin, peering right into her sister's face. Were you watching Captain Soifon descending from the royal palace? What are you talking about? Kion. The words landed, and Aizen's cheeks flushed crimson on the spot. She shoved her sister's hand away and marched to the dinner table, sitting herself down with purpose. Aizen lifted her bowl of rice, using it to shield her reddening face. You're the strange one, sis. Kion placed a piece of fish into her sister's bowl. I only mentioned Captain Soifon, why such a big reaction? Aizen's chopsticks froze mid-scoop. Red-faced and speechless, she ultimately gave up on words entirely and sat there stewing in silent mortification. Sis, you know what? Kion sighed. Aizen turned to look at her. Know what? There's a pair of officers in the 13th Division who started dating, and the look on their faces is exactly the same as yours just now. Kion paid no attention to her sister's flustered expression and kept going. Your problem, sis, is that you're too passive about everything. If you just sit back and wait, the person you like is going to get quietly snatched away by someone else, you know. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanagi from the start. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 141, How many girlfriends does Captain Soifon have? The news that Yoruichi Shihoin would be officially returning to reclaim the position of head of the Shihoin clan spread through the Siriidii on the very day after Soifon descended from the royal palace. As the head of the Fawn clan, an upper-ranking noble house with close ties to the Shihoin family, Soifon received the banquet invitation from the Shihoin clan at the earliest opportunity. On the day of the banquet, Soifon changed into her captain's Haori and arrived punctually at the Shihoin estate in the noble district, Neliel, Momo, and Rukia in tow. Stepping into the main hall, Soifon swept the room with a single glance. Nearly every notable figure in the Gotei 13 had been invited. The current backbone of the Siriidii had been gathered under one roof. Truly worthy of the Shihoin clan. Wow, there are so many Shinigami. Neliel raised a hand to her brow and gazed around like a tourist taking in a vista. Just like back in Hueco Mu. She'd reflexively started to say, back in Hueco Mundo, but luckily Momo was quick on the draw and slapped a hand over her mouth before she could finish. As the most talked-about figure of recent days, the top-secret operative, who had defused the Sosuke Aizen crisis, and the only captain present who had made the round trip to the royal palace, Soifon's entrance immediately drew the attention of most of the room. Countless reverent gazes converged on her, and then, with barely concealed curiosity, drifted to Neliel standing at her back. From across the hall, Kion gave her sister a pointed nudge with her elbow. Look, Captain Soifon just arrived, aren't you going to go say hello? Mind your own business, Kion. At those words, Aizen's cheeks flushed with a barely perceptible pink. She shot her little sister a flustered glare, her voice dropping to almost nothing. She forced up the gentle smile she usually wore and was just steeling herself to walk over with Kion and offer a proper greeting. But an orange-clad figure beat her to it. Hey! If it isn't our very own Captain Soifon, busiest woman in the Siriidii. It's been absolutely ages. Ranjika Matsumoto, who had apparently ditched her own captain at some point, appeared before Soifon and, with the most natural air in the world, flung both arms wide and swept Soifon's petite frame into a full embrace. MMPH. Caught completely off guard, Soifon found her entire face buried in soft warmth, her nose instantly flooded with the scent clinging to Ranjiku, a blend of faint sake and something sweetly fragrant. Detecting the sarcasm threaded through Ranjika's tone, Soifon let out a silent, long-suffering sigh and gave up any half-hearted notion of struggling free. She let Ranjika do as she pleased, squishing, squeezing, and mushing her face this way and that, until even her haori was left slightly disheveled. Why isn't Captain Soifon putting up a fight? Ranjika made a show of exaggerated surprise, though her kneading hands never paused. You're being so well-behaved, that's not like you at all. Could it be you've done something behind my back and you're feeling guilty? Soifon rolled her eyes with eloquent disdain, let one corner of her mouth twist downward, and chose to say absolutely nothing. Not far away, Aizen, who had watched the whole exchange play out from start to finish, felt her gaze dim for just a moment. Her heart filled with something she could only call envy. If only I could be as bold as Ranjiku. In that moment, she truly envied Ranjika Matsumoto. It wasn't that she and Soifon were on bad terms, it was simply that her own reserved nature made it impossible for her to take the kind of easy, affectionate initiative. Still daydreaming over there. Kaion's voice sounded in her ear again. Captain Soifon is looking at you, sis. Aizen snapped back to herself and looked up, and sure enough, she met Soifon's gaze, warm and smiling, along with the sight of those slender fingers and that small, offered palm reaching toward her. Aizen, shall we head in? I think the banquet's about to start properly. Soifon stepped up to Aizen and extended her hand in invitation. Yes, Captain Soifon. Aizen took the offered hand and nodded eagerly, leaving her little sister behind without a second thought as she followed Soifon into the banquet hall. According to the seating arrangement, Soifon had been placed in the very front row of the hall. After the lengthy but necessary formalities and speeches, the star of the evening finally made her entrance. At the far end of the hall, a figure descended slowly down the staircase. Yoruichi Shihoin was dressed in an exquisite and stately kimono, the Shihoin family crest embroidered in gold thread across the fabric. Her long violet hair had been carefully pinned up. Standing at her side as an escort was Harabel. Her gaze swept the room and finally came to rest on Soifon, who had her head tilted up, looking toward her. Their eyes met across the distance, and both of them smiled, that quiet, knowing kind of smile that needs no words. The interminable ceremonies at last concluded, and the banquet moved into its more relaxed, free-flowing social hour. Yoruichi had already slipped away and changed into a lighter, more casual kimono. Nom, this one is also so good. Neliel worked her way through the delicate dishes on her plate, occasionally lifting her head to cast a look of heartfelt pity toward her friend Harabel. Poor thing, here she was, enjoying all these delicious flavors, while her dear friend was standing guard. Really made the food go down nicely, that did. I'm stepping out for a moment. You two keep an eye on her. Mulling over the glance Yoruichi had given her just before leaving the main floor, Soifon picked up a cup of sake, rose from her seat, and directed the instruction at her two students. Understood, Teacher Soifon. Rukia nodded obediently. We are not little kids. Momo, while agreeing, enunciated each of those three words, little, kid, with deliberate, indignant emphasis. After all, now that they had both done that thing, the words little kids really had no business applying to either of them anymore. Soifon's composure cracked for just a split second. The corner of her mouth curved into a decidedly strange little arc, and then she extended one slender finger and waggled it slowly in front of Momo's face. A silent threat. Both girls felt their knees go weak on the spot and snapped their mouths shut in perfect unison. Not far off, Aizen was putting away cup after expensive cup of sake, egged on relentlessly by her little sister Kaion. The fair skin of her cheeks had already bloomed a visible rosy red, white and pink, flush and fresh, rather adorable. That's right, they say Dutch courage is a real thing, sis. A few more cups and you'll have the nerve to go chat up Captain Soifon, easy. Kaion topped off Aizen's cup again. Come on, finish this one and there's 3 more waiting. Kaion, I am not a coward. Aizen puffed out her cheeks and shot her little sister a look that was trying very hard to be fierce. On the other side of the hall, Soifon had made her way to the inner terrace where the captains tended to congregate, took a small sip from her cup, and leaned against the railing, gazing out at the meticulously trimmed garden below. Why are you hiding out here all by yourself? A familiar voice rose behind her, carrying a trace of languid relief, like someone finally let out of a formal meeting. Soifon didn't turn around. She simply held her sake cup out behind her. Yoruichi's hand reached out and took it naturally, and she raised it to her lips at the exact spot Soifon had been drinking from, and took a small, unhurried sip. The ceremonies were exhausting, I imagine. Only then did Soifon turn to face her, Yoruichi, who had thrown a casual outer robe over her lighter kimono. Not particularly. Far easier than processing paperwork back in the 2nd division. Yoruichi handed the cup back and leaned against the railing beside Soifon, the two of them shoulder to shoulder. It's just that I haven't attended a formal ceremony in so long, the clan elders have been drilling proper etiquette into me all week. Honestly. I never imagined Lady Yoruichi would handle her own paperwork personally. Soifon was doing her best to hold back a laugh, but the upward pull at the corners of her mouth gave her away completely. Yoruichi spun her head around sharply. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you don't deal with paperwork as captain? Of course not. I hand it all off to Marekio Omida. Soifon tipped her head back and drained the rest of her sake in one go. The next instant, the cup slipped from her fingers and tumbled to the wooden floor, landing with a dull, rolling thud. A faint, silvery thread of sake traced its way down the corner of each of their mouths and dripped onto the wooden boards at their feet, slowly blooming into a dark, damp stain. Without any warning, Yoruichi leaned in close, cupped Soifon's chin in her fingers, and sealed her lips precisely over Soifon's. It wasn't a fleeting brush of a touch, it was a claiming, demanding kiss, stealing the sake right from Soifon's mouth. Perhaps it was the alcohol. Perhaps it was the trembling warmth of reunion after too long apart. Either way, they both gradually forgot that they were on a terrace at the outer edge of the banquet estate. Their hands drifted, without thought, to each other's waists, pulling close, sharing warmth and breath. After a long moment, Yoruichi drew back slightly, though her arms remained looped around Soifon's waist. Honey-flavored sake. Delicious. The satisfied, smug smile on Yoruichi Shihoin's face was shameless. Lady Yoruichi, are you proud of yourself right now? Soifon rolled her eyes with magnificent resignation. You finally let me win one, Shaolin. Rather than letting go, Yoruichi pulled her in all the way, tucking her close, resting her chin on Soifon's shoulder, and bringing her lips near that lightly flushed ear. Warm breath ghosted past. Soifon didn't pull away. Fine, 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 Lady Yoruichi wins this round. Lady Yoruichi is the best. Left with no other option, Soifon conceded, patting Yoruichi's back while delivering her praise in the flattest, most deadpan monotone imaginable. Having said her piece, she promptly reached over and took the untouched sake cup from Yoruichi's hand, tipped it back, and drained it in one long swallow, then wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, bold as anything. Yoruichi stared. That was my cup. It's mine now. Soifon pressed the empty cup back into Yoruichi's hand, straightened her slightly rumpled front, and composed her expression back into its usual unruffled calm, though a faint, lingering warmth still colored her cheeks. Just then, from the far end of the corridor, footsteps reached them, growing closer. Both of them stiffened at the same instant and stepped apart. Yoruichi smoothed her hair and adjusted the hem of her kimono with practiced, unhurried nonchalance. The next moment, a figure came stumbling around the corner. It was Aizen. Her cheeks were flushed an alarming red, her eyes unfocused and hazy, her steps unsteady. Several strands of silver-gray hair had escaped to drape across her heated face. She had clearly had quite a lot to drink. The next instant, Soifon felt a tap on her shoulder, and when she turned, Yoruichi had already vanished without a trace. It was only in moments like these that the title, Flash Master Yoruichi, truly showed its worth. Soifon stared at the spot where Yoruichi had been, and let out a long, weary sigh. By now, Aizen had stumbled her way over, caught her foot on a threshold that was not actually there, and pitched forward. Watch out. Soifon shot out a hand and caught Aizen by the arm. A wave of strong sake fumes washed over her. Captain Soifon. Hello there. Aizen lifted her head, eyes swimming with moisture, and gazed at Soifon, who was suddenly very close, with a dopey, utterly helpless smile. Hello. That opening line left Soifon completely at a loss, and she found herself reflexively returning the greeting. Half supporting, half dragging, she steered Aizen over to a low guest sofa arranged along the wall and carefully eased her down into it. Soifon settled onto the cushion beside her and patted her gently on the back. How did you end up drinking this much? I seem to recall your tolerance being rather low, Aizen. That's true. Aizen answered softly, listing sideways into Soifon's shoulder. Because my tolerance is bad. Kion told me to drink more anyway, said that if I got drunk I'd be able to. Her sentence trailed off, the thought left unfinished, as if the connection had simply dropped. Aizen's long, slender frame had curled into itself, resting most of her weight against Soifon's side. At some point, her arms had found their way around Soifon's slender waist and were now holding on with a quiet, stubborn grip. She pressed her entire face into the curve of Soifon's neck, nuzzled against it like a drowsy cat, and let out a long, contented sigh. Captain Soifon. I wanted to try this for such a long time too. But Ranjika beat me to it. The muffled words came from somewhere against Soifon's neck, thick with a nasal edge and the unmistakable weight of sake. Soifon blinked. For a moment, she had absolutely no idea how to respond. Was this really the Aizen Kotetsu she knew? Alcohol. Truly a terrifying thing. Before she could finish that thought, Aizen suddenly lifted her head out of the crook of Soifon's neck, and cupped Soifon's face in both hands. Surely she wasn't going to actually. Given Aizen's well-documented shyness, Soifon had never once entertained the idea that she might one day be kissed by Aizen Kotetsu. The next instant, Aizen's face filled her entire field of vision, and their lips pressed together. Soifon could see perfectly clearly, Aizen's eyes squeezed shut, those long lashes trembling with nerves, fluttering faintly against her own eyelid with each tiny shiver. And yet, that was all. To be frank, Aizen's kissing technique was painfully, hopelessly inexperienced. It couldn't even properly be called a kiss. She had simply pressed her lips to Soifon's on pure instinct, and then, nothing. No follow-through whatsoever. At last, Aizen pulled back with obvious reluctance. She pressed her lips together, as if savoring the last trace of warmth she had borrowed, her expression uncertain and a little forlorn. So this is what a kiss feels like. It's not quite like it was described in the books. The words had barely left her mouth before the world turned upside down. Aizen felt her vision blur, and then a force she could not resist swept her backward, into the soft give of the sofa cushions. Soifon leaned down, tipped her chin up with one hand, and kissed her. This was no clumsy, fumbling attempt. This was a technique honed through countless repetitions, refined, deliberate, practiced to perfection. Aizen's mind went completely blank. The nerves that had been dulled by alcohol were, in this single moment, shocked fully and completely awake. After a long while, Soifon slowly drew back. Propped on one hand, she looked down at Aizen lying in the sofa, and reached out to brush the stray hair away from her face. That, Aizen, is a kiss. Aizen stared up at Soifon, impossibly close, and felt certain she must still be dreaming. She lay there with her lips lightly pressed together, as if trying to hold onto something. Then she reached up and pulled Soifon down into her arms. Captain Soifon, just how many people have you kissed to get this good at it? Ghost Fire P. Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 142, The Shinigami Returned from Hell, Stark Seeks Aid. Before Soifon could think of a suitable excuse to deflect the question, the Aizen in her arms suddenly went limp, and without a single warning sign, fell fast asleep. Young people truly do have an impressive ability to sleep. Down she went, just like that. Aizen. Soifon called softly. The only response was a slow, deep, steady rhythm of breathing. She was genuinely, completely asleep. Soifon held her position, frozen for 2 full seconds, and in the end simply let out a quiet, soundless sigh. She carefully adjusted her grip, one arm looping around Aizen's slender waist, the other sliding beneath the backs of her knees, and lifted the tall vice-captain clean off the sofa in a bridal carry. She was surprisingly light. Certain areas notwithstanding, she weighed far less than expected. Soifon got her bearings, then set off with the sleeping white-haired girl cradled against her chest, heading toward the inner courtyard she remembered as Yoruichi Shihoin's private quarters. She passed through several covered corridors, skirting wide of the still lively main banquet hall, until the scenery gradually quieted into the tranquility of the inner garden. She had just stepped through the courtyard entrance when she nearly walked straight into a handsome young man heading briskly the other way, head down, Yashiro Shihoin. He caught sight of Soifon carrying someone and blinked, then immediately blurted out, "Captain Soifon. Are you here to see my sister?" Soifon gave a small nod, tilting her chin toward the girl in her arms. "Good evening, Yashiro. Vice Captain Kotetsu has had a bit too much to drink, I'm going to take her home to rest, and thought I'd let Lady Yoruichi know as well." In truth, given Soifon's current strength and standing, there was no longer any real need for her to address her as Lady Yoruichi, it was simply a small, private little quirk the two of them shared. Their voices were low, but in the stillness of the inner courtyard they carried clearly. Yoruichi Shihoin, who had apparently been there for some time already, pushed open her door and leaned against the doorframe with her arms folded, purple hair spilling loose over her shoulders, wearing the rare sight of actual sleepwear. "Oh ho Soifon." She smirked at her with gleeful mischief. "Getting someone drunk and then taking them home to have your way with them, are we?" Soifon looked at her with an expression of total blankness. "Lady Yoruichi, it's not as though you don't know. Aizen was already drunk when she showed up." Yoruichi gave a noncommittal shrug. "All the same, if you've gotten someone drunk, you'd better take responsibility, Captain Soifon. Anyway, I'll be going." Soifon had no patience for being drawn into that kind of conversation. She shifted her hold on Aizen, pivoted on her heel, and vanished in a flash of Shuinpa. Working from hazy memory, she streaked toward the Kotetsu family residence, located in the neighborhood adjacent to the 4th Division, and touched down lightly at the front door. She freed one hand and rummaged along Aizen's waist until she found the key ring, still warm from its owner's body heat, and fished it out. She moved to insert it into the lock, and then realized the door was already ajar. A gentle push and it swung open. Warm amber light spilled through the gap, along with the soft sounds of someone busily moving around inside. Soifon stepped in. Her gaze swept across the entryway, then settled on a small, bustling figure moving about in the direction of the kitchen. "Captain Soifon." Kion Kotetsu crossed the entryway in 3 quick strides and bent into a textbook 90-degree bow. It's our first time meeting. I'm Kion Kotetsu. I'm so sorry for the trouble, Captain Soifon, coming all this way to bring my sister home yourself. Soifon was about to exchange a few pleasantries when a powerful spiritual pressure surged out of nowhere from the direction of the Rakongai. That's Stark. What is he doing in Soul Society? Soifon hastily transferred Aizen into Kion's arms. Something's come up. I'm leaving Aizen in your hands. Huh. Won't you stay for a cup of tea, Captain Soifon? The words were still in the air when Soifon's figure had already dissolved into Shuinba, leaving Kion standing at the door with her sister in her arms, blinking in bewildered silence. Several hours earlier. Hueco Mundo. Sosuke Aizen had locked himself away in his top-floor chambers for quite some time, wholly absorbed in analyzing and absorbing the power contained within Yawacha's remains. As if in sympathy, the entire Las Noches seemed to have sunk into a kind of suspended stillness. No orders, no missions, not even the routine patrols were carried out. Kaname Tozen waited in silence in his own room. Jin Ikamaru lay about as aimlessly as ever. The lower-ranked Arrancar and Hollows were left entirely to their own devices. Sailaporo had no objections to any of this. As long as no one disturbed his research, he was perfectly content. Grimjow, for his part, divided his days between pestering Stark for a sparring match and sweating it out alone in Las Noches training grounds. Predictably, Stark had once again declined his challenge that day, vanishing from the area at a speed Grimjow couldn't even track. Days like these, utterly calm, bordering on tedious. But boredom is merely the prelude to a storm. Boom. An explosion, 10 times more violent than anything Sailaporo's usual failed experiments produced, erupted from the direction of the laboratory, sending shockwaves rolling through the entire structure of Las Noches. Stark glanced toward the blast, then slowly let his eyes drift shut again. Sailaporo's really outdone himself this time. It was only the beginning. Before the echoes had fully faded, while most of the Arrancar were still watching on in puzzlement or gleeful curiosity, Grimjow, deep in his training, came under attack. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Without any warning, hundreds of Kido blasts erupted simultaneously from every blind angle and, in a single instant, converged on Grimjow, his stamina already more than half spent. Grimjow didn't even have time to release his Resurrection. The overwhelming torrent of lightning tore through his body, and he collapsed into the rubble, his fingers still clawing, still trying to close around his Zanpakuto. The Panther King fused with the Hogyoku, and he still won't die. Impressive. The next second. A cold gleam flashed. A Zanpakuto drew across his throat without hesitation. Simultaneously, 2 explosions, 2 surges of powerful spiritual pressure. Kaname Tozen, Jin Ikamaru, and Stark finally registered that something was deeply wrong. This was no laboratory accident. Grimjow's and Sailaporo's spiritual pressures had vanished entirely. As the 3 of them raced toward the last location where spiritual pressure had spiked, the very air of the corridor seemed to come alive. Countless triggered Bakudo, woven from densely packed spirit particles at extreme density, snapped shut around all 3 of them simultaneously. Hundreds of Bakudo, each carrying the spiritual pressure of a captain-class combatant, even these 3, together, could not break free in an instant. Hey, what on earth have we gotten ourselves mixed up in this time? For the first time, a flicker of genuine gravity appeared on Stark's face. Then, from the far end of the smoke-filled corridor, a silhouette stepped slowly into view. Asashiro Soya. Behind him stretched a vast, uncountable army of Jigai, bodies without number. Every one of them wore a blank, expressionless face, hollow eyes staring forward, yet every arm rose in perfect unison, palms leveled at the 3 figures bound by the Bakudo. I said it before, since Sosuke Aizen has chosen inaction, and you 2 have broken the promise you made with me. Then I will handle this myself. In my own way. In any case, Sosuke Aizen has eyes only for his Yawatch right now. He won't spare a thought for whether any of you live or die. Crimson Ryatsu blazed into existence all at once, like hellfire igniting across hundreds of palms in the same breath. Heido number 91, Senju Koten Taiho. Volley. Hundreds of crimson beams roared forth as one, a torrential downpour of destruction that swallowed half of Las Noches whole. When the smoke cleared, the figures of Kaname Tozen and Jin Ikamaru had been utterly erased, obliterated entirely within the barrage. Only Stark remained. Dragging his grievously wounded body, he forced his way into his Hogyoku Resurrection form, and with a burst of sonido at full speed, fled the battlefield. A moment later, he appeared in the chamber where the Quincy prisoners were being held. Without a word of explanation, he grabbed the shackled Hashwolf, bound by Rikujikoro, along with several of the female Sternritter members, tore open a garganta toward Soul Society, and stepped through. No time to explain. You are Lady Soifon's prisoners of war, I have to confirm you're safe. Back to the present. Thud. Stark hit the ground hard. Around him, the Quincy he brought through were equally dust-covered and battered. In the next instant, Soifon and the Captain Commander appeared at Stark's side. The Captain Commander furrowed his brow at the bizarre assembly before him, but kept his blade sheathed. Stark was soaked in blood, and the handful of Quincy around him were barely breathing, hardly in any shape to fight. Number 1, Stark. My subordinate. Soifon stepped forward first to make the introduction. These are surviving Quincy from the Wand and Rake. I've kept them around, they have their uses. 2 sentences. Enough to let the Captain Commander lower his guard. Soifon crouched down. Kaido light bloomed in her palms as she began restoring Stark's Ryatsu, and she didn't speak again until his breathing had steadied. What happened, Stark? Asashiro Soya. Fury crossed Stark's face. He betrayed us. He had prepared hundreds of Jigai, launched an attack on me, Tozen, and Ikamaru. The rest went without saying. They were all dead. Through the garganta that Stark had not yet closed, across the darkness of the Dongai, both the Captain Commander and Soifon caught the scent of something strange. Then, one by one, a few drops of black spirit particles drifted out from within the passage. Drip. The Captain Commander moved with startling speed, catching a single droplet on the blade of Ryujin Jaka, and held it up between himself and Soifon for close inspection, then his pupils contracted sharply. This is miasma from hell. This was the advantage of living long. Even though Soifon's strength now surpassed his own, in sheer breadth of experience she was still several leagues behind. The moment he identified what it was, the Captain Commander snapped his head up to stare into the depths of the Dongai, toward Las Noches beyond. Well, well. Long time no see, Yamamoto. A woman with purple twintails and a black eye patch over her left eye was grinning at them, waving in cheerful greeting. At that moment, the Garganta could no longer sustain itself and collapsed shut. Saito the Undying, it's been a while indeed. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 143, Seppuku returned to heaven, the Hell's coffin lid gradually unable to hold down. First Division, the conference hall. The day after the Shihoin family banquet, the Captain Commander convened a Captain's Council meeting. At its center, placed along the aisle between the 2 rows of assembled captains, was the Hellfire phosphor gas collected the previous day. On the low table, black spirit particles pulsed with an ominous, inky miasma. Unlike the spirit particles they knew, omnipresent, benign, the very fabric of their world, these particles had been corrupted by Hell's breath and turned black. They had become a substance that a Shinigami spirit body could no longer absorb or convert. Worse still, they might produce some manner of adverse effect on the spirit body itself. Gentlemen, do any of you know what this is? The Captain Commander sat at the head of the table with the imperious ease of a man who owned the room, his gaze sweeping the captains arrayed on either side before settling on his own students. Toshiro had not been under his tutelage for long, but there was no chance that Shunsui Kairaku or Jushiro Yukitake would fail to recognize this substance. I recall you mentioning it once, sensei. Yukitake recoiled instinctively from the black spirit particle on the table. Perhaps, this is the breath of hell. He pressed a hand to his chest and coughed twice, as though the great god sealed within him found this baleful aura profoundly disagreeable. Or perhaps it simply despised anything that smelled of hell. Hell, the word sat strangely in the ears of every captain present. Even in the textbooks at the Shino Academy, it had merited barely a footnote, the kind of passage only an obsessively thorough student would ever notice. For most, it was the sort of knowledge point that passed clean through the mind and left no trace. You're saying this thing comes from hell? Standing across from Yukitake, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's face twisted into an expression of delighted shock. I absolutely must study this. This is the legendary hell we're talking about. But why would the gates of hell, sealed shut for eternity, suddenly begin leaking its breath now? Shunsui pressed his straw hat down over his brow, his expression deeply troubled. And yes, even Shinigami had their superstitions. Hell, to the captains of Soul Society, was the stuff of legend, a place very few of them had ever laid eyes on. Only the Captain Commander, with his vast experience and incomprehensible lifespan, had identified it immediately. According to legend, when a being of the 3rd spiritual rank or above died, their spiritual pressure was so immense, so impossibly concentrated, that the spirit particles composing their spirit body could not simply dissolve and return to the 3 worlds. Instead, they would drift, untethered, wandering through the world with nowhere to go. Over countless ages, the Gotei 13 had developed a ritual to address this, the soul burial rite. Whenever a being of the 3rd spiritual rank or above perished in Soul Society, the Gotei 13 would capture a number of Minos Grande and sacrifice them in the soul burial rite, hoping through this ceremony to coax the wayward spirit particles back into the earth of Soul Society. In truth, no ritual could ever accomplish that. Once a spirit body of that rank died, its spirit particles were simply incapable of returning to the embrace of the 3 worlds. But neither could one allow such powerful spiritual pressure to go on wandering the three worlds unchecked. And so the soul burial rite served another purpose, one beyond superstition and the comfort of the living. Its true function was this: to drive the powerful, wandering spiritual pressure still lingering within soul society into hell. The Captain Commander's lecture came to a close. That doesn't add up, Sensei Yamamoto. Hell's gates have stood secure for 1,000,000 years. Why would the condemned souls within, these sinners, suddenly be breaking out now? As the vessel bearing the seal of the Soul King's right hand, Gotei was privy to certain secrets that the others were not. At that, the Captain Commander cast a sideways glance at Soifon standing nearby, then pressed 2 fingers to his brow in a pained grimace. The truth is, the stability of Hell's gates has never depended solely on the Soul King's suppression. Every spirit body possessed of great spiritual pressure serves as a cornerstone holding those gates shut. But after war upon war, powerful spirit bodies have been flooding into Hell without cease. Even Hell's boundless depths are approaching their limit. As I mentioned to you all some time ago, the Wandenrake, which had been lurking in the shadows and watching our every move, has been single-handedly annihilated by Captain Soifon. The progenitor of the Quincy has also, temporarily perished. Yoruichi and his Quincy possessed tremendous spiritual pressure. They, too, were pillars holding Hell's gates in check. And on top of that, Azashiro Soya's rampage through Hueco Mundo sent a great many powerful spirit bodies pouring into Hell. Hell's gates can no longer hold shut. Buried within the Captain Commander's matter-of-fact briefing was a piece of news that should have shaken all 3 worlds to their foundations. Yoruichi had temporarily died. Wait. What did temporarily even mean? If they'd known Captain Soifon was this capable all along, why hadn't they simply pointed her at the Wandenrake from the very beginning? What had all their careful patrols and anxious tiptoeing been for? For a moment, every captain in the room turned toward the Captain Commander with identically aggrieved looks. Oh my. So my Operation Sunshine won't be seeing any use after all. Mayuri scratched his cheek with a trace of genuine disappointment. Though I'll be stating for the record up front, the budget is not being returned. Ignoring the captain's collective grievances entirely, the Captain Commander went on to relay Stark's account to the assembled captains, before delivering his own conclusions. Saito the Undying, the immortal former captain of the first-generation 6th Division, who died in the Millennium War, was sent into Hell by our own soul burial rite at the time. However, just now, Captain Soifon and I detected a powerful Arrancar spiritual pressure emanating from the Rakongai. Our current assessment, Hueco Mundo has been occupied by Saito the Undying. Even so, the Captain Commander judged that this alone might not be enough to put the assembled captains on an adequate war footing. So he tilted his head toward the conference hall doors and called out in a clear, commanding voice. Come in, number 1, Stark. The doors swung open with a creak, and the languid, unhurried figure of Stark appeared before the captains of the Gotei 13, quite possibly the first Arrancar ever to set foot in the captain's council chamber. At the sight of him, most of the captains present reacted with visible shock, followed almost immediately by bewildered glances toward the Captain Commander. None of them could understand why an Arrancar had been invited in. Even if this Arrancar happened to be serving under Captain Soifon, it was still a remarkable breach of decorum. The Captain Commander took in all their expressions, tightened his grip on his staff, and addressed Stark directly. Release your resurrection, Stark. Do we really have to do this? Stark scratched the back of his head with obvious reluctance. Isn't this going to be a bit rude to the captains here? If you want to talk about rude, the moment you walked through that door, you'd already crossed that line. Byakuya Kuchiki and Toshiro Hitsugaya both pressed their lips into thin lines at that. But when Stark saw the grave, unyielding expressions on both the Captain Commander's and Soifon's faces, he let the laziness fall away. In the next instant, the full, crushing spiritual pressure of the number 1 Espada erupted from him. Hunt them down, wolves. When the Ryatsu and smoke from the Resurrection finally cleared, 2 Hogyoku gleamed at his abdomen, one for Lilinette's soul, one for Stark's own, and his body shimmered with a blue-green luminescence of spirit particles. It was the first time the captains had ever faced Stark at his absolute peak. The mysterious number 1 had been defeated so swiftly and anticlimactically on the Karakura town battlefield, one hit from Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho and he'd never risen again, that most of the captains had never truly grasped his actual power. As they understood it now, among those whose spiritual pressure was this fathomless, this oceanic, besides Yamamoto, Soifon, Aizen, and Ichigo Kurosaki, Stark appeared to be next. This has to be a joke. A being with spiritual pressure like this was beaten half to death. Doesn't that mean the enemies from Hell are absurdly powerful? Shunsui Kairaku looked toward the Captain Commander. Across the room, Kenpachi Zaraki, eye patch removed, had fixed his gaze on Stark with undisguised, ravenous excitement, looking very much like a man who might draw his sword and take a swing at any moment. Those with somewhat less spiritual pressure, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Mayuri Kuratsuchi among them, were visibly uncomfortable now, as though they had stepped beneath a waterfall and had to actively reinforce their spirit bodies against the current pressing down on them. I believe the captain has misunderstood. Stark spread both hands and shook his head. The one who attacked me was Asashiro Soya, not some powerhouse from hell. He paused. And frankly, I was ambushed. I hadn't even entered Resurrection. A strange, loaded silence fell over the room. Then, from the corner of the hall, Mayuri, who had been quietly observing the Hellbreath with a battery of instruments, suddenly let out a sharp cry. He stumbled backward several steps, eyes wide, staring at the black spirit particle on the low table with a contorted, delighted grin. Everyone, I've discovered another peculiar property. Standard spiritual pressure detection equipment, and my own Ryatsu sense, cannot detect the Hellbreath's presence at all. Which means, if the Hellbreath is simply spirit particles corroded by Hell's miasma, then enemies originating from Hell will all share this same characteristic. The moment Mayuri's words landed, every captain in the room swept their Ryatsu sense across the jet-black spirit particle on the table and reached the same conclusion. Had they not seen it sitting there in plain sight with their own eyes, they would have had no idea it existed. And so, after Stark released his Resurrection, the captain's council drew to a close. The Hellbreath particle was handed over to Mayuri for continued research. The Gotei 13 increased its patrol rotations and once again entered full combat readiness. Hueco Mundo. Apart from the area Sosuke Aizen had preserved with Danku, the whole of Las Noches, that bone-white colossus, had been reduced to something indistinguishable from rubble, obliterated by Asashiro Soya's Kido. Having spent some time merging his Bankai with the ruins of Las Noches, Asashiro Soya sat atop a chunk of broken stone and studied Saito the Undying with undisguised curiosity. Saito's eyebrow arched, and in the next instant, a razor-edged blade pressure screamed through the air directly at Asashiro's face. Danku materialized between them, absorbed the impact with a muffled boom, and both forces dispersed. My apologies, said Asashiro Soya, his voice entirely neutral. I've never seen a sinner return from hell in person before. If I gave offense, I apologize. He lowered his hand and introduced himself with quiet composure. Asashiro Soya. Former captain of the 11th Division, once held the title of Kenpachi. After being imprisoned in Mukon, I broke out. Kenpachi. At the word, Saito looked him up and down, then let out a derisive snort. Isn't that just a title that Yuichiro Brat invented for herself? You don't look like any kind of swordsman to me. And yet you call yourself Kenpachi. Asashiro Soya offered no denial. It was true, his gifts had never been in swordsmanship. You would be the first-generation 6th Division captain. Saito the Undying. That's right. Saito curled the corner of her mouth into a slow grin. Speaking of which, I owe you some thanks. If you hadn't gone on your little rampage through Las Noches and sent so many powerful spirit bodies flooding into hell. She ran her tongue over her slightly parched lips. I'd still be stuck rotting in that wretched place, waiting who knows how long for a way out. So, Hell's Gate had not been thrown wide open. Saito had merely seized a fleeting, momentary opportunity. When Jin Ikamaru and the others had died and plunged into hell, when the three worlds and hell's spiritual pressure equilibrium had flickered and destabilized, she had slipped free of the gate's seal in that razor-thin window of chaos. Asashiro Soya lowered his eyelids, processing this information in silence. A moment later, he gave an unconcerned smile. The Soul King will be replaced in a couple of years anyway. Whatever. I just want to kill hollows. Saito listened, then ran her tongue along her canine teeth, her voice brimming with barely suppressed glee. Fine by me. Kill as many as you like. The more you kill, the more brittle the three worlds balance becomes, and the looser Hell's Gate suppression grows. When enough of the balance has crumbled, Hell's Gates will be smashed open entirely. Meanwhile, in Soul Society, the Captain Commander refused every captain's request to accompany him to Hueco Mundo. He named only one person, Soifon. He swept his gaze over the captain still standing in the council chamber, unconcealed and unsparing. Asashiro Soya was a former Kenpachi. Saito the Undying was the first-generation 6th Division captain, and after 1,000 years in hell, there's no telling how much stronger they've become. The current captains, collectively, if you followed recklessly, you would only become a burden. Furthermore, the Siriitii still requires each of you to hold the line. With that, the Captain Commander turned away from their reactions and looked toward Soifon at his side. In the next moment, beneath the collective and complicated gazes of the assembled captains, a garganta yawned open in the center of the captain's council chamber. The two figures stepped inside, and the dark maw slowly sealed itself shut behind them. Inside the Dongai's chaotic currents, Soifon and the Captain Commander moved side by side at tremendous speed. The Captain Commander came to a sudden halt. He crouched down, picked up a fragment of debris, and examined it carefully. An expression of utter disbelief crossed his face. The remains of Kotatsu. Soifon stopped alongside him and glanced back over her shoulder. Oh, that. She acknowledged it with complete, guileless honesty. The last time I came through, I disposed of it on the way. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto was silent for 3 full seconds. Then he drew a long, slow breath. What in the world were you thinking? You reckless child, you never stop causing trouble for me. The old man's roar rolled through the Danai passage and sent the surrounding spirit particles quivering. Soifon had come prepared. The very instant the captain commander had begun drawing that breath, she had already raised both hands and pressed her palms firmly over her own ears, her expression perfectly blank. And where did you learn to make that face? The captain commander grew angrier still. Did Yoruichi Shihoin teach you this? Was that actually a valid interpretation? Soifon blinked, startled, then shook her head rapidly. Lady Yoruichi didn't teach me anything, I just picked it up from being around her. The next instant, she broke into a run. 2 figures, one ahead of the other, shot through the Danai passage, leaving Kotatsu's wreckage far behind in their wake. Hueco Mundo. Stepping through the Garganta's exit, the first thing that met their eyes was a devastation that stopped the breath in the chest. To think they built a palace of this scale in Hueco Mundo. The captain commander stood at the edge of the ruins. It had been several hundred years since he had last set foot in this place. In the next instant, both their figures vanished from the spot. Asashiro Soya and Saito, mid-conversation, snapped their mouths shut in unison as 2 familiar silhouettes materialized before them. The captain commander's sharp gaze moved past Asashiro Soya and came to rest on the girl with purple twintails wearing a captain's haori. Just as Mayuri had said, no spiritual pressure whatsoever could be sensed from her. Only the naked eye confirmed that she was real. And Saito the Undying, the moment she recognized who had arrived, let her hand go still, the cloth she had been using to wipe her blade hanging motionless. The corner of her mouth curled slowly upward. I've come back from hell to see you, old comrade. And there's a new face beside you, this must be the Soifon that little one mentioned. Though the combined power of Asashiro Soya and Saito would not have been enough to stand against either the captain commander or Soifon alone, they carried themselves with unshaken confidence all the same. The condemned of hell could not truly die, even if slain in the 3 worlds, they would simply resurrect within hell once more. This was the very reason hell had given the Soul King such a persistent headache. As for Asashiro Soya, he had already obtained intelligence about hell from Saito, and was firmly convinced that neither the captain commander nor Soifon would dare move against him. After all, whatever else he was a Kenpachi of the 2nd spiritual rank. Killing him would only send more power flooding into hell and further loosen the seal. Had you stayed in hell and kept your head down, I might have acknowledged you as an old comrade. Boom. In the next instant, Ryujin Jaka cleared its sheath. A single stroke sent Saito the Undying flying, the purple-haired figure was hurled backward and slammed into a heap of rubble with tremendous force. Crash. Who do you think you're underestimating, Yamamoto? Stone fragments showered the air as Saito slapped the dust from her body and sprang upright. A visible sword wound had opened across her, and from the cut oozed a dark, black liquid. Hiss. Saito scraped a smear of the black blood up with one finger and sucked it off thoughtfully. You don't actually think I spent 1,000 years in hell doing nothing, do you? In truth, by the captain commander's own assessment of how the blow had felt, Saito had merely gone from dying in 1 stroke to dying in 2. Some improvement. Not much. Standing where he was, the captain commander did not press the pursuit. The moment he had swung that first cut he had already had second thoughts. Fortunately, he hadn't killed her outright. He needed to keep at least one of them alive to extract information. In the next moment, hundreds of Gotei emerged from every corner of the ruined palace, and began rotating at high speed with Soifon and the captain commander at their center. Asashiro Soya leapt backward into the air. Rikujakoro. Countless golden restraining plates materialized from every direction simultaneously, layering over one another and sealing both opponents within. You won't dare kill me, will you? Asashiro Soya landed atop a great boulder. You're afraid that if I die and fall into hell, the seal on hell's gates will grow even more unstable. Hundreds of Gotei extended their arms in unison, palms turned toward one another. Azure fire, falling. Flame collided with flame. The Gotei erupted like a chain of powder kegs detonating in sequence, burning limbs and scorched fragments flying in every direction as each puppet was consumed by its neighbor's fire. Saito scowled. What kind of strategy is that? Making your own soldiers kill each other? Asashiro Soya said nothing. By the time the flames had finally guttered out and the smoke had slowly cleared, the charred black puppets were still wheeling in slow circles overhead. Then the Gotei locked onto the 2 opponents still bound by the Bakudo. Every broken arm rose simultaneously, and they plunged into a dive. Heido number 96. Ito Keiso. A high-tier Heido that could only be unleashed at the cost of incinerating part of the caster's own body, and here, hundreds of Ito Keiso detonated upon a single point. The Crimson Inferno merged into one titanic blade of flame that bridged heaven and earth, tearing a vicious gash across the eternal black sky of Hueco Mundo from end to end. Even the boundless desert far in the distance was washed blood-red by its light. At the center of the blast, the air itself had been warped by the heat into something that hurt to look at directly. Saito the Undying raised a hand to shield her face against the scorching gale that threatened to blister the skin right off her. Her hair whipped wild in the hot wind, and across her face spread a manic, exhilarated grin. "You're not half bad, kid." The smoke finally, fully, cleared. The ground beneath Soifon and the captain commander had been scorched entirely black. The ruins within 3 meters in every direction had been vaporized outright, leaving a perfectly circular crater in their place. The captain commander's captain's Hayori had been incinerated, leaving only his charred Shihakusho still hanging from his frame. Soifon was spotless, the blood venae on her body pulsed with a faint, steady glow. The captain commander brushed the soot from his shoulder with the back of his hand and raised his eyes toward Asashiro Soya. "Playing with fire in front of me. You'll need another 20,000 years of practice." Even Saito could not keep her eyes from going wide in flat-out disbelief. After an attack like that, these two were completely uninjured. This was worse than hell itself. Asashiro Soya lowered his eyelids. After a long moment of silence, he made a decision that no one present had anticipated. The Bankai of Aim no Subaroshi was released. In that same instant, every Gikei scattered across the ruins lost all spiritual pressure simultaneously, dropping like true dead things, utterly inert, every last trace of life extinguished. Holding his Zanpakuto in its Shirkai state, Asashiro drew a cold, gleaming arc through the air. Thank. The blade found its mark. Asashiro Soya drove it through his own heart, twisted the grip with deliberate force, then swayed very slightly on his feet. When I returned from hell. Asashiro Soya's body tilted backward and fell still. No breath remained. Ghost Fire read more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 144, Kanso Right, Hell's Gate. Asashiro Soya, unrivaled under heaven, had fallen. Watching that spirit body gradually dissolve into the air, Saito the Undying stood frozen for a moment, jaw dropping open. A fighter of that caliber, ending their own life so carelessly, and all just to descend into the very hell they'd have given anything to escape. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Saito the Undying broke into laughter that bordered on hysteria. She laughed so hard her whole body shook, shoulders heaving violently, pulling at the wounds that had yet to heal. Black spirit particle blood seeped through the gaps in her torn flesh, staining the already tattered old-style captain's Hayori pitch black. Interesting, now that is genuinely interesting. Learning the truth of hell, and rather than flinching, diving straight in of your own accord. I've seen precious few like that, ha 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 ha. After a long moment, she raised a hand and wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, kneading the aching muscles of her face. At that same moment, the captain commander stood in silence, brow deeply furrowed, staring at the place where Asashiro Soya had once existed. In life, Asashiro Soya had been an immensely troublesome, ideologically extreme genius. A fighter of the second spiritual rank descending into hell, eroded by the place's endless grudges and miasma, only the heavens knew what kind of monster he would become. All right, the comedy's over. Saito the Undying seemed to have laughed her fill. Ignoring the blood still trickling from her wounds, she swiftly raised her Zanpakuto and pressed the blade against her own slender throat. The manic grin remained fixed on her face as her gaze swept across the captain commander and Soifon. I couldn't beat you two on my own, sure, but I did manage to collect quite a bit of interesting new intelligence on the 3 worlds. I'll share it with my friends down below when I get back to hell. Farewell, Yamamoto Shigekuni, and you, that short, flat-chested one called Soifon. We'll be seeing each other again before long. The blade pressed against the skin of her throat, and stopped in the very instant it began to tighten. Saito the Undying's grin froze on her face. Her wrists, without her noticing when, had been seized from behind by a pair of hands and locked in an iron grip. Crack. What? Before Saito could react in any way, she felt a searing pain shoot through her wrists, a brittle crunch of shattering bone rang out. Soifon had crushed the bones in both of Saito's hands with raw force, leaving her wrists dangling uselessly. The Zanpakuto slipped from her fingers and plunged cleanly into the sand. Soifon swept her right leg, and Saito, robbed of her balance, dropped to both knees in the sand, whereupon Soifon locked a hand around her throat, leaving her completely immobilized. Saito didn't even have time to cry out. She simply turned her head to look at the petite figure who had somehow materialized right behind her. Quick reflexes. A flicker of genuine admiration passed through her eyes. That Shuinpa, are you second division? Soifon didn't answer. She pressed Saito flat against the ground, then clapped both hands together in front of her chest, Bakudo number 99, kin. Several enormous cloth strips descended from above like living things, coiling around Saito's limbs and torso. Hard on their heels came a row of thick, elongated iron spikes engraved with seal markings. They pierced through the cloth strips and straight through Saito's spirit body, pinning her entire form to the ground. Saito the Undying tested the restraints. The seals didn't budge a millimeter. If you're going to kill me, get on with it. I won't say a word. Give it up. Kill me and I'll just resurrect in hell anyway. You think you can pry hell's secrets out of me? Keep dreaming. She wriggled like a worm and spat a mouthful of sand, making her resignation to the situation abundantly clear. The captain commander stepped forward, looked down at this former comrade in arms, and issued his judgment without hesitation. Bring her back to the Siri-Idi, Captain Soifon. Siri-Idi, 1st Division Conference Hall. Not much time had passed since the last emergency meeting, yet the captain commander had once again convened a captain's council. The captains, wearing expressions of every conceivable variety, stood arrayed on either side. They had long since lost count of how many emergency captains' councils had been called this year. The Aizen rebellion, the Wandenrake invasion, and now, on top of everything else, hell. It was as though centuries of accumulated turmoil across the three worlds had chosen to erupt all at once within the span of this single year. At the center of the conference hall, the purple twin-tailed girl, bound in layer upon layer of restraints, had been sealed immobile in place. The tattered shihakusho and captain's hayori on her body, the black spirit particle markings threading across her skin, all of it radiated the unmistakable aura of hell. She swept her gaze around the room, taking in these unfamiliar, youthful captain faces. Hey, this is the current Gotei 13. What happened to all the seats? Did you lose that many people? Yamamoto, is this what happens when you can't maintain a talent pipeline? Should you consider recruiting some veteran staff back from hell to fill your rosters? And is that child labor I see? You're even making someone that small a captain now. Soifon, you flat-chested little runt. If you've got the nerve, give me a clean death. Send me back to hell. Saito the Undying was utterly foul-mouthed, hurling every piece of verbal garbage she could think of to provoke the assembled captains. Toshiro Hitsugaya's temple throbbed with a visible vein as he physically restrained the urge to draw his sword. Then Saito's gaze continued to move, sweeping past Soifon's ice-cold expression, and came to a dead stop on the face of Uno Hanaretsu. Her eyes went wide. Her gaze locked onto the gentle figure draped in long black hair. Are you Yuichiro? Uno Hanaretsu paid her no mind, merely tilting her head slightly, those perpetually serene eyes meeting Saito's stare with calm composure. Saito the Undying went rigid, as though struck by lightning. She stared up and down at Uno Hanaretsu, the way one might stare at a complete stranger. You're really Yuichiro? How did you end up like this? What on earth have you been through all these years? I can't help feeling like this place is even more like hell than actual hell. To think that someone had actually transformed the legendary Death Sword into the person she saw now, it was simply terrifying. While those few were engaged in this strange exchange of reminiscences, a string of weird, damp, creeping laughter sounded from directly behind Saito. Mayuri Kuratsuchi had slipped away from his seat at some unknown point and was now crouched at Saito the Undying's side, gazing at the black blood seeping from her wounds with an expression of near-religious reverence. With painstaking care, he extended a gloved finger, the glove made from some specialized material, dipped it into the small pool of black blood that had yet to dry on the floor, and transferred a tiny amount into a clear glass vial he had evidently prepared in advance. He held the little vial up to the light and turned it over and over, examining it. The black liquid inside emitted an ominous luminescence under the light. Black spirit particle blood, utterly devoid of any detectable Reiatsu fluctuation. A genuine hell specimen, oh ho ho. His voice trembled faintly with excitement, his features twisting into a grin. Saito the Undying went completely stiff. She turned her head and fixed Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who was right in her face, with a look of supreme revulsion, as though regarding some malformed creature that had no business existing in this world. Yamamoto. She spoke, her voice laced with unconcealed disgust. Your Gotei 13 is actually recruiting this kind of specimen now. In the end, Saito the Undying, who had been put on display like a performing monkey, was handed over to Soifon by the captain commander, with orders to use whatever means necessary and extract every scrap of intelligence on hell. 2nd Division, Interrogation Room. Creak. A door carrying the smell of rust and blood swung open, and Soifon walked into the interrogation room alone. Saito the Undying's wounds had stopped bleeding. Though hell's aura had an erosive effect on the beings of the three worlds, a Shinigami's Kaido could still heal the injuries of hell's creatures. That really was unbearably cheap. Speak. What's your standing in hell, for someone at your level? Soifon grabbed Saito by the chin and forced her to make direct eye contact. You're the small fry, not me. I happen to be someone who calls the shots down in hell, this time you just had the advantage of numbers. Saito spat, but Soifon sidestepped it with effortless reflexes. Hearing that answer, the tension strung through Soifon's chest eased considerably. Then she answered with a backhand slap. Smack. A vivid red handprint bloomed across Saito's left cheek, burning hot. Is that so? Someone as pathetic as you actually calls the shots. Soifon's face wore an expression of utter contempt. Then hell isn't anything to be afraid of. And for the record, we will not be performing the soul burial rite for Asashiro Soya. Saito gave an indifferent little smile. You don't actually think that just by skipping the soul burial rite, Asashiro Soya, Jin Ikamaru, and Kaname Tozen, who all died in Hueco Mundo, won't end up in hell, do you? If that's what you believe, you are very, very wrong. Hell lies beneath the three worlds. When a spirit body of the third spiritual rank or above dies, the Ryatsu is too immense to simply disperse, it wanders untethered through the three worlds, and without a spirit body to contain it, that powerful Ryatsu will, over time, gradually sink down into hell. How did you think those who had no one to perform the soul burial rite for them ended up in hell in the first place? After relaying every piece of intelligence gathered from the interrogation word for word, the captain commander sank into prolonged silence. Even someone at Saito's level ranked in the upper mid-tier down there, which meant hell's creatures were not overwhelmingly powerful, and remained within manageable parameters. The truly troublesome factors were just two, the immortality, and the undetectable Ryatsu. The captain commander lifted his gaze to Soifon. What are your thoughts? Soifon answered at once, I need to conduct a soul burial rite. His gaze sharpened. The captain commander looked at Soifon, waiting for her to continue. During the soul burial rite, we actively channel the Ryatsu of those who have recently fallen at the third spiritual rank or above, Asashiro Soya, Jin Ikamaru, Kaname Tozen, and send it into hell. The gates of hell have cracked due to the Ryatsu imbalance. The soul burial rite will force that crack open wider. At that point, the gates of hell will definitely manifest again, and in the moment that crack opens, I charge through, and cut them all down. While hell's creatures couldn't be killed permanently, being killed still required a certain amount of time before they could reaggregate into spirit bodies again. It wouldn't fix the underlying problem, but it could at least ease the immediate situation temporarily. Absolutely not. That's completely reckless. The captain commander pressed a hand to his brow. What if the gates of hell close behind you once you're inside? If you end up eroded into a hell creature as well, the three worlds will be finished. That was a fair point. Soifon had no rebuttal, and couldn't think of one in the moment. Just when she thought the proposal had hit a dead end, the situation took an unexpected turn. However, allow this old man to suggest a slight modification. Passive defense had never been the Gotei 13th style. Hell's seals had already loosened, this time a Saito had come out, and there was no telling what ancient monster might emerge next time. They couldn't afford to be so afraid of the gates of hell loosening that they dared not draw their blades when the enemy came. And so the captain commander chose his words carefully. When the gates of hell open again, this old man shall go to the front alongside you. The two of us will fight at range using our Zanpakuto techniques. I believe your Jishaku Reikaben is well suited to that kind of tactic. Rukongai, the open wilderness. On a stretch of empty wasteland, a temporary altar stood in quiet stillness. At the altar's center, several captured Minos Grande had been bound in layer upon layer of Bakuto seals, their massive bodies curled up on themselves, capable of nothing more than howls of impotent rage. Ise Nanao stood at the head of the altar, her expression solemn and reverent, conducting the ritual procedures required for the soul burial rite on her own. Several hundred meters away, the captains of the Gotei 13 were scattered at intervals high above in the air, each occupying an advantageous position, eyes fixed unblinkingly on every blade of grass and stone in their surroundings. How much longer? Zaraki Kenpachi let out a bored yawn. The ritual gradually approached its conclusion. At the altar center, the Minos Grande began to thrash violently as blue spirit particle flames ignited across their bodies, consuming their forms bit by bit. Finally, the body of the last Minos Grande dissolved into spirit particle fragments and scattered into the air. All that remained on the altar was a patch of scorched black marks. The ritual was over. They waited more than 10 minutes. Nothing happened. The captain's taut nerves began to loosen, perhaps the Ryatsu just sent down hadn't yet reached the threshold needed to force the gates of hell open. And then... splat. A jet of blood erupted from Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder. What? Every head turned at once. Behind Zaraki Kenpachi, appearing from no one knew when, stood a pitch-black figure. The figure was massive as a mountain, swathed in thick black death energy, wielding an enormous battle axe taller than a man. The axe blade still dripped with Zaraki Kenpachi's blood. The former Espada No. 2, Baragon. And behind that figure, an enormous gate radiating ominous energy had materialized in the wilderness at the captain's backs. No one had noticed when it had appeared. The gate stood ajar, a gap wide enough for 3 people to pass through side by side, and it was slowly, visibly, continuing to open. Hey! Not bad, a visitor from hell. Zaraki Kenpachi glanced down at his spurting shoulder and let the corners of his mouth curl slowly into a grin. He spun and swung his Zanpakuto in a single motion, the blade wrapped in savage Ryatsu cleaved straight down toward the black figure behind him. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The battle axe held firm, catching the Zanpakuto dead on. The thunderous crash of steel on steel detonated above the wasteland, the shockwave rolling outward in surging waves of force, sending every pebble and blade of grass in the vicinity flying. Far from being driven back by Zaraki Kenpachi's ferocious assault, Baragon hadn't retreated so much as a single step, he hung there perfectly steady in the air. Every captain present went still. What kind of monster was this, capable of meeting Zaraki Kenpachi head-on, at full power, blade for blade, this many times? Everyone. Surround the gates of hell. The captain commander's voice cracked like thunder, snapping the captain's attention back to the moment. Several white-clad figures appeared in near unison around the gates of hell, swords drawn, staring with wary alertness at the Baragon standing before them. After driving Zaraki Kenpachi back with that single axe strike, Baragon ceased his assault. Black death energy roiled and churned around him. The bleached white skull crown floated above his head, black flames burning in hollow eye sockets. Only when every captain had taken position, swords drawn and ready, did he speak, with evident satisfaction. So many people come to welcome this king. Have you all come to pay homage to the king of Hueco Mundo? Baragon seemed to be thoroughly enjoying being the center of everyone's attention. The gates of hell continued to open behind him. The black miasma poured from the gap like a living thing, curling around him, merging with his own death energy into a single seamless whole. Zaraki Kenpachi moved to charge again, but Shunsui Kairaku raised a hand to stop him. Wait, Zaraki. TCH. Zaraki Kenpachi clicked his tongue in irritation, but ultimately held back. He simply fixed his burning gaze on Baragon, battle lust blazing in his eyes. Baragon scanned the captains arrayed before him, until his gaze landed on the petite figure standing beside the captain commander. The black flames in his hollow eye sockets flared with a sudden surge of energy. So you're here too, Soifon. Baragon paused, then threw his head back in a piercing, grating laugh. Gwahaha. Surprised, aren't you, that I would return from hell? I am nothing like I was. Hell's miasma has made me stronger, made me more perfect. This time, I will not lose to a rat like you. Soifon listened to Baragon's self-aggrandizing speech without a flicker of reaction on her face. She turned her head toward the elderly man beside her. May we begin, Captain Commander? The Captain Commander nodded, granted. The moment those words fell, Baragon's arrogant grin vanished, replaced by fury. How dare they ignore the great king of Hueco Mundo, Baragon? He thrust out a hand, dense black death energy coalescing in his palm. Die, you rat. His aging miasma surged like a dam breaking open, pouring down toward Soifon's position. Wherever that aura passed, the grass on the ground yellowed and rotted in an instant. Boom. Golden Ryatsu erupted skyward. Soifon threw both arms wide open, and a Ryatsu storm like a howling gale erupted from her entire body, grinding the oncoming aging miasma to dust and washing it away. Shunko, at its limitless peak. Did you really think you were the only one who's grown stronger, Baragon? This time, I don't even need Bankai to deal with you. Soifon's voice cut clearly through the roaring wind and reached Baragon's ears. Insolence, die. Those words struck the rawest nerve in Baragon. Both hands shot up, and his aging miasma poured forth in an overwhelming, all-consuming wave. The next instant, Soifon's entire body transformed into a streak of golden light and shot straight into that sky-swallowing torrent of black death energy. The howling gale, saturated with her golden Ryatsu, ground every last wisp of the black death energy to nothing, dissolving and evaporating it like snow under a blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, Soifon's figure had already materialized directly in front of Baragon. Bam, bam, bam. Even the captain commander could not track the speed of Soifon's fists. Her arms blurred into afterimages and vanished, and a torrent of strikes swallowed Baragon's form whole. The howling gale detonated on contact with Baragon, erupting into countless razor-fine wind blades, nearly invisible to the naked eye, slicing through his spirit body in a frenzied onslaught. Baragon didn't even have time to scream. Black spirit particle fragments scattered in every direction, and then, as if drawn by a magnet, coalesced into a wisp of black smoke that was swallowed into the gates of hell. On the battlefield, only the half-open gates of hell remained, standing silently in place. The black phosphor gas seeping from the crack continued to churn without a sound. And that's settled. The captains who had gripped their Zanpakuto in readiness for a brutal fight now stood, swords drawn, staring blankly into the middle distance. Ghost fire here, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Chapter 145, use Jishaku Reikaben on Marekio Omida. With Baragon's death, the gates of hell cracked open a little further. Two enormous skeletal hands reached through the half-open doors and shoved them wider still. Boom. From behind the doors, the black phosphor gas billowed out thicker than ever, and within that churning miasma, silhouettes began to take shape. Then, a roar. Primal, bestial, thunderous. It shattered the black hellish gas and smashed apart the massive hands that had been slowly forcing the gates open. Bleached skeletal bone dust rained down from above. The enormous skeleton, a hulking, grunt-level creature, had blocked the path of something far more powerful lurking behind it, and now crumbled back into hell's embrace. Accompanying that deafening roar, a colossal, grotesque fist, its skin traced with dark red lava-like veins, shoved the gates of hell wide open. That's... Soifon looked up at the massive monster now looming beyond the gates. In an instant, she recognized it. Resurrección released, Espada No. 0, Yami Largo. Yami's enormous body practically squeezed its way out through the gates of hell. His 12 legs thundered down onto the grasslands of Reincarnates, punching deep hoofprints into the earth. His furious eyes swept across the figures of the captains below, tiny as ants, then locked onto Soifon. Roar. The savage roar twisted the very air around him. A blood-reeking gale, thick with the stench of hell, sent every captain's haori snapping and cracking like flags in a storm. Soifon. Enemies meeting face to face, hatred blazed to life. A crimson cirro condensed in Yami's maw, and a thick pillar of scarlet light came screaming down toward Soifon below. Humph, wretched beast. Ryujin Jaka. Soifon was just about to make her move when the captain commander let out a cold snort. A blade of flame, far thinner than that scarlet cirro, struck first, arriving before Soifon could even react. Like a hot knife through butter, it cleaved the world-annihilating cirro clean in two. The sword light's momentum didn't falter. Space itself seemed to warp from the searing heat as the slash continued through, splitting Yami's colossal body, along with a portion of the black gas roiling behind him, straight down the middle. One stroke. Two halves. Such was the might of a single cut. As Yami's body dissolved into black vapor and returned to hell, the frenzied, snarling silhouettes behind the gates gradually quieted. The hellish black gas began to thin, and the assembled captains could finally make out those familiar, and not so familiar, faces. Ancient Arankars who had been consigned to hell across the long ages. Powerful hollows who had died on the blades of Shinigami throughout history. Shinigami whose spiritual pressure had been too immense to dissipate, and who had ultimately fallen into hell. They stood silently behind the gates, gazing out at the world of the living with eyes full of malice, hunger, and wariness. The gates of hell stand wide open. Formidable enemies draw near. The captain commander stared unblinking at the familiar and unfamiliar silhouettes beyond the gates. Ryujin Jaka in hand, he walked slowly to stand before Soifon. Soifon. I will go first and drive them back with my shurikai. You use your shurikai to bombard the interior of the gates, ease the pressure on hell's seal as much as you can. The captain commander's understanding of Soifon's abilities was somewhat out of date. He assumed her shurikai required a lengthy preparation time, and so planned to hold the front himself first. Without giving Soifon a chance to correct him, he immediately raised his right hand, the one gripping his sword. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. An invisible wave of heat erupted from the captain commander at its center, spreading in moments to every corner of Soul Society. The space around his blade warped and shimmered under the extreme temperature. The very air of Soul Society went dry in an instant. The grass and trees of Reincarnates yellowed and withered at visible speed. Simply by standing there with his Zanpakuto released, the captain commander had turned every inch of ground within 100 meters into an absolute dead zone, hostile to all life. The soil beneath their feet baked dry of all moisture and began to sink perceptibly. The captains were forced to layer spirit particles underfoot just to keep from sinking with it. Hyarinmaru can't be released anymore. Toshiro Hitsugaya snapped his gaze down to Hyarinmaru in his hand. The blade trembled faintly. There was no longer enough moisture in the air for Hyarinmaru's abilities to function. The captain commander said in a low, commanding voice, I will clear this first wave. Everything after, I leave entirely to you. The moment those words fell, the captain commander stepped forward. Zanka no Tachi swept toward the gates of hell with terrifying speed. Zanka no Tachi, north, Tenchi Kaijin. A pale line of fire sliced through the air. Wherever the blade's edge passed, space itself buckled and warped. The silhouettes beyond the gates, the instant the blade's edge touched them, ceased to exist. Like pencil sketches erased from paper. Silent. Traceless. Gone as though they had never been. Only the gates of hell themselves, bearing the brunt of the slash's shockwave, let out a low, mournful groan, and did not move a single inch. The rest is yours. He sheathed his blade. Bankai, released. Zanka no Tachi could not be maintained for long. To do southwest would place a terrible burden on both Soul Society and himself. The tangled phosphor gas was scattered by the strike, and hell's true face was finally laid bare before them all. A crimson earth stretching on without end. Infinite chains. Wraith after wraith, bound in those chains, surging forward toward the open gates in an endless tide. Soifon stepped forward. As she passed the captain commander in the same instant, Suzumabachi in her hand had already begun to transform. Golden light erupted skyward. Without chanting a single word of release, Soifon swept her right hand, and Suzumabachi instantly took the form of a gunblade. Bankai, Jakuho Reikaben. With Soifon at its center, the ground for hundreds of meters in every direction, the soil that Zanka no Tachi had baked dry, was crushed and driven several meters deeper under sheer pressure. The captain commander had needed his Bankai to produce the earth-shaking spectacle of moments ago. Soifon accomplished the same feat with nothing but her own spiritual pressure. The three worlds trembled. At the edge of the royal palace's front approach, Ichibe Hyasub stood with his broad sleeves clasped together, gazing down at the distant soul society far below. That golden radiance of spiritual pressure was still clearly visible, even through layer upon layer of barriers between them. Again, he sighed, his round head swaying slightly. Every time she uses her Bankai, even the three worlds can't take it. I'll have to find time to talk to her about this. Bankai complete, Soifon raised the gunblade and leveled it at the interior of the gates of hell. The rest of the captains finally caught their breath from the terrifying spiritual pressure and looked up, every gaze drawn to that slender figure. A golden projectile fired from the barrel, like a miniature sun, and plunged straight through the gates of hell. Then Soifon squeezed the trigger, again and again. Dozens of golden bolts of destruction poured through the gateway like a monsoon. Each projectile detonated the instant it entered hell, blasting the powerful beings within into nothing. The shockwaves from those explosions even penetrated the gates themselves, shuddering clearly on Soul Society's side of the door. The earth shook. Even the gates of hell, which had stood for countless tens of thousands of years, began to sway and rattle unsteadily. The captain commander looked at the gunblade in Soifon's hand and, in that brief moment, ran through a dozen different ways one might attempt to neutralize her Bankai, discarding every single one. Thank goodness she was on their side. Gradually, the dense mass of silhouettes within the gates of hell dwindled away. The heavy doors seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the gap that had been forced open began to slowly close once more. Soifon ceased firing. She waited until the gates shut firmly and stood once more in silent stillness upon the earth. Why hasn't this gate disappeared yet? Staring up at the colossal gates of hell, Soifon turned to the captain commander beside her and asked, genuinely puzzled. The captain commander frowned at them as well. He didn't know either. In the next instant, without any warning, two chains condensed from hellish phosphor gas shot from the very top of the massive gates. Their target was unmistakable, the Siriidii. The chains moved faster than the eye could track, leaving behind only two heart-stopping black afterimages in the air. What is that? Chains. Heading for the Siriidii. This is bad. Several captains reacted in an instant, faces draining of color, moving to intercept, but the chains were too fast. Watching the trajectory of their flight, Soifon, who had been about to move to block them, felt something stir in her mind, and stopped. The captain commander glanced at her sidelong. You figured something out? Saito the Undying. Soifon raised her chin slightly. The gates of hell's target should be that woman, the one who managed to slip out. At that same moment, the two black chains had already pierced through the interrogation room walls and driven precisely through the Seketsu and the binding locks on Saito the Undying's body, hooking fast onto her very existence. Saito the Undying's scream cut off abruptly. Clank. The chain snapped taut. The tremendous force tore Saito the Undying from the restraints. The wall exploded in a shower of rubble and stone fragments, and that purple-haired figure was wrenched backward, dragged through the air by the chains. A split second after Soifon spoke Saito's name, everyone could see it clearly, a purple figure being hauled along by the chains. I am not going back. Yamamoto. Soifon, save me. Saito the Undying's agonized shrieks echoed over Rukongai as her body was dragged, slamming through the narrowing gap in the gates of hell. The instant she disappeared through the crack, the doors snapped shut. Immediately after, the massive gates of hell began to rumble and shudder, then warped and faded in the air, as though they had never existed at all. This is a good sign. When Saito first escaped from hell, the chains didn't even have the strength to pursue her. Now, the gates of hell have actively moved to recapture an escaped sinner, which means hell's seal has stabilized once more. The captain commander spoke with an air of quiet, unfathomable depth, his hands clasped behind his back. A moment later, Soifon turned toward a figure crouched behind a cluster of instruments not far away. Captain Mayuri. Did you manage to observe any useful data just now? Mayuri Kuratsuchi generally couldn't be bothered to acknowledge other captains, but Soifon was different. She was the collaborative partner who supplied him with a steady stream of materials. But of course. He clutched the flat spirit particle display screen and trotted over to stand before the captain commander and Soifon, turning the screen toward them and pointing with one finger at the dense tangle of data curves displayed there. This is a before and after comparison of the hellish phosphor gas concentration. After absorbing the Bankai bombardment from both of you, the phosphor gas concentration inside Hell has dropped by approximately 80%. He swiped his finger across the screen, pulling up another curve. This is the analysis of the gas that leaked through that final crack. While the gas is recovering at a slow rate, for Hell's seal to become once again impossible to suppress, it will take at minimum 3 years. Inside Hell, the crimson earth stretched on without limit. The sky was perpetually dark and sunken, no sun, no moon, only endless black vapor churning through the air. Everything was scorched black. All the beings that had lurked in Hell for uncounted ages had been reduced to scattered spirit particle fragments, slowly recongealing. On a patch of scorched earth somewhere, 3 figures were gradually stirring back to life, none other than Azashiro Soya, Kaname Tozen, and Jin Ikamaru, sent here by the soul burial rite. The 3 of them rose to their feet in silence, sensing the power within them, so different now from what they'd had in life. Their spiritual pressure had climbed unreasonably, as though the original limits of their souls had been shattered and exceeded. Jin Ikamaru's eyes, always narrowed to slits, opened fully now, revealing the ice-blue pupils beneath. He glanced at Kaname Tozen, then looked toward a third direction, toward Azashiro Soya. Tozen, with the wordless understanding of a veteran, placed his hand on his sword hilt as well. No explanation needed. Azashiro Soya said nothing and released his Bankai, silently beginning to attempt to fuse his soul with the boundless hell around him. A fight was about to ignite. Boom. A violent thunderclap erupted from the depths of Hell. 3 sets of eyes turned simultaneously toward the source. A purple figure, dragged by black chains, came plummeting down from the sky. The figure crashed hard into the ground, throwing up a cloud of scorched black dust. The chains dissolved the instant their task was complete, leaving behind only a disheveled girl with purple twin tails, Saito the Undying. Tui, Tui, Tui. Saito spat the dirt from her mouth, pushed herself upright, and before she could even get a complaint out, she found herself looking at 3 silhouettes standing before her. She blinked, then broke into a bright, dazzling grin. Oh hey, isn't that the Kenpachi who offed himself? Azashiro Soya hadn't even had a chance to reply before a flash of blade light crossed the space between them. Shick. His body was sliced in 2 at the waist. The upper half slid to the ground, the lower half remained standing where it had been. Black spirit particle blood seeped slowly from the clean cut. Azashiro Soya's expression remained perfectly calm, as though it wasn't him who had just been bisected. His upper half lay against the ground and looked up coldly at Jin Ikamaru. I got ambushed and killed by you of all people. Jin Ikamaru's face wore a cold, thin smile. What a blunder for the ages. In the next instant, Azashiro Soya's form vanished and reappeared nearby. His body had fused with the surrounding hell across a radius of several meters, and coupled with the immortality inherent to hell's inhabitants, he was effectively unkillable. Tozen, stay out of this, Jin said, his expression flat and cold. I'll handle him alone. Kaname Tozen said nothing, and slowly removed his hand from his sword hilt. At that, Azashiro Soya finally spoke, my fusion with hell has gone unexpectedly smoothly. You are not my match, Jin Ikamaru. Saito the Undying heard those words, then connected them to what she knew of Azashiro Soya's Bankai ability, and her face contorted into an expression of disbelief. Azashiro Soya raised his hand. Countless black chains erupted from beneath the earth, writhing like living things, and surged toward Jin Ikamaru. Jin's eyes narrowed. He retreated sharply, hand snapping to his sword hilt at the same time. Kill him, Kamishini no Yari. Silver sword light slashed apart every incoming chain. The severed chain fragments fell to the ground and quickly sank back into the earth, gone without a trace. Jin landed, glancing down at his blade. Faster than before. Hell had genuinely made him stronger. Then what was the price? Bankai, Kamishini no Yari, Muto Renjin. Price or no price, kill Azashiro Soya first, figure it out later. The instant Jin raised his sword, silver blade light vast enough to blanket the entire battlefield rained down like a storm of petals, punching countless transparent holes through Azashiro Soya's body. Azashiro Soya's eyes went wide, then went dark. Even his eyeballs were shredded by Kamishini no Yari's blade edge. Finding this kind of mindless slaughter pointless, Jin decided his next move would use Kamishini no Yari's poison, to execute Azashiro Soya properly. Kill him, Kamishini no Yari. Even if Hell's inhabitants couldn't truly die, the poison would make him suffer for quite some time. Just as the blade tip was about to fire, a white spherical creature with fangs came rocketing in from the side, clamping its jaws around the very tip of Kamishini no Yari's blade. That split-second buffer was enough. Azashiro Soya barely evaded the strike, his form dissolving back into the air and reappearing on another open patch of ground. Another expert, here. All 4 figures present turned to trace the direction the creature had come from. Saito the Undying immediately dropped her head, trying to reduce her presence to 0. It was a tall man wearing a captain's haori, its cuffs and hem already eaten away and tattered by the hellish phosphor gas. Stop fighting. As a favor to me. The man walked unhurriedly toward the group, casting a glance down at Saito, who was sprawled on the ground doing her best impression of a carpet. The white creature released its grip and dissolved into a stream of white light, vanishing into the zanpakuto at his hip. Jin did not sheath his blade. He fixed his gaze on this unfamiliar man who had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Azashiro Soya, appearing a short distance away, raised an eyebrow. He had recognized the familiar figure. The man seemed to have anticipated the question. He raised one finger, pointing at himself, then pointed at Azashiro Soya. I am the man who was defeated by that fellow, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi. Character details: Kuruyashiki Kenpachi, the 7th generation Kenpachi. A man of great standing both within and outside the division, trusted absolutely and possessing overwhelming strength. Simply being in his presence was enough to lift the spirits of those around him. He bore the title of the mightiest Shinigami, Kenpachi, for several hundred years without interruption. Jin looked over at Azashiro Soya with an expression of pure disbelief. He simply could not fathom how a man radiating this kind of powerful presence, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi, could have been defeated by Azashiro Soya. Sure enough, Azashiro Soya frowned and opened his mouth to deny it. If you had used your bankai at the time, I would have been the one to die, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi. That couldn't be helped. I didn't want to destroy Soul Society back then either. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi gave a helpless, wry laugh. A flash of ferocity crossed his eyes, a glimpse of what hell had already done to his temperament. Back then, was it? The three who had just fallen into hell latched onto that qualifier with precision. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi smiled, the corner of his mouth pulling wide. So you've noticed, have you? Down here in hell, we are gradually eroded by hell's own breath. Hell's will corrodes our minds, little by little. I'm still clear-headed, but all I can think about right now is breaking out of hell and swallowing the 3 worlds whole with my bankai. Give it a bit more time, and you'll understand exactly what I mean. Ghost Fire went more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 146, The Wonderful Use of the Holy Letter A. The 3 worlds were safe, for now. The loosened seal on Hell's gates had been pulled shut once more, even if only for 3 years. A permanent solution to the festering catastrophe that was Hell had to be found. Otherwise, the 3 worlds would eventually be corroded and consumed by Hell's breath, until everything sank together into darkness and became creatures of Hell. Mission triggered, the gates of Hell that cannot be sealed. Mission complete. Reward obtained, Fullbring Awakening eligibility, follow the heart. Draw upon the most fundamental power of the soul. On the road back to Siriiti with the Captain Commander, Soifon's footsteps suddenly halted. Before her, the long-absent translucent panel materialized without warning. Fullbring Awakening eligibility. Her mind instinctively drifted back to the massive Soul King fragment the system had awarded her during their time at the Royal Palace. Soifon narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. Why, after temporarily sealing Hell's gates, had the system not granted her the power of Fullbring outright, but merely the eligibility to awaken it? Could it be that the power of Fullbring was the key to liberating Hell? She closed her eyes and swept her spiritual senses carefully through her own body, nothing. Not a single anomalous fluctuation of power. The system's hint was far too abstract. Was she supposed to head to the world of the living and track down those, Skushin, people to learn from them? Her imagination was running wild when the Captain Commander's voice drifted from ahead. Soifon, something the matter? Soifon came back to herself, realizing the old man had stopped at some point and was now half-turned toward her, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. She was about to brush it off with some vague excuse when a flash of inspiration struck her. She lifted her head and looked at the Captain Commander. Captain Commander, sir. The name Kugo Jinjo, do you still remember it? The Captain Commander blinked, a rare flicker of surprise, then slowly nodded after a moment. That was the name of a former substitute Shinigami. Then, just as slowly, he shook his head. However, we lost contact with him many years ago. At the time, after Kugo Jinjo had gone dark, Siriiti had concluded he had likely died in combat. And since he was no figure of particular importance, no one had dug deeper. After a search of the world of the living turned up nothing, his death had been officially confirmed. I understand. Forgive the interruption, Captain Commander. Soifon nodded thoughtfully and bowed to take her leave. Soifon. The Captain Commander called after her. Hell, have you already found a way to deal with it? Perhaps reading the surprise in her eyes, the Captain Commander stroked his long beard. In my experience, you wouldn't bring up a nobody's name at a moment like this without reason. 2nd Division, the gates of the barracks. Soifon had barely crossed the threshold when 2 figures came bursting out from inside. Teacher Soifon. Teacher, are you alright? Rukia and Momo Hinamori came at her from both sides simultaneously, nearly throwing themselves at her. We sensed your Ryatsu exploding just now, we were scared out of our minds. Momo pressed a hand to her chest, still shaken. Rukia nodded in agreement. And then two pitch-black chains suddenly burst into the interrogation room and dragged that purple twin-tailed old woman away. We couldn't catch up no matter what we tried. Soifon raised a hand and lightly patted both of them on the head. It's fine. I just dealt with something alongside the captain commander. Don't worry about those chains, everything has been resolved. Her gaze swept past both of them, and she suddenly realized something was missing. Where are Neliel and Harabel? Rukia and Momo exchanged a glance, a flicker of mutual relief crossing both their faces. They went back. Not long ago, when they heard that Las Noches had been destroyed, they opened a Garganta and returned to Hueco Mundo, said they were going to rebuild Las Noches. They also asked us to keep it secret and not tell you, teacher, they didn't want you worrying. When they were done, both of them pointed toward the detention block next to the interrogation room, reminding Soifon that the several Quincy Stark had brought back were still being held inside. Soifon hadn't yet decided how to handle those Quincy, so for now she could only leave them to endure the discomfort of the 2nd Division's detention cells until Yawatch had been dealt with. I know, you two have worked hard these past few days. Soifon lifted her head and ruffled both of their hair. But I still have something to take care of at the 13th Division. She turned to leave, and immediately felt both wrists seized from left and right. Is Teacher Soifon leaving again? There was a faint note of grievance in Rukia's voice. Ever since we came down from the royal palace, Teacher Soifon has been running around constantly. You never once asked us what our Bankai turned out to be. Now that we've finally shed the spy duties, can't Teacher Soifon rest for even a little while? The two voices stacked together in a chorus of wounded complaint, and there was a deliberate weight on the word spy, heavy with reproach. Soifon turned back and looked at her two students putting on their most pitifully aggrieved expressions. Her heart softened. I'm sorry. Things have been too hectic lately, I've been neglecting you both. Forgive me. Soifon's voice was gentler than usual, but Momo had already predicted the next line. This is the last time, that's what Teacher Soifon was going to say next, isn't it? Soifon choked. I've lost count of how many last times there have been, Teacher Soifon. Rukia's quiet, plaintive voice came from the side. Soifon. She suddenly missed the version of herself who had been cutting a bloody swath before the gates of hell just a little while ago. At least back then, no one had dared talk back to her like this. At that moment, Marekio Omida came swaggering back from patrol, chest puffed out with self-importance. A split second before he stepped through the 2nd Division's gates, he caught sight of the tangled scene of Soifon and her two students bickering at the entrance. Lord have mercy, Omida's enormous frame somehow folded his head so low that Soifon could look down at it, with a terrifying speed that sent the dust at his feet scattering. A plume of dust rose into the air as Omida performed a sliding kneel before Soifon. Captain Soifon. I sensed your Ryatsu erupting while I was on patrol, and I was absolutely sick with worry, ma'am. I was about to rush over and lend you my aid, but who would have thought? It had been a while since they'd last seen him, and Omida's theatrics had only gotten more outrageous. After sending the walking drama production that was Omida on his way, Soifon looked at the two students clinging stubbornly to her sleeves on either side, and ultimately let out a relenting sigh. To Sokayaku Hill first, then. She decided to put off her visit to the 13th Division for now. Asking Captain Yukatate for leads on Kugo Jinjo could wait. Momo and Rukia exchanged a glance, a triumphant light flickering simultaneously in both pairs of eyes. As the two of them followed Soifon towards Sokayaku Hill via Shuanpa, they snuck a series of glances back and forth, the corners of their mouths curling in a silent, conspiratorial smile. Did you get all the supplies? All sorted. These past few years we've been liaising directly with Captain Mayuri and Miss Nemu, the channel was established long ago. Perfect, perfect. Today, Teacher Soifon will not escape with her dignity intact. The battle plan had been laid out in advance. First, use Bankai to drain Teacher Soifon's stamina, then, while she was at her limit, the two of them would strike and have their revenge. Sokayaku Hill. The surrounding terrain stretched into a barren expanse of scrubland and scattered rock. Soifon stopped on a relatively level patch of ground, turned around, and looked at the two students behind her, brimming with eagerness. Let me confirm something first. Her gaze swept across both their faces. Your Bankai, will it cause any harm to Soul Society? If it will, I'll open the Dongai now and take you both inside to test it there. Momo and Rukia shook their heads simultaneously. Of course not. We know what we're doing. Then Rukia craftily tacked on an extra condition, but Teacher Soifon can't fight back against us, otherwise, our Bankai demonstration might turn out incomplete. Momo nodded emphatically beside her. That's right, that's right. Teacher has to watch properly. Soifon had the distinct sense that something was off, as though these two had some dirty trick lying in wait for her. But things had gone too far for her to back out now, so she gave a reluctant nod of agreement. Having secured their promise, the two shared a smile and spread apart, settling into fighting stances. Frostwhite and Crimson Ryatsu surged from both of them almost simultaneously, two utterly different auras that somehow wove together in a strange, interlocked dance. Rukia moved first. Bankai, Haka no Togame. Her cool, clear voice fell, and a surging torrent of cold erupted with her at its center. Pure white ice crystals bloomed in layered bursts, sweeping across the entirety of Sokaiku Hill in an instant. The Rukia who emerged from Bankai was clothed head to toe in snow white, her shihakusho transformed into a semi-transparent gown woven from ice crystals. A flash of genuine admiration crossed Soifon's eyes. Truly worthy of being called the most beautiful Zanpakuto in all of Soul Society. Before the words had even finished leaving her mouth, the absolute freezing cold had already crept to her feet, and began climbing upward with terrifying speed, solidifying as it rose. The chill of absolute zero wrapped around her, and in an instant she had become an exquisite ice sculpture, sealed within clear, unyielding ice. Encased in ice, Soifon quietly sensed the freezing power coursing through her. Impressive. If this had hit Byakuya Kachiki, he'd probably be completely incapacitated by now. Rukia carefully regulated her Ryatsu output, and upon confirming that Soifon was truly frozen solid, she finally exhaled slowly. She released her Bankai. A small, barely there smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Step 1, done. Next to her, Momo Hinamori took a deep breath. Bankai, Kagetsuchi, Tobium. In the next instant, scorching flames erupted from Momo's Tobium, but rather than melting the ice, the flames generated a crimson domain that engulfed both Momo and Soifon within it. A phantom figure wrought from fire, gripping Tobium, hovered at the apex of the domain. Flames were continuously drawn upward from the domain below toward the phantom, making its silhouette grow more and more solid with each passing moment. From the phantom figure, a thin, unobtrusive thread extended down, connecting to the hilt of Momo's Zanpakuto. Momo spoke, her voice slightly breathless as she explained. Within this domain, Teacher Soifon's and my Ryatsu and stamina are converted into fuel for the flames. Until one of us can no longer sustain it. Of course, there was one condition Momo hadn't mentioned: she herself could receive a portion of the Ryatsu and stamina absorbed by Kagetsuchi, Tobium, as a feedback loop. The efficiency wasn't one-to-one, but it was more than enough to drag things out. A typical opponent simply couldn't withstand it. Sealed inside the ice, if Momo hadn't explained it, Soifon would genuinely have felt nothing, no awareness of her Ryatsu or stamina draining away at all. She looked toward Momo and noticed beads of fine sweat already forming at the girl's temple. This Bankai, it was a dual drain type. Bearing the pressure of her own rapidly declining Ryatsu, Rukia stepped into the domain, dropped her voice to a volume only the two of them could hear, and asked, Momo, are we really sure about this? Honestly, they were practically the three world's foremost offenders against their own master and teacher. Momo also kept her voice low. Don't worry, teacher promised not to fight back. We drain her stamina, and then at dinner we can. She didn't finish the sentence, but the look the two exchanged said everything. A perfect plan. With her powerful spirit body, Soifon caught every single word of their hushed conspiracy without missing a syllable. The corner of her mouth gave an almost imperceptible twitch. So these two little wretches thought their wings had grown strong enough, did they? Crack. The ice shattered, and Soifon tumbled out from within it, staggering a step before sinking down to sit on the ground, breathing slightly hard. At the sight, a flash of delight crossed Momo's face, immediately suppressed, replaced with a mask of concern as she hurried forward to help Soifon up. Teacher Soifon. Are you all right? Soifon glanced at the small hand Momo had placed on her abdomen, restless little thing, and her eye twitched. She held it together. A little, overextended. Your Bankai, working in combination, it's genuinely difficult to deal with. Soifon feigned weakness as she said this, leaning limply against Momo's shoulder. Rukia, seeing this, rushed over from the other side not to be outdone, steadying Soifon's arm. The two of them flanked her on either side like a royal escort, half supporting, half steering her in the direction of the second division. Second division, the captain's courtyard. Teacher Soifon, let's get you cleaned up first. Momo obligingly slid open the door to the hot spring bath chamber. We've prepared the hot water. Rukia added from the side, and dinner will be ready right after your bath. The Kachiki family's chef has prepared a full spread, and it's already been brought over. Soifon glanced at both of them. Both wore sweet, obedient smiles, eyes brimming with anticipation. Too well-behaved. So well-behaved it felt wrong. Knowing these two girls as she did, if they genuinely believed she was running low on stamina, they would definitely be seizing the opportunity to demand things like helping scrub your back or attending to your bath. Soifon gave an inscrutable nod and turned to go into the bath chamber. In the steaming, mist-filled heat, she closed her eyes, her spiritual senses quietly expanding outward, tracking every movement in the room next door. Shortly after, Soifon emerged from the bath in fresh clothes. Inside the room, a lavish feast had already been laid out. Momo and Rukia knelt demurely on either side of the low table. When they saw her emerge, both looked up at the same moment, beaming. "Teacher Soifon, please sit. Come try it, see if it suits your taste." Coaxed by the two of them, Soifon took a seat in the center. The moment she sat down, Rukia eagerly handed her chopsticks. Momo, with both hands, carefully lifted a bowl of miso soup and set it gently before her. "Teacher Soifon, please try it, does it suit your taste?" The two of them propped their chins in their hands on either side, watching her with wide, imploring eyes. "Eat it, come on. Why aren't you eating?" Soifon accepted the chopsticks without a flicker of expression, lifted the bowl of miso soup, and as her lips were just about to meet the rim of the bowl, her movements paused, almost imperceptibly. There was something in the soup that shouldn't be there. Colorless. Odorless. But it couldn't hide from her senses. She gently stirred the milky white broth with her chopsticks, as if simply mixing in the toppings. Glug. Almost simultaneously, the faintest sounds of swallowing came from both Momo's and Rukia's throats. This was their moment of truth. Soifon closed her eyes. With a thought, she activated the power of sacred letter A, precisely locking onto those tiny powder particles dissolved within the bowl. Target locked, the powder in the soup, and the tofu cubes in Momo's and Rukia's own bowls. Divide into 2 equal portions. Simultaneously relocate them behind the tofu in Momo's and Rukia's respective bowls. Execute. The entire process took no more than the blink of an eye. Having done all this, Soifon took a small sip of the miso soup with her usual composure, then raised an eyebrow with a mildly pleased expression. "It tastes wonderful." Rukia and Momo exchanged a glance. This time, the look they shared was one of pure joy. They promptly lifted their own soup bowls. "Then we'll dig in too. Teacher Soifon, eat plenty." Soifon watched the two of them wolfing everything down, and let a small smile curl the corner of her mouth. She raised her bowl and drank the soup at her own unhurried pace, her gaze drifting back and forth between the two faces. By the time the meal was winding down, Soifon unhurriedly drew a small box from beneath the table, one she had retrieved earlier, and gave it a little wave in front of the two of them. Clack. The small wooden box landed on the table with a firm tap from Soifon's palm. She asked, "What is this?" The soft thud of the box hitting the table surface jolted Momo and Rukia, who had been basking in the glow of their successful plan, rigid simultaneously. Both instinctively looked at the small box, then looked at each other, a flash of panic visible in both their eyes. But quickly, that panic was forcibly buried. Teacher Soifon had already eaten the spiked miso soup, right now she was merely putting on one last show of dignity. That was all. Momo stiffened her neck, refused to crack, and reached out her hand, trying to take the little wooden box back. Soifon's hand shot out and knocked hers away. Momo winced, pulled her hand back in aggrieved retreat, rubbing her reddening fingers, still insisting verbally, "Teacher, that's not." "Not what?" Soifon placed the box on the table, tapped its lid lightly with a fingertip, and shifted her gaze to Rukia. Rukia stiffened the moment that gaze landed on her, her mind racing at full speed. "This is computer parts." She blurted it out, blinked at her own words for a moment, but having already committed, she pressed on regardless. "Because recently the Department of Research and Development has been developing computers from the world of the living, and we ordered one. But it broke recently, so we thought we'd try to fix it ourselves. Yes, fix it ourselves." Halting and suspicious in every way. Momo nodded frantically alongside her. That's right. Computer parts." The corner of Soifon's mouth curved upward. She didn't press further. Instead she let go, giving the wooden box a light push toward Momo's side. "I see. It seems I was overthinking things." Both of them let out a breath of relief at the same time. Momo quickly grabbed the box and stuffed it into her own arms. A brief, tranquil silence settled over the dining table. Soifon continued eating at her own leisurely pace, occasionally taking a sip of tea, perfectly at ease. Time ticked by. Momo and Rukia, who had started out full of gleeful anticipation, were gradually growing restless. Why wasn't anything happening? The drug should have kicked in long ago by any reasonable reckoning. Could it be that Teacher Soifon's constitution was so powerful, her resistance so high, that it was simply slow to take effect? While the two of them were quietly fretting, an indescribable sensation came surging up from somewhere deep inside their bodies. Something was suddenly very wrong. Both their cheeks flushed with an unnatural heat. Their kneeling posture shifted involuntarily, their bodies giving a small, restless squirm, as though suppressing something. Hot. That was the feeling that rose simultaneously in both their minds. On instinct, they reached up and tugged at their collars, trying to let the heat escape. "What's the matter with you two?" Soifon asked with teasing lightness. "Don't tell me the food you just ate had something strange in it." Rukia blurted out, her voice full of disbelief. That's impossible. I only spiked one bowl of soup, there's no way both Momo and I could be the ones who got drugged. Thud, thud, thud. The words barely left her mouth before she clapped both hands over it. Too late. Momo closed her eyes in despair. You idiot, Ranjaku, what did you just say? She flailed her hands trying to salvage the situation, but the moment she stood, her entire body locked in place. A strange, brief silence fell over the room. Oh, Soifon cradled her teacup and took a sip. So it was a drug. And here I thought it was computer parts. My, what troublesome students these two are. With that, Soifon scooped up one lightly flushed girl under each arm and carried them deeper into the room. The path through the flowers has never been swept for any visitor, yet today, for you, these untended gates are thrown open wide. The golden needle pierces the peach blossom's heart, daring not to cry aloud, she furrows her brow in silence. Ghost fire here, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a gaga. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Chapter 147, The Bee Family's New Year. Second Division. Morning light filtered softly through the window lattice, spilling gently into the room. Soifon opened her eyes. At her side, Rukia and Momo Hinamori lay sleeping, their profiles peaceful in the pale light, their breathing intertwined in an easy rhythm. Strands of hair fanned across their pillows. Soifon watched them quietly for a moment, then rose with the utmost care, not disturbing either of them. She changed into her captain's Hayori, slipped silently out the door, and made her way toward the second division barracks. She had barely set foot inside the barracks grounds when she nearly walked straight into Marekio Omida, who was bustling along with an armful of documents. The moment he spotted Soifon, a broad grin spread across his face. Captain Soifon. Good morning. Soifon gave a small nod and paused. Rukia and Momo Hinamori are calling in sick today. Division affairs. I'll have to trouble you to manage things for the time being. Marekio Omida's face drooped instantly into a long-suffering grimace, but he nodded dutifully all the same. Understood, ma'am. It was baffling, really, both of them had been perfectly fine yesterday, and they were vice-captain-class powerhouses at that. How could they just casually fall ill? Omida could only nurse his suspicions in silence. Contradicting Captain Soifon was simply not an option. Before leaving, Soifon rose on a cushion of spirit particles and gave Omida a weighty pat on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Omida straightened up with a flattered jolt. It's only what I should do. Soifon had just turned to go when Omida's voice followed her. Oh, Captain Soifon. The new year is almost upon us, shall I pick up anything you might need for the holiday? After all, the Soifon family had just been elevated to upper nobility. The proper formalities had to be observed. Soifon paused ever so slightly, only now realizing that another year had slipped by without her noticing. She glanced up in the direction of the royal palace. About a year still remained before the Soul King's shift ended. Soifon gave a small nod. Please. And while you're at it, draft a few invitations for me. With her instructions given, Soifon lingered no longer, and flash-stepped toward the 13th Division. 13th Division, Ugendo. Trading on her reputation, Soifon made her way through the compound without a single challenge, arriving at the inner sanctum of the 13th Division, Joshiro Yukate's personal quarters and office. She followed the stone-paved path through the bamboo grove, and had just stepped into the front courtyard of Ugendo when a bright, surprised voice rang out. Captain Soifon. What brings you here? Are you looking for Captain Yukate? Kion Kotetsu poked her head out from under the covered walkway, her eyes, the very image of her sister Aizen's, shining with delight. Before Soifon could even nod, Kion had already come bounding forward to meet her. Let me take you in. We never had the chance to thank you properly for seeing my sister home after the banquet. She's been thinking about when she could thank you in person, it's just that she's a bit shy, and she wasn't sure when you'd have a free moment. Kion Kotetsu chattered away as she led the path, turning back to glance at Soifon every few steps, a steady stream of updates about Aizen tumbling out of her. By the time she finally ran out of words, Kion let out a quiet sigh inside. She had spent an embarrassing amount of emotional energy today worrying about her sister's love life. Soifon listened to the machine gun pace of Kion's speech, and then abruptly stopped walking. She looked at Kion. Come to think of it. The new year is almost here. Do you and Aizen have any plans? Kion blinked, thought for a moment, then shook her head. Not really. Sis will probably just stay in the division, you know what she's like. It's either the medical ward or home, nothing else. Soifon tilted her head. Then how about joining me for a New Year's dinner at my house? The words had barely left her lips before Kion's eyes lit up like lanterns. Really? Can we really? She pressed her palms together and broke into a wide, beaming smile. Sis is going to be so happy. No wait, I'm already so happy right now. I'll say yes on her behalf. New Year's dinner, Sis and Captain Soifon, alone together, maybe then. Hee hee. Lost in some peculiar mental image, Kion dissolved into a private, blissful giggle. Soifon watched that utterly transparent expression flicker across Kion's face, and felt the corner of her mouth twitch, but said nothing. The two of them passed through the covered corridor and came to a stop before a sliding door that breathed with the scent of medicinal herbs. Kion knocked lightly. Captain Yucatec, Captain Soifon is here. Please come in. A gentle voice drifted out, accompanied by a few soft coughs. Kion slid the door open and stepped aside. I'll go brew tea. Please have a seat, Captain Soifon. Jushiro Yucatec rose from behind his writing desk, draped in a white haori. He coughed twice into his sleeve, then raised a hand in greeting. Captain Soifon. What brings you by today? Please, sit. Once Kion had gone, only the two of them remained in the room. Soifon settled onto the cushion across from Yucatec, bypassing any pleasantries and going straight to the point. Captain Yucatec, I'd like to ask you about someone. She met his gaze steadily. The person you once granted a Shinigami's license to, Kugo Jinjo. The smile on Yucatec's face grew faintly subdued. He was quiet for a moment. He lowered his gaze, as if sinking into memory. Yes, it was I who handed him the proxy badge. However, perhaps my words at the time were too stern. It may have given him an unnecessary misunderstanding about the Siriidii, and in the end he relinquished the title of Substitute Shinigami. He relinquished it. It sounds as though you don't believe he's dead, Captain Yucatec. Soifon's brow lifted slightly at that. It diverged from what the case file recorded, presumed killed in action. I know that a man of his ability wouldn't simply die without a trace. He added quietly, does Captain Soifon have urgent business with him? Soifon answered without preamble. I need to learn the technique of fullbring from him. Yucatec showed no great surprise. As one of the captains who had selected Kugo Jinjo in the first place, he clearly understood the nature of the man's power. He simply gave a quiet nod. As far as I know, Kugo Jinjo is still in Karakura town. Then Yucatec rose, crossed to the bookshelf, and from an unremarkable corner retrieved a delicate pendant. It was teardrop-shaped, its surface shimmering with a faint, shifting light. One could just barely sense the whisper of a sealed spiritual pressure stirring within. I kept this from back then. Kugo Jinjo's spiritual pressure is sealed inside. Originally, it was so that if he ever caused trouble, it could be used to track him. Yucatec held the pendant out to Soifon. New Year's Day. The Soifon estate. Soifon stood in the covered walkway, watching a retinue of staff sent over by the Omida family bustle this way and that. She had to admit, Omida might be a bit of a peacock in daily life, but when it came to getting things done, he was genuinely reliable. She gazed out at the courtyard, which felt slightly too large for its current emptiness. No particular feeling rose in her chest. The Soifon family's elevation to upper nobility sounded impressive, but the truth was that the clan's members had been whittled away over years of missions and wars. Now, aside from herself, there were no direct blood relatives left to speak of. If anything, that saved her the trouble of making small talk with extended family. As dusk fell, guests began to arrive. Handmaidens stood at the entrance to receive them, guiding each guest one by one into the banquet hall. Soifon stood inside, watching familiar faces take their seats in turn. Friends, students, and colleagues she was close to in the Siriidii gradually filled the spacious room, and the atmosphere quickly grew lively and warm. Unohana Retsu knelt in the seat of honor to Soifon's left, her gaze drifting over the low table before her, in particular, the appealingly glazed grilled fish, and catching a familiar sweetness in the air. It was the same honey fragrance that always clung to Soifon. Unohana Retsu teased with a smile, Captain Soifon, you really do love honey, don't you? The grilled fish glistened with a coat of clear honey, gleaming under the lamplight. Before her words had even faded, a familiar burst of spiritual pressure swept in from the side, accompanied by a bright, easy laugh. Yoruichi Shihoin, appearing out of nowhere via Shuinpa, materialized behind Soifon, threw an arm around her neck with practiced ease, and half-pulled her into an embrace. Her other hand still held a sake dish. This girl has had a sweet tooth since she was little, and honey especially. Yoruichi laughed, rubbing her cheek against Soifon's hair. Even her Zanpakuto turned out to be a bee, hasn't she ever grown up, do you think? The reek of alcohol on Yoruichi was already thick, and the evening had barely begun, her cheeks were flushed red. Soifon had every reason to suspect she was faking her drunkenness as an excuse to take liberties. So Captain Soifon is secretly this childlike. Ranjiku Matsumoto tilted her head back, took a long swig of sake straight from the flask, and let the clear liquid trickle down her neck and disappear into the bottomless abyss of her neckline. At that, Soifon couldn't help but protest. This is simply a matter of personal taste, why must you frame it in such grand terms? I'm defending Honey's honor here. As the guest of honor, Soifon naturally became the center of everyone's toasts. Fortunately, every Shinigami present was of considerable power, a bit of alcohol was little more than a pleasant accompaniment for them. Round after round of drinks flowed, and the mood grew warmer and warmer. Aizen Kotetsu set down her cup, and her gaze shifted to Rukia and Momo Hinamori, her eyes full of admiration. Come to think of it, that enormous spiritual pressure that erupted at Sokayaku Hill that day, that was the two of you, Rukia and Momo, wasn't it? I never imagined you'd both achieved Bankai. And together with Hisagi-san and Rinji-san, it seems all of Captain Soifon's students have now achieved their releases. Her tone held nothing but pure admiration, not a trace of envy. Rukia and Momo Hinamori exchanged a glance, and both broke into slightly embarrassed smiles. We're honestly still not very practiced at it. You're exaggerating, Aizen-senpai. Whether they were blushing over Aizen's praise, or blushing over a certain other matter, was anyone's guess. Ha! Soifon let out a cool, humorless laugh behind her cup, choosing not to call her two students out in public for their misdeeds. A Shinigami who could achieve Bankai was, without exception, a warrior whose name would be etched into Soul Society's history. If later generations were ever to discover that the very first thing Momo Hinamori and Rukia Kuchiki did after achieving Bankai was to defeat their teacher Soifon, and then use that victory to engage in certain indescribable activities, it would be rather like those decades-old human imaginings about what modern people, armed with computers and all that high technology, would actually get up to with them. Hearing Soifon's derisive little laugh, the two of them unconsciously sat up straighter, as if the memory of their teacher's finger was still vividly, uncomfortably present. Just then, Unohana Retsu spoke up with a serene smile, her gaze making a leisurely circuit of Soifon before she began to stir the pot. If Captain Soifon ever had a mind to do something, this would be quite a formidable power base. So many captain-class fighters all standing on your side. Wait, was that not an extremely dangerous thing to say? A brief hush fell over the table. Soifon's gaze swept across to meet Unohana Retsu's smiling eyes. And the moment their eyes met, Unohana imperceptibly raised one hand and gently drew aside the collar of her robe at the chest, baring the smooth skin above her collarbone. There, where a savage scar had once been, the one Soifon had personally carved away. Soifon's eye twitched ever so slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked up a piece of grilled meat with her chopsticks, flicked her wrist, and sent it sailing with perfect accuracy directly into Unohana Retsu's barely parted lips. Unohana Retsu was caught completely off guard, left with Northwest choice but to close her mouth and chew. Over in the corner of the banquet hall, the Quincy women's contingent and Hashwolf were huddled together at a single table. The women were savoring food they hadn't tasted in ages, while simultaneously trembling at the dense, powerful spiritual pressures rolling off the figures all around them. Hashwolf, do you think we're actually going to make it out of Soul Society alive? Bambietta swallowed a bite of grilled meat, still shaken, and cut a sidelong glance toward the petite Soifon seated at the head of the table. Hashwolf said nothing. Lilt Otto picked up her plate and tipped its entire contents into her mouth. I'm telling you, Soifon definitely isn't going to kill us. Have you ever seen someone feed their victims a meal this good before the deed? Candace blinked. What if it's a last meal? I agree with Lilt Otto. I don't think we're going to die. Across from them, Meninas, drawing on her extensive experience as a hostage, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head in concurrence. After enough rounds of drinks, everyone drifted from their seats and scattered into smaller clusters, whispering and chatting with old friends. Unohana carried her cup over to Soifon's side. The two of them sipped their sake together, while Unohana periodically glanced toward the Kotetsu sisters, who were sneaking looks at the pair of them in return. You know, Soifon, Unohana began, her voice soft and unhurried. Aizen very rarely fixates on someone like this. Not even when she was learning Kaido under me was she ever so attentive. At those words, Soifon instinctively turned her face toward Aizen Kotetsu. Their eyes met across the room, and Aizen flushed, looked away, and ducked her head. Soifon dropped her gaze. That night, Aizen had acted under the influence of alcohol. Even now, Soifon wasn't entirely sure how to respond to her feelings in a way that was appropriate. After all, Aizen Kotetsu was a girl with terribly thin skin. Soifon worried that if she charged in recklessly, the two of them wouldn't even be able to remain friends. This isn't like you, Soifon. Unohana watched their silent exchange with an expression somewhere between exasperation and fond disapproval. If you like someone, you like them. If you don't, you say no. Soifon pursed her lips and was quiet for a moment. She looked at Unohana Retsu, searching for any trace of teasing in those eyes, and found none. I understand. Retsu. She raised her cup and began to move toward Aizen, but in the next instant, Unohana Retsu reached out and plucked the cup right from her hand. Unohana swirled the remaining sake with an amused look, then tipped her head back and drained it in one smooth motion. They say that Dutch courage helps the timid, but I rather think Captain Soifon has no need of such things. Their little exchange was witnessed by everyone in the room. Beyond the surprise at seeing Soifon and Unohana on such intimate terms that they would share a cup, the one person at the gathering who had yet to make her feelings known, Aizen Kotetsu, wore a faintly wistful look. Hey, sis. Kion nudged Aizen's shoulder. Captain Soifon is walking over, snap out of it. At that, Aizen's head shot up, and she found herself looking straight into Soifon's eyes, warm with a quiet smile. Would you like to step outside and talk for a bit? Aizen. Soifon's eyes weren't even red with comma-shaped pupils, and yet the moment Aizen looked into them, every refusal she might have formed dissolved on her tongue. In a daze, she reached out and took Soifon's slender fingers, letting herself be led out of the banquet hall. It was New Year's in Seoul society. A thin dusting of snow clung to the tips of the courtyard trees. The cool night breeze brushed across their faces, clearing the pleasant haze of wine from their heads a little. Actually. Both spoke at the exact same moment. They blinked at each other in surprise, then, in perfect unison, both tried to defer. You go first, Times. The awkward silence stretched for a few seconds, until a gust of cold wind swept through, rattling the branches and sending a cascade of snow tumbling to the ground. That broke them, and both dissolved into helpless laughter. Soifon raised a fist to her lips and cleared her throat. Ahem, how strange. What on earth are we doing? I know, it's like Captain Soifon suddenly got a little silly too. Aizen laughed softly and dabbed at the corner of her eye. What were you going to say, Captain Soifon? You go ahead. Soifon stood there, momentarily rooted to the spot. The feelings she had been carefully building up to were now completely derailed by the awkwardness of a moment ago. Saying something like, do you have feelings for me, point blank right now felt rather, too on the nose. Soifon began to speak, uncharacteristically faltering. So, the thing is, I may be heading to the world of the living soon for a mission. I happen to know that Karakura Town has a lot of interesting spots to visit. Would you like to come along, Aizen? We could look out for each other while we're there. A classic case of saying everything except what she meant to say. Soifon herself wasn't entirely sure what she'd just been going on about. It was strange, really. If the person in question had been Ranjika Matsumoto or Yoruichi Shihoin, those two shameless creatures, Soifon wouldn't have felt the slightest twinge of embarrassment extending an invitation. Not even a little. And if it were Unohana Retsu, Soifon could speak plainly and honestly without any trouble at all. As for Momo and Rukia, she could always rely on the authority of teacher to steamroll those two soft, accommodating students of hers. But when it came to shy, thin-skinned Aizen Kotetsu, Soifon found herself going shy too. Could it be, I'm the type who mirrors whoever I'm with? Soifon berated herself internally for performing so poorly, even as the thought crossed her mind, ? Aizen blinked, slowly processing what she'd just heard. Was Captain Soifon inviting her along on a mission to the world of the living? No, that wasn't quite right. It had to be a date. She hardly dared trust what she thought she'd read between the lines, and could only venture a small, uncertain question. Captain Soifon, are you sure having me along won't slow you down? My abilities aren't exactly. Since she'd already committed this far, Soifon had no choice but to soldier on and keep weaving her cover story. No, actually, it was Retsu's, Captain Unohana's idea. Captain Unohana has always been very concerned about you. She wanted me to take you along on a few missions to broaden your experience, you understand, don't you, Aizen? Understand what, exactly? So it's because Captain Unohana asked, that Captain Soifon is bringing me along. Aizen's face fell, but then she noticed the flustered look on Soifon's face, and her expression cracked. A smile tugged at the corners of her eyes before she could stop it. Pfft. Captain Soifon, do you know something? Actually, you're really not very good at lying. Ghost Fire P. Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 148, Soifon's Full Manifestation Technique. Several days later, Karakura Town. Soifon and Aizen Kotetsu stood high in the air, gazing down. For Aizen, it was her first time truly seeing Karakura Town in all its living, breathing vitality, so utterly different from the false city replica that had stood in its place during the Great Battle. It's been a while since I came through official channels, Soifon murmured, glancing down at the faint, restriction seal, etched on her wrist. She could feel her spiritual pressure suppressed to a fifth of its normal level, a familiar weakness she hadn't experienced in some time. The corner of her mouth curved into a faintly nostalgic smile. Beside her, Aizen Kotetsu was also looking down at the identical marking on her own wrist, her brow furrowing slightly. So this is a restriction seal. She could feel it clearly, her spiritual pressure compressed to a mere fifth of what she was accustomed to. The sudden absence of that power made her instinctively edge closer to Soifon, drawing comfort from the other woman's presence. Something soft and warm pressed against her arm, carrying the clean, soothing fragrance of medicinal herbs. Soifon glanced sideways at Aizen, taking in her faintly anxious expression. Every Shinigami reacts like this the first time they're marked with a restriction seal. Having your strength suppressed doesn't exactly feel safe, does it? Aizen's cheeks went a little pink. Soifon had hit the nail on the head. She scratched her cheek sheepishly. You're right. Being this weak for the first time, it feels like I'm back at the Shino Academy. Rather than continue teasing her, Soifon simply reached out and gently closed her hand around Aizen's uncertain fingers. Her palm was warm, smooth as jade. With her other hand, she drew from the folds of her uniform the antique pendant Gotei had given her, and placed it in Aizen's open palm. Aizen, I need you to use Kakushitsuijaku on this pendant. Sense the spiritual pressure sealed inside it and pinpoint the owner's exact location. I'm not particularly practiced with that tracking bakudo, so I'll have to leave it to you. Aizen accepted the pendant, listened to the request, and, for the very first time in Soifon's company, gave a tiny, almost imperceptible eye roll. With Captain Soifon's talent and power, was there really a bakudo she couldn't use? She was obviously just thinking of her attendant's feelings, manufacturing a task so Aizen would feel useful and not like she was completely along for the ride. Touched by Soifon's consideration, Aizen said nothing and simply nodded obediently. Understood. Leave it to me. Aizen closed her eyes and focused her spiritual senses on the pendant in her palm. Inside it, sealed away, was the faint remnant of a spiritual pressure she didn't recognize, but it was unmistakably powerful. Silver light blossomed from her palm, fragmenting into countless fine threads that spread in every direction, tracking the sealed spiritual pressure back to its source. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. Several minutes later, she opened her eyes and pointed from on high toward a particular quarter of Karakura town. Found it, Captain Soifon. In that direction, approximately 30 kilometers from our position. The spiritual pressure reading is faint, but unmistakably clear. Good. Soifon pocketed the pendant and started moving. Let's go. At that same moment, not far away, a man with his hair slicked back in a medium-length pompadour was leaning against an electric pole with a studied air of casual sightseeing, while repeatedly stealing glances at the orange-haired young man sitting in the park nearby. So that's Ichigo Kurosaki, the one who fought Sosuke Aizen head-on and dominated him throughout the entire battle of Karakura town. He looks like just a slightly hot-tempered, hot-blooded high schooler. Should be pretty easy to deceive. But how exactly am I supposed to convince Ichigo Kurosaki to learn Fullbring? Then again, nobody in their right mind would say no to gaining another power. According to intelligence from the Tsuneyashiro remnant still active in Soul Society, all Skyushin had to do was gain Ichigo Kurosaki's trust step by step, have Jinjo Kugo teach him the power of Fullbring, then steal that power for themselves once it had grown strong. Such a simple, irresponsible plan. It perfectly matched his mental image of the brainlessly arrogant nobility. Jinjo Kugo's thoughts drifted back several months earlier. A towering old man who radiated decay from every pore had come to Skyushin, accompanied by a girl of about 10 years old. He had simply dumped his mission and intel on Jinjo without ceremony, as though tossing scraps to a beggar on the street. Perhaps centuries of sitting at the top had made it second nature. The Tsuneyashiro clan had issued their orders to Jinjo Kugo with the sheer, blunt arrogance of a great noble house, as though it were Jinjo who had come begging for their partnership. Don't you want revenge against the Gotei 13? I'm giving you that chance. Serve us, Jinjo Kugo. You should feel honored. We are the Tsuneyashiro clan, foremost among the 4 great noble families. Once you have seized Ichigo Kurosaki's power, cut down Yamamoto Shigekuni and Soifon. In return, we will yield the captain commander's seat to you. With that, the old man had handed Jinjo a Zanpakudo, supposedly the Tsuneyashiro clan's ancestral blade, Enriki Kayaku. And then the young girl who had accompanied him demonstrated utterly overwhelming combat ability, effortlessly suppressing Jinjo and the others with her Fullbring, Dohain aura. In the aftermath of the Tokunada Tsuneyashiro incident, the Tsuneyashiro clan had begun turning their gaze toward the power of the world of the living. They had eventually discovered the peculiar community of Fullbringers, and then rescued the girl Dohain aura from the imprisonment her own father had consigned her to, successfully brainwashing her in the process. Skyushin had their own intelligence channels into Soul Society. They were well aware that the Tsuneyashiro clan had been subjected to a string of devastating blows by a captain named Soifon, and was steadily crumbling. The title of 4 Great Noble Houses of Soul Society was now a name without substance. The Tsuneyashiro clan was now in a sorrier state than even the Shiba clan, at least the Shibas had people on their side, and had reclaimed control of Central 46. Jinjo's plan was this: once he had seized enough power for his revenge, he would deal with the Tsuneyashiro clan first, and then turn that hatred against the Gotei 13 he so despised. Those Tsuneyashiro fools only knew that Jinjo's Fullbring could steal other people's Fullbring abilities. They had no idea that Tsukishima Shakuro's Fullbring could implant memories. it was almost laughable. On a park bench, Ichigo Kurosaki, Yuryu Ishida, Yasutora Sato, and Orihime Inoue were enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Yuryu pushed up his glasses, leaning slightly back against the bench. The lenses caught the light and flashed white. The men with the slick-back pompadour behind us, by the electric pole, since we sat down, he's looked over here at least 10 times. Does anyone know him? At his words, the group casually slid their gazes sideways to look. Ichigo frowned, studied the men carefully, then gave a definitive shake of his head. No idea. Never seen him in my life. Something feels off, Sato said quietly. Orihime lowered her voice. Should we probably leave? Agreed. Yuryu stood. Could just be some ordinary stalker or weirdo, but there's no reason to invite trouble here. The four reached a silent consensus, quickly gathered their things, and walked away from the park at a perfectly ordinary pace, heading off in the opposite direction. Only when their figures had vanished from the far end of the park did Jinjo lower his newspaper, clicking his tongue in irritation. They noticed me. I really have no experience at tailing people. Trying to tail someone with instincts as sharp as Ichigo Kurosaki's and Yuryu Ishida's had been a stretch from the start. He was mulling over how to approach Ichigo next, when a calm female voice spoke without warning from directly behind him. So you were tailing Ichigo Kurosaki. The voice was quiet, but every muscle in Jinjo's body snapped taut in an instant, cold sweat flooding his back. When? Someone had come close enough to stand directly behind him, and he hadn't sensed them at all. Jinjo forced his stiff neck to turn, moving with excruciating slowness. Two figures entered his view, one tall, one short. He didn't recognize the tall white-haired woman. But the short figure in the white captain's Hayori. He had known that name for a long time. The intelligence photos provided by the Tsuneyashiro clan flashed through his mind in an instant. Scenes from the Battle of Karakura Town surfaced alongside them. The existence that had fought Sosuke Aizen head-on and thrashed him throughout the entire battle, an absolutely dangerous individual. Cold sweat poured down. Jinjo had no time to think about why she was here, his screaming survival instincts and years of combat-honed reflex overwhelmed everything else. He exploded backward in a single massive leap, and in the same motion his right hand slammed without hesitation to his hip. He clenched his teeth and chanted. Drink deep the four seas, coil across the horizon's edge, all things and all forms, overwritten and excised. Enra Kikayaku. Accompanied by a clear, crystalline sound like a mirror shattering, Jinjo endured the agonizing sensation of his soul being carved and consumed, and the Zanpakuto in his hand shifted form in an instant, transforming into a blade he had only ever glimpsed from afar on a distant battlefield, Kyoka Suigetsu. Hypnotized Soifon, it was his only chance. The moment they had met eyes, Jinjo had recognized that he stood absolutely no chance in a direct fight. But the feedback that came back from the replicated Kyoka Suigetsu was ice-cold, failure. The hypnosis had not taken. The gap in spiritual pressure between them was simply too vast. Kyoka Suigetsu's ability hadn't been able to activate at all. Why is the Tsuneyashiro clan's Enra Kikayaku here? Soifon raised her hand. Rikujikoro erupted in an instant, binding Jinjo where he stood and dropping him rigid onto the ground, completely immobilized. How? Jinjo gasped, staring up at Soifon in disbelief, and then his gaze snapped to her wrist and froze. There, etched clearly into her skin, was the black marking of the restriction seal. Only a fifth of her spiritual pressure, and the hypnosis still failed. Jinjo murmured to himself in despair. He gave a bitter, hollow laugh, tilted his head back, and looked up at the two figures standing nearby. It seems, you people in Siriitii have already found out about my arrangement with the Tsuneyashiro clan. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Even at a fifth of her power, this woman's ability was something he could never hope to match. Better to die with some dignity than to die thrashing pointlessly. He only hoped she wouldn't take her anger out on Tsukishima Shikuro. Soifon exchanged a look with Aizen Kotetsu at her side. Both of them could see the same clear bewilderment and confusion in each other's eyes. This involves the Tsuneyashiro clan as well. Soifon pressed a hand to her forehead with a slight headache. She had only come to find Jinjo Kugo and learn Fullbring, and somehow she'd stumbled into pulling up more Tsuneyashiro dirt in the process. Talk about a double win, specifically, Soifon winning twice. She looked at the conflicted expression wavering on Jinjo's face. Tell me. What exactly is your connection to the Tsuneyashiro clan? Lying pinned on the ground, Jinjo's mind suddenly flickered with a new thought. Wait, looking at their expressions, this doesn't seem like an arrest. Could it be that he had overreacted? A wave of absurd, mortified frustration surged through him. But things had already gone this far. Enra Kikayaku had been recognized by the other party, concealing his connection to the Tsuneyashiro clan was no longer possible. If he kept denying it, he'd risk being slapped with something even worse, like theft of the Tsuneyashiro clan's ancestral Zanpakuto. And so Jinjo Kugo gritted his teeth and spoke. Several months ago, someone from the Tsuneyashiro clan came to find me. Soifon listened, and the expression on her face gradually became something quite subtle, the same speechless, exasperated look that had crossed Jinjo's own face the first time he'd heard this plan. This plan was so sloppy it was almost offensive. Did those fossils in the Tsuneyashiro clan genuinely believe that people in powers in the world of the living were chess pieces to be moved at will? Beside her, Aizen Kotetsu opened her mouth slightly. It was the first time she had ever discovered that the lofty Tsuneyashiro clan could be so utterly brainless. Still, thinking about the fact that Tokunada Tsuneyashiro was currently rotting in Mukon, the worry that had been nagging at Soifon eased considerably. She released the Rikujikoro binding Jinjo. Jinjo's body went slack. He stumbled upright on unsteady legs, working some feeling back into his stiff limbs, watching Soifon with a wary, uncertain gaze. "Lead the way," Soifon said, cutting straight to the point. "Take me to your Tsukushin base." Just as he was about to bolt, Soifon added, "I came to learn Fullbring from you. I didn't expect to accidentally reel in some Tsuneyashiro dirt on the side, truly a double win." She paused. The double win referred to Soifon winning twice. Then she looked at the emotions warring on Jinjo's face. "You're worried I'll kill Tsukishima Shikuro, aren't you?" In that instant, Jinjo broke into a cold sweat all over again. This woman was on an entirely different level from anything the Tsuneyashiro clan could even dream of fielding against her. At least, the Tsuneyashiro clan as it stood now. The Tsukushin base. When the doors were pushed open and Jinjo's face appeared before the group, wearing an expression that could only be described as done with life, everyone froze in place. Every head turned toward the entrance at once. When they caught sight of the two figures behind Jinjo, and especially the distinctive white captains Haori Soifon wore, every face in the room changed color simultaneously. Soifon's white captains Haori. Aizen Kotetsu's vice-captain insignia. They had watched the entire battle of Karakura town from a corner of the false Karakura, quietly taking it all in. The power and terror of Soifon, captain of the 2nd Division, had been seared deep into their hearts. And then they took in the dust visibly coating Jinjo's coat and the bitter misery on his face. It was obvious he'd come out on the wrong end of an encounter with Soifon. "Everyone. This person is." Jinjo started to speak, his voice hoarse. "I know who she is," Tsukishima Shikuro said, cutting him off. He rose and stepped forward to meet Soifon. "Captain Soifon, to what do we owe the honor of your visit? I came to learn Fullbring from you." As she spoke, Soifon's gaze moved past Tsukishima and settled on an unfamiliar figure tucked into a corner of the base, Dohain Aura. She was not young, exactly, but her eyes held a purity that didn't match someone her age, exactly as the intelligence had described, the product of years of confinement. When Dohain's gaze met Soifon's, she visibly flinched, shrinking behind Ruruka and leaving only two fear-filled eyes peeking out. People who wear a captain's Haori are dangerous. That was something the Tsuneyashiro clan had drilled into her, over and over again, during their brainwashing. Soifon didn't acknowledge the girl's fear. She withdrew her gaze and turned back to Jinjo. Because of Tsukishima's ability. Jinjo lowered his voice to explain, Aura now considers us her allies. The Tsuneyashiro clan's brainwashing has been, in a sense, overridden. Brainwashing. Aizen Kotetsu's expression soured. Her already poor opinion of the Tsuneyashiro clan dropped another several notches. She would absolutely be filing a full report to her captain the moment they got back. Soifon's assessment of the situation wasn't far off from what Aizen was feeling. She sympathized with Dohain's circumstances, but now wasn't the time to deal with that. At Jinjo's cue, the members of Tsukushin, Dohain Aura included, each demonstrated their Fullbring abilities for Soifon one by one. Soifon watched with focused, unwavering attention throughout, her powerful spiritual senses meticulously recording the unique fluctuations in soul and spiritual pressure that each person produced when activating their ability. But when she attempted to channel her own spiritual pressure according to the patterns she had perceived, to replicate those fluctuations within herself, nothing happened. It was as though an invisible membrane stood between her and that power, blocking her at every turn. After several failed attempts, Soifon frowned. She had reproduced the fluctuation, yet could not draw out any Fullbring of her own. Jinjo watched from the side, and the other Tsukushin members exchanged helpless glances. If we can't teach her, she's not going to just lose her temper and kill us all, is she? That terrifying thought began spreading through every mind in the Tsukushin base. A small, timid voice spoke up. Ruruka gathered her courage and stepped forward. Captain Soifon, Fullbring isn't learned that way. It requires reaching out through the power of something you deeply cherish. That's how you connect to it. For the sake of everyone's lives, Ruruka forced herself to keep talking. She pointed at Jinjo. Like Jinjo's Fullbring, his medium is a cross necklace. Soifon fell silent in thought at those words. What in the world was the thing she cherished most deeply? Without thinking, she raised her hand and looked at her palm. A flash of gold. The small, delicate Suzumabachi thimble blades wound themselves around her fingers without warning, and simply rested there, quiet, docile, intimate. Soifon looked at them, murmuring softly, "The thing I've poured my heart into. I suppose that would be you, Suzumabachi." The moment the words left her lips, Soifon felt something begin to stir within her. A current of warmth, intimately bound to her soul, welled up without warning from the deepest core of her being, like the very first flutter of life, beating rapidly and with force. Because Suzumabachi had long since fused with her soul itself, this newly awakened power did not take shape outside her body the way a medium normally would. Instead, it acted directly upon the core of her existence. Golden light poured out from within her, enveloping her entire form like a chrysalis on the cusp of breaking open. The restriction seal etched on her wrist shattered under the impact of that force. Fullbring. It was remaking her very soul. Captain Soifon. Aizen Kotetsu sensed something was wrong and reflexively stepped forward, only to be gently but firmly pushed back by a soft wave of force. The others in the room were not so lucky. Ugh. Jinjo let out a stifled grunt, his knees buckled, and he dropped to one knee. The spiritual pressure spilling from Soifon, even the small portion that escaped unintentionally, was a crushing weight that none of them were capable of withstanding. The golden light began to coalesce on Soifon's body, condensing, converging, taking form. Starting from the Suzumabachi thimbles, countless fine threads of gold extended outward, spreading from her wrists across the surface of her skin, tracing out several lines of golden tracery, reminiscent of the blood vene's markings. The lines were few, only a handful, yet they were placed with perfect elegance on her slender frame, lending Soifon an air of divine, almost sacred authority rather than diminishing her. She looked down at the Suzumabachi on both her hands, familiar, yet somehow different, and at the golden tracery flowing across her skin. A name arose in her heart as naturally as breath. Enmaten. That was the name of Soifon's fullbring. Behind Soifon, faint golden threads connected her to a golden silhouette, one that bore a striking resemblance to Soifon's own form in shape and bearing. Yet none of those present seemed to perceive its existence at all. Sensing the golden silhouette behind her, Soifon turned to look. She found the figure hovering quietly in the air, watching her in silence. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 149, Stand User Brutally Beats Hogyoku Evolution. Having mastered the power of Fullbring, Soifon felt the newborn strength deep in her soul, a force that responded to her will as naturally as her own arm. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. The moment she withdrew her Fullbring, the golden phantom hovering behind her dissolved into light and poured back into her body. No one around her could see the apparition, but it was unmistakably clear, the faint, ever-present pressure that had been coiling around them all quietly receded. Soifon was true to her word. She reined in every trace of her outward spiritual pressure and swept a calm gaze over the still-shaken members of Skyushin. I won't kill any of you. But Jinjo Kugo, take the Enriki Kayaka that Tsuneyashiro clan gave you, and bring Dohain Aura. I need you all as witnesses. You're coming back to Soul Society with me. The Tsuneyashiro clan, the colossal presence that had squatted in Soul Society for centuries, had long since become a malignant tumor choking the Siriidi's development. It was time to cut them out. And after we've testified. Jinjo Kugo swallowed hard, his voice tight with tension. I guarantee your safety. Soifon shot Aizen Kotetsu a glance, the latter drew her blade, twisted open the Senkaman. The Siriidi won't come after Skyushin in the future either, not as long as you keep your heads down and stay out of trouble. On the road back to Soul Society, passing through the Dangai corridor, Soifon deliberately slowed her pace until she was walking shoulder to shoulder with Aizen Kotetsu beside her. Soifon spoke, a rare note of awkwardness in her voice. I'm sorry, Aizen. Aizen looked over at her, puzzled. I was planning to take advantage of this field assignment to show you around Karakura town. I didn't expect it to get tangled up in the Tsuneyashiro business. I'm sorry. Soifon fixed her eyes on the retreating backs of Jinjo Kugo and Dohain Aura, and let out a quiet sigh. Is she apologizing for that? A slow blush crept across Aizen Kotetsu's fair cheeks. She shook her head gently. Captain Soifon doesn't need to apologize. The Tsuneyashiro matter is more important. She trailed off into a small silence, as if bracing herself, then added in a voice barely louder than a breath, as for dates, there'll be plenty of chances later. The words were so soft they were almost nothing, just the faintest tremor in the air. Soifon's ears twitched. Had it been anyone with a less powerful spirit body, even the captain commander himself might not have caught it. The truth was, in Aizen Kotetsu's heart, what moved her wasn't so much that Soifon had been willing to sneak in a date during a mission in the first place. What truly made her warm all the way through, light as if she were walking on clouds, was the simple fact that Soifon had thought to apologize for not taking her on one. The Siriidi. First Division Barracks. Soifon and Aizen Kotetsu brought Jinjo Kugo and Dohane Ora directly here. After delivering a concise summary of the situation to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Aizen followed Vice Captain Chojiro Sasakaibe into the adjacent room to write up the detailed mission report. Jinjo Kugo stood with his head bowed, palms faintly damp with sweat. Having been utterly cowed by Soifon's terrifying power earlier, and now feeling the Captain Commander's volcanic spiritual pressure at close range, most of his resentment toward the Siriidii had simply evaporated. Can't win. Completely can't win. Even if I took Ichigo Kurosaki's full bring, it probably wouldn't matter. A year, gone in the blink of an eye. Less than a month remained before the Soul King's abdication. Yawacha's resurrection was imminent. The Tsuneyashiro clan had become history. Faced with the evidence Soifon had supplied, the Central 46 charged the remaining core members of the Tsuneyashiro clan with intent to subvert the Siriidii, and threw every last one of them into Mukon. That ancient family, which had once lorded over all, crumbled to dust in the space of a few short months. And the one who absorbed the Tsuneyashiro clan's remaining assets and influence was the Soifon house. Once a minor noble family, they now stood firmly in the ranks of the upper nobility. In the streets of the Siriidii, the number of patrolling Shinigami had visibly multiplied several times over. The Department of Research and Development blazed with light through every night. Captain Mayuri and Nimue Kuratsuchi worked around the clock, calibrating a constant stream of new equipment. On the training grounds of every division, spiritual pressure of every color erupted and soared at irregular intervals. The Gotei 13 had entered a state of full combat readiness. The battle would take place high above, in the royal palace, but neither Soifon nor the Captain Commander could guarantee that no accidents would occur on the day of the decisive clash. For instance, whether a certain thieving clown might escape his prison and come clambering up to the royal palace. To eliminate the risk, Soifon had gone alone to Mukon and executed Tokunada Tsuneyashiro, accepting the price of sending one captain-level fighting force to hell. The Captain Commander could only turn a blind eye. Even so, after deciding to cover for Soifon, the Captain Commander still summoned her to his office. I fail to understand, he said, why Captain Soifon has always been so fixated on this Tokunada Tsuneyashiro, to the point of executing him at this particular juncture. The Captain Commander had a feeling, the energy Soifon had spent taking down the entire Tsuneyashiro clan combined didn't hold a candle to what she had invested in dealing with Tokunada alone. You wouldn't understand, Captain Commander. Soifon took a sip of tea, preparing to enjoy the private pleasure of playing the Sphinx, then glanced up to find the old man's temples visibly throbbing, and quickly changed tack. What I mean is, someone as cunning and treacherous as Tokunada Tsuneyashiro is simply beyond your imagination, Captain Commander. You may not yet know, the Soul King fragment embedded in Sosuke Aizen's Hogyoku was discovered in Tokunada Tsuneyashiro's private courtyard. Honestly, the entire Tsuneyashiro clan combined didn't have a fraction of that man's brain. Hearing Soifon speak this truth aloud, the Captain Commander felt the scattered threads of dark conspiracy suddenly click into a coherent pattern. Tokunada Tsuneyashiro's hollowification had not been the result of power going to his head, it had been engineered by Soifon and Aizen. The instant Soifon finished speaking, a wave of spiritual pressure that sent the heart lurching swept across all three worlds without warning. That spiritual pressure, there was no mistaking it. Inside the office, Soifon and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni fell silent at almost the same moment, and in perfect unison breathed a single name. Sosuke Aizen. He succeeded. He has fully absorbed and assimilated Yawacha's remains, and set foot upon a higher path of evolution. Right on schedule, exactly when the monk had told her it would happen. At the same time, a quiet chill crept up Soifon's spine and spread outward. The Soul King's prophecy was accurate to a degree that made the skin crawl. He had said 2 years, and it was exactly 2 years. Yawacha's death, Aizen's evolution, all of it had been within that being's field of vision. No, perhaps she shouldn't exclude herself from the equation. Was it possible that even knowing fragments of the future, even striving to change things, her every action and every thought remained visible to the Soul King? The thought lasted only a moment before Soifon pushed it down. Now was not the time to agonize over it. Soifon raised her hand and drew a line through the air with one finger. A pitch-black rift tore open inside the captain's office, and 2 figures stepped into the Garganta simultaneously. Hueco Mundo. Las Noches, once reduced to rubble by Azashiro Soya, had risen again from the barren desert. The Danku barrier that had once shrouded the palace's uppermost tier was gone. Rebuilt rather quickly. Soifon murmured the observation, but her gaze didn't linger on Las Noches. Her sharp spiritual senses swept toward a stretch of empty desert nearby. A dreamlike ripple of space spread silently across the sand not far ahead, exactly where Soifon's eyes had been fixed. Purple radiance coalesced before Soifon and the Captain Commander, forming a human silhouette, Sosuke Aizen. It's been a while. Captain Soifon and Captain Commander. Aizen's voice was as measured and gentle as ever. The Captain Commander studied Aizen's current bearing and quietly ran his own mental calculations, comparing their respective combat strengths. The conclusion was not encouraging. When Aizen had appeared just moments ago, his own spiritual senses had registered no forewarning whatsoever. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even have been able to pinpoint Aizen's exact location. Soifon fixed her gaze on the peculiar Hogyoku embedded in Aizen's chest and the crystalline butterfly wings spreading from his back. It seems Captain Aizen has successfully assimilated Yoruichi's power and advanced along the correct path of evolution. Hearing those words, even the presently serene Aizen felt a long-absent sense of joy stir within him. To be acknowledged by Soifon, the one he had always been chasing, there was nothing that pleased him more than this. So, while Aizen was still in good spirits, Soifon posed the question, did he intend to ascend to the royal palace now, and take the long-vacant throne of heaven? As it happened, Sosuke Aizen defied expectation and gave a quiet shake of his head. There's no rush. After enduring so many long years, now that he stood on the very threshold, Aizen found he wasn't nearly as impatient as one might expect. Having resolved to become a worthier successor than the current Soul King, he intended to bring every aspect of himself to its most perfect state first. Aizen's gaze settled on Soifon, brimming with the will to fight. I have only just emerged from my chrysalis. Every measure of my ability has yet to reach its peak. Perhaps I'll need Captain Soifon's assistance. Beyond simply wanting a worthy opponent to gauge the true level of his new power, Aizen also carried a stubborn, almost contrary determination. He refused to believe that after absorbing the Soul King's left hand and fully assimilating Yoruichi's power, he could still be on the losing end every single time. An invisible pressure swelled between Soifon and Aizen, the hem of her captain's haori swayed in the slow current of wind. Without a word, the captain commander leapt high and landed atop the roof of Las Noches in the distance. He planted Ryujin Jaka against the rooftop and watched the two figures squaring off in the desert below, one hand resting on the hilt, ready to respond to any development at a moment's notice. Thud. The instant Ryujin Jaka tapped the rooftop, the space before Soifon ruptured again, and Aizen's purple-tinged silhouette appeared behind her without warning. Purple spirit particles solidified into Kyoka Soijetsu, and Aizen brought it sweeping down toward Soifon in a clean overhead slash. As the blade's wind parted the hair on her shoulder, she still hadn't moved. Was she too slow to react, or simply too arrogant to bother? The thought sharpened Aizen's downward stroke. He didn't need to read her state of mind. All he needed was to measure what level his own power had reached. That was enough. In the next instant, pale golden thread surfaced from beneath Soifon's skin. The golden phantom appeared silently at her side, its expression utterly blank, watching Aizen launch his attack. A sense of danger flashed at Aizen's flank without warning. He could see nothing. His spiritual senses caught no anomaly whatsoever, but the instinct forged through countless battles made him leap backward without a moment's hesitation. WHFF. An invisible current grazed his body, leaving a shallow red line across Aizen's chest. In the span of a breath, his spirit body had already completed its automatic regeneration. His gaze fell on the spot beside Soifon, that empty-seeming space. Something is there. He couldn't see it, couldn't sense it, but that strike had undeniably, unmistakably existed. It seems Captain Soifon has mastered yet another new power. I thought my own progress was already impressive. Sosuke Aizen raised a hand to wipe the blood from his chest. As he took in the golden markings that had appeared on Soifon's body, genuine surprise crossed his face. Yes, it's Fullbring, Soifon replied, answering the question as naturally as breathing. Aizen knew the power, of course. After fusing with the Hogyoku, he had once attempted to cultivate it himself, and failed. He had tracked down a Fullbringer and used Kyoka Soijetsu to extract the key to their practice, finding the precious object that shares a soul bond with you. At the thought, Sosuke Aizen's gaze drifted to the Fullbring markings connecting to Soifon's Shirkai finger guards, and a quiet understanding passed through his eyes. Ah, of course. Fullbring was never meant for him, it never could have been. From the moment he had resolved to ascend to the supreme throne, his Zanpakuto, his Kido, his Hogyoku, all of them were rungs on the ladder carrying him toward that seat of power. None of them could ever be the cherished, irreplaceable things that tethered him. Though I fused with the Hogyoku and evolved to a higher plane. Fullbring was never destined for me. Still, to witness its awakening in Captain Soifon, that is a kind of consolation, in its own way. The corner of Sosuke Aizen's mouth curved upward, carrying a hint of quiet acceptance. And then. Gran Rei Siro. Utterly without sportsmanship, Aizen's ambush arrived in silence. A sphere of deeply compressed purple spiritual pressure reached Soifon's face in an instant. The purple Gran Rei Siro was caught by Soifon's golden stand, which pressed both hands against it, then, with a sudden brutal squeeze, shattered the surrounding space and hurled the Siro into another dimension like so much trash. Again. Soifon herself hadn't moved, it was that invisible Fullbring that had neutralized his technique. Soifon raised one finger in a pointing gesture. The golden phantom seemed to receive a clear directive, it materialized at Aizen's side, and its arms exploded into a blinding cascade of afterimages, unleashing a howling, storm-force barrage of rapid-fire punches. Aura, aura, aura. Aizen's figure twisted and flickered between the fist shadows. He couldn't see the trajectories of the attacks, all he had to go on were the vibrations in the air and the combat instinct hammered into him by 1,000 battles. But that only meant he took slightly fewer blows. Each punch that connected sent a thread of golden energy burrowing into his spirit body like a parasite clinging to bone, suppressing the Hogyoku's regenerative power from within. The long, drawn-out battle ended at last. Sosuke Aizen hovered in the air in stillness, eyes half closed. Every time he had come up short against Soifon, Aizen had used the loss to refine another subtle flaw in his path of evolution. Finally, after several days had passed, Aizen opened his eyes again, as if drawn by the pull of fate. It is enough. He spoke quietly, the words half to himself, half a farewell to Soifon. He raised his hand, and with a light sweep of 5 fingers, a garganta leading to the royal palace yawned open. He gave one last slight nod in Soifon's direction, a silent goodbye, and then stepped forward without hesitation, his figure swallowed by the black rift. The captain commander dropped down from Las Noches and landed at Soifon's side. For these 15 days, you have remained here helping Aizen temper his strength and mend his flaws. Soifon, aren't you being a little too confident? I can sense it, he has gone to the royal palace. Had it not been for the fact that Soifon had kept Sosuke Aizen on the back foot the entire time, the captain commander would never have been this composed about it. Soifon pulled her gaze away from the vanished Garganta rift and turned toward the old man at her side. Captain Commander, the Soul King's defenses are not something that Aizen's half-baked previous power could have broken on its own. What? The Captain Commander's eyes went wide. Hadn't it been agreed that the revived Yawatch would assume the Soul King's role? What was the meaning of this? Ah, well, Yawatch is still the Soul King's offspring, in the end. His power alone is not enough to kill the Soul King. So, after Yawatch absorbed a fully evolved Sosuke Aizen, by seizing the hollow power within him, the Soul King's defenses could be fully broken open. Only then could Yawatch absorb the Soul King's power and qualify to become the new linchpin. Since Aizen had already departed for the royal palace, Soifon had no fear of their conversation triggering any eavesdropping, so she laid the whole secret bare for the captain commander. She had to admit, she rather enjoyed watching the captain commander wear that expression of pure, unadulterated shock. A tongue of flame quietly licked free from the blade of Ryujin Jaka. I will ask one thing, Soifon. His gaze burned into her. Yawatch, after he has absorbed the Soul King, can you handle him? Soifon reached into her breast and produced a silver arrowhead forged from still silver. Of course. An arrowhead crafted from the silver blood clots collected from the hearts of Oswalin-afflicted Quincy, it could cause the abilities of anyone who had been chosen by Oswalin to vanish entirely for 1 second. 1 second was more than enough for Soifon to kill Yawatch 1,000 times over. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 150, The Day Yawatch Revives, the time the Soul King clocks out. The fate of Sosuke Aizen had perhaps already been decided, by the Soul King, by Soifon, and by Ichibe Hyasub. Are you trying to let him drown in the intoxication of his own expanding power, expose a weakness, and be devoured by Yawatch? The Captain Commander pressed. Not at all, Captain Commander. Soifon shook her head. Captain Aizen's state of mind is not something I can control. If he can change the future in which Yawatch ambushes him, then the position of Soul King is his. From first to last, Ichibe Hyasub had never cared who the Soul King was. All he needed was for someone to take the throne and continue holding the 3 worlds together. And Soifon, for her part, needed the 3 worlds to remain stable, so that she could turn her attention to the problem of hell. Soifon dusted off her hands and tore open a garganta. Let's head back to the Siri-Idi, Captain Commander. When the 3 worlds start shaking, that'll be my cue to get to work. Royal Palace. Omodesendo. The space before Ichibe Hyasub shattered, and violet light particles coalesced before him, reassembling into human form. No one can truly resist the thrill of showing off, not even Sosuke Aizen. He had appeared before Ichibe Hyasub in exactly this fashion on purpose, purely to prove that the old monk's previous assessment had been wrong. I, Sosuke Aizen, am entirely qualified to become the Soul King. Oh. You've returned, and in this state, no less. Ichibe Hyasub feigned surprise and rubbed his bald head. Could it be that this old one misjudged you back then? Well. What say you, Lord Ichibe Hyasub? Am I, as I am now, qualified to shoulder the Soul King's burden? Aizen savored the other man's expression of astonishment. His voice arrived at Ichibe's ears from every direction at once, as though each phantom duplicate possessed a physical body of its own. With a subtle shift of his eyes, Ichibe's gaze quietly settled on the real Aizen in one particular direction, then he feigned incomprehension, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes. If it is the you of this moment, then yes, you are qualified to stand in the Soul King's stead and become the wedge that stabilizes the 3 worlds. But, though the monk desperately wanted to burst out laughing, now was not the time. He still had to play the game of reeling in the fish slowly. There are no buts, Lord Ichibe Hyasub. Aizen flickered to stand directly before him, his spiritual pressure radiating outward with enough force to fracture the surrounding space. I will become a far more worthy Soul King. I will prove to all of you that the world was never meant to be this way. Because Aizen had repeatedly disparaged the Soul King, a perfectly calibrated flash of anger finally appeared on Ichibe Hyasub's ever-smiling round face. Insolence. How dare you speak of the Soul King with such contempt? I acknowledge that you have the qualifications to become Soul King, but the royal palace will not tolerate such arrogance. He raised his hand. His wide sleeve billowed without any wind. Spiritual pressure gathered in his palm and condensed into an enormous golden hand, which came crashing down toward where Aizen stood. 10,000 league heaven-reaching palm. Golden radiance exploded. Aizen's silhouette was sent flying, hurled from one end of the Omotesando to the other. Crack. Then, dense fracture lines spread across it, and the massive golden hand shattered into countless fragments of spirit particles that dissolved into the air. Ichibe Hyasub's expression shifted faintly. At the same moment, without any warning, several long, narrow violet rifts tore open in the space around him. Within each rift gleamed a white eye, staring at him without blinking. Instantly, violet beams lanced out from the dense cluster of eyeballs, skewering Ichibe Hyasub's rotund body from every direction at once. The white floor of the Omotesando was painted with his blood. After a long moment, Ichibe Hyasub struggled back to his feet. The wounds across his body healed at a visible rate, but his aura seemed noticeably diminished. He glared at Aizen, his face a picture of humiliated fury. It seems, holding back won't do. Be stained black, Ikamanji. He thrust his hand upward. The tip of his calligraphy brush transformed into a short blade, and a torrent of jet black ink poured down toward Aizen like a sudden squall. Splash. The ink came shrieking through the air, yet it passed straight through Aizen's body like a reflection on water, spattering across the ground behind him without leaving so much as a mark. It's useless, Lord Ichibe Hyasub. Just now, I transformed my own existence into a false illusion. No attack can land on me. Your ink cannot touch me. Aizen stood motionless, tilting his chin up slightly. The eyeballs within the rifts had vanished, leaving behind countless thin violet tears in the fabric of space. The intersecting spatial turbulence sliced into Ichibe Hyasub's massive body, producing a teeth-grinding sound of friction. Ichibe Hyasub tried to move but found himself pinned in place by the turbulence. His spirit body, reinforced by the royal ki, kept him from sustaining true injury, but he could not break free. The struggle continued for a moment before his resistance gradually weakened. At last, he ceased his futile thrashing and let out a helpless sigh. He raised his head and looked at Sosuke Aizen standing a short distance away. Perhaps. You really can do it. In that moment, he ran through every painful memory of the past million years in his mind just to keep the rolls of fat on his face from quivering into a grin. With someone as inherently suspicious as Aizen, agreeing too readily to crown him Soul King would only have aroused his distrust. Letting the fight reach this point had been exactly right. The instant Ichibe Hyasub yielded, the countless violet spatial rifts that had been exerting their tearing and pulling force snapped shut at once. His body was free. Follow me. Ichibe Hyasub rolled his slightly stiff shoulders and neck, turned around, and began to walk with heavy, deliberate steps deeper into the Omotesando, toward the inner sanctum of the royal palace. Along the way, Ichibe Hyasub glanced sidelong at Aizen several times, his lips parting and closing as if he kept thinking better of saying something. An expression of barely concealed worry and unease was written plainly across his face. This masterful performance drew from a million years of accumulated experience and cunning, more than enough to show no crack whatsoever to someone who, by comparison, was a mere few centuries old youngster like Aizen. The two of them walked one behind the other until they reached the edge of the Omotesando and looked up at the inner sanctum of the royal palace floating in the sky. Just as they were about to fly up toward it, Aizen smiled. Lord Ichibe Hyasub seems to have something weighing on his mind. If it concerns where Zero Division will stand and what role they will play after my coronation, I can give you an answer right now. Ichibe Hyasub nodded, then shook his head. The matter of Zero Division is certainly important. But what you intend to do with the world once you become Soul King, that is also something this old one cares about. This time, it was Aizen's turn to hesitate. His instinct had been to launch into a scathing critique of the rot that had taken root under the Soul King's reign, followed by a rousing speech, but the thought that the two of them would be colleagues for tens of thousands of years gave him pause. There was no need to poison the well before it was even dug. In the end, Aizen chose his words carefully and spoke. I will begin by abolishing the aristocracy of Soul Society. As for Zero Division, nothing will change. As they spoke, both of them stepped off the ground and rose into the air, landing on the platform of the royal palace's inner sanctum. It was a vast and solemn hall. No superfluous ornamentation. No lavish furnishings. Only the purest emptiness, and, at the very center, a single enormous crystal seal suspended in the air. Sealed within it was a figure of entirely androgynous appearance. All four limbs had been violently severed and fashioned into a grotesque, limbless form. Encased upright within the crystal, the figure's eyes were forever open, and within each socket burned four pupils, eyes that seemed capable of seeing through past and future, penetrating the very essence of all existence. This was the Soul King. The instant Aizen's gaze met those four pupils, an inexplicable chill shot up his spine without any warning. Cold sweat seeped from his back. An absurd feeling rose from the depths of Sosuke Aizen's heart. Did he truly have the power to replace the Soul King? The thought had barely formed before it was met with a violent surge of revulsion and fury from within him. He drew a slow, deep breath and crushed that moment of wavering down into the furthest depths of his heart. He forced himself to lift his gaze and meet the Soul King's inhuman eyes once more, forcing himself to look directly at the being he had spent centuries pursuing. A mere limbless wretch. Nothing to be afraid of. And then he began to walk, one step at a time, toward the crystal. Ichibe Hyasube stood where he was, hands tucked into his sleeves, quietly watching Aizen's receding back. Aizen came to stand before the crystal. He raised his hand and pressed it gently against the cold surface of the seal. His fingertips traced slowly across the crystal. Within those ever-composed eyes, something surfaced that he could not suppress, a yearning and an excitement that he could no longer hide. So this is the Soul King's seal. A dream cultivated over many years. A pursuit that had consumed his entire life. Now it was within reach. Even with Aizen's composure, the tremor in his voice was undeniable. As he spoke, the fingertips he had pressed against the crystal seal quietly began to glow with a dim violet luminescence. Then, Aizen bade farewell to the Soul King before him. Farewell, Your Majesty, the Soul King who once held the three worlds together. In the very instant that the power at his fingertips was about to be unleashed at the Soul King, everything changed. From the direction of the Phoenix Palace in the distance, water erupted in a great geyser, and even the inner sanctum felt a terrifying tremor. Before he could even register surprise, the space behind Aizen's head was torn open by a tremendous force, and 5 blue spirit flame lances shot forth, forming a brilliant 5-pointed star array in midair before pressing down toward his back. Alter Usurpation. An attack from Yoruichi, launched from 2 years in the past. Suddenly, as though he had anticipated the ambush, at the very instant the pentagram array was about to take shape, Aizen's body became like a reflection dissolving into water, blurring, then slipping away entirely into another dimensional plane. Alter Usurpation caught nothing but an empty afterimage. Did you think I wouldn't notice, Yoruichi? Aizen's silhouette gradually solidified several meters away in another pocket of space. He turned around, his gaze calm as he regarded the black and white figure that had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. Yoruichi. You never truly died back then, he said. You simply used the power of the Almighty to set an attack in motion, pre-programmed to detonate at this exact point in the future. Surely you don't believe that I, having already fully analyzed the true nature of your power, would be completely blind to a trick like this. Having said his piece, Aizen permitted himself 2 confident laughs. Yoruichi stood where he was without answering. At his side lay Ichibe Hyasube, torn to pieces. Then, in the space beside Yoruichi, countless eyes blinked open. White eyeballs pushed out through the rifts and turned in unison, locking onto Yoruichi. Thwip, thwip. Blood sprayed at the same moment the eyeballs appeared. The spatial rifts shuddered violently, and then slammed shut. Useless. In the future, I destroyed all those little tricks of yours. Yoruichi finally spoke. He took 1 step forward. His 3 blood-red pupils shifted slightly, fixing on the spot where Aizen stood. So, you had already seen through my feigned death from back then, had you? Then tell me. Did I, or did I not, see the future in which you dove into this dimensional rift just now, Sosuke Aizen? At that moment, deep within the dimensional pocket that Aizen himself had constructed, an ominous 5-pointed star array blazed to life without any warning. A second alter usurpation, launched from an even more distant future. What? Accompanied by the sound of shattering lenses, Aizen's eyes went wide. His spiritual pressure visibly collapsed at a rate visible to the naked eye. His body lurched, and he was blasted bodily out of the dimensional plane. Yoruichi walked slowly toward him, bent down, and seized him by the throat, lifting Aizen up off the ground. You think you understand the Almighty? You're nothing but a rat who swallowed the Soul King's left arm. Now, return every last drop of power I granted you. Sosuke Aizen. Aizen's face was reflected in Yoruichi's 3 blood-red pupils. Violet spiritual pressure surged madly from Aizen's throat into Yoruichi's body. The white hollow-like matter coating Aizen began to recede. The features born of his evolution started to unravel. The crystalline butterfly wings at his back crumbled piece by piece. Yoruichi's aura climbed ever higher. Once he had completely absorbed every last shred of Aizen's power, he tightened his grip in one sharp motion, and Sosuke Aizen shattered into a cascade of violet light. Without pausing for even a moment to mourn Sosuke Aizen's death, the one who strode immediately to stand before the Soul King's crystal seal was Yoruichi. Perhaps it was merely Yoruichi's imagination, but the Soul King sealed within the crystal appeared to have curled his lips upward by the tiniest fraction of a pixel. 4 pupils met 3 pupils. Father faced son. Soul King. My father. This hideous state you've been reduced to, it's almost too painful to look at. Yoruichi's gaze swept over the mutilated body encased in the transparent crystal. Something complex surfaced in those 3 blood-red pupils. A massive Heilig file slammed into the ground at Yoruichi's feet. He pulled it free and transmuted it into a jet-black blade gripped in his hand. Yoruichi raised the blade and leveled it at the crystal before him. Allow me to end 1,000,000 years of suffering, my father. The words fell, and the long blade drove down with savage force. Crack. A clear, resonant sound of shattering rang through the entire royal palace. The crystal seal of the Soul King, the wedge that had held the 3 worlds together for 1,000,000 years, was cleaved apart by Yoruichi in a single stroke. Without the crystal to support it, the incomplete figure within tumbled helplessly down and collapsed amid the shards of crystal at Yoruichi's feet. Yoruichi did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He crouched down and pressed his palm against what remained of the Soul King, his torso and head. Boundless power poured madly out of the Soul King's body and into Yoruichi's. Yoruichi trembled. His spiritual pressure surged violently upward. Once Yoruichi had consumed every last thing the Soul King possessed, he raised his blade and let it fall in one clean motion. The Soul King's head was separated entirely from his body. At that very same instant, the 3 worlds convulsed. Unlike the resonance that had accompanied Soifon's Bankai, this was different. The wedge that had held the 3 worlds together had been ripped out. The sky cracked. The ground shook. The cycle of spirit particles fell into a chaos unlike anything that had come before. The very foundation of the 3 worlds was crumbling. Yoruichi stood motionless at the center of the hall. Countless white eyeballs and a torrent of jet-black spiritual pressure surged up around his body. The eyeballs drifted across his surface, each one seeming to gaze upon a different future. He had absorbed the Soul King, but that power was too vast, too immense, for him to fully digest in an instant. The excess force overflowed from within him, transforming into countless streams of black torrent that poured down through the channels connecting the royal palace to Soul Society. The sky over the Siriitii split open. Countless black torrents of the Soul King's overflow poured down through the rifts in the sky like inverted waterfalls, slamming into the Siriitii's protective barrier. Monsters with single eyes chewed at the barrier. Within moments, cracks appeared. Black torrents flooded into the Siriitii. The eyeball creatures formed from Yoruichi's spiritual pressure rampaged through the streets, devouring everything in their path, yet the streets were utterly deserted. Not a living soul in sight. Under Soifon and the Captain Commander's coordination, the Gotei 13 had already gathered every non-combatant into a newly constructed shelter. Standing before the shelter, Soifon's white captain's Haori snapped and billowed in the wind. Looking out at the torrents of the Soul King's overflow surging toward the shelter like a black tide, Soifon released golden spiritual pressure from within her and sent it grinding forward into the dark current. Golden radiance and black torrent collided with explosive force. Like blazing sunlight melting through packed snow, every thread of the jet-black overflow dissolved the instant it touched the golden light, as if it had never existed. The eyeball creatures let out piercing shrieks before being incinerated within the golden brilliance. As expected, Captain Soifon is the one we can count on. Somewhere in the crowd, someone murmured softly, a voice full of relief at having survived the ordeal. I'll leave things here to you, Captain Commander. Soifon exchanged a single glance with the Captain Commander, then launched herself like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, shooting straight up toward the royal palace overhead. Royal Palace. Inner Sanctum. Yoruichi stood at the center of the Great Hall. The aura around him had finally begun to settle. The excess power had been fully digested. The white eyeballs gradually submerged themselves back into the black tide of spiritual pressure. At almost the same instant, every single eyeball on his body turned in unison and fixed their gaze on the only entrance to the inner sanctum. You've come, Soifon. As arrogant as ever. Did you deliberately wait until I had completely absorbed the Soul King's power and stabilized myself before making your entrance? Yoruichi spoke unhurriedly, tilting his head slightly upward and regarding Soifon through his nostrils. Soifon's brow twitched. Since when had Yoruichi developed a brain? What are you surprised about? Did you think the Almighty hadn't seen this future? Sosuke Aizen's training in Hueco Mundo, the process by which he continuously refined his power with your assistance. I watched all of it. Yoruichi caught the fleeting shift in her expression with sharp precision. A sneer spread across the corner of his mouth. His voice suddenly rose, and his tone turned cutting. But there is one thing, Soifon, that you miscalculated. Gravely. Catastrophically. I have seen nothing but darkness ahead. The world will return to chaos once more. And all of it. is the result of the arrogance of the Soul King, of Ichibe Hyasub, and of you, Soifon. While he spoke, the phantom of Enma-ten had already materialized at Yawacha's side and drove a fist straight into his temple. Yawacha's eyes snapped wide, but Enma-ten's fist slammed into what felt like an invisible wall and was stopped cold. Oh. You've acquired new power during all this time. Yawach bared his pallid teeth in a grin. In the end, it's nothing but fodder for my power, Soifon. He raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. Thwip. A blood-stained golden blade tip burst clean through his chest from behind, appearing without any warning. Surprised by my new power? Did the Almighty not see my full bring? With that, Soifon wrenched her hand sideways, cleaving Yawacha's body in 2. Yawacha's silhouette vanished from the spot and reappeared 10 meters away, entirely unharmed. Don't think that merely mastering some paltry fullbring, along with the script I granted you, gives you the power to resist me. His voice dropped into something cold and dark. His 3 blood-red pupils locked onto Soifon. At the shoulder of Soifon's right hand, the one holding her blade, a burst of blood suddenly exploded without any warning, severing the tendons and bone in an instant. Her entire right arm dropped limp and useless. Your luck is rather good, Soifon. Yawach gave a cold snort. I had originally intended to cut you clean in half in the future. Golden spiritual pressure surged. The wound on Soifon's right arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the moment that this strike had lowered Yawach's guard, Soifon had, just an instant before, passed the silver arrowhead from her grasp into Enma-ten's hand. This time, she had used the power of Script A as cover. The golden phantom swung its fist in place. Enma-ten's fist, wreathed in faint golden light and the finest ripples of spatial distortion, landed squarely on Yawacha's back with full force. Yawacha's chest was blown clean through, a gaping, front-to-back hole punched straight through him, black spiritual pressure mingled with a certain golden energy spraying from the wound. Useless. His confident voice cut off abruptly. Those 3 blood-red pupils went wide. The Almighty had failed. Within the wound that had been punched through Yawacha's chest, amid the lingering faint golden imprint of that fist, something was gripped within it, a silver arrowhead. How is this possible? He raised his head and looked at Soifon. Yawacha's field of vision began to sink. He saw his own lower half. He saw Soifon. He saw the Jishaku Reikaben that had divided his body in 2. His consciousness began to blur. But in the moments before darkness swallowed him entirely, he finally understood. Understood why the Almighty, in that last instant, had shown him nothing but darkness for the future. That darkness had never been an image of the 3 worlds returning to chaos. So, this was the future. I had seen. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gugagaga. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Chapter 151, Stabilizing the 3 Worlds. Yawacha's body was cleaved in 2 by Jishaku Reikaben, the golden blade swept across his waist and split the torso that had absorbed the full power of both the Soul King and Aizen cleanly in half. His lower half remained standing for 2 full seconds before toppling with a thunderous crash. Yet something was wrong. The escaping spiritual pressure and matter did not dissipate alongside the death of Yawacha's consciousness. Instead they retained an unsettling vitality, like pitch-black sludge possessed of independent life, heaving faintly in place, threaded through with white eye-like masses that slowly writhed. Soifon lowered her right hand. The lightning gradually faded from Jishaku Reikaben, dissolving into golden light that sank back into her chest. Perhaps what she had just annihilated was only the individual consciousness known as Yawach. This horrifying amalgam, forged from the Soul King's power, the Quincy's primal essence, hollow energy, and Aizen's evolved force, had already become a crucible unto itself, a breeding ground for raw power. If left unattended. In the distant future, there was no telling what new might eventually be born from this mindless mass of energy. As she was turning over how to handle this thorny problem, the severed head lying on the ground nearby, the one belonging to Ichibe Hyasub, gave a little roll and called out to her. Soifon, do me a favor and say my full name. This really matters to me. Please. Soifon glanced at him and gave a single nod. The instant she spoke the monk's full name, the scattered chunks of Ichibe Hyasub's body strewn across the ground began to glow with a dark phosphorescence. Every fragment shot together as if drawn by invisible threads, reassembling at blinding speed. Ichibe Hyasub rolled his neck and flexed his reattached shoulders with satisfaction, then strolled cheerfully over to Yawacha's bisected corpse. He crouched down and, with the ikemanji in hand, gave the still writhing black mass a curious prod. Not bad, kid, he said, clicking his tongue in wonder and glancing up at Soifon. You showed some real restraint, left the old man a corpse in one piece. I half expected that Bankai of yours to blow him into a few hundred chunks. Soifon. Before anyone could say another word, Ichibe Hyasub produced, from seemingly nowhere, a thick bone needle gleaming with spirit particle light and a length of ink-black thread. With practiced hands he aligned Yawachi's upper and lower halves, then threaded the needle and went to work so fast his movements left after images. Once the stitching was done, he lifted the Ikemanji, dipped its tip into the crystal fragments scattered on the ground, and slowly wrote 2 characters on Yawachi's chest, Soul King. As the final stroke fell, Ichibe Hyasub's expression turned solemn. He pressed his palms together and began chanting an ancient, cryptic incantation. As his voice rose and fell, the crystal shards littering the floor seemed to answer the call, trembling, lifting into the air one by one, resonating with a faint harmonic glow. Fine threads of gold sprang up between fragment and fragment, weaving them together. They merged and sealed, re-encasing the body now named Soul King inside a crystal prison without a visible crack. The crystal took shape, and fine beads of sweat had already gathered on Ichibe Hyasub's brow. He drew a deep breath, raised both hands beneath the crystal, and tried to lift this newly formed sealing crystal back to the position where it had once floated at the center of the inner sanctum. The crystal shuddered, and sank back down. TCH. Heavier than it looks. He frowned deeply. Clearly one man's strength alone was not enough to return this new keystone, the linchpin of the 3 worlds, to its rightful place. The monk turned to look at Soifon, a rare look of embarrassment crossing his round face. Soifon, lend an old man a hand, would you? Soifon stepped forward and cupped both hands beneath the base of the crystal seal. Golden spiritual pressure surged out from within her, and together the crystal slowly, steadily began to rise. The higher it climbed, the stronger the suction from within the crystal became, devouring the spiritual pressure of those carrying it in a torrent. Even for powerhouses like Soifon and Ichibe Hyasub, it felt as though a floodgate had been thrown open somewhere inside them, their energy pouring out in waves, leaving behind a creeping, dizzy weakness. At last, the sealing crystal was hoisted to its original height. Countless threads condensed from the combined spiritual pressure of the 2 of them reached out from the void, passing through the channels in the crystal and anchoring it securely at the center of the inner sanctum. Ichibe Hyasub let out a long exhale, released his hands, and braced them on his knees, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Soifon's breathing was slightly ragged as well, though considerably more composed than the monk's. Thanks to you, Soifon. On my own, I'd have become the greatest sinner the 3 worlds ever knew. Soifon looked at him and shook her head, an expression somewhere between a smile and not. That wouldn't have happened, Your Excellency Hyasub. The former Soul King, he must have seen all of this. Ichibe Hyasub blinked at that, then, as if something clicked into place, rubbed his bald head and broke into a full, rolling laugh. Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right. The Soul King would never have let something like that happen. Still chuckling, he dusted himself off and waved for Soifon to follow. Come on, we've still got some loose ends to tie up. When Yawachi had forced his way into the royal palace, the other members of Zero Division had tried to intercept him, and had been defeated without suspense. They were now lying in their respective detached palaces, and needed to be woken. The 2 of them took to the air and called out the names of every Zero Division member at the top of their lungs, then went to each of the palaces in turn. The final stop was Otsunemeya's Phoenix Palace. Before Soifon and the Zero Division members even set foot inside, a wave of scorching, arid air hit them head-on. The forging pool had been almost completely evaporated, only a shallow film of murky liquid remained. Otsunemeya was sitting at the bottom of the empty pool, cradling something in his arms, looking utterly dejected. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his head in greeting, then held up the broken blade in his hand, his voice heavy. Ikemanji has been destroyed. Yawachi forced the Zanpakuto's seal open and absorbed every last drop of power inside it. Ichibe Hyasub looked at the 2 broken halves, rubbed his chin, and let out a slow nod of comprehension. Ah, so that's it. No wonder Yawachi took down Sosuke Aizen so easily. He smacked his lips. After absorbing Ikemanji, yeah, that explains everything. Setting aside the fact that Ichibe Hyasub had allowed himself to be beaten by Yawachi on purpose, even facing Sosuke Aizen after his evolution into that form, he had found it mildly troublesome. Without going Bankai, it might not have been a clean win. Still. Ichibe Hyasub tucked his hands into his sleeves and looked out from the edge of the Phoenix Palace, his gaze cutting through the clouds toward the bottomless depths of hell below. In this battle, both Sosuke Aizen and Ikemanji, 2 immense spiritual pressures, had fallen one after another. Yawachi's spiritual pressure had been trapped inside a corpse and fashioned into the Soul King. Soifon had cleared out a wave of hell creatures earlier with Chishaku Reikaben, easing the strain on Hell's Gate considerably, but against the spiritual pressure of Aizen and Ikemanji now plunging into hell, that was a drop in the ocean. Worse still, because these 2 spiritual pressures were so enormous and so crushing, the speed at which they fell toward hell and the gravitational pull they exerted were on an entirely different scale from ordinary souls of the 3rd spiritual rank. Hell's Gate was about to buckle again. Are you really going to move against hell? He turned and looked at Soifon. Hell's will is unfathomable, even the 5th great clan, whose purpose was to suppress it, lost themselves in that cursed place. It was precisely because that legendary clan had lost their ability to suppress hell that the gate could no longer contain the steadily growing miasma, allowing hell creatures to spill out into the world of the living. Soifon pressed her lips together. If we don't purify hell, they'll come after the 3 worlds anyway. Then I wish you success. If you fail, the old men can use Ikemanji's ability to temporarily suppress hell's gate, but that will only ever treat the symptom, not the disease. Ichibe Hyasub turned and walked back, leading the Zero Division members away from the edge of the detached palace. With the Soul King restored to his place, the apocalyptic tremors that had been shaking the world gradually, finally, subsided. At the same time, deep in hell, 4 figures stood on a scorched hillside, heads tilted back, staring up at the murky sky above. Kiganjo Kenpachi, Asashiro Soya, Jin Ikamaru, Kaname Tozen, arms folded, bodies wreathed in sinister black phosphorescence. Once celebrated warriors of fearsome renown, they had been warped by hell's ceaseless erosion and torment into something monstrous. The markings unique to hell crawled across their spirit bodies, the rational light that had once lived in their eyes was being swallowed, piece by piece, by a feverish hunger for destruction. Of the 4, Asashiro Soya's corruption ran deepest, so deep that even Kiganjo Kenpachi, who had fallen into hell a century or so ahead of him, was left humbled. Asashiro Soya had used himself as a conduit to merge with hell, and hell's will had fixed its gaze on him almost immediately. With hell's deliberate cooperation, the fusion progressed with uncanny speed. Even when it surpassed the limits of what his Zanpakuto's warnings could reach, he heard nothing, he had gone deaf to it. He simply continued fusing himself deeper and deeper into hell. By now, the other 3 could no longer tell whether they were looking at Asashiro Soya, or hell's will itself. Another powerful spiritual pressure has joined us. Asashiro Soya raised his head. Fused with hell as he was, he felt every shift in this land with razor-sharp clarity. All 4 of them looked up at once, and at almost the same instant, 2 entirely different spiritual pressures tore through hell's dark red cloud cover like burning meteors, trailing long blazing tails as they slammed into the earth below. The dust had not yet settled when several figures materialized near the impact site. At the bottom of the crater, a silhouette slowly rose. Violet butterfly wings unfurled behind Aizen's back, each feather shimmering with brilliant, flowing light. At his chest, the Hogyoku still hung suspended within its starry expanse, 4 crystals orbiting it in a slow, steady rotation. Something's off. Asashiro Soya's brow twitched as he studied Aizen's appearance. He spread his spiritual senses wide, but could not locate the other powerful spiritual pressure anywhere. Sosuke Aizen raised his right hand. Hovering in his palm was a small cube-shaped crystal, and at its very center, unmistakably, was the white form of Ikemanji. Are you looking for Ikemanji? His power was quite useful for my Hogyoku. With those words, Sosuke Aizen pressed the crystal against the Hogyoku at his chest, and sealed it completely within. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 152, Sleepiness. Soifon returned to the Siriitii and alighted on the roof of the 1st Division headquarters. She looked down at the upturned faces of her subordinates and familiar figures below, then drew a line through the air, Tentikura, broadcasting her voice across all of Soul Society. Yawatch, who sought to assassinate His Majesty the Soul King, has been slain. The upheaval you just felt was the effect of His Majesty's power striking down the traitor. The war is over. For a moment, the soldiers below simply stared, as if they couldn't quite absorb what they'd heard. Then, one by one, expressions of disbelief broke across their faces, and an instant later, a thunderous roar of cheering erupted from below. It's finally over. This generation of the Gotei 13 hadn't seen much real war. Even a handful of skirmishes had left them bone-weary and hollowed out. Soifon stood silently on the rooftop, gazing down at the celebrating figures. In the next instant, she vanished. Captain Commander Yamamoto stared at the spot where Soifon had just stood, lost in thought. Captain Commander, sir. Chojiro Sasakaibe stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. After 1,000 years as vice-captain, Sasakaibe could read the worry on the Captain Commander's face at a single glance. Captain Commander Yamamoto slowly shook his head. Just as Captain Soifon said, the war is over, Sasakaibe. Not far away, Yoruichi Shihoin, leaning against a wall, had taken in the entire scene. Her fingertips tapped lightly against her own arm twice, and then she too shunpoed away in the direction Soifon had gone. At the entrance to the great log gallery, before the deep, shadowed corridor. Soifon's foot had barely touched the ground when a figure appeared in front of her, blocking the way. Yoruichi Shihoin stood with her arms folded, leaning against the stone pillar at the gallery entrance. Miss Yoruichi. Soifon stopped and looked at her former mentor's sudden appearance without the slightest surprise on her face, as though she had already known she would be waiting here. Shoo. Yoruichi raised a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture. Then she grabbed Soifon's wrist with one hand, reached into her robes with the other, and produced an old, worn key, which she slotted into the lock at the gallery entrance. Click. The heavy doors swung slowly open. Despite its name, the great log gallery contained not a single book. Shinigami who entered could only retrieve recorded history and intelligence by entering queries into the central operation terminal. Yoruichi released Soifon's wrist, turned around, and looked at her face to face. You're still such a terrible liar, Soifon. And you're already the most powerful being across all three worlds. She extended one finger and flicked Soifon squarely on the forehead, not hard, not soft, just right. But the expected yelp or flinch from Soifon never came. Instead, it was Yoruichi herself who sucked in a sharp breath through her teeth, snatching her hand back with a wince and staring at her own fingertip. Soifon's spirit body had long since reached a hardness far beyond anything ordinary, even that casual flick had bounced back hard enough to sting. Miss Yoruichi, you really haven't changed at all. Still as reckless as ever. With a helpless sigh, Soifon reached out and gently took hold of Yoruichi's injured hand. She raised the slightly reddened fingertip to her lips and blew on it softly. Ha, don't try to change the subject on me, Fan Shaolin. Yoruichi, cheeks going slightly pink, pulled her finger back. The war hasn't ended at all, has it? 2. Soifon said nothing. She stepped around Yoruichi and moved to the operation terminal, where she entered, Ikamikadomo, and began searching for everything on record about this ancient hollow, the one that had once defeated Captain Commander Yamamoto, ascended to the royal palace, and been sealed away by a Chibe Hyasub of the Zero Division. It can absorb the spirit particles around it to strengthen itself. Soifon's eyes swept rapidly down the data, committing it to memory in silence. Miss Yoruichi, I didn't lie. The war is over. After a moment, Soifon looked up at Yoruichi beside her. Yoruichi didn't take the bait. She simply stood before the operation terminal, shoulder to shoulder with Soifon, and read the file on Ikamikadomo alongside her. I know this hollow. Wasn't it sealed inside a Zanpakuto by the Zero Division? Yes, but Yawatch released it. It escaped. No, it's dead. It should be in hell right now. So, the enemy next is hell. Hell isn't the enemy. It's something that needs to be purified. With that exchange concluded, Yoruichi understood that her own strength couldn't be of much help to Soifon in what was coming. So she grabbed Soifon's wrist again and hauled her back to the Shihoin estate. The Shihoin estate. Yoruichi's room. Is this really the time for this, Miss Yoruichi? Watching Yoruichi in the most literal sense undress before her, Soifon blinked. You idiot, what on earth are you talking about? Yoruichi's hands paused on her bandages, then she turned and shot Soifon a sharp glare. I may not be able to help you fight right now, but as the head of the Shihoin clan, bearers of Tensha Hyzaban, I do have a few treasures on my person. Quick and efficient, Yoruichi unwound the bandages wrapped around her waist, abdomen, and hands, rolling them into a bundle and holding them out to Soifon. Soifon took the bandages and lifted them to her nose for a brief sniff. They still carried Yoruichi's warmth and scent. Don't do weird things like that. Having learned her lesson, Yoruichi this time coated her fist in spiritual pressure first, then used her height advantage to thump Soifon on the head. HSS. Ow, ow, ow. Soifon didn't actually feel a thing, but she gave excellent emotional value, hissing and gasping repeatedly. Rolling her eyes, Yoruichi began to explain the effect of these ancestral bandages, nameless wrappings, a divine treasure of the Shihoin clan. When wound around a Zanpakuto, they prevent it from being released. If my guess is right, there should be no shortage of former captains down in hell, this ought to come in handy. Yoruichi moved behind Soifon and placed her hands on her shoulders, not letting go until Soifon had tucked the bandages safely into her robes. Hell isn't coming for us that quickly, Miss Yoruichi. Feeling the hands gently kneading her shoulders, Soifon felt a rare thread of exhaustion creep through her. She let her tightly wound muscles go slack and settled cross-legged onto the tatami. And then, little by little, lulled by Yoruichi's gentle touch, Soifon's head began to nod, and sleep, against all odds, crept over her. Once Soifon's head was resting in her lap, Yoruichi's restless hands slowly began to drift, trailing down along Soifon's neck toward. But then she caught sight of the soft, steady rise and fall of Soifon's sleeping breath, and that peaceful, unguarded expression, and Yoruichi's hand stopped. She drew it back, and instead brushed the loose strands of hair from the corner of Soifon's mouth, tucking them behind her ear. Cradling Soifon in a princess carry, Yoruichi brought her to the bed and laid her down with gentle care. I didn't think you ever got tired, Fan Shaolin. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Chapter 153, The Celebration Banquet Before Departure. Shihoin Estate. Soifon opened her eyes to a ceiling that was not entirely unfamiliar. She blinked, letting her eyes adjust to the light, then pushed herself upright. She looked down at herself. The familiar Shihakusho and Captain's Hayori were nowhere to be found. In their place was a cotton pajama set, printed all over with little black cats. The pajamas were clearly a size too large. They hung loose on her frame, the sleeves and trouser legs spilling past her hands and feet, the collar falling open to reveal the clean line of her collarbones and a sliver of skin. She lifted the collar to her nose and sniffed. A familiar scent washed over her. These were Yoruichi Shihoin's pajamas. Soifon glanced around the bedroom, unmistakably decorated in Shihoin taste, and her memory slowly filtered back. She had fallen asleep here last night. Yoruichi had changed her into pajamas, but nothing felt off, which meant she hadn't taken any liberties while Soifon was unconscious. Soifon was, just slightly, disappointed. She scanned the room. She was alone. Yoruichi was nowhere to be seen. But Soifon's keen spiritual senses picked up something from the far end of the estate, the muffled, lively din of what sounded like a celebration. She threw off the covers and moved to get up, then froze. Even her underwear had been swapped out for a matching set, also printed with tiny black cats. Soifon's expression darkened visibly. Without a word, she reached to the bedside, picked up her neatly folded Captain's Hayori, and draped it over her shoulders. She stepped out into the courtyard. The noise grew clearer with every step. It definitely sounded like a party or banquet of some kind. Suppressing her presence and slipping into the shadows along the estate wall, Soifon followed the sound with mild curiosity. She was passing by the kitchen courtyard when her footsteps slowed to a halt. In a corner not far ahead, beneath a large tree, two furtive figures were crouched low to the ground. One blonde. One green. Between them sat a plate of delicate sweets. They were taking turns sneaking bites, practiced, utterly content, as if they'd been at it for quite some time. Soifon approached without a sound, then spoke, "What are you two doing?" Both figures seized up simultaneously. Gulp. Lilt Otto threw her mouth wide open and crammed the entire plate inside, porcelain and all, and crunched through it with grinding, unhurried chews before swallowing everything down. Cough, cough. Candace wasn't so lucky. Soifon's voice startled her badly enough that the pastry in her mouth shot straight to her throat. Both hands flew to her neck, her face flushing scarlet, as she made a very convincing impression of someone about to suffocate. "There's really no need to be that scared of me," Soifon said. "It's not like I'm some kind of monster." She sighed, raised a hand, and patted Candace lightly on the back. The stuck pastry launched itself free. Candace gasped for air, hands braced on her knees, the expression of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Then she jerked her head up and blurted. "It's not about being scared. When you're doing something you shouldn't and someone suddenly pops up behind you, anyone would jump." The words were barely out before Candace went very still. Had she just said something she shouldn't have, to Soifon, the cold-blooded assassin who had single-handedly dismantled the entire wand and rake? Lilt Otto quietly shuffled half a step to the side, her expression communicating one clear message to Candace: "You're on your own. Good luck." Even Soifon herself blinked. She glanced at Lilt Otto. Had Candace always been this bold? "I'm so sorry." Candace bent at a sharp 90 degrees, the force of her apology ringing out loud enough to send every bird in the tree above scattering into the sky. Standing just in front of her, Soifon felt her hair billow backward a few centimeters from the sheer volume. Soifon quietly wiped a few specks of spittle from her face. Then she turned and walked away. Hiding in a corner to steal snacks is embarrassing enough. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere to eat properly." She led the two snack thieves toward the banquet hall courtyard. Along the way, Lilt Otto explained, and Soifon learned that since being confined to the Shihoin estate, the Quincy survivors had not received a single meal beyond the one New Year's banquet. "Hey, Lady Soifon," Lilt Otto said, working through a skewer of grilled meat Soifon had lifted for them from the party. "Not that I'd say this about anyone, but that steward of yours is way too much of a coward. It's not like we Quincy are monsters. Surely they could at least send us food." Chomp chomp chomp. Now that she had a decent read on Soifon's temperament and understood she meant none of them any harm, Lilt Otto had loosened up enough to complain about the Shihoin estate's management between bites. "TCH, blame Hashwall for that," Candace muttered, rubbing her flat stomach. "All that talk about, not drawing the Shinigami's attention, telling us to just hold out." Soifon kept her expression neutral as she led the way, though a flicker of something uncomfortable crossed her face. She was absolutely not going to admit that she had simply been too busy lately and had completely forgotten about the Quincy survivors left behind in Soul Society. Before long, the lively banquet hall came into view. Oh, look who finally woke up. Yoruichi Shihoin was in the middle of sharing drinks with Ranjika Matsumoto. When she spotted Soifon, she raised an eyebrow and lifted her cup in a lazy toast from across the room. As for the two Quincy behind Soifon, the moment they crossed the threshold, they dove into the feast like mice who had discovered a rice jar. Good morning." Settling into the seat Yoruichi had set aside for her, Soifon let out a yawn. Even as the words left her mouth she regretted them. It was just habit. She'd woken up, so she'd said good morning without thinking. Captain Soifon, are you actually awake? Ranjiku Matsumoto leaned over and pressed the back of her hand to Soifon's forehead. No fever either. Did you hit your head on the way down from the royal palace? Speaking of which, Captain Soifon. You said yesterday that the war was over, right? Ranjiku lowered her voice and leaned in conspiratorially, breath carrying just a hint of warm sake. Soifon instinctively glanced at Yoruichi. Yoruichi gave a small nod and a smile. Soifon exhaled. Good. Yoruichi hadn't sold her out. Ah, yes. Soifon lifted her cup, took a small sip, and nodded. Emboldened by the alcohol, Ranjiku slung an arm around Soifon's shoulders. Then, Captain Soifon, you had better make it up to me. Hick. What? What did I do? Watching that face draw ever closer, Soifon extended a palm and used it to keep a respectable distance between their cheeks. If you hadn't gone to infiltrate Aizen's side, I never would have had to risk my life learning Bankai with that soul transfer technique. Ranjiku said. Do you have any idea how many captain seats are vacant in the Gotei 13 right now? The last part clearly hit a raw nerve. Ranjiku picked up the sake flask beside her and appended it directly into her mouth. Sake dribbled down her throat and soaked into Soifon's captain's Haori. 3rd Division, 5th Division, 9th Division. Soifon counted on her fingers with genuine seriousness, then met Ranjiku's deeply aggrieved gaze. I've already been put forward by that Hitsugaya kid. The captain selection is in a few days, and it's all your fault, Captain Soifon. My beautiful, peaceful, slack-off lifestyle, you've completely ruined it. Grinding her teeth, Ranjiku grabbed Soifon's cheeks and gave them a light headbutt. Soifon averted her eyes guiltily and said nothing. It was true, the Gotei 13 had recovered somewhat, but 3 captain seats remained empty. And in the aftermath of the Karakura town battle and Yawacha's invasion, the vice-captains and seated officers who had revealed their Bankai now outnumbered the vacant captain slots for the first time. Rukia Kuchiki, Momo Hinamori, Ranjiku Matsumoto, Renji Abarai, Shuhei Hisejai. In barely 100 years, the captain vacancies created by the holification incident had somehow produced this many candidates all at once. The captain commander's desk was receiving more personnel files than it ever had before. The future of the Siriitii looked bright indeed. The next instant, Soifon snapped back to the present. She became aware of 2 more hands having materialized on her face, stretching her cheeks from different angles. Soifon sealed her lips and puffed her cheeks out like a blowfish, popping both sets of pinching fingers away at once. You too as well, trying to pile on, are you? One to the left, one to the right, Soifon proceeded to drum on Momo Hinamori and Rukia's cheeks in front of everyone, with the steady rhythm of someone beating a taiko. Fortunately, Yoruichi had not invited a single male guest to today's banquet, so the assembled crowd watched this development with nothing but delight. Wah. That's not fair. Why does Vice-Captain Ranjiku get to pinch Sensei's cheeks and we can't? Exactly. We're also victims of your schemes, Sensei. I'm not leaving. Captain Soifon. I'm staying in the 2nd Division as a 3rd seat for the rest of my life. Soifon hadn't used much force at all, but the 2 of them were making such an embarrassingly raucous racket, completely at odds with the dignity of the banquet hall, that she had no choice but to reluctantly suspend the punishment. Once released, they made a great show of rubbing their thoroughly abused cheeks, limping and wincing their way back to their seats with exaggerated suffering. Why are Rukia and Momo so against it, though? Being a captain seems quite nice, doesn't it? Aizen Kotetsu, who had been quietly listening from the side, offered with a gentle smile. Ah, Senior Aizen, you just don't understand, being a captain is exhausting. Exactly. Not everyone is Captain Soifon. Just look at poor Hitsugaya, the guys had it rough. Truly Momo Hinamori, she had managed to offend Ranjiku Matsumoto again without even trying. But mid-sentence, the 2 of them both went quiet at the same moment, staring at the serenely smiling Aizen Kotetsu, and fell into a shared contemplation. Thud. 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 Ranjiku, Rukia, and Momo exchanged a glance. A preposterous thought had surfaced in all 3 of their minds simultaneously. Perhaps Aizen Kotetsu, who had not yet mastered her shurikai, was actually their most formidable rival of all. As for Soifon, the prime culprit behind it all, she had already fled the scene. Unable to withstand the combined firepower any longer, Soifon had seized on the excuse of escorting the Quincy back to the world of the living and made her escape from the boisterous banquet. See. I told you Lady Soifon would let us go. Liltato munched on food she had packed from the banquet, gazing at the distant light of the world of the living through the dong-eye. When exactly did I become your Lady Soifon, by the way? Soifon stopped, turned, and fixed the foul-mouthed little gremlin with a deeply weary look. Because calling you that keeps me alive, Liltato said, swallowing her mouthful without a hint of shame. I want to survive. What an utterly, nakedly honest answer. Hashwolf and Candace and the others instinctively covered their faces. Everyone had been thinking it, but Lilt Otto had said it out loud with absolutely no filter whatsoever. At the moment of stepping through the Senkamen, Soifon raised a hand and flicked. Several golden spirit particles sank into the bodies of the Quincy survivors. Soifon tilted her head slightly and looked at them. Think of these as trackers. You should understand what that means. Strictly speaking, we should have executed you. But given that these past weeks have been, not entirely unpleasant, I am hereby granting you permission to live, under joint surveillance by the Siriiti and the Ishida household. She finished by holding out a slip of paper with the Ishida family's address written on it. Having parted ways with the remnant Quincy, Soifon made her way alone to a quiet, secluded outskirt of Karakura town. Since awakening her Fullbring, the pull she felt toward that mysterious gate of hell had grown steadily stronger, as if a single focused thought could summon those ominous doors back into existence. Perhaps, it was the sheer intensity of her wish to purify hell that had given birth to this Fullbring in the first place. Soifon stirred her Ryatsu. Golden lines shimmered faintly across the surface of her skin. Just as she was about to use her Fullbring to open the gates of hell, a flash of green came hurtling at her from the side without any warning. Lady Soifon. Sensing familiar spiritual pressure, Soifon suppressed the instinct to strike back and instead opened her arms, catching the green projectile firmly against her chest. It was Neliel. A warm, soft body crashed solidly into her embrace. The impact was enough to make even Soifon sway slightly. Neliel clung to Soifon's waist like a koala, rubbing her face contentedly against her chest and making small, happy sounds. Lady Soifon, we've finally been waiting for you. It's been so long. Soifon looked down helplessly at the shameless creature demanding affection in her arms, then looked up and ruffled her head. Not far away, another figure stood quietly. Harabel was pressing 2 fingers to her temple, her expression a mixture of envy and exasperation. She directed a half-hearted reprimand at Neliel, then, the moment Soifon's gaze landed on her, snapped rigid and bent into a deep bow. I sincerely apologize, Lady Soifon. I did my best to stop her, but... Soifon waved a hand, cutting off the explanation. I'm not blaming you. But, weren't you two supposed to be rebuilding Las Noches? What brings you all the way to the world of the living to find me? In her arms, Neliel lifted her head immediately, clearly ready to answer. Harabel vanished from where she stood. The next instant she had reappeared at Soifon's side. Her hand shot out and clamped firmly over Neliel's mouth, pressing back whatever she had been about to say. MMPH. Neliel, mouth covered, could only emit muffled sounds of indignation. Harabel gave Soifon an apologetic glance, then released her hand and spoke in a measured tone. After Lord Aizen awakened, before he departed from Hueco Mundo, he left instructions for us. He said that if Hueco Mundo experienced a violent tremor and he still had not returned afterward, we were to come to the world of the living and await Lady Soifon's arrival, and extend an invitation for you to come to Hueco Mundo. Lord Aizen left something for you in Las Noches. Only you can open it. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 154, Purifying Hell, main line complete. The uppermost floor of Las Noches. Soifon stepped into the innermost chamber and was immediately struck by a wall of powerful spiritual pressure. At the center of the room, a purple box roughly the size of a coffee table floated suspended in midair. Its surface shimmered with deep violet-black light, and countless fine spirit particle runes coiled around it like chains, radiating an aura that made the heart seize. So this is what Aizen left behind. Soifon stepped closer and examined the seals on the box carefully. So that was what Sosuke Aizen meant when he said, only Soifon can open it. It was simply because only Soifon's spiritual pressure was powerful enough to pulverize this Kido seal. She reached out and pressed her palm flat against the surface. A crisp crack rang out, and the seal shattered into violet light that dissolved into the air. Soifon opened the box. Inside lay a Hogyoku suffused with deep, luminous purple radiance, its quality of spiritual pressure an exact match for what Aizen had radiated at the 6th stage of his evolution. Even sitting untouched, the pressure it silently emanated was enough to make an ordinary captain-level Shinigami struggle to breathe. Beside the Hogyoku lay a meticulously organized stack of documents and a sheet of paper covered in dense handwriting. She unrolled the scroll. The handwriting was Sosuke Aizen's own. It detailed the method by which the Hogyoku had been made, his vision for using it as a replacement for the Soul King, and a letter. If Captain Soifon is reading this, it means I have already failed. Perhaps I ascended to the throne of the Soul King, yet was still unable to change the world as I wished. If Captain Soifon finds that something has gone wrong, please drag me down from the false throne, and use this Hogyoku, which has been fused with the power of many, to forge a new Soul King. There is one other possibility, that I did not defeat Yawatch, who was resurrected from the future. It was clear that when Sosuke Aizen left this Hogyoku behind, he had already grown somewhat pessimistic. And yet, even so, he had still climbed to the royal palace. Even knowing he might die. Soifon was silent for a moment. She tucked the box inside her robes, tore open a garganta, and slipped away without a sound, returning to the captain's office of the 2nd Division, where she set the box and the scroll on her desk. Then she turned, stepped back into the garganta, and emerged in the suburban park on the outskirts of Karakura town. The sun was setting in the west, painting the horizon a deep shade of amber and red. Soifon stood alone on the open grass, the evening breeze stirring her hair and her haori. This is the place, the gate of hell. The full-bring power within her stirred at the movement of her will. Pale gold markings kindled to a faint glow across her skin, and the phantom silhouette of Enmeten materialized behind her. The golden phantom clenched its fist and drove it downward into the earth. Concentric rings of eerie black ripples spread outward from the impact, and the gate of hell appeared before Soifon, lying flat, horizontal. Compared to the last time it had appeared, the gate was shut, but black miasma still seeped through the cracks. Wherever that darkness passed, the green grass withered and charred in an instant, and even the soil took on an uncanny dark red hue. The moment it appeared, the gate of hell wrenched itself open a sliver, as though it had no control over itself. Soifon didn't hesitate, she became a streak of golden light and slipped through the gap. An instant later, the gate of hell slowly closed and dissolved into shadow. At almost the exact same moment, red alarms began blaring in the monitoring center of the Department of Research and Development. Detected. Abnormal high-concentration hell miasma surge. Location confirmed, World of the Living, Southern Suburban Park, Karakura Town. 2. Surge intensity, far exceeding all historical records. Threshold breached. Surge duration. 1.5 seconds. Gate of hell opening confirmed. On-site residual miasma concentration critically high, classified as the largest hell contamination event on record. The cold electronic tones, punctuated by the frantic reports of the monitoring officers, yanked the Gotei 13, who had only just been celebrating the end of the war, straight back to maximum alert. Hell. Your Hogyoku has already evolved to a perfect state, so why did you still need to absorb Ikamikadomo's power? Asashiro Soya's brow was furrowed, his eyes roiling with miasma as he watched Sosuke Aizen with barely concealed wariness. Nothing in this world is perfect, Asashiro Soya. Having absorbed Ikamikadomo, the signs of hollowification began to manifest on Aizen's form. The butterfly wings at his back no longer radiated purple luminescence, they were gradually becoming solid. Because of his overwhelming power, the will of hell favored Sosuke Aizen above all others, nearly all of the miasma converged upon him, accelerating his corruption. Now, corrupted by hell, Sosuke Aizen had begun to regret expending the effort to forge a second Hogyoku and leave it for Soifon. Whatever the reason, your growing stronger is a good thing. Kiganjo Kenpachi rested his Zanpakuto across his shoulder. I can feel it, now that you've joined us, the seal on the gate of hell is gradually giving way. As expected of Captain Aizen. Jin Ikamaru tucked his hands into his sleeves, smiling his shadow of a smile. Although, at whose hands did Captain Aizen die, I wonder? Was it Captain Soifon, or? Before Jin could finish, Aizen raised his hand and fired a purple siro that grazed past Jin's head and detonated in the distance, mushrooming into a towering column of smoke. Nothing more than a sneak-attacking rat. The provocation cut short, a flash of cold fury crossed Sosuke Aizen's eyes, and the hollowified quality in his aura deepened another degree. The crushing pressure made the atmosphere suddenly congeal. Even the expression on Kiganjo Kenpachi's face flickered with a hint of gravity. This guy, I wonder if my gourmet corridor can handle him. Indeed, Kiganjo Kenpachi, who had been playing the role of the easygoing elder brother among them, was no pushover either. The will of hell was like the most primal of Minos Grande, it would devour everything before it without discrimination, even its own kind. The peace between them was a fiction. It was nothing more than a fragile pretense sustained for the sake of breaking the seal on the gate of hell. Once the seal shattered and the denizens of hell had claimed every inch of the three worlds' land, the civil war of hell would begin. At that very moment, golden radiance tore through the black miasma. Soifon hung suspended in midair, wreathed in brilliant golden light. Behind her, the full-bring phantom blazed like a small sun, ceaselessly purifying the surging black miasma that roiled all around. The phosphorescent vapors transformed into pure spirit particles the instant they touched the golden light, absorbed into Soifon's spirit body. She looked down at the vast, lifeless crimson wasteland below, endless miasma, and countless writhing, wailing resentful spirits. Against the likes of you, there's no need to play by anyone's rules. Bankai, Jishaku Reikaben. Golden radiance erupted from her body, and that massive lance blade took shape in her hands. Soifon leveled Jishaku Reikaben's barrel at the boundless dark red earth below. There was no specific target, because everything within sight was something that needed to be purified. Boom. 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 Golden rounds poured down in an unbroken torrent. Each bolt of lightning that struck carved a terrifying crater hundreds of meters across into the dark red earth, purifying every trace of miasma and every hell creature within the blast radius. Even those powerful figures who had once been defeated by Soifon were swallowed beneath the relentless bombardment, their fates unknown. As the overlapping explosions merged into a continuous roar, the phantom of Enmeten behind Soifon grew steadily more solid, its facial features sharpening into clarity. After one unbroken salvo of bombardment, the black miasma hanging over hell had thinned considerably. Even the view had grown clearer. At the edge of that zone of earth-shattering explosions and purifying light, several figures raised their heads almost simultaneously, gazing up at the slender silhouette hovering in the air. To think she'd charged straight in, fighting on our home ground while enduring hell's corruption. That's Soifon for you, all right. Asashiro Soya eyed the golden fullbring behind Soifon with undisguised wariness, as though it were something that innately countered him. But unlike Asashiro Soya's caution and restraint, Kiganjo Kenpachi's reaction was something else entirely. The moment his gaze landed on the now solid golden phantom behind Soifon, the last faint ember of reason remaining in those eyes evaporated in an instant. The power of Adina's, the Soul King. Bankai. Gourmet corridor. Hell's dark red earth heaved and cracked violently. A spherical black creature dozens of kilometers across erupted from the deepest depths below, throwing open a maw large enough to swallow mountains, snapping upward without distinguishing friend from foe. Gourmet corridor rampaged across the surface in a wide arc, then its malice-laden gaze locked onto the golden figure in the distance. It spread its enormous jaws and hurtled straight at Soifon. Faced with that all-consuming, sky-blotting maw, Soifon's expression didn't change. She simply made a small adjustment to Jishaku Reikaben's barrel and pulled the trigger. A torrent of golden lightning poured into Gourmet Corridor's open mouth, blasted clean through the back of its skull, and detonated a bottomless chasm in the dark red earth below. If I can just swallow you. Kiganjo Kenpachi materialized behind Soifon without a single warning. His eyes blazed with frenzied fire, Zanpakuto raised high overhead, then I'll be free. But Enmeten behind Soifon seemed to have anticipated it. The golden fist moved first, driving clean through Kiganjo Kenpachi's chest with effortless ease. The black miasma was rapidly purified by the golden radiance. Kiganjo Kenpachi's movement froze. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the golden arm buried in his chest. You. Soifon tilted her head slightly, looking at Kiganjo Kenpachi's twisted expression just inches away, with a trace of surprise in her voice. The depth of your corruption is far greater than it looks. The madness in Kiganjo Kenpachi's eyes slowly receded. His body began to crumble, dissolving into countless tiny motes of light that drifted apart into the air. Thanks. Those were the last words he left behind. Soifon withdrew her gaze, feeling the spiritual pressure within her climb another step. The Enmeten behind her seemed to grow more solid in turn. In his final moment he reclaimed his clarity. Is he thanking me? After dealing with Jin Ikamaru and Kaname Tozen in the same manner, Soifon raised Jishaku Reikaben and turned slowly to face the last two. Sosuke Aizen, and Asashiro Soya, standing at his side. I've been wondering about something since the very beginning. Why is it that you people never seem to learn how to gang up on someone? Soifon trained the barrel on them both. I just purified those three, and I noticed something. The aura coming off all of you, it's oddly similar. Like you all share the same source. At those words, Sosuke Aizen and Asashiro Soya exchanged a glance, then both broke into low, suppressed laughter. An instant later, Asashiro Soya's body dissolved into a dense, viscous mass of black miasma that surged violently into Sosuke Aizen's body. The aura emanating from Aizen spiked in an instant, even the Hogyoku at his chest was stained black. So you figured it out, worthy of the little one Adina's chose. In truth, they were all nothing more than fragments of myself. From the moment I fell into hell, whether any of them retained their lucidity was merely a matter of my whim. The voice seemed to carry multiple layers of sound, as though two distinct voices were speaking simultaneously from within a single body. Soifon's brow furrowed slightly. In the instant she met those pitch-black eyes of Aizen, an absurd thought surfaced from the depths of her mind. You, don't tell me you're hell itself. The figure slowly shook its head, then slowly nodded. Am I hell, or is hell me? Having stood guard over this place for 1,000,000 years. I have long since forgotten. With those words, the other party's identity was all but spoken aloud. Soifon's pupils contracted slightly. She recalled what Achaib Hyasub had told her, the fifth of the great noble houses, who had suppressed hell, had lost themselves in that accursed place. The index finger resting on the trigger eased back a fraction. Soifon asked with genuine curiosity, you are the fifth great noble house, the ones who sealed hell. To think there is still someone in the three worlds who remembers that name. What a pity. I have long since forgotten my own surname. Upon hearing the ancient, nearly forgotten words, the fifth noble house, a flicker of something, the faintest ghost of nostalgia, crossed the eyes of Aizen. Now. I only want to break free from this lightless prison. I will go to the three worlds. I will go to the royal palace. I will find Adina's, I want revenge. The figure slowly raised a hand, pointing toward the dark red sky overhead, as though to tear open the cage of hell itself. The moment those last two words exploded across the skies of hell, the surrounding miasma churned in violent waves from the shockwave. To think, 1,000,000 years later, the fifth noble house that had willingly sacrificed itself to suppress hell had become the will of hell itself, burning for revenge against His Majesty the Soul King on high. What if I told you that His Majesty the Soul King is already dead? Soifon held its gaze and added, I mean the Soul King of old, Adina's is gone. Adina's dead. How could that be? At that news, even the churning miasma within Aizen's pitch-black eyes stalled for a heartbeat. Then, an inexpressible torrent of violent emotion shattered whatever composure it had left. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who? Who killed him? Was it the Tsuneyashiro? The Shihoin? The Kuchiki? Tell me. Aizen stepped forward, his aura surging like boiling magma, making the very air around him shudder. None of them. The one who killed His Majesty the Soul King was Yoruichi. Soifon shook her head calmly. Yoruichi. The voice faltered, then an expression bordering on absurdity surfaced on its face. Then it buried its face in its hands and broke into wild, uncontrollable laughter. Yoruichi. That little creature who could barely scrape by in the chaos, even it had enough power to slay its own father. The laughter died. Aizen rubbed the aching muscles of his laugh-weary face, and his expression darkened again. Since Adina's is already dead. Then I'll destroy the three worlds he loved most. Heido number 99, Goryu Tenmetsu. It raised its right hand high. The phosphorescent miasma around it surged like a boiling sea. 5 colossal black dragons, each forged from condensed spiritual pressure and miasma, erupted skyward from behind. Each one hundreds of meters in length, wreathed in ominous black flame, they opened their roaring maws and bore down on Soifon. Faced with those world-devouring dragons, Enmeten behind Soifon moved. The golden figure shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging head-on into those 5 sky-blotting black dragons. Yes, Soifon now understood at last. Her fullbring carried not only purifying power, but sheer overwhelming numbers. High damage on the left fist, higher damage on the right. Golden purifying power collided with black miasma. Enmeten drove both hands into the forehead of the first dragon, and the black miasma dissolved and transformed under the encroachment of golden light. Simultaneously, its body rapidly expanded, swelling into a golden colossus well over 100 meters tall. In the blink of an eye, the black faded from all 5 dragons, replaced by pure golden spiritual pressure that wound itself around Enmeten's arms. Enmeten turned. Its 2 hands aimed squarely at the figure with its right arm still raised high. What? Aizen's pupils contracted sharply, the purification had been impossibly fast. 5 columns of golden light struck their target with perfect precision, erupting in radiance brighter than the sun. Purifying power and miasma intertwined, becoming a golden storm that swept across the entirety of hell. How much time passed, none could say. The golden light gradually faded. For the first time, the air of hell grew clear. Soifon stood where she was, watching the figure that had fallen in the distance. Sosuke Aizen lay quietly there. The black miasma around him had vanished entirely, and the Hogyoku at his chest had returned to its original purple. His eyes were closed. He did not move. Soifon waited a long while, then stepped forward toward the familiar figure lying on the ground like a rug. She stood over him and looked down at that familiar face, murmuring to herself, dead. A voice, clear, androgynous, and utterly unhurried, spoke from close beside her without the slightest warning, he isn't dead yet. Wait, another expert. A chill shot through Soifon. To approach this close without triggering her spiritual senses was no ordinary adversary. She leapt back in an instant, clearing dozens of meters in a single bound, and at the same moment brought Jishaku Reikaben's barrel around to bear on the source of the voice. A figure stood there. Their entire body radiated a soft, gentle white light. Their features were delicate, indeterminate of gender. In those eyes, each bearing 4 pupils, a calm, unhurried gaze rested upon her. The Soul King. Soifon's heartbeat missed a beat. Aren't you dead? Of course, she kept that thought locked firmly inside, that would have been just a little too irreverent to say aloud. The Soul King raised the faintest smile at the corners of those lips, and in those 4-pupiled eyes, a warmth gathered. Thank you for everything you have done for the 3 worlds, Soifon. You have done more than enough. More than well enough. From here, leave it to me. With that, the Soul King ceased concealing its presence, and the aura surrounding it began to climb steadily, tier upon tier. The crimson earth began to split and fracture. Countless chasms of bottomless depth spread outward in all directions. Aizen's body slipped through one of those fissures and tumbled down into the abyss below. Soifon was driven back step after step under the pressure of that aura. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. The dark red was fading. In its place, a clear, brilliant blue, just like the sky of the world of the living. Oh! A piercing, agonized scream rose from the abyss. It was the voice of the fifth noble house, that existence which had suppressed hell for 1,000,000 years and in the end merged with it entirely, its final wail. The Soul King hung suspended in midair, its radiance growing ever more brilliant. It looked down at hell, which was being purified beneath it. Long ago, in order to stabilize the three worlds, I was too stretched to spare any attention. I had no choice but to use the gate of hell to suppress this place. But now, with your help, Soifon, I finally have the capacity to deal with this festering wound. The purification continued for several days. The long-dead Soul King expended the last of all its power, sweeping hell clean of every trace of miasma, and permanently eradicating the source that had been ceaselessly generating that phosphorescent miasma. That celestial body called hell was being drawn, by the Soul King's boundless divine might, into the celestial body known as Soul Society. In the Siriidii, soldiers looked up as one, and from the far edge of the sky something vast seemed to drift closer, like an island approaching. As the island drew nearer, the skies of Soul Society darkened. The near-apocalyptic darkness plunged every living being into bottomless terror. But soon, amid a violent trembling, sunlight flooded back across the land. I'm sensing the spiritual pressure of Soifon and His Majesty the Soul King. The Captain Commander snapped his head around, staring toward a distant and unfamiliar piece of land. Hell, now purified, had formerly been merged into Soul Society. Having done all of this, the Soul King's form began to dissolve. It poured its remaining power into Soul Society, and became one with the foundational laws that governed the three worlds. From this day forward, Soul Society, in addition to its stewardship of departed souls, would also become the relay station for the cycle of spirit particles across all three worlds. Ghost Fire went more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 155, Epilogue, Newly Appointed Captain. First Division, Captain's Council. All right, that's the situation. I've said everything I needed to say. Soifon stood in the assembly line and signaled Chojiro Sasakai to bring over the box Sosuke Aizen had left behind, the Hogyoku and its accompanying documents, and present it to the Captain Commander. The moment the Hogyoku landed in the Captain Commander's hands, it behaved very differently than it had in Soifon's. He could feel it constantly probing, attempting to resonate with his soul, coaxing him to absorb it into himself. Boom. He suppressed that pull, a temptation rooted in the very essence of his soul, and a tongue of flame kindled in his palm. Before the assembled captains, the Captain Commander pressed that flame onto the lid of the box containing the Hogyoku. After a moment, a red flame mark was seared into the ancient wood. The Hogyoku is far too dangerous a thing. I have placed a seal upon it. Within the three worlds, none should be able to break it, save Captain Soifon, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the Zero Division. With that done, the Captain Commander pushed the scorching hot potato back. Are you truly certain you won't reconsider? Soifon tilted her head slightly. With your Excellency's power, combined with the Hogyoku, now that would truly be a dragon and tiger soaring above the heavens. Her words had barely faded when an ear-splitting, perfectly enunciated "get lost" rang out, shaking the First Division's hall to its foundations, 3 times over. Soifon, expression unchanged, tucked the scorching box back into her robes, as if she hadn't been the one just bellowed at. Mayuri Kuratsuchi craned his neck out of the line, peering at Soifon. Fusion. Does that mean there's a whole vast tract of hell just waiting for us to develop? The gases alone, the infernal organisms. Mayuri rubbed his hands together, already imagining hell laid out on his dissection table. Soifon glanced at him and dispassionately shattered the fantasy. According to the final message relayed by His Majesty the Soul King, the surviving organisms and warped wills within hell have been purified. Almost entirely, by His Majesty and myself. Mayuri let out a click of his tongue and returned to the line in visible displeasure. Ha! Zaraki Kenpachi dug a finger in his ear, face falling flat. Purified. You wiped them all out. That guy, that fifth great noble or whatever, sounded like he'd actually be worth fighting. Diagonally across from him, Byakuya Kuchiki threw cold water without so much as raising an eyebrow. That was a Soul King-level enemy, Zaraki. Are you in your right mind? Zaraki's brow instantly nodded, his ferocious spiritual pressure surging like a beast. You want to go? Byakuya Kuchiki didn't move a muscle. He didn't even blink. Both of you. Starting a brawl at a captain's council meeting, that would be rather unseemly, wouldn't it? A gentle voice drifted lightly through the air. Zaraki Kenpachi and Byakuya Kuchiki both fell silent. They turned their faces slightly away from each other, as though nothing had happened at all. Soifon glanced at Unohana Retsu. Unohana happened to look over at the same moment. The two exchanged a silent, knowing look. Still, only you can pull that off. You flatter me. Having heard Soifon's full briefing, Shunsui Kaiaraku tilted the brim of his straw hat lower, obscuring most of his face, while his gaze drifted, seemingly without intention, to Jushiro Yukitake standing across from him. Yukitake seemed to sense something. He raised his head and met his old friend's eyes. Their gazes crossed for just a moment, then both looked away. The Captain Commander had taken all of this in. For the sake of his disciples' continued survival, he tapped the hilt of Ryujin Jaka with one fingertip and asked, Captain Soifon, if His Majesty the Soul King were to have perished in battle, the power left behind. Soifon shook her head, her tone certain, the power His Majesty left behind will not disappear. The implication was clear, Lord Mimihagi, sealed within Yukitake's body, would not fade with the Soul King's death. He would continue to live on. The meeting adjourned. Hogyoku tucked securely inside her robes, Soifon had barely stepped through the First Division's front door when Chojiro Sasakai called out to stop her. Captain Soifon, have you forgotten what day it is today? Sasakai held a thick stack of documents in his arms as he said it. Soifon paused where she stood and searched her memory for any significant keyword associated with today. Nothing came up. Ah, today is the day of the captain promotion examination. Everyone's been waiting for you at the Dangai, you know. Sasakai shook his head and gestured in the direction of the training grounds. Well, if it was this important, why hadn't he reminded her during the meeting? Doubling back to the First Division's training grounds, Soifon found the candidates for this round of captain promotions, along with the handful of captains who had been waiting there to accompany her to the Dangai. Rukia Kuchiki, Momo Hinamori, Ranjika Matsumoto, Shuhei Hisejai, Renji Abarai. I was starting to wonder whether Captain Soifon had some urgent matter to attend to. Turns out she simply forgot today was promotion day. The great hero of the three worlds, and yet such a forgetful soul. Unohana Retsu smiled sweetly and delivered that with impeccable passive aggression. Let's move. Time to start the examination. The Captain Commander opened the Senkamen and waved Soifon in first. No telling whether the Kotatsu has revived today, do me the favor of going in ahead to scout. If there's a Kotatsu in there, clean it up. Soifon rolled her eyes and stepped into the Dangai. Boom. Whether it was the Captain Commander's doing or simply Soifon's rotten luck, the moment she entered the Dangai, the freshly revived Kotatsu spawned right in her face. An instant later, golden spiritual pressure flared across her body and collided with the black mass of the Kotatsu. The dust settled. The unrivaled, unstoppable Kotatsu toppled again. She waved the grit off her hands and called back through the Senkamen, clear. The Kotatsu's gone. You can come in. In the open expanse of the Dangai, Captain Commander Yamamoto finished reading out the examination rules and the vacant positions, then swept his gaze over the 5 candidates. Of the 3 women, Rukia Kuchiki, Momo Hinamori, and Ranjika Matsumoto, each were an expression of varying degrees of dead inside despair. Renji Abarai and Shuhei Hisejai, by contrast, were practically radiating enthusiasm. Once the 5 had completed their Bankai demonstrations, the Captain Commander stroked his long beard and let his gaze linger for a moment on the 3 female candidates who were conspicuously lacking in eagerness, then turned to Soifon. Captain Soifon. Soifon snapped to attention, sir. In this old man's view, both Renji Abarai and Shuhei Hisejai possess ample ability and enthusiasm for the captain's role. Their promotion should meet with no objection. He paused after that. But the remaining captaincy, who would you choose? And just like that, the ball was kicked right back to Soifon. Before she could open her mouth, Unohana Retsu beside her narrowed her eyes and said, Ranjika Matsumoto has served as vice-captain for several decades now, she is experienced and well-seasoned. In my view, she is more than capable of taking on the role of captain. Soifon blinked and played along, what Captain Unohana says, does have some merit. One way or another, one of the 3 of you has to go, and the only card left to play is seniority. Ranjika Matsumoto's eyes went instantly wide as saucers, her whole body going rigid as if struck by lightning. Captain Unohana, you've stabbed me in the back. Captain Commander Yamamoto gave a small nod, and it was settled. Then, the 3rd Division captaincy shall pass to Renji Abarai. The 5th Division to Ranjika Matsumoto. The 9th Division to Shuhei Hisejai. Effective immediately. Sir. Renji Abarai and Shuhei Hisejai stood ramrod straight, voices ringing out loud and clear. Ranjika Matsumoto answered after a beat, all the air knocked out of her, sir. Rukia and Momo worked hard to hold their expressions steady, keeping the smiles tugging at the corners of their mouths firmly in check. They left the Dangai and returned to the open ground in front of the 1st Division Hall. The Captain Commander departed with the 3 newly appointed captains, no doubt to brief them on the particulars of taking office. The moment his figure disappeared around the corner, Momo Hinamori and Rukia practically leapt into the air at the same time, high-fiving in jubilation, their faces splitting into grins they could no longer contain. Yes. We're not the ones becoming captains. Thank goodness, we can keep slacking off, ahem, keep dedicating ourselves to training in the second division. Soifon's brow gave a small twitch at the sight. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the captain commander, not yet far off, pause mid-step, the hand gripping Ryujin jacket clenching suddenly tight. Crackle. A single spark leapt from the hilt. And not far behind them, Ranjika Matsumoto, who hadn't made it far either, balled up her fist, grinding her teeth as she turned to glare back toward the training grounds. These two little. Soifon. She drew a slow, deep breath. The next instant, she was already standing behind the two of them. Thwop. Thwop. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered each of her two disgracefully gleeful students a firm knuckle knock squarely on the head, not hard enough to injure, not light enough to ignore. Ow wow. That hurt. Both clutched their heads and turned around with wronged, pitiful expressions, meeting Soifon's utterly blank gaze. You're still in the first division's grounds. You two are a little too brazen, don't you think? Save the celebrating for when you're outside. And in front of everyone else, you'd better look like proper failures, understood? I know it's hard. But that is an order. When the results are announced, you don't let a single smile show in front of your division soldiers. Beside them, Unohana Retsu, quite happily eating her popcorn, strolled over with a delightfully wicked smile. I only put Ranjika forward because she served as vice-captain so long, a well-meaning nudge up the ladder. And yet, somehow, both of Soifon's students seem awfully reluctant to become captains. That simply won't do. If you've already mastered your shirkai, you ought to take on the responsibilities that come with it. How about this, what if Soifon and I step down and hand our captaincies to the two of you? The color drained from Rukia's and Momo's faces in an instant. With her hair down, Captain Unohana was like an entirely different person, the full shadow side of her personality on glorious display. They both shuffled back 3 steps in unison, shaking their heads frantically, and no, we actually do want to become captains, Captain Unohana, please don't. Wait, that didn't sound right either. Rukia hurried to add, what we mean is, we're still too inexperienced. Watching the two of them stammer and stumble in a panic, Unohana Retsu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Ever since Soifon had cured her of her cleaving addiction, her personality had been drifting in a distinctly chaotic gremlin direction. Soifon gave her a helpless look. Captain Unohana, stop scaring them. Unohana walked on ahead a few steps, then turned to look back at the 3 of them. All right, jokes aside. Business, I reserved a table at the Omida family's yakiniku restaurant. Originally I'd planned it as a celebration for Ranjiku. The reservation's already made and the ingredients are all prepared, it'd be a shame to waste them. Might as well treat it as a celebration for Rukia and Momo, too, for their safe and sound failure to be promoted. Rukia and Momo. The wording was bizarre no matter how they heard it, but they didn't dare argue. At the yakiniku restaurant. When Soifon and her group arrived at the reserved private room, Aizen Kotetsu was already waiting inside. Captain Soifon, Captain Unohana, you're here. Her voice was as soft as ever. As her gaze swept past Soifon, a faint flush crept across her face. Aizen Kotetsu moved naturally to Soifon's side and sat down to her right. Unohana Retsu followed with a cheerful smile and settled into the seat on Soifon's left, flanking her neatly on both sides. Rukia and Momo, who had both been eyeing those exact 2 spots, watched helplessly as both seats were claimed right before their eyes. They retreated to the opposite side of the table and sat down side by side in defeat. Not that they'd arrived first, to be fair. Aizen seemed entirely oblivious to the reproachful looks coming from the 2 across the table. She picked up the tongs with practiced ease, laid raw slices of meat across the sizzling grill, and soon the mouth-watering sizzle of yakiniku and the irresistible aroma of grilled meat were filling the private room. So, how did the examination go today? Aizen asked, turning the meat as she spoke. And where's Ranjiku? How come she's not with you? Rukia replied, Senior Ranjiku, she was chosen as captain. Momo nodded to add, she's probably sitting through her captain's inauguration lecture right about now. The mood had a faint sorrowful solidarity to it, the fox grieves for the rabbit. The yakiniku sizzled on the iron grate, fat droplets hissing into the coals, and wisps of savory smoke curled with the scent of meat through the private room. Watching the mountain of meat piled into Soifon's bowl, Rukia and Momo began to have their doubts. Was this celebratory yakiniku originally booked for the 2 of them, or had it actually been arranged to honor teacher Soifon all along? Senior Aizen, Captain Unohana, you 2 are truly shameless right now. Eat up, Captain Soifon, there's plenty more. Aizen Kotetsu said as she picked up another slice of grilled beef tongue and set it in Soifon's bowl. The white rice was already soaked through with the juices of the yakiniku, gleaming with an inviting richness. Now, Aizen, that won't do. You need to eat your vegetables alongside the meat. That's what makes a balanced meal. And eating vegetables before meat aids digestion, you know. Unohana radiated the composed ease of a mature adult as she, unhurriedly, placed a piece of broccoli right on top of the mountain of meat in Soifon's bowl. Sound logic, that, but were you really going to lecture the woman who punched her way through hell yesterday on healthy eating habits? No rebuttal came. Between Aizen Kotetsu and Unohana Retsu, Soifon was, marginally, more wary of the post-liberation Unohana. She picked up the broccoli from the top of the pile, glazed with yakiniku juices, and swallowed it in one bite. Unohana, 1 point. Just then. Bang. The private room door was flung wide open. A figure in a white captain's haori strode in with purpose, long orange hair swaying behind her, that striking face a picture of, I am furious. She swept the private room with a single glance, locked her eyes onto Soifon, chopstick still raised midair, and in the next instant, crossed the distance in 3 quick strides and threw both arms around Soifon from behind. Oh, really? Her arms looped around Soifon's neck, her full weight pressing against Soifon's back, voice dripping with accusation. I'm sitting there getting lectured by the captain commander, and you're all back here feasting without me. Soifon's head tipped back slightly under the pressure of the hold, chopstick still hovering in midair, the broccoli, now with a slice of beef tongue beneath it, barely an inch from her mouth, MMPH. And you? Soifon. You're just as guilty. You threw me to the wolves back there. You know how much I hate being a captain. You know how much I hate dealing with division paperwork. My slacking off lifestyle. My afternoon naps. You've ruined everything. Ranjika freed one hand and planted it on top of Soifon's head, musing her hair energetically in every direction. Soifon swayed with the onslaught but kept her expression perfectly composed. She finally managed to get the beef tongue into her mouth, chewed, swallowed, then tilted her head back to meet the eyes of the puffed-up Ranjika Matsumoto looming over the back of her chair. I fail to see just how much Ranjika despises being a captain. You're already calling me by my first name, just like that, sounds like you're quite comfortable with the title already. Ranjika Matsumoto faltered, caught flat-footed, and the arms wrapped around Soifon loosened instinctively. That's because. She didn't get to finish, because Soifon had already picked up a new piece of yakiniku and pressed it into Ranjika Matsumoto's mouth. Enough complaining for now, Captain Matsumoto. Get to your seat and eat your yakiniku. Soifon patted the empty spot beside her and slid her own bowl, piled impressively high, over to that seat. Ranjika Matsumoto stood there for 2 seconds, then relented, circled around to the other side, and dropped into the seat, the number 5 on her captain's haori catching the light. Nom. She picked up her chopsticks, snatched up a perfectly grilled slice of meat, and shoved it into her mouth with barely restrained ferocity, as though it were Soifon herself she was eating. Aizen Kotetsu quietly pushed a fresh plate of meat in front of Ranjiku, murmuring, Ranjiku, congratulations. Beside them, Unohana Retsu dropped in a remark out of nowhere, although, isn't the number 5 a bit unlucky for a division? KFF, cough cough cough. Ranjiku stopped mid-chew, glanced at Aizen and gave a grateful nod, then immediately choked on the next bite from the remark beside her. The previous captain of the 5th division had left rather too large a shadow, after all. Senior Ranjiku probably isn't quite that formidable, though. On reflex, Momo Hinamori started to defend her dear friend, then realized the sentence might be a little wounding. So hurt. Ranjika Matsumoto raised her bowl and hid her expression behind the mountain of meat. Forced into being a captain, and now Momo's mocking me on top of it, ha. Speaking of which, Teacher Soifon. Rukia picked up a slice of meat, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Now that Senior Ranjika's made captain too, and the hell situation's been resolved, the 3 worlds are finally at peace for once. She trailed off, gaze drifting to the night sky above Siriidii through the window, voice carrying a wistful note. Last time we went to Karakura town on assignment, we were in such a rush we barely got to look around. I've heard the seaside in the world of the living is absolutely beautiful. What if we celebrate everything finally settling down? And celebrate Senior Ranjiku, Rinji, and Senior Hiseiji taking on their captaincies. Ghost Fire P, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 156, After Story, Beach and Swimsuits. The backs of their shihakusho bore the numbers 9 and 3, respectively. Shuhei Hiseiji and Rinji Abarai trudged through the streets of the Siriidii looking like men who had already given up on life. Tashiro. Please, we're begging you, this is the one request of our entire lives. Spare a few people from the 10th division to come help us handle our division paperwork. You have no idea how much has piled up in the 9th and 3rd divisions. We're going to die. Spotting the white-haired boy coming toward them from the other end of the street, the 2 of them lunged at him like drowning men grabbing a lifeline, each seizing one of Tashiro's hands. They had no choice, as newly appointed captains, they couldn't very well go crawling to the captain commander for help. That would make them look incompetent. So Toshiro Hitsugaya, fellow alumnus and old classmate, was the only card left to play. Toshiro struggled violently. He even tried coating his spirit body with Ryatsu for leverage. It was no use, against their combined grip, he couldn't break free. He let out a thoroughly defeated sigh. Nothing I can do. Everything's in reconstruction mode right now. The 10th Division can't spare anyone either. World of the living. A certain mysterious beach. Sunshine. Sand. Waves. And perched on a gentle seaside hill, a pure white 3-story villa. The occasion was, nominally, a celebration of 3 people's promotions to captain. Shuhei Hisei and Rinji Abarai, however, had not received any invitation whatsoever, left out in the cold in what could only be described as American-style social bullying. This is the beachside villa the Ishida family has arranged for you, Captain Soifon. Candace walked alongside Soifon, leading the way. Before them stood a white 3-story villa nestled on a small hill near the beach. The moment the changing room door swung open, Soifon's footsteps stopped dead. What are all of these? Soifon stood at the entrance of the changing room, staring at the dazzling array of swimsuits that packed every hanger inside. Her feet instinctively shuffled back half a step. Bikinis. 1 pieces. 2 pieces. The designs were audacious, the variety overwhelming, enough to make anyone's eyes spin. She quietly turned around, preparing to make a soundless exit from this den of chaos. A slender hand reached out from behind her and gently pressed down on her shoulder. Captain Soifon, where are you going? Unohana Retsu had appeared at her side at some point, her smile so gentle it sent a chill straight to the soul. Her other hand had already, quite naturally, plucked a solid black bikini from a nearby hanger and held it up in front of Soifon, sizing it against her. Soifon froze in place. This one looks wonderful, very fitting for Captain Soifon's stealth force sensibility. Unohana Retsu smiled pleasantly as she spoke, bending her knees slightly to rest her chin on Soifon's shoulder, her breath a soft warmth against Soifon's ear. Soifon worked hard to keep her expression neutral, but her gaze had already begun drifting involuntarily toward the door. Well. I think. Oh, this white one with the little skirt is so cute. Momo Hinamori squeezed in from the side, holding up another option. Teacher Soifon, try this one. It has a bow. Rukia joined the fray, waving a pale blue school-style swimsuit up in front of the full-length mirror. Leaning against the door frame, Ranjika Matsumoto and Aizen Kotetsu each held a can of weak juice, watching the spectacle with the relaxed satisfaction of seasoned spectators. I've always wanted to mess with Captain Soifon like this. Ranjika breathed out a little huff and turned to Aizen. You know what I mean, right? Aizen startled and took a sip of her weak juice. What? What is it? She'd been so absorbed in watching the others tease Soifon that she hadn't caught a single word Ranjika had said. Never mind. Ranjika twirled the long hair draped over her chest and gave her best friend a withering look. Hopeless romantic, the lot of her. Take a look at this yourself. I'm going to find a swimsuit I actually like. With that, she stuffed a copy of the Shinigami Women's Association magazine into Aizen Kotetsu's arms. Aizen looked down at the magazine in her hands and shrugged. So mysterious, what on earth was this about? There, splashed across the cover in bold print, most desirable Shinigami to date, gender inclusive, 2nd place, Soifon. Aizen Kotetsu's pupils trembled. Shouldn't a list like this be full of high-quality male captains like Byakuya Kachiki? Why was Captain Soifon in 2nd place? And bear in mind, this was a magazine published by the Shinigami Women's Association. Which meant the voters were exclusively women. Which said quite a lot. The concentration of a certain something in Seoul society was dangerously high. Drastic countermeasures were required. Aizen Kotetsu felt an unprecedented sense of existential crisis. Ranjika strolled back over with a deep teal bikini in hand and hung it over Aizen's wrist. This is the latest poll. Surprising, isn't it? She grinned. First time I saw it, I nearly fell over. Who would have thought Captain Soifon was so popular with women? As she spoke, she held the swimsuit up against Aizen, angling it this way and that, then gave a satisfied nod. I suppose. Aizen managed a strained laugh. Ahaha. On the other side of the room. Soifon stared at the 2 swimsuit pieces, which, combined, were smaller than the sleeve of her captain's haori, and fell into silence. Unohana Retsu gave her a gentle nudge, steering her in front of the full-length mirror. This one. Teacher Soifon would definitely look amazing in this one. No, that's way too conservative. We're at the beach, you have to be bold. Otherwise what are the rest of us even looking at? Seriously, what are we looking at? I think this one is nice, the color really suits Teacher Soifon. This one doesn't look bad either. Soifon felt like a doll being dressed up and passed around. Swatches of fabric in every color were held up against her, this way and that, in an endless rotation. A warrior could be slain, but not humiliated. Soifon took a deep breath and decided to redirect the conversation. Where did Miss Yoruichi go? Didn't we agree she'd come along? Using the brief distraction, Soifon spun around and swept her gaze across the room. Momo Hinamori and Rukia both paused at the same instant. The two exchanged a lightning-fast glance. Momo scratched her cheek, her eyes wandering. We asked, but, apparently the Shihoin estate has been quite busy lately. Rukia picked up her friend's lie with flawless ease. That's right, my brother told me, the three great noble clans have been busy opening up land in hell. So it wasn't convenient for her to join the vacation, ahaha. A quick rhetorical pivot, it had already become the three great noble clans. The Tsuneyashiro name had been swept into the dustbin of history. Soifon narrowed her eyes. The reaction from these two girls was deeply suspicious. After all, Soifon understood Yoruichi Shihoin inside and out. Yoruichi would never, under any circumstances, pass up a chance to stir up trouble. But Soifon let it go without pressing further. Yoruichi not coming was, in its own way, a good thing. One fewer person to fan the flames. At last, Unohana Retsu lifted a lace two-piece swimsuit from the rack. This one, then. She looked up and met Soifon's eyes. Though it's a bit awkward to put on a two-piece alone, let me help you. Momo Hinamori and Rukia both went wide-eyed simultaneously, their faces written all over with, we want to help too. But Unohana Retsu had already naturally taken Soifon's hand and was guiding her toward the small door at the far end of the changing room. In the instant before the door closed, Unohana leaned her head back out and smiled warmly at the two younger girls. You two little ones can wait outside. The door closed in their faces. Momo Hinamori and Rukia looked at each other. In each other's eyes, they found an identical, unmistakable disappointment. The soft click of the lock falling into place shut out most of the light and sound from outside, and in doing so, amplified the sound of breathing in the slightly cramped space within. A large mirror occupied the entire wall, reflecting two figures with perfect clarity. Unohana Retsu had drawn Soifon to stand before it. Before Soifon could mount another attempt at protest, the ties at her back were deftly undone, and her captain's Haori was hung on the hook behind the door. Retsu. Soifon swallowed with some difficulty. Do I really have to wear this? Of course. Unohana Retsu stood behind her, lace swimsuit in hand. Everyone so rarely gets a chance to relax at the beach together. Soifon, you wouldn't want to be the one who kills the mood, would you? She leaned forward slightly, her chin almost grazing Soifon's shoulder, warm breath brushing past Soifon's ear. While Soifon was still searching for a comeback, Unohana Retsu's fingers moved with practiced ease, undoing the ties of Soifon's shihakusho. The fabric fell away, skin met the faintly cool air, and Soifon's body instinctively tensed. Outside, pressed against the door, Rukia and Momo gritted their teeth as the soft rustling sounds of changing drifted out from within. Honestly, does changing clothes really take this long? Relax. It's normal for there to be a little discomfort at first. Unohana's lips were close enough to Soifon's ear that her voice was barely more than the hum of vibrating air, as though she were employing some technique specifically to prevent eavesdropping. Soifon. Something about that sentence sounded profoundly wrong. But before she could think it through, Unohana's fingers had already begun moving across her body. The soft fabric of the swimsuit settled gently against her skin. Fingertips inevitably brushed the smooth curve of Soifon's waist, carrying a faintly cool touch. Could you speed it up a little? Soifon finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. My apologies. The words had barely landed when the swimsuit ties at Soifon's back were pulled taut all at once, a firm, secure embrace of fabric wrapping around her. Soifon raised her eyes to look at herself in the mirror, and found. Her gaze was met instead by Unohana Retsu, who had turned her back to the mirror. The upswept dark hair came cascading down, black as a waterfall, gleaming with a soft luster under the light. Whoosh. Fabric fell away. Unohana cradled what needed cradling with one arm, and with her other hand extended the red swimsuit toward Soifon, placing it in her palm. Now then. I'll have to trouble Soifon in return. Gulp. Soifon heard the sound of her own swallow with perfect clarity. She stood behind Unohana Retsu, close enough to feel the scorching warmth radiating from her body. For the first time, without the cover of a hot spring, face to face like this, with nothing between them. In the mirror, two faces tinged with a flush of red both worked diligently to maintain the appearance of calm. A long while passed. The changing room door was finally pulled open from inside. Whoa. Oof. Without the door to support them, four figures came tumbling in through the entrance in a spectacular chain reaction, crashing onto the smooth floor one after another. Soifon and Unohana Retsu stood side by side in the doorway, looking down at the chaos sprawled at their feet. Soifon's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly are you all doing? In the next instant, all four scrambled off the floor at astonishing speed and lined up in a row. What do you mean, what are we doing? You and Captain Unohana are the ones who've been hogging the changing room this whole time. We were just coming over to check on you out of the goodness of our hearts. Ranjika Matsumoto spoke first, smoothing her brilliant orange hair with one hand while doing her best to hold a composed expression. Her words were punctuated by vigorous nodding from the girls lined up behind her. Out on the beach. 6 lounge chairs sat peacefully in the sand. On the table beneath the white beach umbrella rested glasses of fruit juice. Unohana Retsu had a pair of sunglasses perched on her face, her long black hair fanned across the back of the chair, hands folded on her stomach, seemingly already drifting into a light doze. Ah, to be young, unlike me, having been sent on missions in the world of the living several times already, the ocean holds no particular novelty anymore. Ranjika Matsumoto lay on her side, one hand propping up her head, the other idly sifting through the sand with aimless fingers. Her gaze drifted at intervals toward the figures moving at the water's edge, and she exhaled a wistful sigh. Soifon stood where she was, taking in the scene, and quietly began edging her feet toward the far end of the beach. Now was her chance. Lower her presence. Slip away. Captain Soifon. A lazy voice floated up from behind her. Soifon's feet stopped. Ranjika Matsumoto was still lying on her side on the lounge chair, one hand propping her cheek, the other lifting a can of juice and giving it a little wave in Soifon's direction. Could I ask you for a small favor? Only once Soifon had walked over did Ranjika pull a bottle of sunscreen from her chest and place it in Soifon's hand, the bottle still warm from Ranjika's body heat. I can't reach my own back. Could Captain Soifon give me a hand? Ranjika stretched out on the lounge chair as though this were the most natural thing in the world, her request delivered with easy nonchalance. She put her smooth back fully on display, sweeping the dazzling orange hair to one side. Ha! Soifon turned the sunscreen bottle over in her fingers. Back to calling me captain now, are we? Do it yourself. Ranjika glanced back over her shoulder and winked at Soifon. Come on, help me out, Captain Soifon. Besides, I only ended up as captain because of you, didn't I? Surely a little compensation like this isn't too much to ask. Nearby, Unohana Retsu cracked one eye open a sliver beneath her sunglasses, glancing briefly at the little exchange, then over at Aizen Kotetsu in the water, who was timidly attempting to teach herself to swim. Then, in the privacy of her own heart, she shook her head on her vice-captain's behalf. Aizen, you're just too oblivious. With that, she closed her eye again, looking every bit as though she'd genuinely fallen asleep. Back on the other side, Soifon uncapped the sunscreen and squeezed a dollop of the milky lotion into her palm. She looked at Ranjika Matsumoto's back, glowing in the sunlight as though it had its own sheen. She hesitated a moment, then pressed her palm against it. Mm. The sudden cold touch made Ranjika let out a soft sound, her body giving a slight shiver. Could you please not make sounds like that? People will get the wrong idea. Soifon's eye twitched, and she poked Ranjika's ticklish spot with one finger. What do you mean, get the wrong idea? Ranjika squirmed like she was doing the worm. Given the relationship we have, isn't it a little late to suddenly be shy? Soifon continued spreading the lotion without a word. But the pressure of her hands grew a little heavier, her fingertips tracing down along the groove of Ranjika's spine, then drawing a feather-light line across the sensitive curve of her waist. Then why don't you tell me, what exactly is our relationship, Vice-Captain? Ku. Ranjika's playfulness came to an abrupt halt. Her body stiffened just slightly. The hand propping up her head instinctively clutched the edge of the lounge chair. Soifon's voice came from above her head, what's wrong? Can't answer. Ranjika said nothing. But the face turned to the side was visibly, undeniably flushed, her body tensing over and over, then forcing itself to relax, again and again. A quiet, charged atmosphere spread between the two of them. The last patch done, Soifon withdrew her hands, recapped the sunscreen, and set it on the nearby side table. Then she bent down, bracing both hands on the sides of the lounge chair, and brought her face close to Ranjika Matsumoto's ear. Then let me answer for you, Ranjiku. We should be lovers, don't you think? Soifon's breath drifted past Ranjika Matsumoto's ear. Silence. Ranjika stayed in her prone position and buried her burning face in the crook of her arm. Unfair. After a beat, her muffled voice finally emerged from beneath her arm. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire new history, Samsara game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Chapter 157, Epilogue, Courage. The evening seaside was bathed in a gentle breeze, carrying with it the salt-tinged, faintly bitter scent that belonged only to the ocean. A bonfire crackled at the center of the beach, orange-red flames dancing and leaping, casting the figures seated around it into shifting patterns of light and shadow, while the irresistible aroma of food roasting over the flames drifted through the air. 7 of them, Soifon's group plus Candace, the Quincy, sat gathered around the fire. Skewers of various meats and vegetables lined the grill, fat dripping onto the coals with a steady, satisfying sizzle. Soifon occupied the central spot, unhurriedly working her way through a freshly grilled skewer, the juices from the meat still glistening at the corner of her mouth. Momo, Hinamori and Rukia pressed in close on either side of her, their knees practically brushing against Soifon's legs. Unohana Retsu sat cross-legged with characteristic poise, the firelight casting soft, gentle shadows across her face. Ranjika Matsumoto lounged lazily against a boulder at her back, skewer in one hand and, in the other, a bottle of wheat juice she'd somehow produced from thin air. Aizen Kotetsu knelt in formal size diagonally across from Soifon, stealing occasional glances before quickly averting her gaze. Candace sat on the far side of the fire, knees drawn to her chest, watching this group of Shinigami with a complicated expression she couldn't quite put into words. Speaking of which, Soifon blew lightly on her skewer, glancing toward Aizen and Ranjiku. That magazine you two were trading in the changing room today, what was it? I could have sworn I saw someone I recognized on the cover. There was no mistaking it. The paper quality of that magazine had the unmistakable feel of Soul Society, nothing printed in the world of the living could ever carry that density of spirit particles. And as for the bespectacled figure on the cover, Soifon would recognize them anywhere. Ah. Aizen stiffened immediately, waving her hands in frantic denial. There's absolutely no magazine, Captain Soifon, you must have imagined it. Stare. No, there definitely was one. And unlike Ranjiku, Aizen, you are a terrible liar. Soifon took a clean bite off her skewer, residual juices still at the corner of her lips, and leaned forward, fixing Aizen with an unblinking gaze. Huh. What's that supposed to mean? Ranjiku thrust her skewer accusingly in Soifon's direction, the dripping juices hit the fire and sent up a hissing plume of white smoke. Ignoring Ranjiku's sputtering indignation entirely, Soifon simply kept her eyes on Aizen, and kept them there, until the latter reluctantly fished a thin, folded magazine cover out from the front of her swimsuit. While she was at it, Aizen also dabbed the corner of Soifon's mouth clean of the meat juices. Soifon accepted the cover, warm from body heat and faintly scented with milk, and looked down at the rankings printed across it. A wave of bewilderment washed over her. Who on earth put this trashy list together? First place, Joshiro Yukitake. Second place, Soifon, lesbian icon. Third place, Sosuke Aizen, Captain Era. Soifon's eye twitched. Setting aside first place, the other 2 entries in the top 3 were hardly what anyone would call normal choices. Although, compared to herself in second place, Captain Era Aizen was actually the saner option of the 2. After all, the persona Captain Aizen had crafted for himself, scholarly, gentle, and universally good-natured, gave people absolutely no reason not to vote for him. My quite the popular one, aren't you, Captain Soifon? The moment Soifon's attention wavered, Ranjika snatched the cover right out of her hands and passed it around to Unohana and the others, the catty commentary already flowing freely. Soifon responded with a private eye roll and changed the subject, shifting her gaze to Candace. Speaking of which, how are you Quincy getting along out here in the world of the living? Candace blinked, then idly poked at the fire with her spent skewer, sending a scatter of embers spiraling upward. It's fine, I guess. We've been working at the Ishida family's hospital. The job's easy enough, it's just. Liltato, that girl blows through her entire paycheck on food every single month, and then the rest of us have to cover her. It's infuriating. With their level of ability, those few Quincy could more than support themselves working in the world of the living. If they put their minds to it and studied up on modern medicine, they could make respectable doctors. Soifon was quiet for a moment, then her gaze sharpened abruptly. What about Bambietta? Has she settled down at all? Out of that bunch, Bambietta had always had the worst temperament, the one most prone to killing at a whim. Candace's skewer slipped from her fingers with a soft thud into the sand, and her complexion went slightly pale. She'd clearly been reminded of something she'd rather not revisit. Teacher Soifon, you really don't have to scare people like that. Rukia, seated beside Soifon, reached over and rested a hand lightly on Soifon's thigh, her fingers discreetly tracing the firm, toned skin beneath her fingertips. Candace collected herself, bent down to retrieve the fallen skewer, and took a slow breath. It's fine. Bambietta's a lot more normal now. She still loses her temper sometimes, but nothing like before. The killing on a whim stuff has mostly stopped. A few seconds of silence settled over the group. Beside them, Unohana Retsu's gaze had drifted, from the small hand resting on Soifon's thigh, up along the arm, all the way to Rukia. By the way, Rukia, Momo. Unohana Retsu cradled her cup in both hands, her expression in the firelight uncommonly gentle. You've both been calling Soifon teacher this whole time. Is that really all right? Rukia and Momo both froze in unison. Rukia didn't even think to pull her hand back. The Siriitii is a very open-minded place, of course, and romances between teachers and students aren't exactly unheard of, but the rest of Unohana's not-so-subtle provocation hung unspoken in the air, needing no further elaboration. Captain Unohana, what are you even saying? We have no idea what you're talking about. None whatsoever. While the two of them vigorously shook their heads in denial, Unohana Retsu simply smiled and shifted her gaze toward Aizen Kotetsu. She'd already laid the answer out in plain sight. The question now was what Aizen would do with it. Would she muster the courage to confess to Soifon? Or would she bury her head in the sand and spend the rest of her life as Captain Soifon's devoted good friend? The smile Aizen had been holding on her face began to crack at the edges. She lowered her head, mechanically chewing on her skewer. The meat had gone a little cold by now, and though it should have tasted savory and rich, all she could register was a mouth full of bitterness. So that's how it is, everyone can see it, the captain, all of them, that Rukia and Momo have feelings for Captain Soifon. And then there's me. Aizen's heart sank quietly. Her thoughts drifted back to the evening of the Shihoin estate banquet. That night, egged on by her younger sister Kion, she had leaned into the cover of alcohol, feigning unsteady steps, stumbling and swaying her way toward Captain Soifon. And then, in a dim, shadowed corner, with an act even more shameless, a stolen ambush, she had kissed her. Everything after that was a blur. She only remembered the chaos of sensation, warm, confused, overwhelming, and a breathless, trembling feeling, as though her very soul were melting. In truth, with a spirit body as powerful as a vice-captain's, ordinary alcohol could never truly cloud her judgment. But perhaps, she simply hadn't wanted to be clear-headed. Hadn't wanted to face, with full clarity, just how cowardly she really was. Hadn't wanted to admit, stone-cold sober, that she'd only been able to do something like that at all because of the drink. The bitterness at the corner of Aizen's mouth threatened to overflow. She was still lost deep in her own thoughts when something gently nudged her side. Aizen. Aizen snapped back to reality to find Unohana Retsu tilting her head slightly to look at her, with eyes that seemed to see straight through every tangle in her heart. On reflex, Aizen looked away. Unohana smiled pleasantly. Looks like we're running low on skewers. Would you mind going to fetch more? Aizen blinked, then nodded with the relief of someone handed a lifeline, scrambled to her feet, not even remembering to brush the sand off her legs, and turned on her heel, all but fleeing toward the small hill behind them. Something feels a little off about Aizen tonight. Soifon paused mid-chew, her gaze following Aizen's tall silhouette until it disappeared into the shadows of the trees, her brow furrowing slightly. She was still turning the thought over when she felt an unabashedly pointed stare land on her. She glanced over. Unohana Retsu was looking right at her, chin lifted slightly, gesturing toward the direction Aizen had vanished. Soifon blinked and raised a hand, pointing to herself, a silent question, me too. Unohana's smile deepened. She gave a firm, decisive nod. Yes. Soifon let out a quiet sigh, stripped the last of the meat clean off her skewer in one go, then stood up and addressed the group, I'll go help Aizen fetch the supplies. There's a lot to carry, she probably can't manage it all alone. Not waiting for a response, she set off, following the path Aizen had taken. The dense forest was dark as ink, moonlight sifting through the gaps in the canopy and dappling the ground in patches of silver. For two people of their strength, the darkness posed no difficulty at all. The sound of Soifon's footsteps rang out crisp and clear in the forest's quiet. Within a few breaths, she caught sight of a tall, slender silhouette up ahead, lonely-looking, half swallowed by the tree shadows. Aizen heard the footsteps approaching and stopped. She turned around. Moonlight fell across Aizen, washing her silver hair in a soft, luminous glow. She looked at Soifon, who had come to a stop a few paces behind her, and her lips parted slightly, words forming, then dying unspoken. In the end, she managed only a strained little smile. Captain Soifon. Did you come to help carry things too? Soifon didn't answer right away. She stepped forward, crouched down in front of Aizen, and carefully brushed the sand from her legs. Since this stretch of beach was temporarily deserted, none of them had bothered to change out of their daytime swimwear. And so Aizen stood there, staring blankly down at Soifon crouched before her. I thought. Aizen seemed a little unhappy. So I came to check on her. Soifon's voice drifted up from below. She lifted her head, and her gaze met Aizen's flustered, uncertain one. On instinct, Aizen turned her face away and took a half-step back. But then it hit her, had her mood really been that obvious? Obvious enough for Captain Soifon to notice. And yet, at the same time, Captain Soifon had come after her. Because she'd seemed unhappy, Soifon had come after her. That thought made her heart beat faster, and stirred something warm and quietly sweet deep in her chest. Soifon finished brushing away the sand and rose to her feet, taking Aizen's wrist gently in hand. Come on then. Aizen answered in a small, low voice. Side by side, they started back up the path together. The lights of the villa at the top of the hill were already dimly visible ahead, close enough that a single flash step would have them there in an instant, yet, without any word between them, both instinctively chose not to. The sound of their footsteps and quiet conversation drifted softly along the forest path, and now and then a night bird, startled awake, would flutter up into the dark sky with a rush of wings. Walking at Soifon's side, the restless turbulence churning inside Aizen gradually, without her quite noticing, began to still. She found herself starting to sink into the moment, this rare, precious time alone between the two of them, and her gaze drifted, almost of its own accord, to the figure walking beside her. The adorable, rounded shape, rising and falling gently with each breath, and the perfectly defined abs, honed through years of training. She really wanted to touch them. The thought surfaced without warning. By the time she'd registered what she was thinking, her hand had already moved of its own volition, pressing lightly against the smooth, firm skin along Soifon's side. Her fingertips traced slowly upward, following the sculpted lines of the muscle, until they reached the edge of the swimsuit fabric, and that was when she jolted awake. What on earth was I just doing? Aizen's mind went completely blank. She scrambled to pull her hand away. But in the next instant, a hand shot out and caught her by the wrist, stopping her retreat cold. The forest had gone utterly still. Nothing but the rustle of wind through leaves, and the sound of two pairs of breaths, suddenly, startlingly audible. Aizen. Soifon spoke softly. Captain Soifon. Aizen's voice trembled. She stood frozen to the spot, afraid to move a muscle. You remember, don't you? In the shifting moonlight, Soifon's expression flickered between light and shadow. That night, at the banquet at the Shihoin estate, we kissed. Aizen bit down on her lower lip. She forced herself to hold Soifon's gaze, to not run from it, and gave a small, quiet nod. The next instant, the world seemed to blur at the edges, and they were standing on the villa's top-floor balcony. In one corner sat an old-fashioned rocking chair, swaying gently in the night breeze. With a light push from Soifon, Aizen lost her balance and tumbled backward into it. The chair rocked, carrying her body with it in a slow, even rhythm, mirroring the wild rise and fall of her heart. Before she could recover her wits, Soifon was already there, leaning in above her, both hands braced on the armrests, caging Aizen between her arms and the back of the chair. That familiar face, close enough to count every eyelash. Warm breath and the heat of skin, mingling together through the thin fabric of their swimsuits. Soifon. Something in Aizen's voice carried a faint, unmistakable thread of hope. She had even forgotten to add the word, captain. Could it be, was this the moment? Soifon looked down at her, eyes softening. I'm not quite sure how to say this, but I want to apologize to Aizen first. Aizen faltered. An apology? This wasn't how she'd imagined things going at all. Tonight, for not noticing sooner, and for failing to take proper care of Aizen's feelings, that was wrong of me, as your... Soifon's words caught in her throat. Her brow furrowed slightly, as though she were searching carefully for the right word. Before she could finish, Aizen raised a hand and gently smoothed back the few strands of hair the night wind had blown across Soifon's ear. Lover. Aizen whispered it like a question, her voice still carrying the faintest tremor. Yes. Soifon's pupils contracted, just a fraction, and then she gave a firm, certain nod. And then Aizen felt warmth draw close, familiar, and faintly sweet-scented. Aizen Kotetsu leaned forward, gently, and kissed Soifon. Moonlight poured down, silvering two figures folded together into one. The rocking chair swayed on, soft and steady, keeping its quiet, rhythmic time. Ghost Fire He. Walnut-chan for more chapters, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 Universal Bonus Chapter. Chapter 158, Epilogue, Pioneering Hell. A few days later, the clandestine little beach trip came to an end. There was no shortage of work waiting back in a Siri-IDI that was only beginning to rebuild, developing the vast new Hell territories, reconstructing districts scarred by the war, realigning the personnel rosters of every division. Second Division. The Captain's Courtyard. Pushing open the gate and taking in the familiar corridors and garden, Rukia and Momo Hinamori drew a deep breath at the same moment, identical smiles of quiet contentment spreading across their faces. Finally, home. Heh, from here on out, it'll just be me and Teacher Soifon, Momo thought happily, then slid a sideways glance toward Rukia beside her, her expression growing incrementally complicated. Except for this one inconvenient obstacle. Almost simultaneously, Rukia had turned to look at her, harboring precisely the same thought. With the outside threats, Captain Unohana, Senior Ranjaku, Senior Aizen, no longer in the picture, it was time to turn attention to internal rivalries. Their eyes met in midair, and for one instant, it was as though a shower of crackling sparks had burst between them. What are you looking at? What's it to you? Soifon was walking ahead, completely oblivious to the charged atmosphere brewing between her two students at her back. She pushed open the door to the captain's office. What greeted her was a desk stacked with neatly arranged document files, every one categorized, labeled, and clearly sorted by someone who had handled things in her absence. While Soifon had been off slacking, Marekio Omida had evidently been carrying the whole division on his back. Bless the Omida family and their contributions. She crossed to the wide captain's chair, and for once didn't immediately drop into it to deal with paperwork. Instead, she let herself fall backward, her whole body sinking into the soft cushioned backrest, then lifted her feet and gave the floor the faintest tap with her toes. The office chair began to carry her in a slow, lazy rotation. Sunlight poured through the window, pooling in warm patches of gold across the floor. From somewhere in the distance came the muffled cadence of squad members running drills. Everything felt peacefully, perfectly still. Soifon leaned back in her chair, watching the clear sky outside the window, and let out a soft sigh. Peace is a wonderful thing, she murmured. Then her eyes drifted upward on their own. From the eaves just outside the window came a man's voice, unhurried and laced with a lazy smile. Much as I'd hate to interrupt Captain Soifon's rare moment of leisure. The old man's orders have come down to me, and I'm in no position to refuse them. As the words faded, a figure slipped lightly in through the open window on the side of the office. Shunsui Kairaku adjusted the brim of his straw hat with one hand and gave Soifon an apologetic smile. Captain Soifon, I'm afraid I'll need to ask you to take a team out and begin developing the Hell territories. Every captain aside from myself, the old man, and Gotei has been deployed. Soifon didn't budge from her chair. She didn't even bother lifting her eyelids. She simply reached over, picked up a stack of reports from the side of the desk, not particularly thick, and dropped them flat over her own face with a decisive smack. Does it have to be me? Came her muffled voice from beneath the papers. Kairaku was just drawing breath to respond. Bang. The office door was shoved open with a crash. Absolutely. No problem at all. We'll set out with Teacher Soifon right away. Momo Hinamori and Rukia shouted in unison, their voices so loud and their enthusiasm so staggering that even Kairaku blinked. Kids these days are really that eager to get ahead. No, wait. If they were so eager to make progress, then why had they seemed so utterly unenthusiastic back when the captaincy elections were happening? Momo and Rukia exchanged a glance, a brief flash of shared understanding flickering between them. Leave Siriiti, this place crawling with rivals, and wouldn't that count as a private outing of sorts? Sure, the other one was still annoyingly in the way, but it was better than staying here in this dangerous place. Still, since these were Soifon's two students who had spoken up, they likely represented Soifon's wishes to some degree, didn't they? Thinking this, Kairaku smiled pleasantly and sent a pulse of spiritual pressure outward through the window as a signal. Then I'll have the equipment brought in. Thank you, Captain Soifon, and you too. Beneath the stack of papers, Soifon's face twitched. She ripped the documents off her face, sprang up from the chair, and marched in long strides to stand before her two students, who were still lost in their little fantasy. Both hands shot out simultaneously, and she pinched a cheek of each of them with surgical precision. You too, Soifon ground out through her teeth, every word bitten off clean, are. Really? Asking. For. It. Aren't. You. Momo and Rukia's faces were squashed into shapes, their lips pushed out, producing muffled sounds of protest. The next second, the sharp crack of impact rang out from the captain's office. 2 yelps of pain followed. Outside, the birds perched on the eaves scattered in a panic, beating their wings as they fled into the distance. Outside the gate of the 2nd Division, Kairaku quietly pulled his hat down over his face and turned to leave. Scene shift. Soifon, Rukia, and Momo Hinamori, all 3 fully equipped, stood at the border where Siriiti met the Hell territories. Beneath their feet, the grassland at Soul Society's edge, still shot through with patches of green and the vitality of spirit particles. Less than 100 meters ahead, the crimson earth of Hell, reeking faintly of sulfur and phosphorus. This had once been the most cursed of places. Now, with the Soul King's purification, the miasma had largely dispersed, yet the land, eroded for ages, still bore not a single blade of grass, its red soil exhaling a dead, hollow stillness. 2 entirely different landscapes and auras met here in stark contrast, yet wove together in an uncanny fusion, forming a winding boundary line that stretched away into the distance. Even now, the marks of 2 worlds forced together by the Soul King's hand were plain to see. Soifon stood at the border, a colossal case strapped to her back, taller than she was, packed full of recovery agents specially formulated by Mayuri Kuratsuchi, designed to accelerate the soil's purification and restoration. Rukia and Momo carried the same enormous cases, flanking her left and right. Let's move. Soifon stepped forward first, crossing into the crimson earth. The sensation underfoot shifted instantly from the yielding softness of grass to the coarse resistance of hard-packed dirt. Rukia and Momo set aside their banter, composing themselves with serious expressions, and moved to follow. Then Rukia suddenly called out to the figure ahead. "Teacher Soifon, we haven't put on the hazmat suits Captain Mayuri prepared for us yet." When Soifon turned back, Rukia even held up her hazmat suit and gave it a wave, urging her to come back and put it on. Hazmat suits. Soifon paused. Why would we need those? Didn't I say, the hell miasma has already been completely purified by the Soul King? The Soul King. Teacher Soifon, that's not something the rest of us would just know about. Without thinking, Soifon had just let slip a rather significant piece of information. Something at the classification level of the Soul King, was that really something people at their level should be hearing? The two of them didn't know. All they knew was that their latest scheme had come to nothing. Any hope of getting their hands on Soifon while pretending to help her into a hazmat suit was now firmly off the table. The truth was, the seated officer sent ahead to survey the site had such deeply ingrained preconceptions about hell that he'd assumed this blighted wasteland was still saturated with heavy concentrations of phosphorus gas. He'd scooped up one spoonful of miasma-tainted red soil, taken it back, and called it a day. Soil that had been eroded by miasma for hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of years, did naturally retain certain characteristics of that corruption, and it was presumably on this basis that Mayuri Kuratsuchi had thrown himself into overtime developing the hazmat suits. Still, with her powerful spirit body, Soifon gazed far into the distance, hundreds of kilometers away, where she could just make out the flags of the 12th Division. It seemed Mayuri Kuratsuchi's expedition had beaten them here. She could only hope the seated officer who had turned in that scooped-up sample wouldn't find himself Mayuri's next experimental subject out of sheer spite. After all, this land-clearing mission was full of unknown risks. Just reaching this border required crossing the entirety of Soul Society, a distance equivalent to traversing an entire planet. Without the strength of a vice-captain or above, there was simply no way to haul equipment through a journey that long, given the unpredictable things one might encounter along the way. Half a day later, through the three of them working in efficient concert, they had already pushed several dozen kilometers into the Hell territories. Looking back, the soil they had sprayed with agents was already undergoing a slow but visible transformation. The dark red of the earth seemed to have lightened slightly. In the cracks of the fractured ground, the custom seeds Mayuri Kuratsuchi had prepared were beginning to push their way up, tender green shoots dotting what had once been barren wasteland. "Teacher Soifon, shall we take a break?" Momo's voice came from behind her. She shook several bento boxes in her hand and tilted her chin toward a large boulder nearby. Rukia had already hopped up onto the rock first, pulling a camping blanket out of her pack and spreading it flat. Soifon checked the sky, estimated their progress, and gave a nod. She unshouldered her case, walked over to the camping blanket, and sat down. Rukia opened one of the bento boxes. Inside sat rows of rice balls, neatly arranged if a little rough around the edges, clearly not the work of the Kachiki household's chefs. "Try one," she offered triumphantly, holding a rice ball out to Soifon. "Momo and I made them this morning." Taking the rice ball, Soifon looked them both over and asked with mild suspicion, "No computer parts inside, right?" In response, Momo picked up a rice ball and took an enormous bite, establishing her innocence beyond doubt. The three of them ate their rice balls and savored the rare rest, and even the wind blowing across the Hell borderlands seemed a little less sharp than before. Then, out of nowhere, Rukia spoke up mid-conversation. "Speaking of which, Teacher Soifon. The night before last, when you and Senior Aizen went to get ingredients, did something happen that you wouldn't want anyone to know about?" Soifon's chewing slowed by exactly a fraction of a second. "I noticed that when you two came back, Senior Aizen's way of walking was a little strange." Rukia's tone was the very picture of innocence, but the amusement in her eyes was nearly overflowing. The moment she finished, Momo beside her began nodding vigorously, expression deadly serious. Yes. I noticed too." When Senior Aizen sat down, her movement seemed a bit slower than usual, and her cheeks were flushed the whole time. As people with first-hand experience of the matter, physically speaking, they knew all too well that this was exactly the kind of bodily aftermath that followed a first intimate encounter. If anything, they were deeply impressed by Aizen Kotetsu's constitution. The woman had somehow still been capable of walking normally. As expected of the 4th Division's vice-captain. Whatever it took, putting patience through whatever she had, to have mastered medicine to that level of proficiency. Ahem. Nothing happened. We just went to find some meat for the grill. And chatted a bit. Soifon was abruptly choked by her rice ball. She reflexively grabbed the teacup beside her, brought it to her lips, and began the tactical operation of drinking tea, using the cup to hide the way her gaze had suddenly gone evasive. Oh. Momo drew the syllables out deliberately. "So that's how Teacher Soifon is, huh? Pretending nothing happened, acting like she doesn't know anyone, that's her most practiced skill." Seizing the instant Soifon was caught off guard, Momo and Rukia moved with perfect coordination, each flinging a bakudo at the other, and in the same breath both countered with a mutual cancellation technique, neutralizing each other's binding spells in one stroke. Perhaps aside from Yoruichi Shihoin, the two individuals in Soul Society most fluent in that particular move were these two, who had been fighting each other internally on a daily basis. You scheming little. Times. Having had their plot seen through at the same moment, they glared at each other and laughed, and then, by unspoken agreement, both turned at exactly the same time. A dual soft warmth pulled Soifon back from the prickling guilt in her chest. Coming back to herself, she found two pairs of eyes inches from her own, and felt the warmth of their breath falling against her face. A three-way kiss was still, objectively, extremely strange. After that brief, glancing contact, silence fell. Soifon stuffed the remaining half of her rice ball hole into her mouth, drained the last of her tea in one long swallow, brushed her hands together, and jumped down from the boulder. All right. Break's over. Move out, we still got more than half a case of agents to spray. Stop dawdling. With that, she hoisted the enormous case onto her back and strode forward without looking back. Behind her, Momo and Rukia looked at each other. Then, simultaneously, each raised a hand and flashed AV for victory. Win-win. The tactic of fake arguing and then ambush-kissing teacher Soifon worked just as well as ever. They tidied up the camping blanket and the odds and ends on the boulder, planted the 2nd Division's flag and a survey beacon into the rock, and then set off after her. Far ahead, on the crimson earth, a strange bulge was moving rapidly closer. It looked as though a colossal earth dragon were tunneling beneath the surface, the soil on either side splitting open in its wake, leaving a deep trench carved into the ground. Hostile contact. Battle positions. Rukia and Momo snapped to attention, hands flying on reflex to the Zanpakuto at their hips, spiritual pressure rising from their bodies in a surge. But before they had fully drawn their blades. Wait. It's not an enemy. Soifon's voice came out calm and even. At the same moment, her hands came down on the hilts of both their swords, pressing them still. An instant later, the swelling mound of earth erupted with a thunderous crack, dirt flying in all directions, and an enormous white form burst up from underground. Bawabawa shook the soil from its body with a deep, contented grunt, and atop its head stood a figure in vivid green. Lady Soifon. Neliel leapt from Bawabawa's head like a green cannonball and launched herself straight into Soifon's arms. Fortunately, Soifon had seen it coming. She caught the hurtling figure without staggering. Neliel wrapped both arms around her waist, buried her entire face against Soifon's chest, and drew a long, deep breath. Then she let out a sound of pure contentment. That's Lady Soifon's smell. She nuzzled and inhaled, an utterly epic lung-filling moment, completely ignoring the two sets of eyes beside them that were practically shooting flames. I thought I'd sensed wrong, but it really is you, Lady Soifon. Oh, and speaking of, there's been this incredibly vast stretch of land that appeared near Hueco Mundo out of nowhere recently. Are you here exploring it too, Lady Soifon? Running into Lady Soifon in a place like this, I'm so glad. Neliel lifted her head, her smile radiant, gazing up at Soifon with unguarded openness. At her words, Soifon stilled, then reached out and gripped Neliel's shoulders, gently pushing her back a little, holding her gaze with a serious expression. Nell. You're saying this land has also connected with Hueco Mundo? Neliel blinked at the gravity in Soifon's voice, then tilted her head, looked up thoughtfully at the sky, and considered carefully. Not exactly. She shook her head. It's more that I felt a large new landmass appear somewhere very close to Hueco Mundo, so I opened a garganta and came to look. Soifon exhaled with relief. Good, a garganta was still needed to cross between them, they weren't simply fused together. That meant, at least for now, there would be no direct confrontation between Shinigami and Hollows. The order of both worlds could still be maintained. She released Neliel's shoulders and turned back to her two students. I'm going to continue ahead with Neliel to explore further. You two, report this back to the Captain Commander. The two of them let out matching wails of despair. But, teacher. No buts. Soifon cut them off and had already turned toward Bawabawa. That's an order. Neliel gave the two of them a cheerful wave, beaming brightly, and bounded after Soifon to climb up onto Bawabawa's head. We're off then. Bye-bye. Then Bawabawa's massive body angled downward and dove into the earth. The rumbling tremor of its passage rolled through the ground beneath their feet, carrying Soifon and Neliel away into the distance. Every single time. The two looked at each other, faces long with misery, shouldered their enormous cases, and turned to trudge back in the direction of Siriidii. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 159, Epilogue, Desert Hot Springs. Bawabawa, keep it up. We're almost there. Neliel crouched atop its head, patting its enormous skull with gentle encouragement. Soifon stood beside her, watching the poor creature with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Should have just flown here myself. At long last, they reached the far edge of hell. Neliel opened a garganta at the spot where the black cavity would descend, and the great beast, normally so relaxed and unbothered, now had its tongue lolling out at full length, heaving ragged gulps of air. Finally, Bawabwa let out a moan of sheer relief and keeled over sideways onto the ground, tongue flopped to the side of its mouth, utterly, completely done in. "We're here, Lady Soifon." Neliel pointed ahead. It was still the vast expanse of Hell's territory, but someone of their caliber could already sense it. The fabric of space here was unusually thin. Even without opening a garganta, they could feel the direction of Hueco Mundo. Soifon closed her eyes. Golden markings bloomed across her skin, and Enmaten rose from behind her before vanishing in a flash of golden light into the space ahead. Ripples spread outward. The space undulated like the surface of water, parting to reveal the scene on the other side. The cosmos. 3 planets hung suspended in endless darkness, Soul Society fused with Hell, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living. The 3 worlds formed a stable triangle in the void of space. Soifon opened her eyes, recalled Enmaten, and turned back to Neliel. "I have a general sense of what's going on now. This area has no significant effect on Hueco Mundo, you don't need to worry about that. However, this region has already merged with Soul Society. You and Harabel should avoid coming here unnecessarily. If a Shinigami mistakes you for a threat and attacks, that would be trouble." She finished speaking and moved to turn away, when a soft hand reached from behind and caught her by the wrist. Is there something else, Nell?" Soifon paused and turned back with a mildly puzzled look toward the one who'd grabbed her, Neliel. There is. Lady Soifon, please, you absolutely must come and see the Hueco Mundo that Harabel and Stark and I have rebuilt. I even put together some entertainment facilities based on your personal tastes." Neliel nodded with boundless energy, raised her free hand, and drew a single stroke through the air. A garganta opened before them, a doorway to Hueco Mundo. Soifon was tugged forward, a string of question marks running through her mind. Facilities based on my tastes. Since when did she have a preference for any particular kind of entertainment facility? Still, Soifon didn't resist. Strictly speaking, she was now the last authority figure of Hueco Mundo, for better or worse. By every measure of reason and sentiment, she ought to go take a look. Las Noches. Before the main gate. Soifon and Neliel touched down, and before them stood a completely renewed palace of pure white, smaller than before in scale, but gleaming and fresh. Their welcoming party was not Harabel, nor Stark. It was a small figure, Lilinet. She stood at the entrance with both hands on her hips, a violet Hogyoku embedded in her chest. "Hey, Neliel, you go out for a bit and come back dragging this one with you." Her impression of Soifon was simply that of someone who never got her hands dirty, so she felt neither particular liking nor dislike, just plain curiosity. Soifon said nothing. She reached into the front of her garment and produced a half-eaten onigiri, pressing it into Lilinet's hands. Lilinet blinked, looked down at the onigiri in her hands, then back up at Soifon. "For me?" Soifon nodded. Lilinet took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. That's good." With Lilinet neatly handled, Soifon took advantage of the moment while the other was busy eating to ruffle her head. "Did Stark split you back out again?" Lilinet swallowed her mouthful and pulled a face. "Because there are so few people around now, Stark says he's bored, that guy really can't stand being alone." The 3 of them talked as they passed through the great gates of Las Noches. Overhead, the dome ceiling of Las Noches had been repaired. Simulated sunlight poured in through the cupola, bathing the entire palace in a warm, bright glow. What surprised Soifon even more was that both sides of the palace corridors were lined with lush greenery. They appeared to be varieties from the world of the living, only far larger than they'd ever grow there. The concentration of spirit particles in Hueco Mundo is much higher than in the world of the living, so they grow extremely fast. "Just a few months, and they've already come to this," Neliel explained beside her. After that, she took Soifon's hand and led her through the colonnaded corridors of Las Noches, up a spiraling staircase, and finally to the topmost floor of the palace. "Lady Soifon, please look." Neliel spread her arms wide, presenting the mysterious room to Soifon. A hot spring. Not an ordinary pool, a genuine, proper hot spring. Steam rose and drifted through the air. The water was crystal clear, the bottom lined with smooth river pebbles, and a few stalks of green bamboo swayed gently around the edges in a simulated breeze. The only thing missing was the familiar tang of sulfur. In its place drifted a different familiar scent. Soifon's mouth twitched. "Hot springs, since when did this become my favorite thing?" Neliel seemed utterly oblivious to her bewilderment and continued with enthusiastic commentary. "Last time, didn't you spend ages playing around in the hot spring with your 2 students? So I thought, maybe Lady Soifon likes hot springs. So Harabel and I worked together and modeled this one after the hot spring in the 2nd Division's courtyard, same design." Thinking back carefully, after her two students had been completely outmatched trying to ambush her with computer parts, and she'd taken them to the hot spring to recover, Soifon had a fairly good idea of what Neliel's so-called playing around was referring to. Not really something she could explain her way out of. Suppressing the guilty look threatening to surface in her eyes, Soifon swept her gaze around the room and found herself genuinely curious about this hot spring. This was the topmost floor of Las Noches, and a normal hot spring relied on geothermal heat and was built at ground level. What caught her attention even more was that this hot spring bore no Keto-type formulae or inscriptions of any kind, yet the rising steam was rich with Ryatsu, naturally and effortlessly maintaining the water's temperature. Remarkable, isn't it, Lady Soifon? Neliel turned and retrieved two neatly folded yukatas from a nearby cabinet, presenting them to Soifon with both hands, her bright green eyes brimming with anticipation. Would you like to soak together? Please, we worked so hard to build this. Nearly a plea. Soifon looked into Neliel's gaze, so guileless it was impossible to refuse, hesitated a moment, then finally took the yukata. Surely. She wasn't going to pull something weird and underhanded like those two gremlins Rukia and Momo, was she? Neliel still seemed pretty wholesome, all things considered. The moment she took the yukata, a faint vibration reached her from behind. Soifon turned her head and saw a familiar figure appear in the doorway, Harabel. After Soifon's Ryatsu had appeared within Las Noches, Harabel had sensed it, but had thought she was hallucinating out of sheer longing, so she'd finished her current work before coming to check. She hadn't expected it to be real. When her gaze settled on Soifon, a flash of unconcealed delight crossed her face. On instinct, Harabel stepped forward, her arms opening slightly. She wanted to pull the Soifon before her into an embrace, but in the very next moment, that damned restraint of hers stopped her in her tracks. Caught between the choice of being presumptuous and satisfying her own desire, Harabel chose zero. Soifon watched her like that, curved the corner of her mouth slightly, and took a step forward herself, arms opening to pull Harabel into the embrace. Rising onto her toes, Soifon leaned close to Harabel's ear and murmured, "Long time no see, Harabel." Though only a few days had passed, this week and more had contained events large enough to shake the safety of the three worlds. Calling it a long time was no exaggeration at all. Long time no see. Lady Soifon. Harabel's body went completely rigid the instant Soifon initiated the embrace, then slowly relaxed. Her arms, which had been hanging at her sides, hesitated, before finally rising to rest, a little uncertainly, against Soifon's back. Let's wrap up the touching reunion, shall we? Neliel reached out a hand to each of them, tugging gently at their sleeves, separating the two from the embrace. She pointed at the steaming pool behind her. Harabel, go get changed. A short while later, Soifon changed into her yukata, pushed open the door, and stepped out at exactly the same moment as two other figures emerged. Soifon's gaze lingered on the two of them for a few extra seconds without meaning to. The collars of their yukatas were slightly open, revealing collarbones and a sliver of skin that glowed with a healthy warmth in the soft light. Particularly Harabel's honey-golden skin, which had taken on a faint, delicate flush. Soifon perched at the pool's edge and dipped a toe in first to test the temperature. A pleasantly warm sensation traveled up from the tip of her foot, perfect. Then she slowly lowered her whole body into the clear spring water, leaving only her shoulders and above the surface. Ah. A sigh of pure contentment escaped her lips unbidden. She closed her eyes, leaned back against the smooth stone wall of the pool, and let the corners of her mouth drift upward. I'm alive again, this is wonderful. Neliel and Harabel exchanged a glance, then slipped into the water one after the other, settling on either side of Soifon, their shoulders pressing lightly against hers. Lady Soifon, Harabel's voice came from beside her, is the water temperature to your liking? It's just right. Soifon opened her eyes, and her gaze was filled with unguarded ease. She scooped up a handful of clear spring water, tilted her head back, and let it run down her cheeks. The water traced the elegant line of her neck downward, slipping beneath the collar of her yukata, pausing a moment at her collarbone before continuing its descent. And also, this spring water has a strangely familiar scent. Soifon lowered her hand, brow creasing slightly. She had the nagging sense she'd smelled this somewhere before. She turned her head toward Harabel, nostrils flaring almost imperceptibly, and slowly leaned in closer. Somehow. Soifon's gaze settled on Harabel. It smells a bit like you, Harabel. The moment those words landed, the color in Harabel's face rose with visible, unstoppable speed. She opened her mouth, and said nothing, then abruptly dunked her face beneath the surface of the hot spring. Glub, glub, glub. A stream of bubbles rose up from beneath the water. Neliel watched this unfold from beside them, covered her mouth with one hand, her shoulders shaking violently. Pfft. She finally couldn't hold back the laughter and leaned into Soifon's ear. Lady Soifon. Actually, the main force behind building this hot spring was Harabel. She didn't get to finish. A forceful surge of water erupted upward, splashing directly into both Soifon's and Neliel's faces. Harabelle burst from the water with lightning speed and clamped her hand over Neliel's mouth before she could say another word. The two of them pressed in from either side, sandwiching Soifon's slight frame between them. Soifon's face was met with a double-sided collision of softness. Sliding down, diving underwater, she slipped free from the cheese press of warm bodies closing in on both sides, emerging with her nose full of the scent of milk. She watched the two of them wrestling together, then turned over Neliel's half-finished remark in her mind, and something clicked. Soifon cupped a handful of spring water and brought it slowly to her nose, breathing it in. Could this be, made from Harabelle's trident of scorching sea, after her resurrection? And so, for the remainder of their time soaking in the hot spring, Harabelle spent most of it with her face submerged beneath the water, only the top of her head visible above the surface, with the occasional string of bubbles drifting up. Some time later, the steam gradually dissipated. The three of them stepped out of the water, wrapped in towels. Soifon toweled her damp hair dry and felt the tension leave her body entirely. Neliel retrieved 3 glasses of cold milk from a small refrigerator nearby, their sides beaded with condensation. Please, Lady Soifon. This is a custom I picked up while visiting the world of the living. Glug, glug, glug. Soifon accepted the glass, tipped her head back, and drank it down in one go. When she set the glass down, a small, inevitable ring of white clung adorably to the corners of her mouth. She put down the glass, just about to say something, when Neliel's face rapidly filled her field of vision. The next second, Soifon felt something soft and deft brush lightly across the corner of her mouth. Neliel ran her tongue over her lips, lingering over the taste with a satisfied little smack. This is also something I learned in the world of the living. Apparently, when someone you like comes out of a hot spring, this is the sort of thing you do. Soifon's hand lifted on instinct, touching the corner of her own mouth. The warmth of Neliel's touch still lingered there. I have a feeling that didn't come from a reputable source. Soifon's cheeks, beyond her control, began to heat up. There was really no getting around it, that kind of honest, unadorned directness packed an unreasonably high amount of damage. No, Lady Soifon. Harabelle suddenly turned serious. We found it at a perfectly legitimate bookstore, and we studied it very carefully. This apparently touched on an area of professional expertise. Even with Soifon standing before her, she would not yield a single inch. Harabelle turned and walked to the nearby bookshelf, reached between what appeared to be perfectly respectable volumes, and pulled out a manga with a rather flamboyant cover. On the cover, 2 young women shared a kiss, and beside the illustration ran a title in flowing cursive script, Hot Spring Rhapsody Our Secret Time Together. A classic of the genre. It was this one. It felt like it perfectly captured how we feel about Lady Soifon, so we bought it and studied it seriously. Soifon closed the manga, handed it back to Harabelle, and stood in speechless silence. Harabelle took the book, lowered her head, fingers unconsciously tracing the cover. We like you, Lady Soifon. We want to stay by your side always. We want Hueco Mundo to be a place you enjoy coming to. The poolside fell quiet again. Only the soft sound of water gently lapping, and the intertwined breathing of 3 people. Soifon had barely begun when she was cut off again before she could finish. Lady Soifon doesn't need to answer right now. Harabelle's voice returned to its usual steadiness. We just wanted you to know. Neliel pressed her lips together and nodded. Yes, if Lady Soifon is going to refuse, it would honestly be better if you kept your mouth shut. At last, a gap in the conversation opened up for Soifon to speak. You two are way too pessimistic. I never said I was refusing. Using her trademark strategically ambiguous words, she accepted the confession of both, and 3 shadows on the ground merged into one. Ghost Fire He. Walnut-chan for more chapters, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Samsara Game, starting in the long dark with my waifus. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 Universal Bonus Chapter.